The ginseng spirit was a ginseng that had not yet transformed into human form. In just 2 months, he traveled 981 million kilometers on foot, relying only on his few roots. His purpose in doing so was to find the general who had saved his life 3 years ago and repay his kindness. General unexpectedly told Xiaorenshin that human gratitude requires one to give oneself. Xiaorenshin, with a small head and big doubts, had never been told this before going down the mountain. The ginseng turned out to be a 1,000-year-old ginseng spirit from the Misty Spirit Mountain. Apart from him, there were many little monsters in the mountain who bloomed Lingji mushrooms. They bloomed Lingji early and transformed early too. Currently, only he and Lingji, 2 spirits, have not yet taken human form. The spirits who transformed earlier have been going down the mountain to play, and every time they come back, they tell them about the happenings below the mountain. Not only are there many interesting performances, but also a variety of delicious foods that are endless. Every time he heard about food, Xiaorensen couldn't help but drool. After hearing about it many times, he couldn't help but become curious about the mountain below and wanted to explore it. So, on a day 3 years ago, he secretly descended the mountain while Lingji was asleep. Who would have thought that halfway down, he would encounter a pack of wolves with spiritual intelligence, chasing after him to devour him. Being not fully transformed yet, his powers were already very weak, and he couldn't possibly outrun the pack with just a few small roots. Little did he know that at this critical moment of life and death, he would be tripped by a small pebble. Just when he thought his death was certain, he heard a whoosh sound in his ear, followed by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Little Ginseng slowly opened his eyes and saw a general in armor standing in front of him. The general, upon seeing Little Ginseng, was not surprised. Not only did he gently brush the tender leaves on Little Ginseng's head with his hand, but he also told Little Ginseng his name. Frightened by the wolf pack, Little Ginseng fainted in a daze. When he woke up again, he found himself back in the mountains. It was strange how, 3 years later today, the general's lingering presence on him had a foul smell. With a touch of his magic, he realized that the general's life was coming to an end. He had heard from the spirits that the people below the mountain always repaid kindness, and the demon was no exception. So he packed his bags and went down the mountain to repay the kindness. The general once said that he was stationed at the northern border. The humble participant does not know if 3 years have passed, if he is still there. He can only rely on the aura left by the general on himself back then. Using his meager magic to explore a rough direction, heading north should be the right way. After 2 months of traveling, the ginseng finally arrived at the northern border from the south. Following his instincts, he found the general's military camp. At that time, the general's face was pale, lying sick in bed, his lips devoid of any color, looking like the face of a dying man. Seeing this, Xiaorun hurriedly ran to the bedside, pulling himself up with the hanging cotton cloth, and then sat on the general's chest. The dwarf ginseng activated his magic to probe his injuries, discovering not only a severe poison in his body but also multiple fatal wounds, with the one in the left atrium being the most critical, narrowly missing a fatal blow. In short, his survival up to now is a miracle among miracles, otherwise, he would have died 2 months ago. Ginseng sat in front of the general, looking at him blankly and asked, "General, do you still remember me?" Knowing he wouldn't get a response, Ginseng walked up to the general's neck, stepping on his collarbone. He took out the ginseng beard he had folded and stored before from his backpack, then plucked out 3 more from his body. He forcefully pried open the general's mouth and stuffed it in. The ginseng was a very clean ginseng essence, bathing every day, and its roots were also very clean, so there was no need to wash it with water again. After everything was done, the ginseng spirit obediently lay on the general's chest. Thump thump, his heartbeat became strong and resounding. Although the ginseng spirit had not yet transformed, as a 1,000-year-old ginseng with spiritual wisdom and magical powers, every single root of his had excellent medicinal properties. The wounded can be cured with just a little, while ordinary people can prolong their lives by consuming a bit. If a general is severely injured and almost dies, the commoner thought that if the few roots he had eaten didn't work, he would give all of himself to the general, ensuring his survival. The dwarf thought dazedly, then pulled out another ginseng root and stuffed it into the general's mouth. He muttered to the unconscious general, "General, please get better soon. Only when you recover can I repay my debt." After 2 months of non-stop running around without proper rest, the current ginseng was exhausted and sleepy. He nestled against the general's neck because it was the warmest spot. His cold body soon warmed up, and the ginseng closed his eyes that others couldn't see, drifting into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xiaorun was sleeping soundly when suddenly his body lifted into the air and he was thrown to the ground. Xiaorun landed on his bottom, completely bewildered. He could still hear the person saying, "Where did this thing come from?" The ginseng opened his eyes and saw a young man wiping the general's face. especially the place where he had slept last night. The young man wiped it 3 times as if there was something dirty. The ginseng looked down at his own clean hands and feet. He took a bath every day. He was a ginseng who loved cleanliness very much. Alright, this person actually dares to look down on him. Oof. Xiaoran can sulked alone, thinking that when he gets hurt in the future, he won't save him. Let him fend for himself and wait for death. Although very angry, but also afraid of being discovered and thrown out again, the ginseng man scrambled up and hid behind the table leg. The young man wiped the general's face and hands as usual, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. The general's heartbeat was no longer as weak as yesterday. His complexion had returned to normal, and even his lips were much more moisturized. The young man couldn't believe it. He lay on the general's chest listening for a while, then held his face, looking left and right until his actions woke the general up. The general looked at the young man in front of him with a puzzled expression. Zhu Yuanjiang, what are you doing? Seeing this, Zhu Yuanjiang shouted excitedly, the general is awake! The general is awake! Several of the general's close aides immediately rushed over. Several people looked at the general who was originally on the verge of death. At this moment, his face was no different from an ordinary person's, too excited to speak 1,000 words. They quickly called the military doctor to check his pulse. The old military doctor, with many years of medical experience, was feeling a bit skeptical about life at this moment. When I came to see him yesterday, it was already certain that the general might not last 3 days, but today his pulse is even steadier than that of an ordinary person. The military doctor felt his beard and took the general's pulse again, then stood up and bowed to him. General, you are blessed by fate. Your body has completely recovered. Zhu Yuanjiang looked puzzled. What does this have to do with God? The ginseng hidden behind the table leg vigorously nodded in agreement. Exactly. What does this have to do with God? Clearly it was me who saved the ginseng. But he didn't dare to say anything for fear that if he was exposed these people would arrest him and cook him for dinner. Pang Yin hammered over with an explosive head. Stupid. Dr. Qin means that the general's body is healed. The toxins have been cleared, and he won't die. Zhu Yuanjiang froze, followed closely by pushing away Pang Yin and rushing to the bed, flopping down on his knees, his eyes reddening. General, you punish me. If it wasn't for saving me, you wouldn't have fallen for the enemy's treacherous plan. It was me who caused you to almost die. It's all my fault. He Yanzhou wrinkled his eyebrows and glanced at Fang Yuan. He had always disliked this, not to mention that Zhu Yuanjiang had followed him into battle since he was a child, and had saved him on the battlefield quite a few times. Fang Yuan understood what he meant and immediately stepped forward to pull Zhu Yuanjiang up. The young man refused to do so, shook off the assisting hand and knelt on the ground with a stubborn face. General, Zhu Yuanjiang should be punished for his wrongdoings, and he will never complain about it. If he had been more alert and clever, he would not have stepped into the enemy's trap. Okay. Seeing him do so, He Yanzhou nodded and said, then go and receive 20 lashes, and no eating today. Thank you, General. Zhu Yuanjiang kowtowed vigorously, obviously punished but still happy as if he had received a reward, looking at He Yanzhou quite a bit helpless. After Zhu Yuanjiang left, the tent was quiet. The military doctor also left when Zhu Yuanjiang left. Now only Fang Yuan and Pang Yin and Zhu Rongyu were left. Although the three of them were not as excited as Zhu Yuanjiang, they were full of worry and surprise. He Yanzhou rubbed his brow and waved his hand. You don't need to guard me here. Do what you need to do. Just ask someone to send some food. Yes. By the way, last night, He Yanzhou touched his lips and neck and asked in a light tone, did anyone else come to my tent? An assassin? Pang Yin held his lance in his hand, in a stance to do battle. Don't you remember me? He Yanzhou calmly said. Just answer me, yes or no. The three looked at each other, saw doubt in each other's eyes, and finally shook their heads. No. Go down. Waiting for people to leave. He Yanzhou only got down from the bed. He came to the desk. There was a stack of paperwork piled up on it, which he hadn't had time to read in the past few days. I had just read 2 books when someone walked in with breakfast. General, this is the meal that Dr. Qin specially instructed to cook. You are recovering from a serious illness. You should not be heavy on spices. Put it away. He Yanzhou said without lifting his head. He did not put down the paperwork in his hands. It wasn't until half an hour later, when all the paperwork had been approved, that he moved his muscles to eat over at the wooden table. As expected, it was just as he thought, a bland and tasteless porridge, now cold. He Yanzhou thought he could actually eat heavy and spicy food. He felt physically restored to his former self, and even 100 times more refreshed than before. But he endured the gruel in order not to be worried, and to listen to fewer words of counsel. When he put down the bowl, the force of the tabletop was too great. The tabletop shook and staggered, and He Yanzhou saw a flash of white appear behind the table leg. His tent was always clean and tidy, and there would be no unidentified objects, probably trash that had fallen in the last few days without cleaning. Hyenjo was about to avert his gaze at that thought, but the next second, he saw, like a living ghost, that little piece of garbage stretching out its thin hands and feet and moving to the side. Hyenjo froze? Cloud Sam was drowsy when he suddenly felt the table being moved away, and he winced, immediately waking up. It's not going to be discovered, is it? The benefactor didn't know he was a demon, let alone that he had come to save him. What if he was arrested as a monster? He quietly reached out and wiggled his ass to the side, using the table leg to shield himself again, and sighed softly in relief. It's hidden. Now it won't be found. The tent was as quiet as if no one was there, and Cloud Sam waited quietly for a moment. Somewhat pressed, he stood up, two ginseng whiskers clasping the table leg vainly, and cocked his head to look out. A glance was caught by Hyenjo, who was looking down at the place. Discovered! The cloud ginseng was so shocked that it shrank back with a swoosh, holding its head in both hands, the whole ginseng shivering. It's over. It's over. Hyenjo saw him move. He's going to be arrested as a demon. But after a long time, I didn't hear anything. Gradually, Yunshin was not afraid, and he couldn't help but probe again to see Hyenjo still staring at the place. Hyenjo Young follow his father to the battlefield, killed a lot of people, imposing. Yunsin can smell the dead people on his body ground rage hate, but do not feel that he is intimidating. He saved himself. He's good. Hyenjo hung his head and looked at the small ginseng behind the table leg, not half the size of his hand. His growing arms and legs clung firmly to the table leg, and the two green leaves on top of his head swayed gently. Peeking out and looking cautiously at himself, he somehow suddenly remembered that 3 years ago, the new emperor had ordered him to go to the northern border to bring out evidence of the He family's treason against Yen. Hyenjo knows that parents are not that kind of person, but the witnesses and material evidence are all there. Although he has a grudge in his heart and hate, but nothing can be done. With no place to go, and an unwillingness to die in this way, they can only obey the sentence. While traveling to the northern border to set up a placebo, Hyenjo went to Misty Spirit Mountain. He traveled alone. The mountains are full of tigers and beasts, can kill to vent their anger, but did not want to see a pack of wolves chasing a ginseng when hunting a hare. The ginseng had become a spirit and could spit out human words, and all along the way he was gibbering and begging for mercy, which the wolves couldn't understand and aimed only to eat him. Hyenjo saw that he was really pitiful, had nowhere to run, and was crying miserably, so he raised his arrow and shot the wolves. He did not believe in ghosts and gods' legends, but witnessed the little ginseng talking and escaping, did not feel strange nor afraid. At the time, the emotions were overwhelming, and I think I even had a conversation with the little ginseng. Little Sam? Hyenjo opened his mouth to call out, while his hand reached out in his direction. Yunshin blinked, looking at the hand Hyenjo handed over, right in front of his eyes. He only needed to take a few steps to sit in his palm. Little Sam? Does the benefactor recognize himself? He remembers him? The little ginseng didn't move, and Hyenjo didn't urge it. He watched Cloud Sam's movements patiently, seeing him turn his back as if thinking, and then after a while turn around again, tentatively extending his little foot to take a step forward. Cloud Sam looked up at him, and when he didn't react, he moved forward again. 1 step or 2, he jumped onto Hyenjo's palm, his root whiskers cradling his rough fingers. Hyenjo retracted his hand. The small ginseng is in his palm. The ginseng body is white and smooth, not at all like the ginseng sold on the market pitted with soil. He gently stroked the two green leaves on top of the head of the cloud ginseng. No emotions could be seen in his eyes, and he whispered, "It was you who saved me." Although he did not hear Qin Jinda's words last night, but his own body has its own number. Around but these days, to be able to empty his body of virulent poisons, heal the injuries he had suffered, and restore his physical strength to that of 2 months ago, or even better, in one night, was not something that an ordinary person could do. Seeing that he wasn't afraid of himself and was still talking to him, Cloud nodded his head and happily replied back, Yeah, I saved you. Benefactor, you don't know. In order to save you I came here from a long distance, and I was also stepped on by the abominable human to break my roots. It hurts me so much. The north is so far away. I've never been this far before. I've been around the neighborhood in the mountains before, and I couldn't find my way, and I almost went in the wrong direction, but I met other elves on the way to show me the way, and they were all impressed to hear I was coming to the north. Ha. Benefactor, you are seriously injured. Also hit by poison. Who gave you poison? Luckily I arrived in time. Humph, district poison. But so, the little ginseng chirped, like opening a box of words, told him about the 2 months without day and night rush suffered, and at the end of the curious look around. Is this where you usually live? And Jean? It's so shabby. There's nothing. It's not as good as the mountains where I live. He Yenjo lowered his eyes to gaze at the living ginseng. Why did you call me benefactor? Yunsen froze. He turned to face He Yenjo, saw that he looked puzzled, and froze again, unable to see the five senses of the face full of sadness. Benefactor, don't you remember me? He Yenjo looked at him quietly, without saying a word. Cloud Ginseng was anxious in his heart, jumping around in his palm. His hands were busy explaining. 3 years ago you saved me in the Misty Spirit Mountain. Just like this. At that time, several wolves chased after me to eat me. It was you who saved me. He played several roles with one senator, bouncing around in He Yenjo's palm before finally collapsing to the ground. If it wasn't for my benefactor saving me then, I would have been eaten by those wolves. Despite having guesses in his heart, after listening to Yunshin recapitulate what happened back then, He Yenjo was still a bit stunned as he asked Yunshin, you came from Misty Spirit Mountain. Are you alone? Yeah. The little ginseng didn't think anything was wrong. He was tired of bouncing around and flattened his ginseng body in place. 5 ginsengs, come on, benefactor. I'm ready. The little ginseng spirit exhaled and said, I had your scent on me and rushed here when I sensed you were sick. Chi-Chi wouldn't let me come, saying that humans were mean and scary and would capture me and cook me for dinner. But I've heard from the other elves that in the human world, you have to return the favor for saving your life. My benefactor saved me, and I will save my benefactor. He Yenjo was in a complicated mood as he poked at the ginseng's roots and asked, aren't you afraid of being caught and eaten? Chi-Chi is supposed to be a friend of Sammy's, and what he says isn't unreasonable. Not everyone can be like him. The ginseng is not afraid of the essence of not moving the crooked mind. If it fell into the hands of the people who have the heart, I am afraid that it has long been eaten as herbs. Cloud Ginseng's entire ginseng trembled, so frightened that she hugged him tightly and asked nervously, will benefactor eat me? He Yenjo looked at him in silence, as if by default. Yunshin was a little sad. He had saved He Yenjo, and he even wanted to eat himself. Cloud Cucumber hung her head, her tone low. If benefactor wants to eat, then, that's not impossible. After all, it was benefactor who saved me in the first place. I'm the one who survived until now. He lay flat on his back, in a position he found comfortable. Come on benefactor, I'm ready. He Yenjo stroked his ginseng beard. It won't eat you. Yunsen breathed a sigh of relief as he sat up again. I knew the benefactor was kind-hearted and would definitely not eat me. He Yenjo, who kills without blinking an eye on the battlefield and is known as the cold-blooded general. Well, little senator is right. After a while, He Yenjo spoke again. Since you came to the north, you still plan to go back. Why don't you stay here? You saved me. You are considered my savior. I should take care of you. Yunsen was a little confused by his words. But I'm here to repay the favor, not to save my life. I have to go back after repaying the favor. He Yenjo looked at him quietly. The mountains are high and far away. You came from Misty Spirit Mountain. You must not have eaten and slept well in the middle of the journey. Think of it as a tour of the mountains. It won't hurt to stay here for a while longer before going back, and I will personally send you back to the mountains at that time. So, Yunsen thought about it and felt that he was right. It was not easy for him to come out. How meaningless it would be to go back after repaying a favor. He had also wanted to stay by He Yenjo's side for a while longer before going back. What the elves said about the sugar man, the fragrant meat buns, the sweet and sticky corn cakes and so many other foods he didn't know the names of. He hadn't even eaten yet. He stayed to eat those all over again. And when he got back to the Misty Spirit Mountain, he could show off to Chi-Chi and let him know what good food his benefactor had given him. Alright then, Cloud Cucumber looked forced to compromise. Then you have to protect me well. Oh, you can't let the others find me. They'll get me. A faint smile flashed across He Yenjo's eyes. Good. Yunsen suddenly remembered something and asked, benefactor, do you usually live here? He had just asked this question as well, and He Yenjo hummed. What is it? But I heard from the other elves and monsters that generals all live in generals' mansions. Ah, you're here in shambles. Is it a general's mansion? Yunsen asked doubtfully. He had seen many beautiful houses along the way, and even though no one had told him about them, he subconsciously felt that the general should be living in one of those houses. Dislike this place? Hiranju stroked his roots. Yunsen was a bit tickled. He shrunk back and denied. No, just asking. He Yenjo then said, recently, the northern border is not peaceful. At any time may be war. So from the house move to the camp tent to live. Wait for a period of time to settle down. I will take you back to the house. Wow. Yunsen nodded. He rolled over and lay down on He Yenjo's palm. Benefactor, I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat? He Yenjo wanted to ask him what he likes to eat, thinking that the little ginseng just said that it is the first time to go down the mountain. Certainly have not eaten outside food, not to mention know the name of the dish. So he asked the people in the barracks. Now there are ingredients that can be made into a dish to do a little to present. As soon as he had ordered this, Fang Yuan arrived with the news. General, you are just recovering from a serious illness. You must not eat anything heavy and spicy. He Yanzhou's back was turned to Fang Yuan, and in his hand was the little ginseng scared and trembling ginseng body. His fingers slightly closed, for the cloud ginseng blocked the light. Do not let people see the palm, said in a faint voice. The moon country not unexpected tonight will be outside the country, around but just a few days to fight. I lay 2 months long. Do not eat some heavy tonight. How to have the strength to go into battle to kill the enemy. Fang Yuan frowned, very disapproving. General, you just got well. You want to go to war? That can't be. The first recovery from a serious illness needs to be well recuperated. Just now I have already discussed with the captain and senator. Tonight we will lead the He family army. Fang Yuan. He Yanzhou interrupted him, slowly turning around, his bottomless eyes looking at him, and said in a deep voice, you know I'm a person who doesn't like the whole that. Since I am physically healed and the Moon Kingdom is attacking, I should lead my troops to conquer the sands. Cowering and hiding in the tent and letting the generals in the charge is not my style. Fang Yuan opened his mouth to say something else. He Yanzhou's eyes abruptly sank, invisibly exerting pressure. He sighed, knowing that this was non-negotiable, and heard He Yanzhou say, by the way, you ride to the nearby town to buy a flower pot and some good soil. The general is going to. He Yanzhou fingers gently pressed, felt the small ginseng is still shivering ginseng body, the corner of the lips slightly hooked, between the eyebrows mixed with a touch of shallow tenderness. He Yanzhou said, raise the plant. Fang Yuan listened with a puzzled expression. Raising plants? What kind of plant? After Fang Yuan left, Yunshin immediately stood up from his palm, tilted his head to look at He Yanzhou's cold face, and asked in a slightly agitated tone, benefactor, are the flower pots and soil prepared for me? He had just been thinking about the same thing, where he was going to stay during the time he was accompanying He Yanzhou. In the mountains cloud ginseng are buried in the earth and eat the nutrients from the earth. Now that the food is there, it's just a matter of housing. And I didn't expect He Yanzhou to ask his subordinates to go buy him flower pots and soil. He Yanzhou hummed. There are no good flower pots or soil in town, so I can only buy them for temporary housing. When you return to the general's mansion with me, I'll ask someone to go and buy better ones for you. Yunsun was so happy that she spun in place. Benefactor, you are so kind. The fake good guy general who had been issued 2 good guy cards, nodded his head with a taut face. My name is He Yanzhou. Cloud Sam cocked his head. I know. He Yanzhou guffawed. You can call me by my first name. Ah. Cloud Ginseng sucked in his breath. His root whiskers nodded in He Yanzhou's palm. Embarrassed. This is not too good. Benefactor. He Yanzhou had a faint smile on his lips. There's nothing wrong with it. No. I have to think about it. Yunsun had a serious face. Calling his full name would definitely not work. He Yanzhou was a famous general and had even saved himself. He, on the other hand, is just a mediocre little ginseng spirit. The benefactor won't let him be called a benefactor. So what else can he be called? Chow chow. Cloud Ginseng snapped out of it, hugging He Yanzhou's fingers and twisting his ginseng body happily. 6 ginsengs, the little ginsengs have taken form. Benefactor, what do you think of this? Yunsen said. Chow chow. Good to hear. He Yanzhou then said. Then call it this. Chow chow. Cloud Ginseng called out again, and ginseng whiskers covered his stomach and asked, I'm so hungry. Isn't the food ready yet? The words just fell. There are people carrying meals came in. He Yanzhou hands together, blocking the cloud ginseng, waiting for a few people to put down the meals to set up the table to go out, and only then will he put him on the table. Yunsen ran to the dishplate smelling the aroma and inhaled hard. It smells so good. Chow chow. Is this what you usually eat? It looks so delicious. Just smelling it makes people drool. No wonder the elves and monsters in the mountains like to come down so much. They must have all gone to eat the delicious food. He Yanzhou looked at him lying on the edge of the dish, stomping his legs and jumping into the dish. The whole ginseng was dirty by the dish, and asked his own puzzled question. How do you eat? The question dumbfounded Cloud Sam. He held a river shrimp and sniffed down. It smelled good, but he opened his mouth and, he couldn't eat it. He has no mouth and speaks by mana output. Yunsen looked at the river prawns, and then looked up at He Yanzhou. Seeing that he had a smile in his eyes, he felt his face heat up. I forgot. Shame on the senator. He has been living in the misty spirit mountain, usually buried in the soil, eating or relying on the roots to suck nutrients. Pressure does not know how to leave the soil, want to eat human meals to eat. Cloud Ginseng tried to eat like he was sucking up nutrients with his roots. However, it didn't help at all and he still felt empty. He Yanzhou propped up his chin with one hand, and the little ginseng looked awkward. The two green leaves on top of his head wilted and didn't keep wiggling like they did just now. The corners of Hyenjo's lips curved. What a pity. Specially asked someone to make it for Xiao-sun. But I can't believe I can't eat it. The cloud ginseng was so anxious that it was spinning around in the dish. The roots getting dirty and greasy. What about it? I can't eat it. Oh, I want to eat something. Hyenjo nodded. Yeah, what about that? Chow chow. Yunsun looked at him helplessly. I'm hungry. He hadn't eaten for a long time. And now that there was something delicious in front of him and he couldn't eat it, Yunsun felt a sense of despair. Hyenjo fished him out of the dish and used a soft cloth to wipe the oil stains on his roots. What do you usually eat? Wait for Fong Yuan to come back. Only a few words had been spoken when a blinding white light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Hyenjo narrowed his eyes and waited for that white light to pass before looking down. And then he saw an unclothed teenager leaning his back against a wooden table, and his own left hand still holding someone's ankle. The teenager's skin was as white as snow, smooth as a porcelain doll, but the weather in the north was harsh, and the bare skin was soon chilled to the point of goosebumps. Those eyes were clear and bright, looking at him in confusion, their hands propped on the wooden table in an unresponsive manner. Not to mention Hyenjo. Yunsun himself was confused. He stared blankly at Hyenjo for a long time, as if he felt shocked at the change in himself, and subdued because he didn't know how to write the word shame, until the cold wind blew in through the small crack. Yunsun suddenly came back to her senses, shivered, and lunged forward, her hands tightly embracing Hyenjo's waist. Chow chow. It's cold. Hyenjo opened his lips and had a moment of lost words. When Yunsun opened his mouth again, Hyenjo held the person in his arms and walked to the couch, pulling the mattress over him and covering him up tightly. Hyenjo's voice was low. Don't run around here. I'll go and come back. Chow chow. Yunsun looked at his back as he left at a fast pace in confusion, not understanding what he was going to do and not daring to chase after him. He was so cold that he shrank into a ball under the covers, still feeling his hands and feet cold, and couldn't help but remember the warmth he felt last night when he slept on Hyenjo's neck. Hyenjo quickly returned, holding a piece of clothing gleaned from Zhu Yuanjiang's regular clothes, which he threw by the bedside. Put the clothes on. Chow chow, you're back. Cloud Ginseng pulled down the mattress and said bitterly, why is it so cold? My ginseng beard is going to freeze. Oh? Yunsun looked at his hand that was picking at the mattress in dismay, and lifted it again to look inside, as if he had only just reacted to the fact that he had transformed into his own form, and was so shocked that his eyes opened wide. I'm morphing? He hadn't transformed in Misty Spirit Mountain for so long, and he transformed here in Chow Chow? Or are you so anxious that you can't eat your fragrant food that you're so angry that your stomach is on fire and morphing? Yunsun can still feel the burning sensation in his abdomen. He stared at himself for a while, then looked at Hyenjo, who was standing in front of the bed with his back to himself, and hesitantly said, Chow chow, I am not a demon. No, I am a demon. Yunsun changed his words again, and he anxiously explained, I'm not a bad demon. I won't do bad things. You don't ask people to catch me. I'm scared. When he saw that Hyenjo never turned around, he thought of what Gigi said about the elves and monsters taking shape and being discovered by humans will be handed over to the demon-hunting Taoist priests, and their souls will fly away, and he was anxious, so he jumped off the bed quickly and ran over to them, and his arm encircled Hyenjo's waist forcefully. I'm not a bad demon. I won't do bad things. I'm a good demon who will know how to repay. Yunsun incoherently defended himself, not paying attention to Hyenjo's earlobes tinted with an abnormal red color. Cho, why don't you say something? Hyenjo's heart was beating like a drum as he calmed his emotions, breaking Yunsen's hand to push him away before pulling to walk to the bed. There was no not talking. Then why are you ignoring me? Yunsun pursued. Seeing that Hyenjo refused to look at himself, he tilted his head again to chase his line of sight. You don't look at me either. You weren't even like this just now. Hyenjo's breathing sank, avoiding Yunsen's pure eyes as he said in a muffled voice, Ignore you. You put your clothes on first. Cloud Sam was distracted. Clothes? Hyenjo remembered that he couldn't wear it, and Cloud Ginseng's reaction just now was also the first time he had transformed into a form, so he was the only one who could help at the moment. How do you put this on? He heard Cloud Sam ask. I don't know how. Hyenjo's voice was low and hoarse. I will. I'll help you. Without looking away, he picked up the clothes that were sitting beside the bed and was about to put them on Yunsen. When he raised his hand, he suddenly smelled a smell. Not smelly, but once he smelled it, he knew it was Zhu Yuanjiang. Hyenjo paused for a few seconds, putting down Zhu Yuanjiang's clothes and going to find a set of his own regular clothes. You wear mine. Good. Cloud Sam nodded and obediently raised her arms to wait for him to dress. Hyenjo sank his eyes and tried his best to focus on the clothes, but he still had the residual light to see something he shouldn't have seen, and his breathing became heavier. Cho, Are you sick again? The little ginseng didn't feel anything wrong in the slightest. He saw Yenjo's face flushed and raised his hand to touch his face. Your face is so hot. Yenjo hung his head and quickly wrapped the belt around him and tied a knot. Chow chow. You're not talking again. Cloud Cucumber furrowed her brows. A little upset. Do you not like the way I look after I transformed? Then I'll change back. No. Yenjo finally spoke out. Looking at Cloud Ginseng's childish face, little ginseng is beautiful after transforming. No one will dislike it. 7 ginsengs, chow chow. My mouth hurts. Looked like a well-protected, unsophisticated 15-year-old from home. His features are delicate and beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Railing Yenjo and the Shinjing has seen a lot of good-looking male, compared with the small ginseng essence in front of him, all lost color in a blink of an eye. Yunsun pursed her lips, a little happy to be complimented by him. Really? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to you. Yenjo hesitated for a moment, holding his soft hand and walking towards the table. Aren't you hungry? Go eat first. Aha. Cloud Senator nodded vigorously, instantly forgetting that bit of unpleasantness when he saw the table full of food. He went up and grabbed the river shrimp and started eating, only to be poked in the mouth by the shell of the shrimp, and his lips were soon beaded with blood. Yunsun sniffled and looked at the great general beside her. Chow chow. My mouth hurts. Stupid. Yenjo pulled his hand. His index finger wiped away the blood on his lips, and wiped the oil off his hand with a soft cloth. Picking up the river shrimp. I'll peel it for you. So sit tight. Thank you chow chow. Yunsun stared at his shrimp peeling action without moving. Can't you eat the shell on the outside of this? It's what zapped me just now. Aha. Yenjo nodded, dipping the shrimp in the sauce before handing it to his mouth. What else do you want to eat? Cloud Sam looked at the shrimp in his hand and tried to open his mouth to bite into it and eat it. His eyes lit up before the entire shrimp was bitten into his mouth and chewed slowly. The river prawns were succulent and full of meat, and still tasted good on your lips when you swallowed them. Yunsun had never eaten anything so delicious before, and with a look of awe and happiness on her face, her feet wiggled around underneath her, pointing at a dish and saying, I'll have this one. The one with the shell will take 2 more. That one too. And this. Yunsun hated to eat all the dishes on the table. He had never eaten such delicious food. No wonder those little demons in the mountains who had been down there couldn't come back after going there once. Who would want to go back to the mountains when they could eat so many delicious things? Half of the dishes on the table went into Yunsen's stomach, and he didn't look full yet. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. Yenjo was afraid that he would eat too much and upset his stomach. He didn't dare to give him more. Little Sam, you can't eat too much of these things at once. Eat them later. Yunsun touched his stomach. He was already full, but the food was so delicious that he couldn't help but keep eating. Hearing Yenjo say so, he nodded his head and responded, Okay, but there's so much left. He pointed to the half of the dishes still left, his face full of pain. Can we still eat it later? Yenjo picked up his chopsticks. I'll eat. Just now that bowl of porridge went down as if it hadn't been eaten, so it's a good idea to eat these without wasting them. Cloud Sam leaned over the table to look at him. Yenjo's eating speed is very fast. It is the habit in the military camp for many years. Yunsun feels that he didn't look at him for a long time before he has finished eating. The dish plate is swept away, leaving soup and water in vain. Yenjo told Yunsun to hide and called someone to come in and clean up the mess, only letting Yunsun come out when the person left. Sammy, can you still change back? Yunsun blinked, a puzzled look on his face. What does that mean? Xiaoqiu had just said that he wasn't disliking the way he looked after he transformed, so why was he asking if he could still change back? Yenjo reached out and stroked the teenager's long, silky hair, his fingertips pressing against the soft, tender cheek, leaving a red mark. His eyes were dark and deep, and his voice was low as he explained. It's dangerous in the barracks. You can't let the others know who you really are. They'll arrest you as a demon and call the Taoist priests to take you in. It would be best if the little ginseng could change back to its original form. And if it can't, that's fine. I'll find a suitable identity for you to be by my side. So that's how it is. Cloud Sam nodded. Okay, I'll try then. He closed his eyes and secretly urged his mana, reciting in his heart several times, I want to turn back into a small ginseng. Yet half an incense stick passed, and he still stood there motionless, without a single change. Yunsun looked blankly in the general's direction. Chow chow. I don't seem to be able to transform. He had just suddenly transformed, and hadn't studied how to change back after transforming. All the other lesser demons had family and friends who would inform them. He and Lingji were both 1,000-year-old demonic spirits with no relatives. It's okay. Yenjo held his hand and settled the man on the bed, pulling over the bedding to cover him. I'm going to set you up with an identity, so stay in my tent and don't wander off. It's cold out there. Yunsun pulled on the corner of Yenjo's coat as he turned around. He seemed like he was going to be gone for a long time, but he only knew him. The bottom of Yun Sen's eyes were full of dependence on him, and full of reluctance. She asked, Then when will you come back? I'm afraid of one son. Yenjo rubbed his head and softly soothed. No one else will enter the tent without my permission. Don't be afraid. I'll be back soon. Okay. Cloud Ginseng let go of his hand, and the whole ginseng shrank into the bedding, sniffing his nose full of the smell that belonged solely to Yenjo. He inhaled, thinking it smelled good, and rubbed his face gently against the bedding again. Yenjo watched his movements. His heart surged with a burst of heat, opened his lips to say something. The words came to his lips and then muttered, then turned around and walked out of the tent. When he ran into Fang Yuan, who had quickly bought flower pots and soil, Yenjo reached out to take them and instructed him, go buy a few more sets of clothes for 15 or 16-year-old teenagers to wear, the ones that keep them the warmest. Fang Yuan had a question mark on his face. Ah, General, what did you buy this for? First the pots and soil, now the clothes. What the hell was his general up to? Yenjo, as if he didn't hear, thought for a moment and then said, buy some more snacks, come back and put them in the next tent. No one is allowed to enter my tent without permission. Okay. And so Fang Yuan, who had only just returned, set off again. The general is really strange. Let buy this and that. And now snacks. He usually does not eat. So who is it bought for? There is still no permission, not allowed to enter his tent. Could it be bought for Zhu Yuanzhang? Zhu Yuanzhang 15, also a teenager, usually loved to eat some snacks. The last time he was told to go to town to do business, privately and secretly bought a bunch of snacks back. Fang Yuan felt that he had the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang was really favored. The general almost saved his life. Not only did not blame him, but also bought something to gift him after Zhu Yuanzhang took the initiative to receive the punishment himself. Yenjo returned to the tent with the flower pot in his arms. Yunsen heard the sound and poked his head out of the quilt with a delighted face. Chow chow. You're back so soon? Not yet. Yenjo poured the soil into the flower pot and poured some water to moisten the soil. The flower pot that I asked someone to buy for you has arrived. So when you change back to your original body, you'll live here. For now, just temporarily live with me. Cloud Sam, oh. Yenjo soon left again. Yunsen lifted the bedding to see what kind of flower pots, just stepped out of a foot cold shivering, quickly retracted, wrapped tightly quilt. It's so cold. His teeth chattered as he muttered, why is the northern realm so cold? Not at all like the misty spirit mountain, where spring flowers bloom all year round. I've been gone for 2 months now, and I don't know how Chi-Chi is doing. My hands are breaking. I've been gone for 2 months now. I don't know how Chi-Chi is doing now, if she misses me or not. When I'm done repaying my favor, I'll be sure to bring more human food back to Chi-Chi. Chow chow, why not come back? He seems to wear very little. Must be very cold. We'll be sick again. Wait for him to come back or tell him not to go out. Cloud Sam muttered to himself as the covers warmed him and the heat flow wrapped around him, and soon sleepiness overtook him and he fell into bed and fell asleep. It was afternoon by the time he woke up again. The snow was falling heavily. The sound of it falling on the roof of the tent snapped, and the sound of talking came faintly to his ears, so far away and so near that he couldn't really hear it. Cloud Sam opened his eyes, and they let go for a few moments before he remembered where he was at the moment. He sat up, and the bedding slid down, leaving the upper half of his body exposed, and instead of feeling cold, he felt warm and cozy. There was a faint scent of carbon in the air. Yunsen looked over and realized that there was an iron basin placed in front of the bed, which was filled with a few black pieces of unknown stuff, and white smoke, from which the warmth was emanating. What's this? He stared curiously at the pot of carbon and walked over to crouch down to look at it. Something that smokes and generates heat. So amazing that humans have invented this. Looking at it, I couldn't help but reach out, wanting to pick it up and take a closer look at what it was. Ah! Yunsen let out a miserable scream, hastily retracted his hand. The whole person fell to the ground, covering the burned hand aggrieved straight to tears. So painful. The faint sound of talking from next door came to an abrupt halt, followed by the sound of slightly panicked footsteps. The tent curtain was lifted and a figure walked in from outside. Little Sam? A glance at the teenager sitting on the floor. Yenjo frowned slightly, 3 or 2 steps over, intercepted the waist to pick him up and put him back on the bed. When did you wake up? Didn't call me. Yunsen tilted his head to look at him, beautiful eyes wrapped in strands of tears, hard not to let it fall, full of a grieved hand in front of him. Voice with a sobbing voice, chow chow. Good pain. My hand is going to break. Yenjo only then saw his hand that was scalded red. None of the 5 fingers avoided. The palm was also scalded red, and 2 of the fingers were still blistering. You used your hand to grab the carbon? Yenjo's face sank, like he had done something 10 times worse. Yunsen shrunk his neck. a little frightened by him, but honestly answered, "Well, I have not seen. Curious, want to see. Chow Chow, you do not be angry." He grabbed his sleeve with the hand that wasn't burned and shook it gently, thinking that He Yenjo was angry that he was touching his things freely. He Yenjo didn't say anything, breaking his hand away in silence and turning to go outside. Chow Chow, angry, is not want him? Yunsen froze and looked at his back as he left. His hands hurt as densely as pins and needles, and they were still hot. He looked down at the hand that was scalded red with blisters, and then looked at the direction that He Yenjo left, the corner of his mouth. The tears that were hard to hold back at this time finally couldn't help but fall and landed on his hand. Cloud Senator took his hand up and blew gently, but the breath he exhaled was warm, spilling onto his hand, and combined with the tears that had just fallen, it suddenly hurt even more. He let out a small sob, suddenly missing Chi-Chi. If only Chi-Chi was there, Chi-Chi would have found a way to make him not hurt so much. Yunsen rambled on, the image of himself being thrown out of the tent by He Yenjo floating in his mind. He will not change back to his original body now. Back to the Misty Spirit Mountain will have to rely on himself to walk back. After the transformation of the body he did not use to get used to, walking feels strange. From Misty Spirit Mountain to the Northern Realm had taken 2 months, or in the case of using spells, and he didn't know how long it would take him to walk back with his person. What if he meets other goblins who can see his true nature and want to eat him? Or meets a Taoist priest who catches demons? The more Yunsen thought about it, the more scared he became, so aggrieved that he shrunk into a ball, silently dropping tears, and did not dare to cry out. Chow Chow said that he could not let the others find him. He Yenjo went to Qin Jinda's place to get the poultice for the burns, and rushed all the way back without stopping. When he saw the cloud ginseng balled up on the bed, he buried his head and didn't know what he was doing. His shoulders shrugged, and only when he got closer did He Yenjo realize that he seemed to be crying. The great general, who was calm and self-assured in all matters, was confused for a moment, put down the iron basin and ointment in his hands, and cupped the young man's face to look at it. His eyes were red from crying and his palms were wet with his tears. "Little Sam, why are you crying?" He Yenjo asked in a low and gentle voice, gently brushing the tear stains off his face before holding his soft white hand to dip it in the water. Yunsen huffed. "I thought that Chow Chow didn't want me anymore. How come?" He Yenjo touched his wet cheeks and explained to him. "Your hands were burned. I just went to the military doctor to get medicine. I didn't not want you. Little Sam is my savior. If it wasn't for Little Sam saving me, I would have died. So how could I not want it?" The general's cold and serious face spoke gentle words. If Fong Yuan Song Jiang and a few of their minders were there, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground in shock. "Is that so?" Yunsen slowly blinked, watching He Yenjo nod his head and noticing the ointment on the side, reacting slowly to the fact that she had misunderstood him, holding back her tears for a moment, her face rising in a cloud of scarlet color. "Then I misunderstood Chocho. I'm sorry." He Yenjo touched his face. "It's okay." The tear stains on the teenager's face were still fresh, and his eyes, which had cried once, were even brighter and more moving than before, with 2 teardrops hanging from their feathered eyelashes. He Yenjo sank his eyes and moved gently to wipe his face with a soft cloth, then took out his hands that had been soaked in water, dried them, dug out a bit of ointment, and evenly applied it to his reddened hands. The blisters were bubbling up so big that he tried to avoid them without touching them, and Yunsen sucked in her breath in pain. "Chow Chow, it hurts. No more rubbing." He shrunk his hand to retract it, and He Yenjo gripped it tightly. "Irresistible. No way. You have to rub medicine on a burn, otherwise it will keep hurting." Cloud Sam looked at him accusingly and asked, "What is that thing? I've never seen it before." "Carbon." He Yenjo patiently explained to him. "The northern border is bitterly cold, and it snows all the time in winter, so they burn carbon to keep warm. The temperature of the burnt carbon is so high that you can't touch it with your hands. You'll get burned." "So it is." Yunsen nodded, her eyes falling back on the 2 blisters that had sprung up. "So my hand, will it be scalded? It hurts so much." This, He Yenjo also does not know. He hesitated and said, "There should be no. Cloud ginseng is after all a demon. After the transformation of the hand was scalded, the body should be similar. Bad is certainly not bad. Ordinary people were scalded is at most a hand pain blisters. A few more days of recuperation on the good." However, the people in the military camp all had thick skin, and it was not unheard of for them to hold charcoal with their bare hands. At most, they would just be burned, and it wouldn't be as serious as Yunsen's hand. "That's good." Yunsen put her heart down and allowed him to anoint herself. The ice was pleasantly cool. The burning and rolling spice was covered by the poultice and the pain quickly subsided. 9 ginsengs, good? Good. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Well, it doesn't hurt when you rub it in. Wow. Rub it in a little more then. Cloud Sam nodded her head and after a moment looked up at him again and asked, Chow chow. When did you come back? Why didn't you wake me up? Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't call you. Hyunjo said softly. Little Sam, these two blisters need to be picked. Yunsen didn't know what picking a fight was, and only felt that whatever Hyunjo did to him was right and good. So he nodded his head and responded, good-o. It wasn't until Hyunjo took a thin needle to stab his hand that Yunsen realized what he was going to do in hindsight. His eyes widened abruptly, and then he backed up to the corner as if hiding from a flooding beast. Chow chow. I don't want to pick a fight. He'll die of pain if something that sharp sticks a blister in his hand. When I used to play with Chi-Chi in the mountains and accidentally tripped and fell, I felt the pain of being knocked by a sharp little stone, and a needle this long must hurt even more. Yunsen shrank in the corner, glaring at the long needle Hyunjo was holding with a wary face. I suddenly feel that my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Little Ginseng scared away from the old Hyunjo some helpless. He coaxed, do not pick broken you sleep at night pressure hand will also be pressed broken. When more pain. It sounds like the right. Yunsen tightly covered his hand. Then wait until the evening. I do not want to pick it now. Good. Hyunjo compromised, putting the long needle back, and carrying the clothes he had Fong Yuan buy for him over. Come and try on the new clothes. Cloud Sam stared warily at his hand to make sure there were no more needles before walking slowly toward him. There are 3 outfits. White, red, and green. All the same style, just different colors. Hyunjo wrinkled his eyebrows, looking rather disgusted. He also only now took out to see Fong Yuan vision how this poor let him buy clothes net by some ugly, but also a model. Forget it, just wear it for now, and when we return to the general's residence in a while, we'll send someone to buy a new one. Chow chow. Are these all for me? Yunsen was very fond of the look. He was full of smiles as he looked at the clothes Hyunjo took out and thought they looked good. There are 3 other colors, and the flowers on it look good, and the fur collar is fluffy like a vixen's tail. Well, which set does little Sam want to wear? Hyunjo asked him. Want to wear? Yunsen made a mistake, a tangled face looking at the 3 sets of clothes to choose not to come out. Chow chow. They all seem to grow the same. The flowers and the birds and cranes are all exactly the same. Hyunjo nodded. It might be that there are no other models, just these 3 colors. Wow. Cloud Sam closed his eyes and casually pointed. Want this? He opened his eyes and chose a red color. Chow chow. I'll wear this. Good. Cloud Sam stood up, arms spread wide, and looked at him with an expectant face, waiting for him to dress. Hyunjo instantly felt that the clothes in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds, but the pit was dug by him, and he didn't feel comfortable calling other people to come in and change it for him, so he had to do it himself. Yunsen stood straight, his arms spread wide, and Hyunjo's hand would still inevitably touch his skin. His hands were a little cold, provoking the teenager to shiver, his straight spine bending all at once as he burrowed into his arms. So icy, he muttered. Hyunjo stiffened his body, not daring to move, and even more so, not daring to push him with his hands, only waiting for Yunsen to get up and away from his arms after a while. When he changed Yunsen's clothes, he himself was sweating. Hyunjo wiped his forehead and draped the snow-white fox fur over the teenager, tying the cord in a bow. Well, seeing him stop, Cloud Sam looked down at himself. The dress fits well and is very festive in red. Man's clothes were so thick, wearing layer after layer, his body was warm, but he was also like a ball. Round. Aha. Hyunjo pressed him into a chair and sat down with his back to himself, pulling his hair back. Cloud Cucumber's hair was soft and straight, with plenty of volume, and it looked good and smelled faintly of medicine. Hyunjo lowered his head and sniffed. It was his own fragrance, but it was only here in his hair that it was the strongest. All right. Hyunjo withdrew his hand, so Yunsen stood up quickly. Curious, she touched her hair, all tied up, as if there was a pin. Yunsen couldn't see herself, so she held her face and came to Hyunjo, her eyes brightly asking, Chow chow, does it look good? Does it look good? Hyunjo looked at him fixedly. The teenager was already fair-skinned. The red clothes lined him even more white, worried that he was cold, but also deliberately added 2 more short lining inside. Wrapped in fox fur after the whole person now looks round. Cheeks are heavy with 2 groups of light red. A pair of eyes are looking at him with light. Lips curved out a very small arc. Cannot wait to hear him praise himself. Full of anticipation. Hyunjo nodded. Good looking. The curve of his lips curved wider, the anticipation turning into a happy smile. The crescent moon curved. Eyes like stars falling in, flooded with layers of light. Yunsen's little face was red. He couldn't stop being happy. He ran up and took Hyunjo's arm, said with a smile, Chow chow looks good too. Hyunjo stroked his head, and Yunchen gently rubbed it. Being pulled out of the tent by him. Outside the cold wind whistled. Goosefeather snow was still falling. The smile on Yunsen's face froze. blown by the wind as if it would not smile. What's wrong? He Yenjo inclined his head and saw his stiff face. Cold. Yunsen turned his face. Only out for a short while. The redness on his face disappeared without a trace when the cold wind blew. Only the color of his lips was still red. He buried his face into He Yenjo's chest, blocking the wind that was whistling. He Yenjo raised his hand and touched his ear, which was also cold. It will warm up later. Aha. Cloud Ginseng nodded, still buried in his chest and refused to get up. It was too cold. As a southern ginseng, it simply couldn't adapt to such coldness in the north. Little Sam. He Yenjo called to him. I've sought an identity for you. Cloud Sam tilted his head and quickly lowered it again, hearing him ask himself, you haven't told me what your name is. Yunsen froze, incredulous. I didn't say anything? He Yenjo called him Little Sam, and he thought he knew it. No. Yunsen was suddenly embarrassed. He ate from others, slept in their beds, and wore the new clothes they gave him, and he didn't even tell him his name. Red-faced, his fingers were clenching his shirt as he said in a jarring voice, my name is Cloud Sam. Which cloud? Cloud, he said, pointing to the top of his head, was named for me by Chi-Chi. Good. He Yenjo wrapped his arms around him, opened his umbrella to block the two men's heads, and led him outside. I'll take you to see a few people. Don't be afraid. They're all people I trust, and afterward if I'm not in the barracks, you'll look for them if you have anything to do. Cloud Sam asked anxiously, are you leaving? Where to? Don't go. He Yenjo's tone was slow, but sometimes you will lead soldiers to war, and the battlefield is dangerous, so I can't take you there. Cloud Sam nodded his head in confusion. He understood the first two words, but he didn't quite understand the second half. He let his heart drop. It was good that Chow Chow wasn't going anywhere. 10 ginsengs, I like Chow Chow the best. If he left, he might follow him, or he might go back to the Misty Mountains. Chow Chow is nice. He likes Chow Chow and wants to spend more time with him. He Yenjo took Yunsen to the tent where he and a few of his inner circle usually discussed military affairs, right next door to where he lived. Fong Yuan and Zhu Yuanjiang, Pang Yin and Zhu Ronyu had been waiting inside for a long time. Yunsen's identity in order not to cause bystander suspicion. Just before the old general under the hand of a vice-general's son lost, the age in Yunsen's appearance looked almost big. He Yenjo then lied that he was picked up by a rich family who couldn't have children. That family has recently had an accident, and Yunsen is alone in exile. So the old deputy general sent a dream requesting him to pick up Yunsen and take care of him for a while. This excuse Fong Yuan several people naturally do not believe, just to put off the outsiders. But he also did not say the real identity of the Cloud Senator, only to let them treat him as they treat themselves, to give him respect and love. A few people were so curious about the Cloud Ginseng that they came together for a piece of cricket before the people even arrived. Fong Yuan, I said that the general asked me to buy flower pots and clothes early this morning. I thought it was for Yuan Zhang, but it turned out to be for the old vice-general's son. Zhu Yuanjiang drummed his face, a little sullen, but the military camp is this dangerous. There will be a war at any time. What about him when the general goes out to war? Should I bring him along? The general said he's been raised well. Surely he can't do anything. Pampered and spoiled. He'll only add to the general's chaos when the time comes. Brat! What nonsense! Pang Ying punched him in the shoulder and said in a serious voice, that's old Vice-General Yang's son. When the old general was young and on the battlefield, he went on a campaign and escaped from the enemy on his back and stomach, but he was almost hit by an arrow from the enemy in the nick of time, and it was old Vice-General Yang who took it for the old general. Although the old Vice-General didn't die, but he also fell sick because of it. Now we find his long-lost son, even if it adds to the general's chaos. So what? Without the old Vice-General, the old general might have gone west in that war, and where would we take the general and us? Zhu Ronyu nodded approvingly as he patted Zhu Yuanjiang's head and reminded in a gentle tone, Yuanjiang, don't say this kind of words again in the future. The general will not be happy if he hears it. Zhu Yuanjiang covered his hammered shoulder and revealed a very skeptical expression. I know, but haven't you guys ever suspected the identity of that teenager? How could he appear near the military camp so coincidentally? This is the northern border, and it's so cold. So what if he's not old Vice-General Yang's son, and he's someone else pretending to be him? Or if he's a spy from another country? Cough cough. Fong Yuan heard footsteps coming from outside the door and hurriedly gave him a look and lowered his voice. No matter who he really is, the general said that he is the son of old Vice-General Yang, then he is. It's just a matter of giving him an identity to stay in the barracks in a bright and honorable manner. We just need to listen to the general. Don't worry about anything else. Whether the people are good or bad, whether they go or stay, the general will naturally know in his heart. Zhu Yuanjiang still wasn't too happy, but none of the three of them felt that what he said was right and justified, and hearing the commotion coming from behind them, they had to suppress their emotions. The curtain of the tent was lifted. The cold wind blew in. Several people turned around at the same time, and the first thing they saw was Yunshin, who was dressed in red, fox fur wrapped around his entire body, only revealing a head, his hand holding their great general's arm, looking around with a curious and very innocent look. Zhou Yuanjiang's eyes were dead on Yunsen's clothes, and his gaze was rarely disgusted. What a red color for a big man to wear, and how dare he take the general's arm, when he hasn't even done so? Also, how can his skin be so white? The other three all had surprise flashing in their eyes. I didn't expect the general to allow this teenager to hold his arm and behave so intimately. So the reason of the old General Yang's son who has been separated for many years is even more false. But the three of them were unspoken, and all of them chose to do whatever the general said. General! Several people returned to their senses and rose to salute. He Yanzhou nodded and faintly responded. All sit down. No need to be polite. He Yanzhou held Yunshin's hand and brought him to the main seat, and told Fang Yuan to add a seat next to him, placing Yunshin in the main seat and himself in the added seat. Then he introduced Yunsen one by one. This is the left Vice General Fang Yuan, the right Vice General Pang Yin. Usually they are the ones who manage all the big and small matters in the army. The one wearing the ink-colored uniform is Captain Zhu Rongyu, in charge of the army's daily affairs and training. The one who looks about your age is Beneficial General Zhu Yuanzhang, usually assisting the Vice General and Captain in handling the affairs of the army. For every name he said, he pointed out the corresponding person to Yunsen, preventing him from not recognizing them, and in the future, when he was not in the barracks, Yunsen would not know who to look for if he needed anything. Yunsen looked at the few of them blankly, nodding his head at whatever he Yanzhou said, barely memorizing the features of the four. The young teenager is the benefactor General Zhu Yuanzhang. The big man who looks like he can't be messed with is the right vice general. The easygoing one is the left vice general. And the gentle and polite one who speaks in a loud voice is the Lieutenant Zhu Rongyu. That Zhu Yuanzhang didn't seem to like him and looked at him with hostility in his eyes. Yunsen suspected that if it weren't for He Yanzhou being here, he would have wanted to come up with a knife and kill himself. So Yunsen avoided her eyes and didn't dare to look at him anymore. Leaning towards He Yanzhou's side, Zhu Yuanzhang was still staring at him, like he wanted to stare a hole in him before he would give up. Little Sam, what's wrong? He Yanzhou noticed Yunsen's avoidance and followed the line of sight, bumping into Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. His face sank slightly as he called out in warning. Zhu Yuanzhang. The little black ball Zhu Yuanzhang quickly sat upright and did not dare to look at it again. But in his heart he was thinking, humph, not even a glance. The general is also too protective. He Yanzhou shook Yunsen's hand. There's still a lieutenant general and senator handling city affairs in Shishou City, so I'll take you there again when it settles down after some time. Yunshin nodded his head, seeing as if he had finished. He then timidly greeted Fang Yuan and the others. Hello guys, my name is Yunshin. Fang Yuan's trio hastened to show their smiles and said to him, Little Mr. Yun, in the future, if you have anything to do in the camp, just talk to us directly. Good, good. Yunsen laughed along with her, her willow eyebrows curving into the moon. Looking silly. Humph. A cold snort came at that moment. It was Zhu Yuanzhang. Yunsen looked over and saw his vicious eyes glaring at him, living as if he wanted to demolish him into his stomach. His hands shook in fear and hurriedly lowered his head, not understanding why this benefactor Zhou Yuanzhang would look at himself with such eyes. He hadn't messed with him. Yunsen's heart is aggrieved, but it is not good to tell He Yanzhou. Before He Yanzhou realized it, Zhu Yuanzhang put away his eye expression and said coolly with a cold little face, If you're bored you can come and play with me. We're the same age and can most definitely play together. Yunshin still remembered being glared at by his fierce eyes, and nodded her head carelessly in response to hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words. They're just not the same size. He himself was over 1,000 years old, and this benefactor was only 15, a hairy child in his eyes. But this kid is so mean and seems to hate himself. He must be respected in the future. He's never seen a man as delicate as Cloud Sam. Little Sam, eat something? He Yanzhou's voice came from his ears, a gentle, low voice that soothed Yunsen's frightened emotions. He nodded and pointed to the plate of shrimp in front of Zhu Yuanzhang's face. Going to have that one. In the morning Cloud Sam had eaten the most shrimp. He thought it tasted very, very good, and now that he saw it on the table as well, he thought of its flavor again. Good. He Yanzhou chucked two over and pulled his sleeve up a bit to peel the shrimp for him. The three Fang Yuan looked at the general in front of them dumbfounded, full of skepticism. Was this really their murderous great general known as iron-faced cold-blooded? They had never seen the general speak to anyone in such a tone and with such a gentle demeanor. And he would actually peel shrimp for Yunsen? Originally not curious, now each one is wondering, what exactly is the relationship between the general and this Yunsen? Zhu Yuanzhang watched as He Yanzhou peeled two shrimps and put them into the bowl in front of Yunsen. so jealous that he broke his chopsticks. The general peeled shrimp for him. I've never eaten shrimp peeled by a general in all my life, and I've poured him a cup of tea at most, so who is he to do that? The more Zhu Yuanzhang thought about it, the more angry he became, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of He Yanzhou, so he can only glare at Yunshin secretly one by one, at the same time sizing him up, wanting to see exactly what was so special about him. Pretty and delicate looking, fine talking, exposed wrists and thin, a look that he could kick away, like a girl, not at all like a man, except a little whiter than himself. His sleeve was suddenly pulled. Zhu Yuanzhang turned around. Zhu Ronyu whispered towards him, "Stop staring at Du Kyun. Can't you see that the general is not happy?" Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang tensed his face. The general was not happy. Obviously he is the general's nominal brother. This called Yun Sen's arrival. The general did not even take a proper look at his own, but also because he looked at Yun Sen more than a few eyes will not be happy. Zhu Yuanzhang depressed to death. He tilted his head back and took a mouthful of mulled wine, saddened alone that the general had changed. He Yanzhou and Fang Yuan were talking about welcoming the Moon Kingdom. Yunshin couldn't understand and just ate the food he fed to his mouth. The dishes in the evening were a bit more sumptuous than the ones he ate in the morning, and I don't know if it was in anticipation of his arrival or not, but Cloud Senator couldn't name those dishes, and only thought that every single one of them was delicious. Shrimp with shells Chaochu said called river shrimp. He ate 8, steamed crab 2, and half a pork elbow. Charcoal grilled beef, mutton each ate half, and eat the outside of the crispy and tender sweet and sour meat in the pot. What stewed vermicelli? His hands were burned, and he did not know how to use chopsticks, so he said what he wanted to eat, and He Yanzhou fed it to his mouth. And in the back of the cloud see they seriously discuss military affairs, so he tried to use chopsticks to eat by himself. Luckily, it was my left hand that was injured, or I would have had to wait a few days for it to heal completely before I could learn how to use chopsticks. Yunsen looked at how He Yanzhou held it, and followed how he held it himself, holding the chopsticks with rusty movements to clip the food. It was hard to pinch a piece. He showed a happy smile, and was about to share the joy with He Yanzhou that he could pinch a piece of food, when it snapped and fell back into the dish. The smile on the teenager's face froze for a moment. He stared at the piece of vegetable, unbelieving, and went to clip it again. This time it took a little longer to hit the center, and it still fell off without being picked up. Yunsen frowned, completely unable to laugh. Chow they can. He certainly can. But, after several failed attempts in a row, the little ginseng spirit was a bit skeptical of Samson. Why he can't pinch the food? How do those goblins in the mountains eat when they go down the mountain? None of them came back to tell us that chopsticks are so hard to use. Yunsen was not happy. He poked at the chicken leg that He Yanzhou had just given him in the bowl with a sullen expression, causing him to look over. Sam, what's wrong? Cloud Sam sounded one. Can't learn. He Yanzhou froze, then understood what he meant by that, patted the teenager's spine and comforted him. It's all coming from this. Just try more. Okay, we're discussing military affairs. Would you find it boring? Do you want to go for a walk outside? He Yanzhou suggested. He guessed that Yunshin had eaten almost as much as he had. Yunsen couldn't feel full. He ate whatever he was given. A few of them were full from eating some food and drinking some wine. Only Yunsen was still continuing to eat one bite at a time. Is it okay? Cloud Sam blinked, and when she saw him nod, she immediately got up. Then I'm going out to play. Oh, don't go out of the barracks. Just wander around. He Yanzhou said, and called out to Zhu Yuanzhang. Yuanzhang, you follow little senator. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened in disbelief. General, I have to discuss military affairs as well. He Yanzhou raised his eyes to look at him, his expression indifferent. You are not needed here for the time being. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists, inexplicably aggrieved in his heart, but he didn't dare to say more under He Yanzhou's eyes, and he said in a low voice, General, I know. Then he picked up his matching sword, which was placed aside, and followed Cloud Counselor. Outside, the sky was gray and snowing heavily. Yunsen stood at the entrance of the tent. The collar of his fox fur was put up to block his face, so that he could shield his face from the wind and cold. Through the furry collar, Cloud Sam saw a vast expanse of snowy white and countless tents. This barracks was so big that he circled around yesterday before finding the entrance. Yunsen looked left and right, trying to find something interesting. Found that in addition to the white snow is the camp tents, and then farther away is the general's training ground. Far away from each other can hear their neat and loud slogans come. Hey, where do you want to go? The questioning voice of Zhu Yuanzhang came from behind him, and Yunshin was startled, turning around to see that it was him, and hastily stepping back. You, why did you come out? He stammered as he asked, his heart pounding at the glare of Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. He wasn't going to kill him here, was he? And with that sharp-looking sword, Zhou Yuanjiang look at him, this look is angry. Manly man. He has not seen one like Yunsen. Talk to stutter. A look he avoided. For someone to look at him like that, he'd give them a look back. It's broad daylight. It's clear as day. So what are you afraid of? Zhu Yuanjiang grunted and said, the general told me to follow you. Yunsen felt that he was fierce and a bit afraid of him, refusing to follow him. No need to follow me. I'll just look around the neighborhood. I won't run around. Okay Zhu Yuanjiang said indifferently. His eyebrows are impatient. I also do not want to follow you. If not the general opening. You love to go wherever. Cloud Sam looked at his appearance and asked softly, you hate me? These words stumped Zhu Yuanjiang, who stared at Yunsen for a while, turned his back, and didn't say anything, but Yunsen saw the answer in his action. He pursed his lips, moody, and turned forward with his umbrella open. The snow was so heavy that some snowflakes fell on the furry fox fur collar in his face, and quickly melted into water, and Yunsen touched it lightly with his hand, and the ice made him shiver. He walked around the tents to the east, one footstep at a time, and I don't know how long he walked, but the tents dwindled, and came into view of a fence made of wire, separating the place from the outside. Through the fence, Yunsen looked off into the distance and couldn't figure out why Zhu Yuanjiang hated himself. Wow, you know a lot. It was clear that he had done nothing, but he didn't dare ask for the cause. Cloud Ginseng has always been loved by all the small demons in the mountain. From the time he was born with spiritual wisdom, all he received was kindness, never received malice. This is the first time he met one who hated himself, or a human. He was sad, mostly because he didn't understand why Zhu Yuanjiang hated himself. Yunsen is a bit of a bullseye, standing in a daze, standing for half an hour, so cold that his feet have no feeling. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over, and he vaguely saw a fire in the distance coming this way, with a black patch behind it, too far away and dark to see what it was. Yunsen stared fixedly at the fire, hearing footsteps sounding behind him and the voice of the benefactor general who hated him. Hey, how much longer are you going to stand here? When are you going back? I'm going to die of cold. You like to freeze in the snow, I don't like it. I thought you weren't following me? Cloud Sam asked, surprised. He thought that Zhu Yuanjiang did not follow him, but he actually did not expect that when he walked from the tent where he deliberated to hear. Zhu Yuanjiang had been there all the time, and even accompanied him to stand for half an hour, blowing cold wind. Zhu Yuanjiang had a cold face. The general's words dare not be disobeyed. Okay. Yunsen lowered his head, stepped on the snow, and bounced again, looking at the snow puddles under his feet, and asked with a hitch, Zhou Yuanjiang, are you all this cold in the north? It keeps snowing. It was snowing in the morning. It's still snowing in the afternoon. And now it's almost dark soon. And there's no intention to stop. He suspects it's going to rain all night, and it may still be raining when he gets up in the morning. Who gave you permission to call me names? Zhu Yuanjiang instantly exploded as if his tail had been stepped on. Yunsen looked at him in surprise. Isn't your name Zhu Yuanjiang? Zhou Yuanjiang glared over, just opened his mouth, and before he could say the words behind him, he heard Yunsen ask him, then I call you benefactor? You Zhou Yuanjiang is full of anger. On the Cloud Senior's doubtful eyes, abruptly and extinguished. Others called him benefit generals did not feel strange, but from this mouth shouted out hard to feel all the body cannot force. He pursed his lips, better call it by its name. Oh, and by the way, this isn't our north. Zhu Yuanjiang walked up next to him and squeezed hard under his umbrella. He didn't bring an umbrella. He had just been drenched in snow for half an hour. Fortunately the tent behind him had a place to hide from the snow. Otherwise he would have been cold and numb by now. Zhu Yuanjiang said, our general is a native southerner. He was sent by the emperor 3 years ago to the north to guard the border. The winter in the north is already cold, and with the border leaning towards the North Pole, it's even colder. Snowing all the time is nothing. It's the hail that's scary. Hail? Cloud Cucumber heard this for the first time and opened her eyes wide with curiosity, like she heard something rare. What is this? It's... Zhu Yuanjiang wrinkled his eyebrows and thought for half a day to give him an adjective. You know ice, right? Ice cubes rolled into the shape of a circle. That one hurts when it hits your body. And if it rains heavily, you'll also be smashed to death by hail if you're not careful. Yunsen actually didn't know what ice was, but Zhu Yuanjiang said it was scary, so he looked horrified. So scary? Of course. Zhu Yuanjiang nodded his head, his chin slightly raised. You're from the south, right? It rarely snows in the south. It's cold too, but it's wet and cold. It rains a lot in the winter. It doesn't snow like in the north, and there's no silver charcoal to burn that specializes in keeping out the cold. Yunsen looked at him with bright eyes and a look of adoration. Wow, you know a lot. Zhu Yuanjiang was very embarrassed by this compliment from him. It was the first time he had been looked at with such eyes. especially Yun Sen's adoring eyes. Looking at him, his heart could not help but swell a little, treating the words of He Yenjo asking him to treat Yun Sen as a master as if they had fallen on deaf ears. Ugh, have you ever played in the snow? Zhu Yuanjiang suddenly felt that Cloud Cucumber wasn't that annoying. He's so stupid. He doesn't know anything. Zhu Yuanjiang pointed at the snow pile on the ground and asked with excitement. Want to try? We can have a snowball fight together. When I was in the south in the past, I was very eager for the snow in the north, but when I really came here, I didn't play once, and none of them, the left vice general, would play with me. Fang Yuan and the others thought he was childish, playing snowball fights when he was more than an adult. It's kinda pathetic to say that. So Cloud Senator nodded. Okay. Zhu Yuanjiang told him to throw away his umbrella and told him how to play. So the two of them spread out and played with snow in the snow. Cloud Sam has an injury to his left hand and only has one hand to ball up snowballs. He managed to ball one up, and just as he stood up before he could throw the snowball, the cold snowball fell from the sky and hit him on top of his head. It snapped apart and landed in the neck. Yun Sen's entire body froze. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanjiang held his belly and laughed. "Oh, you're so dumb. You don't even know how to hide." Yun Sen came back to his senses and winced, taking the snow out of his neck, then raised the snowball in his hand and threw it at Zhu Yuanjiang, but he dodged it just in time, and the snowball didn't even touch a bit of his clothes. Cloud Sam blinked, marveling at how fast and agile he was. Zhu Yuanjiang nonchalantly mocked him. "Your throw was not accurate at all. You didn't even touch the corner of my coat. You have to anticipate. Do you understand anticipation?" Cloud Cucumber rubbed his neck and looked at him again without saying yes, quietly crouching down to ball up the snowball again while listening to the movements around him. Zhu Yuanjiang crept around behind him and threw another snowball at him. Cloud Sam had been paying attention to listen to his bearing and immediately dodged at the first sign of movement, and this time he was not smashed. He was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his frozen red face. "Zhu Yuanjiang, I dodged it. You're lucky." "Hiss, you sneak attacked me?" Halfway through his words, a snowball smashed head-on, hitting Zhu Yuanjiang in the face with unerring accuracy. He seriously and reasonably suspected that Cloud Sam was deliberately trying to get back at him. Yun Sen said with a smile, "No, it's you who didn't look." He was right in front of him, and Ko Yuanjiang was too focused on what he had just said to notice his movements. "Yeah, you wait. The two of them were smashing me in the snow, obviously so cold that their hands were freezing and sweating from running around dodging snowballs." Suddenly, a slight sense of seismic movement came from the ground, and Cloud Sam sensed something and turned his head to look out over the fence. "The firelight that I saw before is closer, and the blackness behind it is becoming clearer. All people, densely packed people. They rode their horses and ran in this direction with lances, shouting some kind of slogan, sounding noisy but looking imposing." Yun Sen looked at their figures. "Zhu Yuanjiang, come here. You're trying to swindle me." Zhu Yuanjiang said smugly, "I'm not going to fall for your trick. Watch the ball." He raised the snowball in his hand and threw it at Cloud Sam. Cloud Sam didn't duck and took a solid snowball. Zhu Yuanjiang froze, then reacted to the wrong taste, and hurriedly walked to his side, looking in the direction Yun Sen's line of sight was looking. Zhu Yuanjiang's pupil shrunk. "That flag is the soldiers and horses of the Moon Kingdom." He copied his sword, which was buried in the snow, and turned away, but did not take 2 steps before returning. "What are you trying to do? Poison me?" Tugging on Yun Sen's arm. "You come back with me and inform the general and the vice general." "Good." Cloud Sam nodded. Since he arrived at the tent last night, he had heard Fang Yuan and the others mention the Moon Kingdom, saying that there was going to be a war that he didn't know what it meant, and a fight that he could still understand. And just now in the tent, Cao Cao was also discussing the military affairs of the Moon Kingdom with Fang Yuan and the others. It must be very important. The two of them ran towards the main tent, with Yun Sen practically being dragged along by Zhu Yuanjiang. Halfway to the road, he suddenly heard a strange voice. Swoosh! Subconsciously felt dangerous. Hands pressed on the back of Zhu Yuanjiang, forcefully pounced on the person to the ground. "Senator Yun, what are you pushing me for?" Zhu Yuanjiang was caught off guard eating a mouthful of snow, and with a person on his back. He was furious that he was adding to the chaos. "The Moon Kingdom's soldiers and horses are coming over. I have to go back to report to the general. I don't have time to play with you." Cloud Sam was a bit confused by his yelling. His left hand was vaguely sore, as if a blister had broken, and he was a little aggravated, but he pointed ahead and said, "Someone is trying to kill you." "What?" Zhu Yuanjiang was shocked. He turned his head and saw an arrow shot 2 meters away. He was shocked and pushed away the cloud ginseng on his back and rolled over to pick up the arrow. The arrow's tail was slender. The arrowhead was sharp, and unlike normal arrows, this arrow had a curved hook cut into the tip, which was equivalent to an arrow with 2 arrowheads. According to the direction of the arrow's tail, it should have been shot from far away, from above and downwards, and killed a snow bunting flying in the air. The camp where the Haijia army had set up their tents was backed by Shisho Mountain, and the direction he was heading just now was the main tent. This arrow was shot from behind, indicating that the people of the Moon Kingdom had concealed themselves from the sky and lurked on Shisho Mountain without God's knowledge. If Yunshin hadn't pushed him away just now, with the distance of the arrow and the snow and the sharpness of the arrowhead, I'm afraid that he would be lying on the ground with the snow bunting at this time. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was so pale that he couldn't care less about Yunsen and ran towards the main tent with that arrow. General, the Moon Kingdom's soldiers and horses are hitting us. He dove in headfirst, slid to his knees in front of the table, and offered the feathered arrows with both hands. There's an ambush on West Head Mountain. We may be surrounded by the Moon Kingdom. He Yenjo stood up boldly, took away the arrow, and scrutinized it carefully. It's the same as the feathered arrow drawn by Senator Simas. General, what should we do now? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. He did not participate in the military affairs of the party and did not realize that he Yenjo and Fang Yuan they had already thought of a countermeasure. Proceed according to the plan just now. He Yenjo put down the feathered arrows, killing intent showing on his cold face. Pang Yin take people to inform all the generals to prepare for the battle. Fang Yuan take some of his men to Shisho Mountain. Zhu Ronyu come with me. Yes. The three of them got up and spoke in unison. Fang Yuan and Pang Yin went out first. Shu Ronyu stayed behind to wait for He Yenjo to join them. Not hearing his name, Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit anxious. General, what about me? He Yenjo glanced at him. Protect the cloud ginseng. This military order made Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widen in anger. Why? General, I also want to go to war and kill people. You've only just recovered. You should stay. He Yenjo glanced at him. Zhu Rongyu, go. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't believe that he had been excluded from facing the war against the Moon Kingdom. His entire body froze in place, feeling his chest tighten to the extreme. On what grounds? The general hadn't even given him such a military order before Yunsen came, but after he came he told himself to protect Yunsen. He had his own hands and feet, and he didn't run around blindly, so what kind of danger would he be in? But in the next second, Zhu Yuanzhang thought of the fact that if Yunsen had not pushed himself away just now, his life might have been lost. The Moon Kingdom was good at using poison, and that feathered arrow just now had poison on it. Zhou Yuanzhang walked out of the tent in a state of disorientation and ran into Yunsen who was coming back. Zhu Yuanzhang, what's wrong with you? Seeing that his face did not look too good, Yunsen asked suspiciously. I just saw Cao Cao and the vice general and the others go out. Did they go to fight? I didn't want to ignore him, but thinking that this man had saved his life, Zhu Yuanzhang sullenly responded. Why are you unhappy? Cloud Sam followed him. Zhu Yuanzhang pursed his lips. I want to accompany General to the battlefield. Yunsen froze and quickly responded as he asked softly, did Cao Cao ask you to stay and protect me? Aha! Yunsen waved his hand, full of concern and said, you go ahead. I'll stay in the tent. I won't run around. I don't need your protection. He is a demon. Encountering danger himself will. Forget. He will not change back to the body. But the words have been said. There is no reason to retract. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, shook his head and said, no. The general said to ask me to protect you. I will definitely follow you every inch of the way. This kid, he's quite honest. Yunsen thought for a moment and a brilliant light flashed under his eyes. He hooked his finger towards Zhu Yuanzhang and lowered his voice. How about this? If you take me along, won't you be able to go to the battlefield? Don't even think about it. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him with both eyes. You don't know anything. If you go into battle and get caught by the Moon Kingdom's people your life will be lost. Fine. Cloud Sam skimmed his lips as the cold wind made his left hand tingle, and it was only then that he remembered the blister had broken. Zhu Yuanzhang, do you know where there is medicine? What do you want? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were full of caution. Poison me? Cloud Sam gave him a strange look and held up her hand. What makes you think that? The blister on my hand broke and it hurts. A little injury. What's the pain? Are you still a man? Zhu Yuanzhang cursed and reluctantly led him to military Dr. Qin Zhenda's tent. Dr. Qin. Show him your hand. The real culprit, Yunsen thought in his heart, turning his head to look at Qin Zhengda, who was changing the medication for He Jejun. Seeing that he was older, had a long white beard, and looked amiable, Yunsen couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Good day, Dr. Qin. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly. Which big man laughed like this? Qin Zhenda glanced towards them at the sound of the voice and turned back to continue changing He Jejun's medicine. It's Yuanzhang. Is that your friend? Sit down for a while first. Soon Qin Zhengda came over. First gave Yunsen a look at his hand, then took out alcohol to disinfect him, smear medicine, and finally took gauze to give him a shallow layer. Don't touch the water for the near future. Take this medicine and rub the wound 3 times a day. It will heal in a few days. Okay. Yunshin took it obediently. Thank you, Dr. Qin. This child. So cute. Qin Zhengde couldn't help but praise it. Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened on the sidelines. The two of them went out from Qin Zhengde's tent just in time to see Pang Yin heading out with a huge army, and Yunsun was staring at them closely. Zhu Yuanzhang, is Vice General Pang Yin going to fight now? Yes. Not being able to go to the battlefield together, Zhu Yuanzhang had a lot of resentment. He returned in a bad mood. It's all because of you. Otherwise I can. Also ugh. Senator Yun, what are you doing? Without paying the slightest attention, Cloud Sam, who had just been standing beside him, rushed up and followed the group. Zhu Yuanzhang rushed forward and pulled him back. Don't go and add to the chaos. 14 ginsengs, pants off. No more fighting? Didn't add to the confusion. Cloud Sam explained dryly. I have some special, abilities? I can see far away and hear voices you can't hear. I can help. He, you think you are clairvoyant and obedient? Zhu Yuanzhang is a dead brain. What the general says is what he says, telling him to stay and protect the cloud ginseng. Then the cloud ginseng won't lack a single sweat hair. He still hated Yunsun, but he didn't disobey the general's military orders. Okay. Yunsun wilted in her chair, looking very uninspired. I'm worried about Cao Cao. Shut up. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was vicious. I'm worried too. Then don't even think about it. Cloud Sam bristled and turned away to ignore him, secretly pushing his mana. He Yenjo's aura was very strong on him, and soon sought out where he was, determining that the person was still safe for the time being, slightly relieved, and in passing, explored the following source in Pang Yin, as well as Zhu Rongyu. Everyone was safe for now, and a heart dropped completely for Cloud Sam. The two men waited in the tent in 100 different ways. Outside, it was completely dark and the snow was tapering off. The Moon Kingdom chose to attack directly over just after arriving at the northern border, wanting a He family army to surprise and disrupt the military. Unexpectedly, before they reached the He family army's tent, they saw a brightly lit area with many people standing in the distance. Wait! The man in armor at the head of the group raised his hand, and the soldiers and horses behind him stopped. The subordinate following him asked, Chief Wu, what's wrong? Wu Qi put down his telescope and asked with narrowed eyes, how far are we from the northern barracks? Back to the chief. 10 miles to go. 10 miles. Wu Qi's face is not very good. He looked at the telescope in his hand, and said sorrowfully, we plan to arrive at the northern border to directly attack Yan's Haijia army, or an impromptu decision, but their people are now at the mouth of the northern border. What? That subordinate was shocked. How can this be? There are Yan spies on our side. Wu Qi didn't respond and only said, this telescope can only see a distance of 10 kilometers. This. The subordinate was in a cold sweat. It could also be that it has been on the defensive and made all the preparations. Wu Qi said in a deep voice, let's wait and see what happens first, and listen to my orders. Yes. Border crossing. He Yenjo stood there with 30,000 soldiers and horses, ready to fight at any time, and suddenly felt that the vibration of the ground was small, slowly stopped, and a shaking ground lamp in the distance did not move. His brow furrowed. The Moon Kingdom was not going to fight? Zhu Rongyu, who stood on his side, had superb eyesight and could see 10 kilometers, a rare wizard, which was why He Yenjo had brought him along. Zhu Rongyu stared ahead and reported to He Yenjo, General, the leader of the Moon Kingdom stopped but didn't withdraw, seemingly waiting for our movements. He Yenjo looked off into the distance thoughtfully. The northern border around are barren, no grass. It is easy to see clearly around the ground movement, but too far away only like Zhu Rongyu the supervision can see. He only vaguely see a fire, and do not see its people. Then wait, he said in a deep voice, they must have seen us with their telescopes and dare not do anything. Yes. Zhu Rongyu nodded and continued to stare ahead. The two sides stayed deadlocked and pressed on, neither breaking the silence. Half an hour passed and Zhu Rongyu spoke out. General, they're starting to camp in place. It seems like they don't intend to fight over tonight. He Yenjo thought of Zishushin. He looked back behind him. The night was as dark as ink, and he could not see whether Zishushin had fought. He Yenjo's face was calm, and said to Zhu Rongyu, you take all the generals to wait here. If there is still no movement in the Moon Kingdom after half an hour, arrange for some people to take turns to change guards. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Zhu Rongyu nodded. Rongyu leads the way. He Yenjo then clenched his horse's belly and hung his head towards Shisho Mountain. The cold wind howled. Ghostly cries like evil spirits whipping past his ears. Snow falling on his body. The coldness enveloping him as if he couldn't feel it. Passing by the He family army's tent, He Yenjo glanced in, quickly retracted his sight, and continued toward Shisho Mountain. Approaching Shisho Mountain, He Yenjo heard the sound of swords clashing. He saw a fire lit up on the mountain, and under the light of that fire, two groups of men fought together, and the sound of killing resounded throughout the valley. He Yenjo gripped his lance and hurried up on his fast horse. When he arrived, Fang Yuan happened to come down from the mountain. His body was covered in blood, and his face was bruised from the fight he had just had. Fang Yuan rode down. "General, how was the battle?" He Yenjo asked. "There are two groups of people in Shisho Mountain, but neither of them are from the Moon Kingdom. They don't number much, only a few thousand. They were already fighting when I arrived with the He clan's army, and there shouldn't be many people left now. Did you see which country's soldiers were there? It should be a small country nearly from the constituent states. No iconic flag in sight." He Yenjo then didn't speak again. His whip fell on his horse, and he rushed up Shisho Mountain with his lance. Fang Yuan followed closely behind, and in the opposite direction of the northern border crossing, Pang Yin was stationed there with 30,000 troops. His place was far away from both the northern border crossing and the western head of the mountain, but in order to prevent the enemy from sneaking in from this side, he purposely brought a team over for defense. However, half an hour had passed, an hour had passed, and he was tired of waiting, and still he hadn't even seen a single fart. Pang Yin couldn't help but curse, his lance thrusting hard into the earth. "I'm all ready for a big kill, and there's not a single person." His subordinate wiped the corner of his forehead. "Vice General Pang, why are you still disappointed?" Pang Yin is belligerent, most like to fight. He coldly grunted, looking at the surroundings except for the He family army on few people. His face is not worried. This group of tortoise grandchildren. Even a little bit of sneak attack of the guts are not a waste of the old man's expression. The feeling, if he had to describe it, was that his pants were down to his daughter-in-law, who said she had come to Kuaishui Ministry. Everyone is looking forward to not having a war, but you're angry that no one is coming to fight. Pang Yin thought for a moment. "Xiao Zhu, you take some men to camp here and take turns keeping watch. The rest of you go back with me." Yes, vastly more than 30,000 men were brought in, and finally 20,000 more were returned with them. Passing by Shisho Mountain, he saw a fight going on up there, and the flag belonging to the Hejia army was at the bottom of the mountain. So Pang Yin, without saying a word, charged up there with his men. Kill those bastards. But much to Pang Yin's dismay, when he arrived at the place where he had just seen the fight, the battle had subsided. The ground was littered with corpses, and his army was counting their numbers and weapons, preparing to withdraw. He Yenjo saw him and threw the weapon he just picked up over. "Pang Yin, this kind of weapon has not been seen before. It's quite good. The material is special. Take it back and study it to see if it can be made." Pan Yin caught it. "You guys are just done fighting?" Fang Yuan rolled over and mounted his horse. "What's the matter? You don't seem disappointed that you didn't kill anyone." "It is a bit," Pan Yin said. He Yenjo didn't bother with them and rode away, returning to his tent. "But I want to sleep with you." Yunsen waited drowsily, finally saw him come back, rushed forward, full of worry. "Chow Chow, you're not hurt, right?" He Yenjo's armor was stained with blood and he took 2 steps back when Yunsen was about to hit him. "It's fine, but you have blood on your body." Yunsen did not believe, grabbed He Yenjo's arm to look over and over, to determine that he really did not hurt this, only then relieved. "I'm so worried about you. Want to go to find you Zhu Yuanzhang and not allowed. I told him to stay and protect you." He Yenjo rubbed the blood on his hands clean and touched his white cheeks. "It's dangerous outside. Only here is safe." Yunsen nodded. What about Vice General Pang and the others? Didn't come back?" "Back." He Yenjo frowned and pushed Yunsen away. "I'm dirty. Stay away from me. I'll go change my armor first." "Oh." Yunsen followed him, and just as he reached the door, he heard He Yenjo say, "Little son, it's cold outside. Stay in the tent. I'll be back soon." Cloud Senator was less than willing, but still answered, "All right." He Yenjo then went out. He went to one of the special tents erected in the barracks for bathing, washed the smell of blood off his body, and changed into clean regular clothes. "General, you're back. No injuries, right?" Just as he went out, Zhu Yuanjiang ran over. He Yenjo said, "No harm done." Zhu Yuanjiang tilted his head. "I protected Yunshin well. He wanted to go outside to see you. I stopped him." He Yenjo looked at him with a look that begged for a performance and paused slightly, then patted the teenager's shoulder and said in a calm tone, "It's been hard work. Go back and rest." Zhu Yuanjiang's eyes lit up, instantly like chicken blood. "It's not hard, General. You should rest early as well." Then it ran off excitedly. He Yenjo didn't know what he was so happy about. Like a child, shook his head helplessly and went back to the tent. "Chow Chow." Yunsen saw the refreshed him and pointed to herself. "I want to take a bath too." He Yenjo froze. The bathing bucket he did not arrange. If Yunshin took a bath, he could only stand and rinse like them, and it would be very cold in the tent without burning charcoal. Little Sam, why don't you hold off and wash tomorrow? He negotiated. The bathing tent doesn't have a bathtub, much less burning charcoal. Tomorrow I'll ask someone to go to town and buy a tub. No way. Cloud Sam scrunched her face in disgust and said, I'm all stinky and need to be washed. He had sweated a lot today, all from playing in the snow with Zhu Yuanzhang, and his body was sticky and unpleasant, and Yunsen didn't like it. Seeing that he insisted on washing, Hiyenjo had to compromise and took a change of clothes to take him to the tent where he bathed. I'll watch over you outside. It's cold. Don't wash for too long. Call me when you're done. Yunsen nodded vigorously and waited for Hiyenjo to undress him, shivering as he gave himself a quick shower. It was too cold. He had just finished washing, put on a fox fur to wrap himself, and was about to tell Hiyenjo that he had finished washing, when he suddenly felt a familiar feeling of heat in the small of his body, immediately followed by the dizziness that accompanied it. Cloud Sam only felt his eyes darken, and when he opened his eyes again, it was pitch black in front of him, and he was pinned down by something. Cloud Sam struggled to climb out and looked at the fox fur that was enlarged dozens of times. Staring at Sam's eyes, I've changed back again? What's going on? How did he suddenly turn back into a little ginseng? He was a human being just now. Yunsen couldn't figure it out. He tried to silently chant in his mind that I want to transform, but just like before when he silently chanted about transforming back to his original body, there was no response at all. The morphing was so sudden, and the change back to the original body was so sudden, that it was impossible to find a pattern. Little Sam, are you done washing? Hiyenjo's voice came from outside through the tent curtains. Yunsen had already been inside for a long time, and the sound of running water had been broken for a while, but there was a delay in hearing any movement. Cloud Senator laboriously dragged his giant coat of fox fur and stepped outside on his two small feet. Hearing Hiyenjo's voice, he raised his voice in response. Hey, Chow Chow, I'm done washing. Hiyenjo walked in, didn't look at others, but saw a small white ginseng dragging a fox fur away. He froze, squatted down, grabbed the cloud ginseng and put it in his palm. How did it change back? Exhausted and panting, Yunsen laid flat in his hands. I don't know. It suddenly changed back. Hiyenjo said, how's your hand? Yunsen remembered her burned right hand and busily lifted it up to look at it. It seems to be fine, and it doesn't hurt. Hiyenjo picked up the fox fur on the ground. Some dirty, have to be washed, and then gathered palms to turn back to the body of the cloud ginseng to bring back to his tent. The flower pot that Fong Yuan had been told to buy during the day was sitting on the table. Hiyenjo walked over, tossed the fox fur aside and planted the cloud ginseng in the soil. Then you'll sleep here tonight. Ha? Yunsen shook her head. No. I want to sleep with Cho Cho. He crawled out of the dirt mayfly, jumped on Hiyenjo's clothes, and peeled his way up. Chow Chow, don't you want to sleep with me? Hiyenjo grabbed him and put him in his palm, and Yunsen said, but I want to hey. The corners of the man's lips hooked slightly, seeming to have a hidden smile, and in the next second he heard the little ginseng spirit say, a ginseng is too cold to sleep. Your body is very warm. I like to sleep with you. Hiyenjo's rare silence. Dare his little senator this is using him as a charcoal fire to keep warm? Is it possible? Chow Chow. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yunshin picked at his clothes and gently shook them, as if she was pampered. It's so cold in the north. I can't take it. Chow Chow's body was warm and comfortable to sleep on, and his body smelled good, so he wanted to sleep next to him. What could Hiyenjo say? He could only reply, good. Yunsen happily rolled in his palm. Chow Chow, you're so nice. I like you so much. Good. Like him? The man raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile unconsciously at the corners of his lips as he walked over to the bed, placing the cloud ginseng on the edge of the pillow and laying down himself. Cloud Sam was self-conscious enough to crawl over to where he had slept last night. It was his neck next to his collarbone. The little ginseng spirit skillfully got down, closed his invisible black bean eyes and cooed, Chow Chow, I'm sleeping. Hiyenjo a sound. Feel his cold ginseng body. Think of last night as also like this. Think there is something left here. I did not realize that it is a small ginseng lying here to sleep. For a while, it was a bit of a crying shame. He tried to get Cloud Sam under the comforter, which was warm, but when Cloud Sam sensed it, his little hand tugged at the collar of his lingerie with a death grip, insisting on sleeping there. Hiyenjo was helpless and had to do what he wanted. He blew out the candlelight and quickly fell asleep. The people of the Moon Kingdom did not attack during the night. The soldiers of the Haijia army changed the night watch round after round. Zhu Rongyu dozed off a few times, woke up or didn't see any movement, simply went straight back to the tent to sleep. It seemed like they weren't going to fight for the western capital. They didn't attack, but they didn't leave either. camping just 10 miles away. The cloud ginseng changed back to its original form, did not know how to take shape, woke up and could only stay in Hyenjo's tent. 16 ginsengs, hidden in the general's clothes. Even when Hyenjo ate, he watched him eat with bated breath. Aggravated as hell. Chow chow. I want to eat too. Hyenjo looked at him lying on the dish. The 2 slices on top of his head wilted and spiritless. His whole head was almost poking into the dish, and with a smile in his eyes, he said, change back and you can eat. Cloud Sam sat on his butt on the table and stomped his legs playfully. I just don't know. He had tried so many things and still couldn't take form. Just tried to be very angry. The belly is not hot and spicy feeling. Went to stand in the ice and snow for a while. Cold limbs stiff, almost frozen fainted are not transformed, or Chow Chow cannot see to fish him in. Cloud Ginseng is very aggrieved. Other people's transformations are like drinking water. His transformations are like a joke. Hyenjo tried to comfort him as much as he could. Maybe it's mana exhaustion. Wait a few days and try again? Okay. Cloud Sam reluctantly believed this. It was all that was left for now. After breakfast, Hyenjo was going to the next tent to discuss military affairs with Fang Yuan and the others. Cloud Cucumber wanted to go too, but he was really good at moving around, and after trying to stay in the soil for a while before he went, he soon couldn't stay, and had to move around and chirp. Chow Chow the little ginseng spirit plopped down on the edge of the flower pot and looked blearily at the person who was leaving. Really can't you go? I can hide in your clothes. Not waiting for Hyenjo to reply, he quickly explained for himself again. I just can't stay in the flower pot. It's too small. I like a more spacious place, and the soil is bad, stinky, and it doesn't smell good. Hyenjo looked at his very eager to go look and asked, what if you're good at moving and get caught? This is different from the identity that was found for Cloud Ginseng in the military camp. Fang Yuan, whether they believe it or not, they will not ask and talk nonsense, but that is the Cloud Ginseng after transforming into a form. He appeared noiselessly. No one found out how to come. He said he found it outside the barracks. The barracks are guarded on all sides. Once found suspicious characters will be reported in time. Except that he is a general. Said the words no one will go to question him. The way ginseng, which can move and talk, was discovered is different. And not everyone is comfortable with plants becoming spirits. After all, most people do not believe in ghosts and gods. On the demon will be even more will not believe. They in the sight of the demon's first reaction will not think that this demon is a good demon. Will be afraid of him to hurt themselves. Hyenjo was able to accept the ginseng becoming in essence simply because he was more accepting of himself, and thought even less of him. Just as Cloud Ginseng said he treated him as a savior, he likewise treated ginseng essence as a savior, so he left Cloud Ginseng behind, wanting to be kind to him and return the favor. Yunsen was asked confused for a moment, and said blankly, being discovered, will not be discovered. I will obediently hide in your clothes, will not move, and will not speak. Cho Cho, please, he was pitiful. I don't want to send here. I'll get scared. Hyenjo sighed. Okay. He fished the Cloud Ginseng out of the flower pot, wiped the soil staining the ginseng with a soft cloth, and inquired, where do you want to hide? Think. Cloud Sam cocked his head and stared at him, pointing at his lapel. Hide here. It's warm. Hyenjo then put him in, and rearranged his lapel to make sure that no difference would be seen, and whispered to him, don't ever move, or if you're found out, I probably won't be able to protect you either. Yunsen nodded, his voice muffled through his clothes. I know. I definitely won't move around. Don't worry about it. Chow chow. He's very life-affirming. Hyenjo went to the next tent to discuss military affairs, and Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. When Zhu Yuanjiang saw him appear, he subconsciously glanced behind him, not seeing the Cloud Ginseng, and felt that the good mood of the day started at this moment. Yesterday, I saw the general and him so close, and peeled shrimp and fed him. I thought that today's military affairs should also bring him here. God knows how scared he was. Fortunately the general did not bring him. Yunsen was hidden in the lapel of his coat, a supine position, with his hands and feet pressed against the fabric of Hyenjo's clothes. Hyenjo was sent to the north to guard the frontier. The emperor did not send troops, but also has not allocated public funds. In the barracks clothes are wearing the cheapest, very breathable, thin layer. People who practiced martial arts wouldn't feel much cold even if they wore less in winter. Not to mention the silver coals burning in the tent, so Yunsen could clearly see Zhou Yuanjiang's every move. He was sitting across from Hyenjo. This Zhu Yuanjiang, he seems to be happy to see that he didn't follow him. How much does he hate him? Luckily he pushed him away last night to save his life. For nothing. Yunsen couldn't help but think again about being thrown on the ground by Zhu Yuanjiang yesterday morning as if it was trash, and she was so angry that her little hand twitched. He won't be nosy next time. The lapel moved slightly. Hyenjo composed his face. taking advantage of the effort of drinking to press the small ginseng inside at an angle unseen by the onlookers, signaling him to be peaceful. Cloud Sam was a little tired of lying down, and feeling his eyes obscured, he quickly crawled from the outer layer of the bodice to the innermost part, clinging to the flesh of He Yenjo. General, he was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky for a moment. His limbs stiffened and he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Fang Yuan saw that he kept his glass raised. General? He Yenjo pursed his lips and lowered his hand. Go on. The little ginseng spirit actually drilled into the innermost part of his clothes, and now the whole body is close to his skin. Fortunately in the form of ginseng, which have transformed after. He Yenjo inexplicably thought of yesterday when he dressed Yunsen. His fingers accidentally touched his body, icy enough to make him burrow into his arms, his warm body leaning against him, shivering. It was the first time he had been this close to a person, and he felt every part of the cloud ginseng clearly. Now that the little ginseng spirit was sticking to his skin and flesh, it gave He Yenjo the illusion that it was as if the two of them had removed all their clothes and were honestly seeing each other. Pang Yin placed the weapon on the desktop. General, I've studied it. The raw material of this weapon is special. I've been to quite a few weapon workshops. Even the most famous weapon workshop in Yen has never produced this kind of weapon. But I saw it in a book once. And not surprisingly, it was steel. Zhu Yuanzhang followed up with, Vice Admiral Pang, what is steel? Yen used to use copper swords. And it was only in the last 50 years that they switched from copper swords to iron swords. And they thought that iron swords were the best swords. But they didn't realize that the people who had engaged in a sneak attack on Shisho Mountain last night had actually used swords that were better than iron swords. Pang Yin, its composition is very special. The book is densely written. I cannot read. I am impressed that if you want to take the iron sword compared to it, 3 iron sword is worth a steel sword. There are 6 great powers in the world so far. And excluding Yen, which is first in the first charge, the weapons of the other 5 are relatively average. Last night, Fang Yuan and I stayed behind to carefully observe the 2 groups of people on West Head Mountain. One group is good at using swords, while the other group builds swords out of steel. The number of people are small, the weapons are even smaller, and there are no flags. So it should be a small country that knows that the Moon Kingdom is trying to take down West Head City and wants to take advantage of the chaos to pick up the pieces. 17 ginsengs, do you suspect Yunsen of being a spy? Xu Rongyu asked. Then how do you explain that feathered arrow that Yuan Zhang brought back last night? I went to see it, and the only way to shoot an arrow in that direction is to shoot it there from Shisho Mountain. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Yes, if it wasn't for Senator Yun pushing me last night, that arrow would have been shot at me. He Yenjo, who had been quietly listening to their discourse, froze as he looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. Who did you say pushed you? Yun Gongzi. Zhou Yuanzhang remembered his yesterday's words at this time and hurriedly changed his mouth as he met He Yenjo's gaze and said one by one. General asked me to follow Duke Yun last night, so I followed him all the way. He went to the border of the barracks. First he stared into the distance and froze for half an hour. Then we played with the snow there, and halfway through the game he stared into the distance again, and asked me to come over. Zhu Yuanzhang recalled his every move when he followed Yunsen last night. Then I saw a fire surplus flickering in the distance. That direction and the scouts received the day before to report, guessing that it was the soldiers and horses of the Moon Kingdom. So I hurriedly ran to the tent wanting to come back to report to you. Halfway down the road Prince Yun suddenly pushed me to the ground. I thought he hadn't had enough fun. But Prince Yun pointed to the arrows on the ground and said someone was trying to kill me. He Yenjo nodded thoughtfully. Cloud Ginseng is a demon and has stronger perception than ordinary people. He must have sensed something wrong last night before he pushed down Zhu Yuanzhang and saved his life. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw that He Yenjo didn't say anything, he couldn't help but ask, General, don't you have any doubts? Yun Gongzi only arrived at the barracks yesterday. The soldiers and horses of the Moon Kingdom arrived so far away. It is estimated that there must be more than 10 miles. He can see it at a glance. And he also knows that there are arrows coming from Zashushu Mountain. And I did not even notice him on it. He Yenjo interrupted him, his face unhappy. So, you think Yun Sen is a spy? Fang Yuan looked at Zhu Yuanzhang who was unaware that the general was already angry and had some headaches. This kid is how bad eyes. Do not see the general is not happy. Actually still suspect the Cloud Senator. Besides, according to Zhu Yuanzhang's words, if it wasn't for Yunshin pushing him away last night, he would have been hit by an arrow. That arrow is poisonous, but also with a curved hook. Really hit the arrow, do not know there is no life. Do not thank people for saving their lives even if, but also suspect that people are spies. Zhu Yuanzhang also vaguely noticed that He Yenjo was a bit angry, but his brain couldn't turn a corner, and immediately retorted. It's not a suspicion. It's that all the signs indicate that Duke Yun is most likely to be a spy. How else could it have been so coincidental to know that the Moon Kingdom's soldiers and horses were arriving, and just happened to push him away when that feathered arrow shot over? He just couldn't believe that an ordinary person could react that fast. Yunsen must be a spy. He Yenjo was all laughed at by him. Then you say, if he's a spy, if he doesn't wish for the deaths of my he family's army, how come he still pushes you away? Zhu Yuanjian was stuck for a moment. But, it might be, because he doesn't want to be exposed early? Stupid. Zhu Yuanjiang froze, and his eyes reddened in the next second. He looked at He Yenjo unbelievably, unable to believe that he scolded himself because of Yunsen. He only appeared in the barracks yesterday, and he had followed the general for 7 or 8 years. Fang Yuan coughed lightly and reminded, Yuan Jiang, Duke Yun is the son of old Vice General Yang. It is categorically impossible for him to be a spy. Yesterday, when the meal was fed by He Yenjo, they thought it was because he was a delicate character, and He Yenjo was thinking of that relationship. And then when Yunshin took the chopsticks to clip the food by himself, they didn't look over on the surface, but their afterglow was swept. That's like a newborn baby, just learning to use chopsticks and not even holding them in the right hand position. Zhu Yuanjian couldn't listen to Fang Yuan at all, and if he heard him, he would even suspect that this identity was also fake. All he could think of was He Yenjo's stupidity. Feeling aggrieved and sad, he knew that if Yunsen hadn't pushed him away last night, he would have been hit by an arrow, and at the same time it wasn't wrong to suspect Yunsen of being a spy because of that. Otherwise how could it be so just right? It could be argued that he was mistaken in his suspicions, but the general scolded him for that mistake, and he was somewhat unable to accept it. Zhu Yuanjiang sat there for a while, couldn't help himself, copied his watch sword and headed out, gamely dropping, I'm going to train. Xu Rongyu shook her head. How grown up? Why are you acting like a child and making this fuss? Pang Yin said. General scolded him. A sentence is also right. This kid does not have a proof for no reason that Yun Gongzi is a spy. People also save his life. This to let Yun Gongzi hear. Shall not be angry half dead. Hidden in the clothes of He Yenjo Cloud Ginseng. Thank you. Half heard. Did not gas a half dead. Just gas yesterday should not save him. Couldn't figure out why Zhu Yuanjiang was so hostile to himself, and actually suspected him of being a bad guy, when he was clearly playing in the snow last night and all was fine. Yunsen clenched his fist and swung it twice. Stinky benefactor Zhu Yuanjiang. You hate me, and I hate you too. Fang Yuan, that feathered arrow is indeed made by the Moon Kingdom, and there are inscriptions on the end of the arrow. He Yenjo held back the slight itch coming from his chest and hummed. Sima's son had this feathered arrow drawn in the paperwork he wrote a few days ago. Exactly the same. The arrow is from the Moon Kingdom. The person shooting it is not necessarily. And what does the general mean? Observe first. They both camped 10 miles away and did not withdraw their troops. They must still be fighting. Pass the order down. Let the generals eat, drink and sleep well, and be ready at all times. Before the word preparation could be uttered, a sudden coldness came from the sensitive part of his chest. In a flash, He Yenjo stiffened. What's Sam doing in there? What happened to the promise not to move? He Yenjo's ears were vaguely red and his expression was unnatural. Before the cloud ginseng had taken form he could treat him as an ordinary demon. At best, when he had opened his spirit and had a human body after he had taken form and still appeared in front of him in full, there was no way to treat him as an ordinary demon anymore. In the end the gender is male, and his own orientation. He knew from a very young age that he did not like women. General? Listening seriously, the sound came to an abrupt end. Fang Yuan's 3 people looked over in unison, only to see He Yenjo looking extremely unnatural, looking very shy. The 3 people were confused, not knowing how He Yenjo could suddenly show this expression and demeanor. He Yenjo resisted the urge to fish Yunsen out of his clothes and said with a deep breath, "It's fine." After a pause, he looked up with an incredibly confused look. Where were we? Although he was shocked that He Yenjo revealed a petulant gesture halfway through his speech, and forgot where he was talking about, the 3 of them looked at each other, curious to death, but did not dare to ask more questions, and only reminded a sentence. He Yenjo picked up a bit of thought and continued, "The battle will definitely be fought. Just don't know when the Moon Kingdom will attack. We are still the same as before. Stay put. Send people in the sentry tower to keep a closer eye on it. Once the Moon Kingdom has made a move, we will instantly respond to the battle. Rongyu, it's been hard on you these past few days." Xu Rongyu's eyesight was the best, and it was most appropriate for him to lead the Yi family army to keep an eye on the Moon Kingdom's soldiers and horses. Xu Rongyu nodded. "General, don't worry. He Yenjo, Pang Yin, you take the people to go up the mountain again to scout those 2 groups of people to determine exactly what they are. 18 ginsengs, trampled into little ginseng slices." The gravely stern voice suddenly changed tone and rang very clearly in the quiet tent. He Yenjo's hand on the table clenched into a fist. His ears reddened, and even his cold face climbed a light red color. Pang Yin asked with concern, "General, are you all right?" Fang Yuan's eyes were worried. Is it a recurrence of an old injury? I see the general's face is very red. Could it be a fever? Chu Rongyu got up. I'll go call Dr. Qin. No need. He Yenjo coughed twice. It's fine. I just feel a bit hot. The three looked at him suspiciously. But, He Yenjo said, confirm exactly which country those two groups of people are from, and the great power of their steel swords. If my Hujia army can have this sword, the chances of winning a war with other countries will be greater. Pang Yin stood up. I'm going now. He Yenjo nodded coldly. Fong Yuan, the barracks will temporarily be assisted by Yuan Zheng to help you. Well, if there is anything, directly ask him to do it. If he does not listen, let him come to me. Yes. Yunsen hid in He Yenjo's clothes and listened to them discussing military affairs with 100 boredom. He had already roughly heard that Cao Cao was a general of Yen, and that if the Moon Kingdom wanted to take Shisho City, they would have to fight them. And now the Moon Kingdom was camped in place, not fighting over, but still fighting. At the same time, there were two other unknown small countries in Zishushu Mountain. And when the person who shot arrows at Zhu Yuanjian last night used arrows from the Moon Country, the person who shot the arrows was not necessarily from the Moon Country. It's so complicated. Cao Cao, as a general of Yen, has to lead his generals to war, and a lot of people will die in the war. One of the two groups of people in Shisho Mountain uses a very good sword, and Cao Cao wants to have this kind of sword. It seems like he could help with the search. Does that count as payback? Cloud Sam thought and rolled over. His hand accidentally touched a round object similar to. He froze for a moment. Curiosity got the better of him and crawled over to see what it was. Light red in color. It grows on Shocho's body, and he saw it on his own yesterday after he transformed. So what's this? Yunsen reached out and touched it, feeling He Yenjo's body stiffen, and he was too scared to move. After a short while, He Yenjo returned to normal and he followed suit. Yunsen noticed that He Yenjo's body stiffened again, and at the same time, there was a hum from the top of his head. He also felt his temperature rising, as if he were sick. Cloud Cucumber this time is scared not to dare to move a little more. He Yenjo back to normal are honestly lying down until his body temperature drops. But he also realized that He Yenjo didn't seem to be sick, but would just become different when he encountered, and got up the idea of playing with it. Touch it, rest it, touch it, rest it again. The little ginseng played with it until there was no sound of talking around it and it became quiet. Then the whole ginseng shook as if He Yenjo was walking. After a few moments, he heard the sound of He Yenjo's unsuppressed intake of breath and called out to him through clenched teeth. Yunshin. No call for Sammy. Heavy tone. Like he's angry? Cloud Ginseng hastily withdrew his hand and obediently lay still. A hand reached in and took him out of his clothes and threw him on the bed. He Yenjo sank his face. What are you doing? Didn't you say not to move around? Ha! I didn't move around. Cloud Counselor fell on his face and climbed up to tilt his head back to look at him. Cao Cao looks a bit scary. The little ginseng backed up. Cao Cao, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. He Yenjo almost burst into foul language. You are afraid? You're afraid of a hammer. Pulling me, to play like afraid of the appearance of it. But reason overcame impulse. This was not said in the end. He Yenjo closed his eyes. You sleep in the flower pot tonight. Not allowed to go to bed. Only then did Jinsen react to the fact that she seemed to have really pissed him off. And, lining up her fingers, carefully asked, why? He Yenjo pursed his lips and didn't respond. Yunsen was a bit flustered, secretly making a strong effort, fluttering and jumping on his clothes, climbing upwards. Cao Cao, you're angry. Did I do something wrong? He Yenjo pinched him and placed him back on the bed. No coming near me today. Cloud Sam froze. Why? He Yenjo turned around and walked out. You stay here and face me. Cloud Sam, Cao Cao. The general's majestic and powerful body quickly disappeared into thin air. Yun Sen's heart panicked. Cao Cao was angry. What had he just done? Why would Cao Cao be angry? Yun Sen jumped out of bed and ran to the door, peeking through the tent curtains to look out, only seeing a back of him. It's snowing lightly today, and the wind is still blowing hard, huffing and puffing like the roar of an evil spirit. Yun Sen stood there like a lookout senator, looking at the direction He Yenjo left. I don't know how much time had passed. He was so cold that his hands and feet were freezing and his whole son was almost stiff. Still he didn't wait for his Cao Cao to come back. Cloud Sam was a little sad, and he slid against the tent curtain like a boiled ginseng on the floor, spread out in a big zigzag. It's over. He's made Cao Cao angry. Cao Cao doesn't come back and ignores him. He didn't do much, did he? Just played. Cloud Ginseng suddenly sat up with a carp and touched his ginseng body's chest. It was flat and smooth. That thing had to be incarnated to have it. He just played with his, for a while Cao Cao deliberated on military matters, and did nothing else. Is Cao Cao angry because of this? So why didn't he just tell himself? Yunsen was full of doubts and couldn't figure it out. and it so happened that a figure came in from the left front at this time. General. Zhu Yuanjiang dives headfirst into the tent and sees no one inside. Hey, where are the people? How come Senator Yun isn't here either? Just now Zhu Ronyu went to the training ground to talk to him, and the two pulled half a day before Zhu Yuanjiang realized his mistake and came over to try to apologize to Yunshin and admit his mistake to He Yanzhou. Yunshin, who was lying on the ground and letting off steam to figure out why He Yanzhou was angry, was stomped on by Zhu Yuanjiang's foot. Wah! The little ginseng spirit let out a heartbreaking scream. Zhu Yuanjiang, you hateful human, I hate you. Chow chow help. Ooh. Zhu Yuanjiang was startled. What's that noise? He looked left and right, but he didn't see He Yanzhou, not to mention the cloud ginseng that he didn't like, and that strange voice came from nowhere. Zhu Yuanjiang scratched his head in confusion and turned away. Cloud Senator is raw and unlovable. He was flattened into a thin slice by Zhu Yuanjiang's foot. It was possible to use mana to recover, but he was now raw, doesn't want to use it, and Chow Chow won't come back. He's a poor little abandoned ginseng. Ooh-hoo, he misses Chi-Chi so much. Inside the tent erected for the Hijazi to wash in, He Yanzhou stood by the barrel, looking very unnatural as he used a wooden spoon to scoop up the cool water and splash it on his body, especially where Cloud Sam had touched it. It took no less than 5 washes with soap nuts before I finally felt that strange sensation go away. When he thought of what Jinsen had done in his clothes when he was discussing military affairs with Pang Yin and the others just now, He Yanzhou's face heated up. 19 Sam, don't be angry with me or mean to me, but is he to blame? His first descent from the mountain was because of him, and his first contact with humans was because of him, and when he said he was here to return the favor, he should actually be the one thanking him for saving his life. After all, if it wasn't for Yunsen who came to his rescue this time, he would have died after living through today and tomorrow at the most. Back then in the mountains he saved the cloud ginseng is just a matter of passing. Originally wanted to go to the mountains to shoot hunting to vent, but met a few wolves chasing after the small ginseng that had become fertilized to run. Anyone who came across this would have saved it, but whether the intention of saving it was pure or not remains to be seen. And the little ginseng from so far south to the northern border, just for it from the other monsters heard from the mouth of the life-saving grace must be springs of water to repay, came, on the way to the perilous also only it knows. Can't blame him, he doesn't know anything, probably did it because it was fun. He Yanzhou admonished himself in his mind, but the redness on his face couldn't fade away. After scooping up cool water and rinsing it several more times, and putting on his clothes to go stand in the snow for half an hour, he finally regained his composure. When He Yanzhou was ready to go back to his tent, he met the secret guards from Shisho City who came to deliver the letter. So he read a few more documents and wrote a reply. Though he was stationed at the border, the western capital was assigned to his charge by the emperor. Zhonglong generals and senators are brothers who followed him in the battlefield. Trustworthy, He Yanzhou left them in Shisho City to deal with the size of the city things, and occasionally cannot decide will write a letter over to ask him. By the time He Yanzhou had dealt with the several letters from Shisho City and returned to his tent, it was already midday. The tent was silent, not a soul in sight. He Yanzhou stood in the doorway, his black eyes swept to all corners of the tent, but did not see the little ginseng, could not help but frown. Gone? Woohoo! At that moment an extremely subtle sound rang out, like something crying. He Yanzhou lowered his head and saw a small ginseng on the ground that had been stepped on thinly. He Yanzhou stared at the film for a long time, until the other side whimpered again. Then he squatted down, carefully picked up the film, and softly called out to him, "Little Sam?" The heart of the breakfast did not eat into, but also by Zhu Yuanjiang a foot trampled flat, waiting for He Yanzhou a few hours now only to come back, but also did not have a glance to see him. Yunshin aggrieved to death. He whimpered and howled at the top of his lungs. "I want to go home. I want to go home. Chi-Chi, I miss you so much. Not live well. How to go home?" He Yanzhou asked suspiciously. His fingers will be a small ginseng thin slice of efforts to arch. Or no change, small ginseng. Who is it that you stepped into this? Can you still recover your original shape? Zhu Yuanjiang. Yunshin tattled to him and huffed. Chow Chow got angry and ignored me and left. I chased you to the door and didn't dare to go out for fear of being caught by others and arrested as a demon. He came over not long after you left. As soon as he came in he stomped me flat. I'm in so much pain even though he was a demon. He could genuinely feel the pain. Zhou Yuanjiang's foot stomped down, hurting him so much that he wailed on the spot. If it wasn't for the fear of Zhu Yuanjiang discovering his true identity, he would have jumped up and stomped on him several times then cursed him. He Yanzhou wrinkled his eyebrows, guessing that Zhu Yuanjiang might have heard who said what and came over to apologize. But in his absence, the cloud ginseng transformed back into its original form, and Zhu Yuanjiang didn't know that he was a small ginseng in disguise. So naturally he couldn't discover him. This really goes back. He Yenjo lowered his eyes and looked at his thin body. Yuan Jiang should not be intentional. He does not know your. Chi was right. You humans are. I'll ask him to apologize to you when you transform, okay? He Yenjo changed his words in time, interrupting Yun Sen's unfinished words. Woo! Cloud Sam wasn't very convinced. Really? Aha! He Yenjo stroked the small thin slice of ginseng. Can the little ginseng still change back? I want to see if you've been trampled by Zhu Yuanjiang. Originally saw this little piece of He Yenjo was very panicked and worried, and heard the Cloud Senator that a voice with a sobbing cry, immediately reacted to this as aggrieved with him to complain. Cloud Ginseng was a demon. Surely it wouldn't just be given a kick, but just this thin slice was enough to worry about. You're not allowed to be angry with me in the future. Yunsen negotiated with him, but she didn't forget the reason why he went out earlier and kept it in mind. And no being mean to me. No talking about not coming near you. Don't make me facepalm. Don't let me not see you. Yunshin gathered enough courage to say 5 forbidden in one breath, and after finishing, he found that He Yenjo was quiet and silent, quietly looking at him, and could not help but feel a moment of weakness. How do I do it? It seems that if I say too much, will Cao Cao see that he is deliberately fooling around and disagree? He was stomped by Zhu Yuanjiang and was able to recover at that time, but thinking of what He Yenjo said before he left, he wanted to use this reason to negotiate with him again. It doesn't look like it's going to work. Yunsen gauged his face and carefully said, if it doesn't work, just don't allow to be angry with me is also fine. Good. He Yenjo said softly, I won't be angry with you. I won't be mean to you. I won't let you get close. I won't let you face the wall. And I'll let you stay within my line of sight. Each of his replies matched Cloud Sam's disallowance, and his voice was still gentle, just as they had been before. The small ginseng instantly felt that he was again able to do. Immediately chirp sound expansion. Change back to its original form. And is a white, clean and full of vitality of the small ginseng. Sensa stepped into the general's broad, warm palm and added, pointing, and lastly, no making me sleep in a flower pot. I'll sleep wherever I want. He Yenjo looked at him as he resumed his lively appearance. His eyebrows Microsoft, no. Ha! Cloud Ginseng was dumbfounded. His body froze and tilted his head up to look over. Why? He Yenjo didn't say anything, only looked at him quietly. Again like the way he looked at him before he left. Yun Sen's little heart fluttered, anxiously explaining for herself. I'm just sleeping. I won't do anything. You said the same thing in the morning, and then what did you do in my clothes? He Yenjo's tone was calm, his dark eyes gazing at him. Cloud Sam. Ah, how human memory can be so good. Cloud Ginseng whimpered, ginseng whiskers afold, kneeling in his palm pathetic prayer. Really, Cao Cao, you believe me. I promise not to run your clothes to go, and will not play with your ball, just next to you to sleep, okay? Balls. Turns out he mistook that for a ball. The corners of He Yenjo's mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment he didn't know what to make of his expression. Cao Cao, are you sick? Yunsen caught the corners of his twitching mouth and busily jumped up to touch it with her hand, which was grabbed by He Yenjo. No. The great general's voice sounded very helpless. He pressed down on the fluttering limbs of the Cloud Ginseng and placed it on the case table, taking out a soft towel to wipe the dust from his body. 20 ginsengs, you have to do more good deeds and accumulate merit. So, then can I sleep next to you? Yunsen pursued, cooperating by raising her arms and legs for him to rub. I just want to stay with Cao Cao. Cao Cao is warm. I don't want to sleep in a cold flower pot. Sheesh. In the end it's all about using him as a human warming object. He Yenjo was silent for a while and nodded his head to agree with him. Good. Cao Cao, you're so nice. Yunsan jumped up to stick with him. Love you the most? He. He Yenjo smiled faintly and touched his Senate body. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? The vigorous little ginseng wilted again. Resigned. I want to eat. But I can't. He Yenjo smiled and didn't say anything else. Cloud Ginseng's initial transformation was like an accident. He Yenjo called for a table of dishes he liked to eat, and was able to make him crave his transformation like last time. Cloud Ginseng, however, was so gluttonous that it wailed, oh, I want to eat shrimp. I want to eat pig's feet. Why can't I take shape anymore? Every time he said a dish he wanted to eat, He Yenjo ate whatever he wanted to eat, and one person and one ginseng were very close to each other, and the scent blew into Yunsan's nose along the cold wind. You can only look at it but not eat it, and the pain is so great that the little ginseng rolls over and over on the table. Pissed off Sen. How can you bully a cute little ginseng like that? He Yenjo smiled with his eyebrows and placed a peeled shrimp in front of him. Junsen holding that shrimp rubbing a rub. Half a day past shrimp has not been eaten a mouthful. Rubbing shrimp are cold. The whole center stained with fishy flavor. He still did not have to eat. Cloud Sam has closed himself off. He clutched his arms silently and stopped making a fuss or talking. He Yenjo had eaten his lunch, and seeing that he was still sitting motionless, he reached out and touched it. Angry? No. Cloud Ginseng's voice was muffled. How in the world did I take shape last time? Why can't I do it this time? Hiranju couldn't give him an answer even more. Yunsen sighed and simply lay flat. Forget it. Whatever. Chow Chow, you quickly take me to your bed. I want to sleep. He Yenjo put him into the warm comforter. The flower pot I put next to it. When you're hungry, you can go in there and suck in the nutrients yourself. Hearing his words, Yunsen wrapped her arms around him and asked miserably, Are you going out again? Well, there's going to be a discussion on military affairs this afternoon. He Yenjo replied, tucking him in. I want to be with you. Cloud Sam's voice grew smaller under his gaze. Well, I don't want to. I'll sleep. He hunkered down under the covers. Good boy. He Yenjo touched his white and clean senatorial body and turned to leave. Cloud Sam dropped the mattress and watched him go out. Before returning to the comforter, warm and cozy, he stomped his limbs straight and stretched, wailed a few times, felt refreshed, and then the next moment slumped back down as if drained of his strength, and was fast asleep. Cloud Sam had a dream that he had returned to Misty Spirit Mountain. The mountain was still the same as when he left. It hadn't changed at all. Ganoderma was practicing, and the little ginseng was overjoyed to see him, pulling up his legs and darting over to him. Chi 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 chi. I have good news for you. I've transformed. Hey, I'm awesome, right? Cloud Ginseng? Lingji opened her eyes at the sound and was surprised. Didn't you go to look for your benefactor? Why did you come back so quickly? Could it be that he's already dead? No. Chow Chow Wellet. I saved him alive. Hey. I didn't come back. I'm not dreaming about you. It's a dream. The little ginseng in the dream plowed the earth and buried himself in it. The ginseng touches the familiar soil and frantically sucks the nutrients from it. The cloud ginseng didn't realize that its body had grown another size, glowing with a crystal clear white light. Like a noisy bird, he chattered to Lingji about how he had gone to the northern realm in the past 2 months, how he had met so many little demons on the way to show him the way, and how he Yenjo had been kind to him after arriving in the northern realm. Lingji quietly listened to him, occasionally shaking her body. It looks like our ginseng is having a pretty good time over there. It's actually transformed. Cloud Cucumber raised her chin proudly. That's for sure. I've told you that Chocho is the best human ever. He still remembers me. He didn't kick me out even when he knew I was a goblin, and even asked me to stay. But I transformed so suddenly. It lasted a few hours and then I changed back. Chi, do you know of any other way to morph? I want human food so bad. They're so good at fixing food. It smells so good and tastes so good. I'm salivating. Oh, is it really as good as said? Lingji maintained his skepticism, but he couldn't look at this pitiful appearance of the little ginseng, and thought for a moment with a contemplative face. I remember a little demon who had transformed into a form before said that the first time they transformed into a form were all unstable, but to be able to transform into a form is a very good start. Cloud Sam nodded vigorously. Aha! Then what? You must continue to cultivate. You must not expose your magical power and identity. You must not kill or do bad things. You must do more good deeds and accumulate merit before you can stabilize your person. If you accumulate all the merits, you can also ascend to immortality. Lingji spoke of this in an excited tone. He was of the 1000-year Ganoderma clan, and he was the only one in the entire Misty Spirit Mountain today. Other Ganoderma lucidum life expectancy is very short, at most not more than 500 years old. Most in a few years or more than 10 years have not yet born spirit wisdom when the human excavation as a medicinal meal eaten. Other open spirit wisdom Ganoderma lucidum know to find a cover to hide themselves. Do not let people find out. When he was very young, there were several 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. With the passage of time they disappeared, but the Ganoderma lucidum heard them talk about ascension to immortality. They were also full of yearning for this, and also think that they disappeared is the success of the ascension to immortality, and now they are all in the sky as a fairy. Merit? Yunsun looked puzzled. What is merit? Can it be eaten? Lingji, why do you think about eating everything? Why do you need to accumulate merit and virtue to become an immortal? Isn't it true that you can cross the tribulation and ascend after a certain number of years of cultivation? Yunshin said that he didn't really understand. Lingji patiently explained to him, merit can't be eaten. He's something you'll only get if you're a good person and do good deeds. The more merit you have, the stronger your person will be after you transform into a human form, and you won't change back to your original body easily. Yunsen nodded. This can be he. Chow Chow and the others seem to be in trouble. If I help them, isn't it also considered doing good deeds and accumulating merit? Reiki froze as he scratched his head, not quite understanding. I guess it should count, right? He actually heard it from others, and he didn't know whether it would work or not, but the little ginseng asked so. That is, He didn't understand it at all. And Lingji felt that it was right to give him a lecture since he had heard more. Because the demon who said this has been incarnated for 700 years. Is the entire Misty Spirit Mountain in addition to him and the little ginseng live the longest still incarnated demon spirit? Must be very powerful. P.S. It's a private setup. The setting is an ancient story. The identities of the Minders are all searched on the internet. Not necessarily correct. Don't worry about this. Anyway, the main general chasing the little ginseng. The little ginseng flirting with the general of the small sweet article. Figure of fun. Do not need to bring the brain read happy as long as 21 ginseng. Chi-Chi has a clan. What about his clan? Wow. Yunshin clenched his hand. Then in order to stabilize my person and eat all the food in the world, I must perform good deeds. When he wakes up from his nap, he tells Chocho that he can help him find the blah 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 sword man, and become immortal. This just rely on their own cultivation of ascension through the tribulation is very difficult. Legend has it that the tribulation to split 991 heavenly thunder. A lot of goblins can't withstand the heavenly thunder at the time of the tribulation will be split dead. Lingji tone ghostly. Learn thunder to scare him. The cloud ginseng was really scared and trembled. And the 2 green leaves on top of its head trembled. It's so scary. Lingji's serious face, of course. It's even scarier than human beings. If human beings cook you and eat you, you'll only be in pain for a while. But the heavenly thunder is 81 times. You'll die without a body and your soul will be scattered. You won't even be able to reincarnate. Is that why you have to accumulate merit? Nah. That's right. When you have accumulated a full amount of merit and virtue, you can directly ascend without having to cross the heavenly thunderbolt of the tribulation. And it's also a Buddha's light ascension. Buddha's light. Cloud Sam's black bean eyes were filled with doubt. What is it again? It also hit Reiki's blind spot. It's the more powerful kind, I guess. Oh, Yun-sen nodded. That's fine too. I only want to stabilize my person. I don't care if I fly or not. But Chi-Chi, you seem to want to ascend very much? He often heard Ji chanting about ascending to immortality. They have known each other for thousands of years, and rarely saw Lingji come out of the earth to play. Basically has been in cultivation, but it is his own. Often come out of the earth to play with other small demons. He didn't have such great ideals as Chi-Chi. It didn't matter if he flew up or not, so he didn't care about cultivation. But Chi-Chi was different. Reiki hummed. I want to go to my people. Cloud Sam froze. Clan? He remembered that a few hundred years ago Lingji seemed to have a few clansmen. It just wasn't many decades before they disappeared. And Misty Spirit Mountain no longer had their scent. So you've ascended to immortality? But what about his people? Cloud Ginseng was a little confused. He had never seen a 1,000-year-old ginseng like himself since he was born. There were a lot of ginsengs in the Misty Spirit Mountain, but none of them were spiritually intelligent. They couldn't talk or cultivate. They were just very ordinary ginsengs. Yes, they should have ascended. Lingji sounded excited, then calmed down. But humans are bad. I don't dare to go down the mountain. Cloud Sam said. It's not bad. Humans are really nice. Lingji didn't believe me. You're talking about that benefactor of yours. Chow Chow. You saved him. He must have treated you well. The little ginseng lived in confusion. Is that so? Of course. You forgot what you just said about that leather ball that's mean to you and always looks like it's going to eat you. It's a benefit. Ah, that's the benefactor. The fact that he's so mean to you means that only that benefactor of yours is good to you, and all the other humans are bad. But, Yun-sen frowned. Vice Admiral Pang and Vice Admiral Fong, and Captain Zhu are all very good. That's because your benefactor is a hefty general. They are subordinates and have to listen to him. Then why? Does Zhu Yuanjian not listen? This could put Lingji in question. Looking straight at Yunshin, half unable to speak. I don't know how long it took for Lingji to naively speak. Maybe I'm not right. After all, I haven't been in contact with them either. He Yen-jo, as a great general, knows that Yun-sen is a demon are still so good to him, regardless of whether he has other intentions for Yun-sen. At least now there is no manifestation of his subordinates to follow him for many years, and it is reasonable that he should be almost the same as him. As for that leather ball, Cloud Sam said it was a 15-year-old kid, and it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. The general was too preoccupied with the little ginseng to pay attention to the leather ball's jealousy. He himself was a bit tasteless when he heard Yun-sen say that he Yenjo was all kinds of various good, not to mention the human beings who were already selfish and self-interested. Cloud Ginseng also don't quite understand. He scratched the leaves on top of his head. Then you want to go down the mountain? You can come here to play with me. I talked to Cho-Cho. He must be nice to you too. Lingji was a bit more mature. Unlike Yunshin, who was purely ignorant, he shook his head and said, he'll only be good to you, and I don't want to go down the mountain. He was actually very timid. Not as big as Cloud Sam, Or maybe it was because Cloud Sam thought simply. Lingji had never left the misty spirit mountain and didn't dare to go down the mountain. Even if the other little demons in the mountain took him down. He valued his life and didn't believe that humans were good people. He knew that there were good and bad humans just like goblins, but didn't dare to bet on it. Alright then. Yun Sen's tone dropped for a moment, then quickly recovered. But it's okay. Chi, I'll be back when I'm done repaying the favor. I'll bring you lots and lots of human food. It's all delicious. The words wilted back to him. Too bad it's a dream. You don't know, Reiki? No. Does the little ginseng think he's dreaming? Didn't he float back? Reiki opened her mouth to tell him it wasn't a dream, only to realize she couldn't say a word. He touched his mouth and throat. No problem. Why couldn't he speak? What's wrong with you, Chi? Cloud Sam saw that he wasn't right. Reiki tried again to tell him that it wasn't a dream, and still couldn't say a word, so he felt strange in his mind and shook his head. It's okay. Those two words came out backwards. Strange. Really strange. Cloud Ginseng didn't speak again, concentrating on drawing in nutrients to cultivate. Reiki watched him quietly from the sidelines. After about 3 hours or so, the ginseng soul of the little ginseng suddenly disappeared in place, as if he had never appeared, and there was still a clear scent left behind by him in the air. Ganoderma froze, and as if he had realized something, he crawled out of the dirt and ran over to where the spirit of the seneschal had just been. Peeling back the soil, a flash of white light abruptly flew out of the soil and straight into its body. Cloud Sam woke up to the sound of a soldier's noise, which was far and near. He got up from the comforter and looked at the roof of the tent in a daze, as if he was dreaming about Chi. Ooh, I miss Chi. Cloud Sam was sad for a while and suddenly felt so quiet. He slightly moved his mana and didn't detect Hiyenjo's aura. Not only him, but also Fan Yuan and the few of them. The whole barracks seems to have disappeared. Yun Sen's heart steeply rose, ominous foreboding. He panicked, jumped out of bed and ran out. The barracks was empty. Everyone was gone. Only one son left him. There were faint sounds of killing coming from the distance. Yunsen thought of the Moon Kingdom they talked about when discussing military affairs. Could it be that they were fighting? Then Cao Cao must have gone to fight. Yunsen closed his eyes and strengthened his mana to feel the scent of Hiyenjo and a few of his minders. Divided up and not in the same position. There is no danger on Cao Cao's side. Vice Admiral Fong and Aiden Zhu are still well. Vice Admiral Pang seems to be injured. Wishing the captain. Captain Zhu is in danger. Yunsen sensed that someone was going to sneak attack from his back. The other party was coming in strong and there was a very strong demonic aura. He was so frightened that he hastened to use his mana to confirm Zhu Rongyu's location. Endured the coldness and dove headfirst into the snow, charging all the way forward like a gopher. 22 ginsengs to save Captain Zhu's life. After grunting and running for who knows how long, with the ice and snow freezing his senatorial body to the point that it was starting to warm back up, he finally arrived at where Zhu Rongyu was. Cloud Sam poked his head out of the snow just in time to see the sneak attacker. You may not use mana to hurt people, but demons can. Yunshin saw through the sneak attack on Zhu Rongyu was a demon with lower mana than himself, and gathered a ball of white light in his hand and hit it nonchalantly. Cao Cao is good to him, and it's okay to save a subordinate in danger. Zhu Lieutenant is gentle and courteous. Yunsen likes that kind of temperament in him. Very fan son. Zhu Rongyu was attacked by the enemy's rear guard. He sensed that someone behind him sneak attack when it was too late. The person in front of him obviously and the person behind him sneak attack to play with. He avoided the front to avoid the back. They were all prepared to be pierced by an arrow, but suddenly a loud sound came from behind them, and the harsh wind with killing intent came to an abrupt end, as if the sneak attacker had collapsed. Zhu Rongyu's movement slightly paused, his body half lying backward and sliding out a few meters. A foot stomped the lance on the ground, then raised his hand to catch it and stabbed the person in front of him. Blood splattered all over his face. He then had time to look at the ground, where a black fox lay, seemingly dead. Zhu Rongyu froze for a moment. The one who sneaked up on him wasn't a human. It was a black fox? Captain Zhu, watch out behind you. At this moment a familiar voice rang out. It was Yun Sen's voice. Zhu Rongyu's heart tightened. Didn't the general tell him to stay well in the barracks? Why did he appear here? There are 3 arrows coming from 800 meters to the northwest. Cloud Ginseng. Zhu Rongyu had doubts in her heart, but she still looked over in the direction he said. He had excellent eyesight and quickly spotted the 3 arrows. They were shooting in his direction, but Pang Yin was directly in front of him. Zhu Rongyu gripped the lance and flew over with a light power. His lance struck Pang Yin's sword and shook Pang Yin back several steps. He was already injured. Zhu Rongyu's shot caught him off guard and he didn't stand still to kneel on one knee. The enemy suddenly rushed from the side, at this time holding up a large sword and slashing at Pang Yin. When it was too late, seeing that the greatsword was about to cut down from the top of Pang Yin's head, 3 arrows shot in unison straight at the enemy's body, 1 through the head and 2 in the upper body. His hand let go and his greatsword clattered to the ground, collapsing to both knees, his head dropping as he stared at the arrow that had passed through his chest, the signature double arrowheads on it making him wonder how he could have been killed by one of his own. Zhu Rongyu landed in front of Pang Yin and pulled him up. Almost thought you had mutinied to kill me, Pang Yin said with a sullen face. I'm still holding up on my side. You go support the general. He Yanzhou's side is only one person. I don't know if he can still hold out. Their side has already fought pretty much. Yunsen pasted on Zhu Rongyu's hem to climb upwards, and at this time didn't care about being exposed or not. Pasted on his ear and whispered, don't listen to him, Cao Cao's side is very safe. There is no danger. It's your side that's in the most danger. Zhu Rongyu stiffened. How does this voice sound like it came from his ear? And it seems that there is something sticking to his ear there. Captain Zhu, what are you fuming about? Yunsen patted his ear. There's a group of people coming this way from the southeast. Vice Admiral Pang is injured and probably can't fight, so I can only rely on you. Zhu Rongyu glanced at Pang Yin, suppressing the horror in his heart. He looked over in the direction Yunsen said, and unsurprisingly saw the Moon Kingdom bringing troops over. Zhu Rongyu was tempted to see what it was that was pressed against her ear and still making the sound of cloud ginseng, but now was not the time. He vaguely guessed why the general was so sure he wasn't a spy, because it is extremely likely that Yun Gongzi he is not a person. Yunsen sensed that he was not in the right mood and hastened to pacify him. Don't be afraid, Captain Zhu. I won't harm you. I'm going to do a good deed and accumulate merit. What? What merit? Zhu Rongyu didn't understand what Yunsen meant and didn't take it to heart. He brought 1,000 men over to meet the battle. The Moon Kingdom had 10,000 men, half of whom were elite soldiers, and it was highly probable that they would all be wiped out if they were the minority against the majority. Wish Yunyu was ready to sacrifice, but Yunsen was on his shoulder, his clothes stripped tightly, lest he fall, while giving him directions. Captain Zhu, their horses shouldn't have eaten for a long time, so they can attack the horses first when they fight later. Captain Zhu, there are 2 arrows with flames coming from the southwest. Don't panic, ignore the back for now and hit the left. There's 2 on the south side and 1 crawling up the back. Zhu Rongyu didn't know why he trusted him, and he listened to whatever Yunsen said, and he heartily fought down 10,000 soldiers of the Moon Kingdom with those 1,000 people. He was so bloody in his regular clothes that only a little bit of white could be seen. The He family army lost half of their battle, but they didn't lose anything in this fight. The Moon Kingdom lost 10,000 soldiers and horses, while they only had 500. Moreover, with Yunsen's guidance, this battle was fought several times easier than before. Just like hanging on, he accurately and unerringly stated which side was in danger. One just had to listen to it and just do it. It was right. He couldn't see it just by himself, even with his good eyesight. Zhu Rongyu gasped as she held on, her hands shaking, still not recovering from the vicious battle she had just been in. Captain Zhu, are you alright? Yunsen was also tired and panting. He grabbed Zhu Rongyu's clothes to the point where his hands were soft, and at the moment, he was lying on his shoulder without any image, and Sen's body was also stained with blood, and a little bit of it wasn't white anymore, but Cloud Sam felt soothed. Aha! Zhu Rongyu was about to grab the pile off his shoulder when he felt a force controlling him to lunge downward and eat a mouthful of snow. A sword flew from behind him and lodged itself about half a meter above his head, buzzing. It was only close. If he was still standing, he would have been hit by the sword. An unspeakable emotion surged at the tip of Zhu Rongyu's heart. There are still people behind, Yunsen said. This place should be seen as a breakthrough point by them. You can call someone to get Zhou Yuanjiang over here. Just hold this place. He had observed. The Cao Cao side was as safe as ever. It might be that the Moon Kingdom was deliberately delaying and not allowing him to leave. Although Fan Yuan and Zhu Yuanjiang's side also had many soldiers and horses from the Moon Kingdom, they were slow and not rushing. Only Zhu Rongyu and Pang Yin here were the ones who fought the most urgently, and those 10,000 men and horses were killed in battle, and a new batch was immediately sent over. There were fully twice as many people as just a moment ago. Mr. Yun, thanks a lot. Thanks for what? Cloud Ginseng was a bit embarrassed, but the 2 green leaves on top of its head shook vigorously, obviously happy. He whispered, Captain Zhu, in fact, this is considered cheating, and winning is not honorable. But, they were the ones who used the demon first. We are just following their example, which is also considered honorable. Zhu Rongyu doesn't care about this, as long as they can win. So what if they are dishonorable? So what if they are demons? It's better than the Emperor of Yen not sending troops or food and still wanting them to hold the border. Some people are born as human beings and do everything they can. Zhu Rongyu climbed up and immediately sent a signal over in the direction of Fang Yuan and Zhu Yuanjiang. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Yuanjiang would soon bring his troops to support him. 23 ginsengs, I haven't said a word yet. But you're complaining first. Seeing this, Cloud hastily jumped off of him and landed on the ground, finding a clean patch of snow that wasn't contaminated with blood and rolling around in it, quickly washing the blood off of his body. Only then did Zhu Rongyu get a good look at Lord Yun's true form. It was actually a ginseng spirit. He froze for a moment, then remembered what Dr. Qin said. The medicine he prepared for the general had ginseng in it. Its amount was tiny, but when he took the general's pulse he found that it was suspected that the general had eaten a large amount of ginseng, and it was not ordinary ginseng. In addition to that, it was the prescriptions he had prepared, and those prescriptions the general had been using for 2 months and did not see any improvement. Right now, looking at the little ginseng spirit rolling around in the snow with 2 green leaves on top of its white. What else did Zhu Rongyu not understand? There really are demons in the world, but they have never seen them, so they don't believe in them. Demons aren't all bad. Isn't this ginseng spirit a good demon? The party was close to death several times, and it was Yunsen who saved him. Captain Zhu, with Zhu Yuanjiang and the others coming to help you, I'll leave first. Yunsen climbed up and waved at him. You must keep my secret, and tell no one else that I came to help you because I sensed you were in danger. Zhu Rongyu had already calmed down. He nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Yun. Yunsen then dove headfirst into the snow and disappeared, running in the direction of He Yinzhou. Oh, miss Chuju so much. Can't wait to tell him about the good things he's done. All the way to He Yinzhou's feet, the cloud ginseng broke out of the ground, jumped out of the thick layer of snow to jump onto his shoes, and then peeled up his pants leg to climb up. He Yinzhou frowned slightly when he saw him and bent down to grab him into his clothes when no one was looking, his voice low, and asked, "What are you doing here if you're not staying in the tent?" Yunsen likewise whispered back, "I woke up from sleep and found that you all disappeared, and there was no one in the barracks. So I came here because I was worried that something had happened to you." The little ginseng spirit learns to speak in a lowered voice from him, and He Yinzhou is adorable. The coarse fingers knotted his 2 small green leaves. The touch was a little different. He stared at the cloud ginseng for a few eyes, a little puzzled. Have you grown a little bit? Cloud Sam froze. I grew up? He looked down at his ginseng body and didn't realize anything was wrong. Did Chow Chow look wrong? I've always been like this. He Yinzhou then didn't say anything. The progress on his side was slow, and it was just as Cloud Sam thought. The Moon Kingdom sent 20,000 soldiers and horses to maneuver with the Yi family army that He Yinzhou had brought out to fight, and the fight wasn't fierce. And even every time the Yi family army fought up, the Moon Kingdom's soldiers and horses retreated to the safe zone. And when the Yi family army retreated, they came out to provoke again, and so on and so forth. Chow Chow, do we still have to fight? Yunsen watched for a while looking sleepy. At this rate, how long do we have to fight? He Yinzhou touched his green leaves and gently ruffled them, explaining to him in a low voice, "They're stalling for time. We're waiting for a moment." Speaking of this, Yunsen remembered that he had just helped Zhu Rongyu, and hurriedly blah 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 explained to him, then tilted his head with a proud face. "Chow Chow, I did something good. How are you going to reward me?" He Yinzhou's face didn't look good, nor was he happy that he had gone to help Zhu Rongyu. Cloud Sam also saw the slightest hint of anger in his eyes, and he did not understand where it came from, but it seemed to be against himself. So Yunsen shrunk his neck and slid down. Why did Chow Chow seem unhappy? Had he done something wrong? But he helped Zhu Rongyu. Isn't that what Gigi said about doing good? Yunsen couldn't understand. He wanted to ask, saw He Yinzhou's tight face and didn't dare to make a sound. His hand tightly clutched the lapel of his coat for fear of being thrown out. It was only when the Moon Kingdom's soldiers and horses suffered a big loss on Zhu Rongyu and Zhu Yuanjiang's side and retreated with a loss of 50,000 soldiers and horses that the battle was stopped. He Yinzhou's side of the loss of only a few dead, seriously wounded more than 100, lightly wounded 203. The enemy loss of death is 3 times their loss of death, pulling an afternoon loss of death so much. Wu Qi shall not be angry a half dead. He Yinzhou left some people to clean up the battlefield under the city, and then returned to the barracks with the rest of the He family army. By now it was slowly getting dark, oil lamps were burning everywhere, and the barracks were ablaze with fire. Cloud Cucumber lying on his chest, do not dare to move or speak. The whole 3 hours, Chow Chow did not talk to him, must still be angry, but if he didn't say why he was angry, Cloud Sam couldn't guess. His thoughts were simple. Gigi had said that if he wanted his person to be solid after transforming into a human form he had to do good deeds and be a good person, accumulating merit. Yunsen felt that he obviously did everything according to what Lingji said. There was no mistake, and also helped Zhu Rongyu a lot. Chow Chow should praise himself to reward himself. How can he still be angry? General, Zhou Yuanjiang's voice came from a long distance away, only to hear a burst of running. He quickly scurried to He Yinzhou. Smiling broadly, Captain Zhu signaled Vice General Fong to tell me to go to support. I brought 10 000 soldiers and horses along with Vice General Pang and Captain Zhu to kill away more than 30,000 soldiers and horses of the Moon Kingdom. Cloud Ginseng couldn't help but rise upwards at the sound, enduring the pain and pushing the green leaves down, revealing his head to look at Zhu Yuanzhang. The teenager's face was stained with blood, and his clothes were all covered in blood, and having fought in the sea of blood, he had long since lost sight of his original color. He looked happy, looking at He Yanzhou with anticipation, eager for him to praise himself. He Yanzhou also read his meaning and raised his hand to pat Zhu Yuanzhang's shoulder. Well, good job. No injuries, right? Zhu Yuanzhang jumped around alive in front of him for a second, his eyes shining brightly. Back to the general. There are no injuries. I'm fine. He Yanzhou lifted his sword and gently tapped his arm, and Zhu Yuanzhang instantly stopped being cheeky and put on his pain mask. Hiss. Don't try to be brave. Go find Dr. Qin to heal your wounds. Wash and eat something and go to bed early. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head vigorously, looked behind He Yanzhou, and asked suspiciously, General, where is Duke Yun? I want to apologize to him. Some other time. He's not feeling well these days and is recuperating in his tent. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't doubt it either. Alright, then General, I'll go back first. He Yanzhou nodded his head and watched as Zhu Yuanzhang's figure disappeared before he turned around and returned to the tent, taking the cloud ginseng out of his clothes and placing it on the table. He Yanzhou took a change of clothes, his voice faint. I'm going to wash up. Cloud Ginseng saw his cold attitude, guessed that's still angry, and did not say anything, holding his arms and Ginseng sullenly looking at his back. He Yanzhou walked to the door, did not hear the sound, looked back over. The little Ginseng very aggrieved to shrink himself into a ball, living like who bullied him. He Yanzhou was all pissed off at him and laughed. Yun's son. The little Ginseng raised his head. He Yanzhou couldn't see his face, but he could also imagine what kind of expression would be on his face at this moment if it was a cloud ginseng after transforming. He walked over and looked condescendingly at the little ginseng. I haven't said anything yet, but you're condescending first? Who taught you that? Cloud Sam bristled. You're ignoring me. You promised me you wouldn't be angry with me, and you're angry again. Hernandez. Does seem to be the case. He softened his attitude. 24 ginseng, you're going to scold me to death. Repaired. He softened his attitude and picked up the little ginseng and placed it in his palm. It's not ignoring you. Anger is a little bit. The Moon Kingdom suddenly called. I didn't wake you up because I saw you were still sleeping. You shouldn't be running around when you wake up and see that there's no one in the barracks. There's nothing wrong with saving Zhu Rongyu, and there's nothing wrong with helping him, but it would be dangerous. What if other people find out? If someone with ulterior motives finds out you're a ginseng spirit and takes you away, where can I find you? Cloud Ginseng tilted his head. The wilted two small green leaves recovered a little bit of vitality. Then this time, even if it is my fault, why don't you even talk to me? He still felt aggrieved. Just give me a step and I'll come down. He Yanzhou froze, obviously not expecting this. He touched the little ginseng. It won't happen next time. With just 5 words, the cloud ginseng was coaxed straight away. The little green leaves up and rocking back and forth, like little animal ears. So cute. He Yanzhou's heart tip softened. I'm going to wash up now. Does little Sam want to join me? Cloud Sam nodded. Yes. I stink today. I'm covered in blood. He lifted his arm and sniffed around. He could still smell the blood. It's a good thing I rolled in the snow a few times before going to you, or Chow Chow would have seen a little red ginseng. He Yanzhou smiled and placed him in clean clothes before going to the eastern tent. There were a lot of people in there, each standing in a position to rinse the blood off their bodies, all happy because of the victory, talking and laughing in a very lively manner. Cloud Cucumber smelled a lot of humans and couldn't help but venture out to peek at them. Stripped naked. None of them looked as good as Chow Chow's, or his for that matter. Cloud Sam looked at it for a few moments before shrinking back, finally defining that humans seem to be ugly except for Chow Chow. Chow Chow's skin is a little dark, but his stomach is white. Must be tanned when the weather is hot. And his stomach is not as fat as that uncle just now. It's very thin and comfortable to touch. And Chow Chow. None of them compare to Chow Chow. And Chow Chow is the best. Thinking about it, Cloud Sam poked his head out to look at their faces again. Well, Chow Chow was the best looking. His favorite is Chow Chow. When He Yanzhou walked to the bucket where he washed himself, he realized that Yunshin seemed to be in a good mood, rolling around on his clothes, and when he got close enough, he could hear him singing some kind of song. He hummed so messily that He Yanzhou couldn't understand him, but he could only hear his emotions from the pleasant tones, which were happy. He Yanzhou's washing area is in the innermost part of the tent. No one comes over here except him, and he is not afraid of Yunshin being discovered. He hung his clothes on a nearby pole and stripped off his blood-soaked clothes before placing the small ginseng in the hot water his subordinates had prepared for him. Cloud Sam loves to be clean and take a bath. He remembers. Whoa! Hot hot hot! Cloud Sam squealed as she bounced out of the water and onto him, her little hands grasping him tightly. Oh chow chow, I hate you. I must have burned off a layer of my skin. Yunsen's voice was tinged with a bit of crying. Yenjo stiffened and didn't move a muscle, his throat rolling slightly as he looked down at the ground, his ears reddening. I'm sorry. For the first time in his life, he was so embarrassed, more so than Yunsen drilling into his coat pocket. Yenjo all but hated himself for disappearing where he was, and he lowered his voice and rushed Yunsen to say, but can you first dash? Yunsen hugged tighter and shook her head. Don't. I'm in so much pain. Cho. Quickly show me if I burned my skin. Yenjo. I really shouldn't have brought little Sam along for a bath. Now not only was Sammy going to lose a layer of skin, he felt like he was going to lose a layer of skin as well. Yenjo raised his eyes and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he bent down and pinched the cloud ginseng. Let go of your hand first. I'll show you. Yunsen grunted, not really wanting to let go, muttering, Chow chow, why are you washing such hot water? Doesn't it hurt? I feel so hot. So hot. Any hotter and it could cook me. Yenjo's face didn't look too good as he grabbed Yunsen, wanting to rip him off but not daring to push too hard because Yunsen was really holding him too tightly. It's not good where he jumps to hold. He has to jump here. Yenjo patiently coaxed him. I added some cool water. It's not hot anymore. Aren't you scalded? I'll put it in cool water for you to cool down? Cloud Sam thought about it and thought it would work. Then with a stomp of his foot, he jumped back into the water. Hernandez. It doesn't hurt. Ha! He took a dark breath, feeling as if he had established himself. Yenjo felt that he was worse than a beast, reacting to being hugged by the little ginseng for a while and stomping on it. Although its true age might be much older than himself, but after transforming into his form, he just looked the same age as Zhu Yuanzhang, who was 6 years older than him, and Zhu Yuanzhang was a child in his eyes, not to mention Cloud Ginseng. Guilt. Chow chow. What's wrong with you? Cloud Ginseng soaked in the cool water for a while and felt that the ginseng body wasn't hot anymore. He swam around and finally lay down on the edge of the barrel, his eyes staring straight at Yenjo. It was all calm and quiet just now. How come it's standing up now? He seems to have it when he's incarnated. What's this? Yenjo felt a line of sight staring at him, and looked down to see that it was the little ginseng. He blushed slightly and looked very unnatural as he reached out and turned Yunsen away. No looking. Cloud Sam sank into the water and quickly came around the other side, pointing his finger at Chow Chow. What is this? It was all now? Cloud Senator stunned. This will also? Yenjo thought to himself. Fortunately Yunchen doesn't know anything, otherwise it would be a real shame. He took the soap horn and rubbed out the lather, pressing Cloud Sam into the water to clean him up, then wiped it with a soft towel, wrapped it up in his shirt, tied it in a dead knot to keep him from coming out, and quickly bathed himself again. Tiny Gabe stood up particularly spirited. Yenjo washed the cool water did not let him dissipate the fire. He can be such a pervert. Yenjo sighed, washed and put his clothes back on in a couple of washes, blocked the spirited Tiny Gabe, and led Yunsen back to the tent. General, Zhu Rongyu had been waiting for him inside for a long time, and had come to talk to him about Yunchen. Aha! Yenjo faintly answered. The identity of little Sam is currently known only to you and me. Don't tell anyone else. General, don't worry. Rongyu will definitely keep his mouth shut. Zhu Rongyu clasped his fists at him. It's just that Dukian saved me many times today. I want to repay him. I don't know what I should do, so I'd like to ask the general to give me some guidance. Repayment? Is it a matter of wanting what you want? Yunsen immediately emerged from Yenjo's clothes and asked in a euphemistic tone. Captain Shu, how do you want to repay me? 25 ginsengs, human common sense with the general. Zhu Rongyu didn't expect him to hide in Yenjo's clothes and froze for a moment, inexplicably remembering Yenjo's abnormality in the morning when they were discussing military affairs. He looked at the little ginseng that seemed to be happy with the 2,000 green leaves swaying above its head, and then looked at the expressionless Yenjo, and a bold guess formed in his mind. Is the general's irregularity this morning all the work of the little ginseng? He had followed the general here to discuss military matters, and because he had changed back to his original form and could not be detected, he had to hide in the general's clothes. But he didn't know what he did to the general's body in there, causing the general to make a very strange sound, the kind of sound that sounds like that. At the time they were still wondering how the general could have made that noise. Zhu Rongyu felt as if he had the truth, for he swept inadvertently and realized that the general's tiny he was also bulging. The general had only just returned from his bath, and the little ginseng hidden in his clothes was not proof that they had washed together. A man-woman relationship? No wonder the general is never close to women or men. So it is the wrong species. Yenjo then saw the expression on Zhu Rongyu's face change. His eyes also swept below, He pressed his brows and had a bit of a headache. Rongyu, it's not what you think. Shu Rongyu coughed lightly. I understand. I promise not to tell anyone else about General and Prince Yun. You got it again. Yunsen looked at him blearily. Captain Zhu, what are you talking about? What about him and Cao Cao? What happened to him and Cao Cao? Shu Rongyu blinked. You guys. Cloud Sam looked confused. What's that one? Shu Rongyu scowled at him. That's the one. Yunsen was even more confused. What the hell was Captain Zhu talking about? How come he couldn't understand any of it? He Yenjo couldn't help but hold his forehead. Little Sam is very simple. Rongyu, don't teach him bad. Alright. Seeing that Yunsen really didn't get the point of him, Shu Rongyu sighed with slight regret. Yunshin looked at him with bright eyes. Captain Zhu, so how do you want to repay me? Can I have whatever I want? Of course. Shu Rongyu nodded her head and said, Mr. Yun saved my life many times today. If not, Rongyu would have been afraid that her body would have gotten cold. I wonder what Mr. Yun wants? As long as there is something in the world, Rongyu will certainly do her best. Yunsen fought hard and tried until the 2 green leaves on the top of his head were taut, but still couldn't he think of anything. I don't seem to have anything I want right now. There was a want just now, but Cao Cao could have given it to him, and there would have been no need to waste the opportunity of wishing Captain here. Shu Rongyu smiled at him and said, Mr. Yun might as well take his time to think about it, and tell me when you've thought about it, and it will always count. Alright, Cloud Senator nodded. It would have to do for now. If Gigi was willing to go down the mountain, she could still let Shu Rongyu take care of her for a while, but Gigi was not willing to go down the mountain. Speaking of which, if he has done a good deed today, is the merit there or not? How do you look at the merit? Though it was only what Chi-Chi said in his dream, and it was probably because he himself wanted to transform so badly that he dreamed Chi-Chi said that. Even so, Cloud Sam believed what he said. Shu Rongyu arched his hand towards Yenjo and quickly left. The cold wind blew in. Yunsen, who had only taken a bath, couldn't help but shiver. His limbs pressed close to Yenjo. Chow chow. It's so cold. Let's go to bed quickly. It's warm in the quilt. Good. Yenjo went to the bedside, put him under the covers, went out again, and came back with a fire pot, which he placed in front of the table. Heat continued to emanate from the fire pit, and as soon as possible it didn't warm up the entire tent that quickly, and the psychological effect also made Cloud Sam feel warm. He was lying on his back, his limbs wide open, his little green leaves and ginseng whiskers constantly moving about, looking very cozy and comfortable. The lights suddenly dimmed, and Yunsen rolled over, lying on his side and looking over. Chow chow, why aren't you up here yet? Seeing that he was lying between the center, Yenjo left himself a very small place, and said rather helplessly, Little Senator, there's no way for me to sleep when you're like this. Then I'll let you. Cloud Sam moved toward his pillow to make room for him. The beds in the barracks are all single beds. One person can sleep under, and 2 people squeezed together can barely sleep, provided that Yunsen does not hog the center position on all fours, leaving very little space on both sides. The little ginseng lay down on the pillow. The little green leaves flung, and when he saw that he was still standing still, he urged him one by one, you lie down and go to sleep. It was himself who was tired, and I wondered what he was in a hurry for. Yenjo lifted the mattress and lay in, and almost as soon as his head landed on the pillow, Yunsen stood up and stepped over his chest to his collarbone. It was as if this place had become his specialized bed. Cloud Sam got down, found a suitable position, and closed his eyes. I'm going to sleep, oh chow chow. So sleepy today. Like I can't sleep. Good. Yenjo blew out the candlelight, and the tent was plunged into darkness. Cloud Sam fell asleep quickly. Yenjo couldn't sleep. His breathing was heavy. Tiny, he hadn't gotten over the fire yet. He half lifted the covers and tugged on his pants legs to let the cool air in. I do not know how long. Small he finally soft. Yenjo sighed. Very fortunate that the cloud ginseng changed back to the body, which if the morphing with him this nonsense, he really may not be able to hold. Gotta teach him common sense soon. The little ginseng was naive and innocent, and there were many things about humans he didn't know, thanks to the fact that he was the one who met him now. If he had met a bad man who had bad intentions towards both his original body and his transformed form, sooner or later he would have been eaten up without even knowing what happened. So when Cloud Sam woke up the next day, he found himself surrounded by a pile of books. He was placed on the desk by Yenjo. The desk was too hard, not as soft as the bed, and cold. Yunsen opened his eyes in a daze. Chow chow. What is this? There were 3 walls as high as he was, in all directions, and the cloud ginseng was so confused that it thought it had woken up in the wrong way. Book. Yenjo flipped open one and placed him in front of the book. While the Moon Kingdom hasn't hit us yet, I'll teach you some common sense about being a human being. As soon as Yunsen heard this, He got energized. He hurriedly sat upright, his eyes staring earnestly at the book in front of him. Even though he couldn't understand the words on it, he pointed to the two overlapping little people on the book and asked, "Chow chow, why do they sleep like this? Aren't they heavy?" He Yenjo also at this time to see the contents of the book. He was silent, closed the book to see the title on how to become a mature man, to determine that there is no mistake, and then opened the book to read the contents. Well, it's hard to judge. Who the hell writes the content? Who comes up with the book titles? Why is the content not even close to the title of the book? Chow chow. Cloud Sam cocked his head. You don't see it either? He Yenjo quickly changed a book. That book is a bit difficult. Let's change it. Cloud Sam nodded. Good. Oh, this book should be right. How to make friends with humans. 26 ginsengs. Captain Zhu sent a bunch of yellow books. He Yenjo looked at the title of the book. This is a talk book in which the goblins and humans are friends. It turns out that someone has known about the demons for a long time, and looking at the time it's still 5 years old in the book. He Yenjo hard dialogue book creator is very admirable. He deliberately looked at the catalog. All normal. The first few pages are not any strange figure. Sammy, we'll start studying now. Yunshin sat down obediently, truly like a little child listening attentively to a gentleman's lecture. He Yenjo returned to the first page, pointing to the diagram on the paper while reading him the text next to it. This is a storybook about a young fox who repays a favor and manages to become good friends with a human. And there's not a thing wrong with that. The more He Yenjo spoke, the more satisfied he became, especially when he saw the little ginseng listening very attentively. On page 9 of the talk, the picture suddenly changed. Fox in heat to the period. The formation of a young and beautiful teenager. In order to return the favor to give himself to the benefactor who saved his life. The benefactor looked at the face of the fox, also fell in love at first sight. The two began the human and demon love. This page was alright. He Yenjo felt a bit out of place anymore, but it was acceptable. Chow chow. Cloud Ginseng asked, pointing to the book. If a little fox can repay kindness in this way, can't a little ginseng do the same? He Yenjo froze, then immediately said, no, the little fox has the fox charming technique. He compelled the human. Cloud Sam blinked. Wow, that's right. He Yenjo nodded and turned another page. Of course, look at the next page. That human knows that he is a fox demon will surely find a Taoist priest to catch him. The previous page is nothing more than, He Yenjo's eyes widened, and in the next second he closed the book and tossed it into the distance as if it were hot. Zhu Rongyu. He gritted his teeth, asking Zhu Rongyu to find him some books that taught Yunshin human common sense. What has he found back here? The first book is not proper. This book table of contents and the first few pages are normal, but I did not expect from the 9th page began to be wrong. The 10th page directly from the small demon to repay the kindness to the small demon by the human soy sauce stuffed sleep cannot get out of bed. Is this worthy of such a decent title? Yunsun looked at his suddenly warming face suspiciously. Chow chow. Captain Zhu didn't even come. Why are you still angry with him? Jumping off the desk, running across the room to pick up the book, holding it and sending it to him. Yunsen's eyes shone brightly. I like this book. What happened to the little fox and the benefactor? Tell me about it. I want to see and hear you say it. He Yenjo threw the book out again. That book is not good. Let's change it. But I like that one. Yunshin tugged on his sleeve. Is it okay? Chow chow. He Yenjo couldn't possibly agree with him and picked up a book again. Let's read this one. This one is about. The voice ended abruptly. He Yenjo looked at the teenager kneeling on the ground in the book, standing next to a man. In his hand is a stick. The drawing is not too revealing, but you can see how it is. Cloud saw him staring intently at the book and came over to try to get a look at it as well. He Yenjo violently tore the book apart. Yunsen was startled, busy jumping off the desk to get away from him. Chow chow. Are you possessed by a demon? He looked at He Yenjo, whose breath was gloomy and scary, with a face full of vigilance, fearing that he would suddenly pounce on him and eat him, ready to escape at any time. He Yenjo exhaled a deep breath. That pile of books are all Zhu Rongyu found. A series of several books all like that. Do not want to think for sure all the books are similar. He stood up. The books will be picked up and thrown into the fire pot to burn off. Mute voice to the Cloud Senator said. Sorry little senator. Scared you. Chow chow. Cloud Sam looked at him and took a few tentative steps forward. What's wrong with you? He Yenjo pressed his brow. It's fine. Let's learn human general knowledge some other time. I'll teach you to recognize words first. Oh. Cloud saw him return to normal. Before returning to him, He Yenjo picked up a pen, dipped it in ink and wrote 2 words on the rice paper. Yunsen asked. Chow chow. Did you write my name? It's only 2 words. I think it's his. Chow chow is a 3-word name. Aha. He Yenjo answered and wrote his name next to his again. This is mine. The little ginseng stepped on the rice paper and pointed to his name. Cloud. Ginseng. Jumping in to stomp on his name again. He. Yen. Chow. Yunsun tilted her head and said happily. Chow chow. Your name is so pretty. He simply thought those 3 words looked good. He Yenjo, not as good as Xiao Sen's. Cloud Sam grunted. I'm not stupid. I can tell. After a while he asked. What about the names of Captain Zhu and the others? Chow chow. Why don't you write them all for me to see? Your writing is good. Good. The 2 stayed in the tent for the morning, and no one else came to disturb them, and it was only near noon that someone came over to call the Yenjo to go eat. Yunsun was interested in writing at the moment. Chow chow. You go ahead. Don't mind me. He tore off the roots and dipped them in ink, and scribbled on the rice paper like a brush. He Yenjo looked at it for a while. Really not going? Not going. Cloud Sam shook his head. I want to practice my handwriting. I want to write my name. He Yenjo touched his green leaves and said nothing more as he got up to leave. As soon as Yunshin waited for him to leave, he immediately put down his ink-stained roots and jumped off the desk to run to the front to pick up the little fox storybook that was thrown out by He Yenjo. He hugged it under the desk and stepped on the dirty floor to look through it, unable to read the words, but the diagrams he did understand. The youngster in the form of a small fox was punished for kneeling by his benefactor, with tears on his face as if he was crying in aggravation, but the 2 were close to each other again. How strange. What is this? Cloud Sam turned another page to see the little fox tied up with rope by his benefactor, his body covered in horrors. He frowned, not understanding why the little fox's benefactor was still hitting him. Yunsun looked very seriously. He felt that this book like someone cast a spell, so that Sun looked at it and could not remove his eyes. He obviously cannot even understand, but also read with great interest, even looking at it, thinking of the little fox as a little ginseng, and the little fox's benefactor as He Yenjo. The exact same picture as in the book came to mind, except that the main character had changed. After reading the whole book, the whole ginseng of Cloud Ginseng has reddened. He felt his whole ginseng dying with heat, and the Cloud Ginseng put down the book and rushed outside to roll around in the snow a few times. So hot. Shu Ronyu happened to finish eating and came out from the next tent. Just now He Yenjo came in as soon as the eyes knife him. Shu Ronyu know that it is the problem of those books. Simply do not dare to stay longer. Ate and slipped away, fearing that a late step was caught by him. I didn't expect to just come out and see the little ginseng rolling around in the snow. If lying on his back in the snow and not moving, the white on the Cloud ginseng and the snow blends into one. No one will find that this is a small ginseng, even if there are 2 small green leaves on the top of his head. It will only feel that it is a weed that grows out of the snow. Though it would be weird to have 2 weeds growing in the freezing cold. Shu Ronyu walked over and picked up the small ginseng. I didn't. You don't bull ***** me. The little ginseng essence in her hands was cold and hot. Shu Ronyu couldn't help but ask. Mr. Yoon, why is your ginseng body so hot? Got a fever? Cloud Sam rolled his head around so much that he was starting to turn the stars and still felt hot. Suddenly picked up from the snow. He struggled to open his eyes wide enough to recognize Shu Ronyu from the pile of stars, struggled to jump out of his hands, and plunged headlong into the snow again. No, just read for a while. Suddenly became so hot and hot. Yunsun tumbled in the snow. Captain Zhu, did you send all those books from Chow Chow? Shu Ronyu nodded her head and acknowledged. Yes. Duke Yun read those books? Yunsun said. Chow Chow won't let me see it. Zhu Ronyu, then Mr. Yun is trying to. Yunsun sat up, ran to him and whispered. Captain Zhu, I think of what I want. What you said yesterday still counts. Zhu Ronyu froze. You don't want me to get you those books, right? Yeah, right. You're so smart, Captain Shu. Yunsun complimented him. Shu Ronyu cried and laughed. That's a shame. The general told me not to send those books again. He looked at the little ginseng's wilting green leaves and suddenly asked, Mr. Yun, your ginseng body is so hot. It can't be because you just peeked at those books, right? Yunsun took a few steps back sheepishly. No, I didn't read the book about the little fox repaying his kindness. So stupid. All said out loud. Shu Ronyu stifled a smile and nodded. Well, you didn't look. He found those books he actually read once. Yunsun said this he still has some impression. The scale is not big, just a little bit of small color, but when this is put between lovers, it's a way to add emotional interest. I didn't realize that the general didn't accept the scale, but the little ginseng did. Gee, they generals can be so innocent. Does the general know you read it? I didn't look. Captain G, you don't talk nonsense. Yunsun exploded and hurriedly denied it, furtively looking left and right for fear of being heard by He Yenjo. Shu Ronyu almost couldn't hold back his laughter as he reached out his finger to poke the nervous little ginseng and warmly said, Okay, I won't talk nonsense. But you want those books and I don't have them here anymore. The general just ordered that if I send him those books again I'll be punished for sweeping the outhouse. It's a pity, Mr. Yoon, that I can't send you those books anymore in order not to go sweeping the outhouse. Cloud Sam ahs. That's fine. Shu Rongyu smiled and touched his two little green leaves again. His ears were sensitive to hear someone coming out. Worrying that it was He Yinzhou, he hurriedly slipped away. Yunsin was swept to the ground by the hem of his coat, ate a mouthful of snow, and muttered in dissatisfaction. Judo Lieutenant ran too fast. He climbed up and baba spit out the snow. His teeth were so icy that his whole sin shivered. And when he saw that the person who came out was Zhu Yuanxian, he hurriedly walked against the wall and went back to the back of the tent curtain and hid. Zhu Yuanxian walked to the front of the tent and shouted in a raised voice, "Prince Yun, I've come to apologize to you. May I come in? It's quiet inside. No one's there. You're not still mad at him and ignoring him on purpose, are you, Mr. Yu?" Zhu Yuanxian lifted the tent curtain to look inside. There is no one. Really strange. The general clearly said that Yunsin is sick in the tent. How can there be no one? Did you go to the toilet? Except for the general. He didn't have the habit of waiting for anyone. And since Senator Yun wasn't there, he would apologize next time. Thinking so, Zhu Yuanxian lowered the tent curtain and turned to go. Cloud Ginseng held his breath, pressed himself against the corner of the wall, his ginseng whiskers tightly picking at the tent curtains, and watched the young man's upright figure fade away, before he flung himself back into the snow. Cozy. The paintings on those books sent by Captain Zhu were also too nice to read. Although he couldn't understand what they were, he looked at them and just felt like it, and wanted to look at them again. It is a pity that Cao Cao ordered not to allow Judo Lieutenant to send those books again. Otherwise he would really like to read a day and night to carefully study the study. The Book of the Little Fox is also saved by humans to repay the favor. And then there are those strange images in the book. He was likewise saved by Cao Cao. Does it also mean that he can learn the way of the little fox to repay his kindness? Cloud Sam felt that he had the truth and found a good way to repay his kindness. The simple little ginseng didn't even think about the fact that he had finished repaying his benefactor by saving him from the brink of death, and always thought that he had to do something more for him. It took an indeterminate amount of time to roll around in the snow before he finally brought the temperature of his Senate body down. Yunsen let out a breath, felt the cold again afterward, and rolled back to the tent, back to the desk. He dragged the little fox's storybook and put it back to the place where it was thrown by He Yinzhou before, and then jumped onto the desk again, picking up the ginseng whiskers that he tore off as a brush and dipped it in some ink to continue to write and draw on the rice paper. Yunsen certainly did not learn how to write. He just lied He Yinzhou want to read a storybook, to prevent him from coming back later to find that the words on the rice paper is too little, messy ghostly writing a whole lot. Ah, so ugly. How could his writing be so ugly? Like rotten leaves chewed by worms. Taking another look at the words written by He Yinzhou, Yunsen fell into self-doubt, waiting for right and left. He Yinzhou has not been back. Yunsen painted tired, simply dropped the homemade small brush, lying on the rice paper, huffing and puffing. After sleeping for a while he felt uncomfortable again. The desk is very hard. Despite a layer of rice paper padding still sleep uncomfortable. He got up in a daze, jumped off the table, and planted himself in the pot He Yinzhou had bought him. Chachu's bed was warm, but he wasn't there, so he'd begrudgingly sleep in the flower pot, or else he'd have bought it for nothing, and he'd sleep with Chacho at night. He Yinzhou came back already 3 hours later, holding a parcel in his arms, which was sent from Shisho City side, which not only contained the paperwork written by the two beloved ones, but also the more expensive soil that he had asked people to buy. Entering the tent, He Yinzhou saw at a glance the small ginseng planted in a flower pot sleeping well. Even when he was sleeping, the 2,000 green leaves on his head were gently swaying, and it could be seen that he was in a good mood. He Yinzhou put down the package, looked down at the desk. Xian originally clean rice paper is now all drenched in ink. Yunsen drew a bunch of things cannot see what is on it. He Yinzhou stared at it for half a day, barely picking up the strokes that had been written so scattered that his hands and feet couldn't get next to each other to put together a word. Chow. The coldness between his brows instantly softened a lot, and his fingertips caressed the rice paper, then folded it up and put it away, along with the small brush with ginseng whiskers, in a box. After reading the paperwork sent by Zishan, Yunshin has not yet woken up. He Yinzhou also did not wake him up, cleaned up the desk and then picked a weapon that was ready to go outside for martial arts training. When he was about to go out, he remembered something and returned to the opposite side of the desk, bending down to pick up the book that he had forgotten to drop earlier and bring it out with him. I have to say that Yunsin is still a little smart. Peeking at the book secretly noted the location and placement, put back the book also deliberately stepped on the book. The traces of flipping through the book to suppress can be said to be a first-class restoration. He Yenjo didn't even realize that the book had been finished. 28 ginsengs. When he saw that the book was still here, and that the rice paper still had the messy ghost symbols drawn by Yunsen, he assumed that he had been practicing writing. Cloud Sam woke up feeling like he was full of strength, so energized that he had no problem bouncing around in the snow all day. It was dark in the tent and there were no lights, but that was not at all difficult for the little ginseng spirit. He struggled to pull himself out of the soil, jumped off the ground, and bounded outside. Yunshin felt He Yenjo's breath close to him, and since he wasn't in the tent he was outside. He went to the door and cautiously peeked out from underneath the tent curtains to look out. It was snowing again, and the candles outside were more than enough for an occasional soldier or two to walk by. Yunshin searched for He Yenjo's figure, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he immediately darted over. Chow chow! The cold sword, sharp with a murderous aura, juggled a beautiful set of moves in the air before finally impaling itself at his feet. He Yenjo looked down and saw the little ginseng spirit rushing over. Frightened by his sword stuck in the snow, the ginseng body stood motionless. Chow chow. Happy's voice became shaky and seemed frightened. Is Chow chow going to kill him? Now it's nighttime. Not many people out. Occasionally passing by one or two people. See him and also just far from the greeting will not come over. He Yenjo is not afraid of someone to find the cloud ginseng. He bent down and fished the scared and shivering little ginseng out of the snow and put it in his palm. Looking at his wilting little green leaves listlessly, the ice of He Yenjo's brows softened a little. I'm sorry little ginseng. I scared you. It's good that it's not about killing him. Yunsen exhaled a breath, and soon recovered energy spirit full up. It's okay chow chow. You do not mean it. I forgive you. You were practicing your sword just now. It's awesome. It's so awesome it scares Sen. Aha. He Yenjo picked up his sword. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Cloud Cucumber shook her head. No, I'm not hungry yet. Speaking of this, he remembered the reason why he rushed out, and Samsui hugged He Yenjo's finger to share with him in high spirits. Chow chow. I realized that my cultivation seems to have improved again. Do you think it's related to the good deeds I've done? Accumulating merit just like Chi said? Cultivation enhancement was a good thing, showing that even if it wasn't in the Misty Spirit Mountain, the little ginseng could still cultivate normally. He Yenjo led him back to his tent. Accumulating merit for doing good deeds? Yeah. I dreamed about Chi yesterday. He told me that if I want to stabilize my person after transforming into a human form I have to do more good deeds. Not kill and not use my mana indiscriminately, so that I can accumulate merit. And when I have more merit I will be able to stabilize my person. Yunshin didn't hide a bit and told him everything Lingji said to him yesterday in his dream. He Yenjo understood. Since this is the case, then the young ginseng was doing a good deed when he saved Zhu Rongyu yesterday, and now that he feels his cultivation has increased, it must be that the merit has been converted into cultivation. That's what I thought. Yunsen was so happy. If merit could be converted into cultivation, he could do more good deeds so that his cultivation would grow and his person would be more secure. He Yenjo placed the little ginseng on the bed and replaced the soil of the flower pot with the new batch of more expensive soil that had arrived in the afternoon. Has that little ginseng been tried? Cloud Sam froze. What? The cultivation has improved, but the little ginseng didn't try to see if it could take shape? He Yenjo asked, loosening the soil and adding some water to the flower pot. Right. Cloud ginseng was so reminded by him to think of this matter. He did good deeds to save merit is not in order to take shape to stabilize the person. Now feel the cultivation enhancement. He actually did not think of this matter. Ouch. Silly. Yunsen held his breath, and with a movement of his mind, the familiar burning sensation was once again concentrated in his belly, and he was thrilled. Chow chow. It seems like it's working. He Yenjo looked down at him, smiled slightly, and didn't say anything. A few moments later, again that blinding white light flashed, and the little ginseng transformed into a beautiful young man lying naked in his arms, exquisite and beautiful cheeks filled with excitement, arms stretched out to hug his neck. Yunsen said happily, Chow chow. I did it. After 2 days, he was once again transformed. What Chi said in her dream was true. Doing good deeds and saving merit not only strengthens the person, merit can also be converted into cultivation. 2 birds with 1 stone. That's fantastic too. Icy arms wrapped around him. He Yenjo stiffened and looked down. Seeing the excited expression on Yunsen's face, his gaze shifted slightly, darting to scan the teenager's flat chest and He Yenjo's ears couldn't help but redden, and he hastily averted his eyes, pretending to be calm and collected. Well, the little senator is great. He carried Cloud Sam towards the bed. I'll get your clothes. Yunsen was placed on the bed by him and sat very nicely, pointing to the set sitting on the far shelf. Aha, Chow chow, I want to wear that green one. Red had worn off that day. He wanted to try green. Green was his favorite color. exactly the same as the 2 green leaves on top of his head when he was in his native form. He Yenjo nodded. Good. He turned his back, his heart beating a little faster. Obviously it was him who reminded Cloud Ginseng that he could try to take shape, and he was the one who wanted to see what he looked like in person, and he was the one who felt shy and embarrassed when he saw him now. He Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows, all a bit confused as to what he was thinking. There still seemed to be the soft touch of the teenager's body in his arms, the faint scent of medicine filled his nose, and the image of that glance, unintentional and as if deliberate, emerged in turn in his mind. He quickly walked over to the clothes, took a dark breath to suppress the inexplicable emotions, grabbed his set and returned the way he came. I'll put it on you? Yeah. Yunsen opened her arms to him. Chow Chow, you got the wrong color. I'm going to wear green. He took the white. He Yenjo looked at the clothes in his hands with a slightly chagrined expression. Sorry. I'll go change it for you. Yunsen pulled him down and said in a soft voice. It's okay. This can also be worn. Wear white today, and then wear green tomorrow. He Yenjo had to nod. Good. He came to the front of the bed. Yunsen had long been waiting for him to wear with open arms, sitting there without an inch, without a bit of cover on his body, and he didn't know how to be shy when he was seen naked. He Yenjo lowered his head, moving extremely slowly, and saw it again. The body of the little ginseng after its transformation was either white or pink. He had never seen such a body in the military camp. Last time, he didn't look closely, but this time, he didn't know if he was unintentionally provoked twice by Yunsen, causing him to be able to visualize those images even if he didn't specifically stare at Yunsen's body, but only swept it casually. Chow Chow. Yunsen tilted her head, watching his slow movements. Chow Chow, I'm so cold. Can you hurry up? There was no charcoal burning in the tent, and the cold wind blew in from under the tent curtains, and layers of goosebumps soon rose on bare skin. It's freezing, Senator. It's much colder than the original body when it's incarnated, and the human body is just brittle. Well, it's very white. He Yenjo returned. Cloud Sam? Hernandez. 29 ginsengs, Chow Chow. You're hurting me. A blush floated up on his always cold and expressionless face. He Yenjo awkwardly avoided Yunsen's curious eyes and coughed lightly. Sorry, I'll put it on for you right now. Oh, Yunsen didn't think much of it. Chow Chow, you come. I'm ready. His arms were going to get sore from lifting it if he didn't wear it again. Aha. Flustered and avoiding his eyes, He Yenjo opened the shirt in his hand and found the cuffs to put on him. The little ginseng was very good throughout the whole process and didn't move around, but his fingers still inevitably touched the skin of the cloud ginseng, which was white and soft, and the rich ginseng flavor almost drowned him out. After getting dressed with difficulty, He Yenjo sighed in relief and bent down to fasten his belt. General, the Moon Kingdom is attacking again. The tent curtains lifted. Zhu Rongyu walked in hot and bothered, and at a glance, he saw the two people on the bed. Zhu Rongyu was stunned for a moment. Ha, the general is enlightened? He Yenjo's hand that was tying his belt shook, and without paying a little attention, his entire body leaned in and pressed down, his cold lips pressing against Yunsen's cheek. He was dumbfounded. Cloud Cucumber blinked dumbly, not understanding what he meant by that. Rongyu, why are you standing at the door? Pangyin asked gruffly. He was one step behind Zhu Rongyu, lifting his foot and was about to walk inside when Zhu Rongyu suddenly turned around and pushed him. With a serious face, the general isn't here. He's probably already gone. Let's hurry up and go too. Pangyin didn't suspect anything, only that the general was well informed. They received the news, immediately rushed to notify. Unexpectedly pounced on a blank. The general must have been concerned about the war situation. The moon country, a little wind blowing grass and grass he knows. Early they step on the battlefield. At once, Pangyin looked up to He Yenjo with even more admiration and respect. Worthy of being the general he was willing to follow to the death. Zhu Rongyu tugged Pangyin out a long way before letting go of him. But in his heart, he thought, luckily he reacted fast enough to bring Pangyin away in time. Otherwise this moment to go and not only disturb the general's good deed, Pangyin's filter on the general would have to be shattered as well. After all, in Pangyin's heart, a general who kills without blinking an eye on the battlefield would not have this kind of childish love. Zhu Rongyu sighed inside again. Usually he just fought and moved his brain, but now he had an additional task to cover the matter between the general and Duke Yun. It was too much for him. I'll have to talk to the general later and ask for some kind of reward. The footsteps gradually faded away, and the tent returned to silence. But the footsteps of the soldiers outside marching to the battlefield still came through the tent curtain one after another. One sound after another was like stepping on He Yenjo's heart that was thumping at that moment. Chow chow. Yunsen's voice was very aggravated as he pushed He Yenjo. You're so heavy. You're hurting me. He Yenjo's eyes blinked gently twice, staring at Yunsen's aggravated face for a moment, finally returning to his senses when Yunsen spoke out again, rolling to his feet. I'm sorry Sammy, I didn't mean to, he said apologetically, turning his back, his face and neck and ears stained red. Cloud Sam rubbed his crushed chest and sat up. Wow, I forgive you. He's such an understanding soft-hearted little ginseng. Yenjo rubbed his burning ears and calmly said, I'll go out to fight first. Little Sam, you stay in the tent obediently and don't go out. I'll make it up to you when I come back. Although it was unintentional and was only suppressed by Zhu Rongyu's voice, in the end, he still kissed Cloud Ginseng's face, which in Yenjo's opinion was that he had slighted the little ginseng. I want to go with you. Cloud Sam walked up. Can you chow chow? I'm good. I can help you. As soon as he got close, that ginseng odor ran into his nose again, and Yenjo's heart beat hard. No, it's dangerous outside. I can't protect you. Yunsen stood in front of him and tilted her head, her face full of seriousness. I can protect myself. I'm very good. That won't work either. Yenjo turned him around. It will expose yourself, and I will be even less able to protect you when the time comes. So stay in the barracks. It's safe here. Cloud Sam sighed. Fine. He could sneak in later, like he did the last time he went to rescue Captain Zhu. Yenjo seemed to know what was on his mind, and quickly added, and don't go secretly, be good and wait for me to come back at the barracks. If you're hungry, go find Qin Zhengde. He'll ask someone to make you food. Yenjo left in a hurry after that with his most competent lance. Outside the cold wind is piercing the bones. All of a sudden will be a lot of his enthusiasm cold. Yenjo calmed down, turned on the horse, although the face and ears are still alive, but only focus on killing the enemy. No longer in the tent, just a little bit of flirtation. Yunsen chased him out and only saw his back as he rode away. Humph. If we don't let him go now, he'll still go when he senses Chow Chow is in danger. His cultivation had increased quite a bit now, and his persona should be able to last for a long time, at least 2 days longer than the first time, and he wouldn't suddenly change back to his original body unless he abused his mana to expose it. Ji had said he couldn't kill or abuse his magic power, and at best he would go there to identify with him which side had enemies and help him remove the danger. Just as he had commanded Captain Zhu that day. Yenjo's worry was unnecessary, but Yunshin also enjoyed being worried and cared about by him. He didn't run around. The soldiers in the barracks were pretty much gone. Only some seriously injured soldiers were still lying in Dr. Qin's tent. Yunsen stayed alone and was bored, so he went to Dr. Qin's side to turn around, originally just to pass the time, which thought he was called by Dr. Qin to give him a favor. Hey, young man, come over here. Qin Zhengde beckoned to him. Help me hold down his legs, don't let him move around. Yunsen nodded his head in ignorance, and thus worked as a laborer here in Qin Zhengde's place. It was also when he became a drudge that Yunsen realized how fragile humans really are. They were wounded on the battlefield. Some of their arms and legs were cut off, or else their stomachs, chests, and backs were pierced by swords and holes were cut out by great swords. Qin Zhengde stopped their bleeding and wrapped them in medicine, using excellent top-quality herbs. Still there were soldiers who didn't suffer and died. Right in front of Yunsen's eyes, he slowly stopped breathing and finally turned into a cold corpse. For the first time facing the death of a human being directly, Cloud Sam was a bit shocked, staring blankly at the lifeless body. Just like that? Qin Zhengde looked at him as he didn't move. Don't look. That person is already dead. Quickly come over and help me change some hot water. Yunsen gently touched the soldier's face with his hand. Didn't you give him medicine? How could he still die? Wow. You think I'm a panacea from the Supreme Lord? Ah. You won't die once you're medicated? Qin Zhengde said. He had a large chunk of flesh cut off his stomach by a machete, and his intestines were inflamed, so he was lucky to have lasted 2 days and survived until now. He was right about that. If the man hadn't been so strong-willed, he would have died of pain that night. Cloud Sam came over in silence to help him change the hot water. Qin Zhengde looked at his sullen demeanor and couldn't help but comfort him. That's how it is on the battlefield. Since they're ready to kill the enemy, they're also ready to face death. 30 ginsengs, Dog Emperor. I hate it. Death is a relief for them if they are badly hurt. Better than living with pain, worse than death. Qin Zhengde's comfort did not play a little role. Yunsen listened to his heart even harder. This is not the same as when he went to save Captain Zhu that day to help him distinguish the enemy's direction to kill the enemy. Those people died in front of him, he would not feel bad. It was they who wanted to kill Zhu Rongyu. He was a subordinate of Chow Chow and Chow Chow valued him. If Captain Zhu died he would be very sad. That's why he helped him. But just now that dead Hijiajin, he followed Qin Zhengde to change the medicine for him after he still did not get over it, a little bit in front of his eyes to die. That man's agonizing struggle before he died. Yunsen felt uncomfortable in his heart even now when he recalled it. Alright, young age, what's with the frown? Qin Zhengde said towards him while changing the medicine. This child looked like a young son of a rich family who had never seen any bloody scenes. I heard that it is the old Vice General Yan lost son, was a couple to pick up home pampered grown-up? Not long ago that couple died, which came to join the general. Yunsun pursed her lips. Dr. Qin, why are they fighting? Obviously if they don't fight, no one will die. What an ignorant child. Qin Zhengde sighed and said, no war? Unless someone can unify the world. But the unification of the world also requires war. How can we extinguish the flames of war by not letting the people yield, so that other countries will submit? Relying on what centuries-old covenant? And marriage? It's impossible. There are plenty of people who go back on their word. This Moon Kingdom is coming in hot and heavy, just wanting to take down our Yen Kingdom's West Head City. This is at the border of Yen, so as long as the West Head City is breached, Yen will be finished. This battle was started by the Moon Kingdom on their own initiative. They wanted to break through Shisho City. The He family's army was only fighting them for self-preservation, and if they didn't meet the battle, the He family's army would die, and the people of Shisho City would also die. Yunsun could not help but feel low. Then why was it Cao Cao who led the troops to war, not the emperor? I heard that Cao Cao came here 3 years ago. The emperor gave him nothing, and many of the He family's army died, so this definitely won't work. The Moon Kingdom has 300,000 soldiers and horses. The He family army is now left with less than 100,000. If we continue to fight like this, the He family army will only get smaller and smaller. The other countries will also take advantage of the chaos to sneak in and attack. And in the end, the He family army will still be completely wiped out. It's just a deadweight now. Qin Zhengde snorted coldly. Doesn't he expect our general to die, and is afraid that the He family army won't submit to him, and is afraid that the general will plot against him before sending him to the north? His Majesty? Only those dog thieves recognize him. In the tent are their own people. Qin Zhengde spoke without fear, sneered and said, how did he get this throne? Not just stepping on the old general and the old lady's corpse to sit up? Thanks to the old general who was so kind to him earlier. He was so good that the first thing he did after taking the throne was to get rid of the entire He family. He's a wolf with a heart of gold. If it wasn't for the fact that the general was on a military expedition at the time, the He family would have been killed by that dog emperor. The more Qin Zhengde said, the more angry he became, and the force of his hands followed suit. Ah! The He family army screamed in pain. Dr. Qin, you're angry. Don't take it out on me. Qin Zhengde hastily withdrew his hand. Sorry, wasn't paying attention. Yunsun pursued and asked, does Dr. Qin mean that Cao Cao's parents, and the rest of his family, were all killed by that emperor? Qin Zhengde thought he didn't understand and nodded. Yes, the whole family was decapitated, except for the general. Not a single one was left behind. Yunsun first arrived at the barracks that day, heard Fang Yuan and the others at He Yanzhou's bedside said these, but they did not say as carefully as Qin Zhengde. Are talking about He Yanzhou died, they also do not live. To kill that emperor, to give him a funeral. Until this moment when he heard these words from Qin Zhengde and knew more comprehensively, his heart suddenly surged with anger, hating the emperor who only heard his name but did not see his person to the extreme. Cao Cao is such a good person that he even accepts to tolerate that he is a demon. But that person wants Cao Cao dead. Too bad. Yunsun couldn't help but curse along. Dog emperor? It's disgusting. Qin Zhengde agreed in a serious manner. Yes, the dog emperor, bad as hell. If Cloud Senator has the opportunity to follow General back to Shangjing in the future, he must stay far away from him. Ha! Yunsun froze. Why do you still need to go back to Shangjing? I'm saying there's a chance. There's a chance. Qin Zhengde emphasized emphatically. If this battle is won, the general shouldn't be able to hold back any longer. And at that time, he will exchange letters with his own people in Shangjing, taking the mess in the north off the table, and returning to Shangjing is inevitable. Yunsun nodded her head in confusion. Oh, then should I follow him too? Yes, your father are in Shangjing. The general goes back, you naturally have to follow. Can't it be that you don't want to go home? His father? Ah, it seems like Chocho told someone else who he was. Cloud Sam wasn't good at lying and whispered through red ears. To return. Go back and remember to stay away from that dog emperor. Don't be targeted by him. Qin Zhengde told him. Stay away from the general as well. That dog emperor is not a good person. If you follow the general and he knows about it, he will surely find a way to deal with you. Oh, okay. Yunsun nodded vigorously, but in his heart, he was thinking that he wasn't going to be separated from Chocho. If that dog emperor bullies Cao Cao, he'll bully him back. Chi-Chi only said not to use mana, don't expose yourself. He didn't say he mustn't use it. Mana can be used against bad demons. That can also be used against bad people. It's not like he's waiting to ascend like Chi-Chi. He's allowed to kill. The big deal is that the merit that he's worked so hard to save is gone and he can't maintain his person. Then he'll be a little ginseng spirit that can't take form. Still eating and drinking as usual. Only he can't take form. There's nothing wrong with that. The battle lasted for 3 full days, during which time the wounded kept coming back. Yunshin did not sense He Yanzhou and Fang Yuan that they were in danger, so he peacefully followed Qin Zhengde to treat people's injuries. He couldn't see other people's pain and looked anxious. Secretly pulled his ginseng beard and ground it into powder and threw it into the water that would be used every day, so that no matter whether it was for drinking or washing the wounds of the injured Haijia army could play a very good role. The good thing is that he is 1,000 years ginseng. Have cultivation mana. A ginseng beard can play a big role. Is a little bit of fee ginseng? Every time to pull ginseng beard have scalp pain. On the morning of the 4th day, Yunshin got up early to follow Dr. Qin's busy work. Outside suddenly came the sound of scattered footsteps. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was heard from a long distance. Dr. Qin, quickly show me my hand. It hurts me to death. Zhu Yuanzhang was being carried up by Pang Yin with one hand. His right palm was bloody, blood dripping all the way down, and he kept shivering, in excruciating pain. Qin Zhengde was busy with other things at this moment. It was Yunsen who went over to receive him. Seeing that Han Yunsen's entire body was confused. Zhu Yuanzhang, your hand. Hey, how come it's you? Zhu Yuanzhang revealed a mask of pain. Where is Dr. Qin? If he doesn't come, my hand will be ruined. I still have to follow the general to the battlefield. I can't lose this hand. 31 ginsengs, heartache. Coming. Qin Zhengde rushed over in a hurry after handling that side. Vice General Pang, you can put him down now. Only then did Pang Yin place the person on the cot. Trouble Dr. Qin. Qin Zhengde cheerfully. Duty calls. Vice General Pang is still polite with me. He asked while showing Zhu Yuanzhang his wounds. You guys are winning the fight? Pan Yin nodded. Winning super beautifully. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was very excited. And he wasn't afraid of pain anymore. Gleefully and colorfully talking about the battle of these 3 days. Pang Yin's brow furrowed at his firing. Yunsen looked behind him and didn't see a familiar figure. He couldn't help but ask, Vice General Pang, where's Cao Cao? Hasn't he returned yet? Pang Yin said. The general went back to his tent. Yunsen then could not stay for a moment, and after saying a word to Qin Zhengde, he hurriedly ran towards He Yanzhou's tent. On the way, they came across many Haijia troops who were injured and helping each other back, and Yunsen was careful to avoid them for fear of bumping someone into them. Finally running outside the camp tent, Yunsen suddenly had a feeling of being near the countryside, but it wasn't more than a few seconds before he dove headfirst into the tent and saw He Yanzhou, who he hadn't seen in 3 days. He took off his armor with Yunsen on his back. The armor was rotten beyond recognition, and the clothes inside were wet and red with blood, not knowing if it was someone else's or his, and his hair was dirty and messy, living like a savage from some garbage heap. Yunsen saw that his hand was still dripping blood, and his heart ached so much that he rushed forward. Cao Cao. He Yanzhou's movement of undressing froze. Little Sam, don't come over. Yunsen only did not listen to him. He was so worried that he scurried straight to He Yanzhou's face and saw what he looked like. That handsome face had been slashed, from forehead to brow bone, and nearly stabbed in the eye. The half-open shirt was full of dense wounds, some dried and scabbed, others still gurgling. His proximity caused He Yanzhou to take a few steps back, afraid of getting blood on his clean clothes. Yunsen saw that his feet also seemed to be limping. Her heart ached so much that she wanted to hug him, but she was afraid of hurting him, so she could only say with red eyes, Cao Cao, you're hurt so badly. He Yanzhou's face was pale, and he answered in a low voice, it's okay, it's all superficial wounds. I'll go find Dr. Qin to apply medicine later. Cloud Sam pulled him back. I can help you. Little Sam, I don't need you. Yunsen didn't want to listen to him say those words, directly dragged the person to the bed, pressed him to sit down, and transported mana to heal his injuries. Dr. Qin's side is crowded. You don't know when it's your turn to go. I can help you. I'll heal your injuries. His eyes were full of heartache. How did you get yourself into this state? You have to take good care of yourself. There were too many wounded in the past 3 days, and Cloud Sam hadn't been there except to sense that they weren't in danger. He knew that He Yanzhou was surely going to be injured, but this looked too scary for Sam, especially the cut on the forehead that almost poked him in the eye and blinded him, and he knew he'd just been a little irrational with that comment. After 3 days of fighting, to win the battle and not die without fatal injuries has been considered lucky. He just looked at He Yanzhou. This heart is not comfortable. Yunsen's low magic power could only stop the blood from his serious wounds, but small wounds could be recovered quickly. Even so, it still looked shocking. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. And no running around, he commanded fiercely, turning and running out. These 3 days he followed Qin Zhengde to heal people's wounds, learned a lot, know what to do. Qin Zhengde also got him a small wooden box. Inside there are bleeding medicine and bandage gauze, soft cotton balls. Yunshin just came back in a hurry and forgot to take away. Hurry back to take away that medicine chest of his. Zhu Yuanzheng called out to him. Duke Yun, the general is seriously injured. Have him come over to Dr. Qin to give him a look. I will too. I'll show him. Cloud Counselor dropped such a sentence and quickly went to run away. Zhu Yuanzheng's body also had many injuries, not much better than He Yanzhou's, and Yunshin dared not look any further after only one glance. He returned to the tent. He Yanzhou still maintains the same position when he left motionless. Yunsen held the medicine box over to put down, and went out to play the basin of hot water over, with a soft towel soaked and wrung out to wipe his blood stains. It might hurt a little. Chow chow. Bear with it, he said to He Yanzhou with red eyes. His force was so light that it couldn't be any lighter. Good. He Yanzhou nodded, his face pale and his lips so dry that they peeled. However, even if the cloud ginseng was lighter, some of the pain He Yanzhou still couldn't hold back. Hiss. Yunsen panicked. Just a moment ago there is order, now hands and feet up. I'm sorry Chow Chow. I hurt you. He Yanzhou held his hand. It's fine. You continue. Cloud Sam had to continue wiping his blood. That basin of water was soon dyed red with blood, and it took 3 basins of water to finally wipe the blood off his body. And then he hurriedly dipped a cotton ball in sweet wine to sterilize the wound. This process hurt even more than when he wiped the blood just now. The alcohol seeped into the flesh. He Yanzhou frowned and clenched his teeth. Still a muffled grunt leaked out. Chow Chow, you endure a little more. Soon it will be fine. Yunsen's tearful eyes were worried. Looking at He Yanzhou's pain, he was not comfortable in his heart. He Yanzhou dizziness, 3 days without eating or drinking without closing his eyes, has reached its limit, if not the sting of sweet wine to keep him awake. This moment has fallen asleep. He hummed softly and watched as the little ginseng busied herself with wrapping his medicine. After disinfecting the wound, Yunshin immediately took the hemostatic medicine and sprinkled a thick layer on the wound, and other medicines that could heal the wound, whatever they were all put on it. He also had injuries on his back, just not as serious as the front, and ended up taking gauze around He Yanzhou's body and wrapping him up in circle after circle. Then Cloud Sam cleaned the one wound on his forehead that was attached to his eyebrow. This reason will leave a scar even after it gets better later on. His cold and handsome Chow Chow is gone, and now he has become a fierce Chow Chow. The more Yunsen thought about it, the more angry he became, and he became even more annoyed with the dog emperor whom he had never met. If he hadn't sent Chocho here, he wouldn't have fought with the Moon Kingdom, not to mention that he wouldn't have been injured. Little Sam, that's enough. Seeing that he was still vigorously applying medicine to his face, He Yanzhou hurriedly voiced out that if he continued to apply it like this, a wall would not be thickened on his forehead. Aha! Right away. Another layer of medicine was applied before Cloud Sam stopped. He carefully helped He Yanzhou lie down, squatted at the head of the bed, and said heartbreakingly, Chow Chow, you must be exhausted. Quickly rest. I'll be here to guard you. He Yanzhou was also really tired and quickly fell asleep after answering. Yunsen stood guard by the bedside, once again utilizing his mana to heal his wounds. Whatever is high or low, it's good for healing. A little bit of it. He Yanzhou sleep soon after. Zhu Rongyu and Fang Yuan also came to a trip. They are also very seriously injured. The body armor have not been changed off, covered in blood. Intended to have military affairs with him to speak, came in and found that he fell asleep and then ready to go. Captain Zhu, Vice General Fang. Yunsen called out to them and pointed to the small wooden box at hand. There are many injuries at Dr. Qin's place, so I can also pack medicine for you to heal your wounds. 32 ginsengs, fierce little ginsengs. Fang Yuan hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Zhu Rongyu was one step quicker to speak out. All right, then thank you, Mr. Yun. Fang Yuan froze. Ah, Zhu Rongyu, you, Vice Admiral Fang, you have to believe in Mr. Yun's medical skills. Zhu Rongyu had a serious face. Can he not know if others don't know? Yun Ginseng is a ginseng essence. Hey, he only went to save him last time because he was He Yanzhou's subordinate, sensing that he was in danger. And now by saying such words he must be trying to use his method to heal his and Fang Yuan's wounds. The speed of wound healing was certainly much better than the military doctor's ordinary medication. And the fact that the general had been wounded overnight a few days ago was proof enough of his strength. Fang Yuan always felt that it was not good. Seeing Zhu Rongyu really sitting down and waiting for Yunshin to come over to treat him, he had no choice but to follow suit and sit down as well. However, Zhu Rongyu looked relaxed, and he was quite a bit nervous. Yunsin is the old vice general, young son of the rhetoric. Other people believe it or not, he does not know. Anyway, he does not believe it. Not to mention that day during the meal the general gave him to clip vegetables, peeling shrimp. The two clearly have something between them. Now that he was still letting Yunsen to heal his wounds and pack medicine, Fang Yuan felt furtive in his heart. They sat on stools at the table and Zhu Rongyu removed his armor and took off the clothes inside to reveal his waist and back. The injury on his body is not lighter than He Yanzhou. There are small holes that are hard to pull out by the feather arrow shot. Fortunately that arrow is not poisonous. Otherwise this moment must be poisoned into the viscera and bowels. Yunshin rubbed the medicine for him with a serious yet careful face. Captain Zhu, are all the people of the Moon Kingdom dead? Will they come back again? Zhu Rongyu's face was white with pain. When she heard his question she forced a smile and said, not all dead, but not many soldiers left. Their leader was captured by the general, and without the leader they withdrew their troops. It is estimated that they will not come back, bringing 300,000 troops to attack Yan's northern border. He was beaten by 100,000 troops of his army, leaving only 50,000, and suffered heavy losses, so at least he won't be making another demonic act for 2 or 3 years. Unless the Moon Kingdom allied with the rest of the 5 kingdoms, it would be impossible for them to attack Yan for a short period of time by virtue of them trying to do so again. Moreover, at present, Yan is the strongest country, both in terms of population and troops, and the remaining 5 countries will not make a brainless alliance without absolute certainty. The most important thing about alliances is trust, and trust is hard to build when kings are trying to unify the world. Cloud Sam nodded and dropped his heart. Fang Yuan watched his skillful maneuver, and I don't know whether it was his mental effect or his eyesight, but he always felt that after Yunsen had anointed Zhu Ronyu with medicine his wounds all looked much better than they did just now. When Yunsen cleaned Fang Yuan's wound, Fang Yuan stiffened his body and didn't move, not even daring to look at Yunsen. His mind full of thoughts. The relationship between Duke Yun and the general is extraordinary. This is most likely to be their future general's wife. The general's wife gave him medicine. What a virtue. Zhu Ronyu couldn't help but snicker as she looked at his body, an expression that was stiff as a rock. Fang Yuan, relax. There's no way for Eunuch Yun to medicate you when you're tense like this. Captain Zhu is right. Vice General Fang, don't be too nervous. I'll try to be gentle and not hurt you. Fang Yuan smiled awkwardly. Okay. He is not afraid of the general. Woke up with him to settle scores. Which if the general's wife, he is now giving him and Zhu Rongyu medicine clothes are off. However, looking at Zhu Rongyu's calm face, Fang Yuan again felt that he might have been wrong in his senses. He Yanzhou slept until evening and woke up. After the sleepiness and exhaustion of not sleeping for 3 days had passed, the pain from the wound came in a torrent, so painful that it screamed for sleep. He opened his eyes and saw that Cloud Sam was asleep on his pillow on his back. The tent was dimly lit, with only a small flame left in the candle. Through that faint light, He Yanzhou looked at Yunsen fixedly, thinking of the other party's worried look when he came back in the morning. His heart swelled and softened. He reached out and touched Yunshen's white cheeks, suddenly remembering the image of Zhu Rongyu accidentally kissing him on the cheek when he came to report 3 days ago. He Yanzhou looked slightly uncomfortable and withdrew his hand. Well, Cho, you're awake. Yunsen was a light sleeper. He rubbed his eyes and saw He Yanzhou waking up, and asked with concern, Chow, where else are you uncomfortable? Are you hungry? I'll go get you food. He Yanzhou lowered his head and met his worry-filled eyes for a moment, and only after a long time did he say, well, it hurts a little. Hungry. Yunsen immediately sat up. Don't move around. You're too badly injured. It will hurt if you move. I'll go get you food. He uneasily barked several more times, something he had learned from following Qin Zhengde, and then turned around to get him food. He had already asked someone to cook porridge for He Yanzhou, and had been warming it over a small fire, so he could eat it when he woke up. Yunsen soon came back with a food box and opened the lid. Inside was vegetable and lean meat porridge. Very light. He Yanzhou stared at the porridge, his brows furrowed in what seemed to be disgust. Yunshin noticed his eyes. Dr. Qin said that you can't eat spicy food with injuries on your body. You have to abstain from eating. You'll just have kanji for now for the next few days, and then you can eat the rest when you're healed. He Yanzhou's thin lips moved lightly. Yunsen had already scooped a spoonful of porridge and handed it over. No talking, eat. The little ginseng spirit's tone was strong and could not be refused. Knowing that he was worried about himself, He Yanzhou stopped talking and opened his mouth to eat. Too light. Eat in the mouth, no flavor. He Yanzhou missed the food before the war, although not what the seafood. That is better than porridge. Then when he thought that he would have to eat kanji for several days with the cloud ginseng staring at him, He Yanzhou was suddenly a little lifeless. I'll help myself. He reached for the bowl of porridge. Cloud Senator grunted. You're hurt. I'll feed you. He'd never think of smashing the bowl while he wasn't looking and then saying there was no more food and asking the cook to make it good again. This trick has already been used by Zhu Yuanzhang. He has witnessed it with his own eyes. Chow still wants to use this trick to fool him. Don't even think about it. He won't fall for it. Hernandez. He sighed. Sammy, my hand's not hurt enough to eat by myself. No way. Yunshin didn't even think about it and refused outright, learning his cold face look and saying fiercely, you quickly open your mouth and give me food. No more talking. Gee, that's mean. He Yenjo reached out and poked him in the face, then obediently opened his mouth and waited for him to feed him. A bowl of kanji ate half o'clock. Really, the flavor is too light. He Yenjo really do not have much appetite. Yun-sen and guarded him must finish eating. There, you can go on resting now. Yun-sen wiped his mouth and tucked in the covers again, taking the porridge bowl back. He Yenjo lying straight on the bed, looking at the back of the little ginseng left, the heart warm and melting. There is a person who cares about themselves seems to be quite good? This kind of concern had not been experienced by him for 3 years, except for Zhu Rongyu and the few of them. Since the new emperor ascended to the throne, the He family was decapitated. From the past, those who are good friends with the He family in order to avoid suspicion and completely cut off contact with him. Occasionally a few privates still have dealings with him, but also do not dare to contact frequently. When He Yenjo thought of the old days, the relaxed look on his face couldn't help but become dull. 33 ginsengs, just to hold you. Now that the Moon Kingdom has been defeated and withdrawn its troops, he begins to think about Pang Yin's previous comments, turned the tables and kicked the new emperor off that throne. After the new emperor ascended the throne and sent him to the north, he did not listen to him for the past 3 years, and did not send troops or food, as if he had forgotten that there was such a person. He Yenjo knew that he wasn't forgetting, he was deliberately ignoring. The new emperor wanted both him and the He family army to die in battle so that no one could threaten him anymore. The He family army had lost 20,000 soldiers after this battle, and now there were only about 70,000 left, and they wouldn't be able to withstand the war for much longer, when the He family army would be wiped out. When receiving the decree, Pang Yin proposed a direct rebellion. When the He family army full of 300,000, there was once a good old friend support. The new emperor just ascended to the throne is not stable. The chances of his victory is very large. 3 years had passed, and only 70,000 of the 300,000 were left, and there must have been a great change of blood within the court, replaced by the new emperor with his people, and it would not be so easy to turn the tables again. If you have to choose between waiting for death and living, once upon a time He Yenjo would hesitate, but now he has no hesitation in choosing to revolt, but it also needs to be thought about in the long term. The He family army only had a big battle and lost so many people, so they need to recover and build up their strength, and they also need someone to take over from the Shangjing side. Yunsen came back to find him still open-eyed and lost in thought, and with a stomp of his shoes, he climbed into bed and lay down next to He Yenjo. He hugged He Yenjo on his side and gently patted him, like coaxing a child. His voice softly, "Chow Chow, go to sleep. It won't hurt when you fall asleep." He Yenjo returned to his senses, noticing that he was being hugged by Yun Shin, and raised his hand slightly. "Little Shun, stay away from me." He smelled of blood all over him, and when he got too close to him he got the smell too. "Don't," Yun-sen muttered. Her hold on him didn't loosen at all. "It's just that I need to hold you to get better faster. I'm covered in medicine, and more fumigation is effective. If it is not a short period of time and then pull out the ginseng beard to save people will not be able to maintain the person." The cloud ginseng has long been He Yenjo cured. He pulled out 2 of the most precious ginseng whiskers with good medicinal effects only a few days ago to save He Yenjo. And he also pulled out some off and on to put them in the water in the past 3 days. And the ginseng body has become very low and weak. If you pull a few more ginsengs to cure He Yenjo's injuries, he will not be able to maintain his body back to his original body for a long time. And if it is serious, he will have to go back to the Misty Spirit Mountain. He hadn't finished repaying the favor. He couldn't go back, and he didn't want to go back so soon. He liked Chow Chow and wanted to spend more time with him, so he had to be entrusted with the pain. Yunsen thought and looked over again with eyes full of anticipation. "Chow Chow, let's go to your house when you're better. We don't want to be here after the fight anyway or you'll get hurt in your old age." He Yenjo stroked his head and answered down. "Good." The Moon Kingdom could rest for a long time after this battle, and there would be no more wars in the near future. So he moved to curate again, and it would be best to go back to the general's house and plan with his inner circle. It just so happens that the little senator also wants to go to the general's house, so it's good to go back. Whoever likes to guard this border can guard it. Dugo Met don't care. And what is he doing so desperately? He Yenjo thought so. His heart's depression was much lighter. He hadn't been completely inactive for the past 3 years, and there were a few people in the upper capital who had come and gone with him. He family treason matter he has been in the secret private investigation. Just Dugo Met down too dry. All and he family good friends of the family. Do not submit to his end is to die. The people who have the most authority to prove that the Yi family did not commit treason are dead, and the physical evidence has been burned. So the rest of the people who did not want to die in vain drew a line in the sand with the Yi family and submitted to the Dugu. It was hard to scour those people's mouths for evidence, but it wasn't like there weren't any breakthroughs, and as long as he had the intention to turn the tables, there were always people who would help him. He Yenjo has been lying in bed for 7 days, and has not gotten out of bed except for his physical needs. The little ginseng kept an eye on him like a housekeeper, and he Yenjo quite enjoyed him being in charge. On the 8th day Yunshin finally agreed to let him get out of bed and walk around. By this time all the wounds on his body were almost healed under the effect of the medicine and Yunshin's magic power. The wounds have scabbed over and won't fall apart as long as you don't exercise strenuously. Yunshin verbosely recited to him, "Chow Chow, you don't walk so fast. Walk slowly. Be careful with your injuries or it will hurt if you have to disintegrate." He Yenjo looked at him with a helpless and doting expression, and secretly reminded, "It's the 8th day, and it's all almost ready." Cloud Senator hummed softly, "That's no good. Aren't you going back to the general's residence with me? It's almost time to go back after a few days of rest." He Yenjo brought up the matter of returning to the residence to divert his attention. This is extremely tempting for Cloud Sam. He really followed what He Yenjo said and looked at him with bright and excited eyes and asked, "Then when are we going back? Do we need to prepare something? Should Captain Zhu and the others also go back together?" He Yenjo looked at his rounded eyes, as clear and clean as the eyes of some small animal, and danced with happiness. His cheeks red, the corners of his lips hooked, and he answered them all in a warm voice. "Well, let's discuss it first and go back as soon as this day. Nothing needs to be prepared. Just come with me. Zhu Rongyu and the others are going back." Cloud Sam was even happier. He swooped up and hugged He Yenjo, happily rubbing his face against him. "That's great. I don't want to stay here at all." It was here that He Yenjo was injured, and it was also here that he was injured that he rushed over from Misty Spirit Mountain to save him and recognize him. Cloud Sam doesn't like it here at all. Chow Chow almost died. Luckily he came in time, or he would never have seen him again. He Yenjo looked at his smiling face, his eyes curved into a crescent moon, and his mood unconsciously followed suit. He touched Yunshen's reddened face. "I'm going to go and deliberate with Zhu Rongyu and the others now. Is Shaoshan still going to stop me from going out?" Cloud Sam calmed down again at the sound of it. He stared at He Yenjo and suddenly came closer to hold his face and asked, "Chow Chow, what you just said wouldn't be lying to me, right?" He Yenjo cried and laughed. "No, it's thinking he's making up lies in order to go out for a couple of walks." He held Cloud Sam's hand and took it down. "If little Sam doesn't believe me, he can come with me." Cloud Cucumber's eyes darted around. "Well, I barely believe you. I won't go. You have to be careful not to fall. I'll be heartbroken." "Good." He Yenjo then turned to leave, and Yunshin pulled him back again. "Chow Chow." He turned back to me with a quizzical look in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Yunshin stood on her tiptoes to touch the top of his hair like he had just touched his own head, and then showed an expression of great compassion. "All right, Chow Chow. You go. Half the time, that's it." After He Yenjo went out, Yunshin also followed him out of the tent. He happily ran over to Qin Jingda's side and shared with him that He Yenjo was going back to Shisho City. "Dr. Qin, you won't be able to see me in a couple days." Qin Jingda was so busy that when he saw him coming over he pointed to the injured patients waiting in line at the side and said, "Senator Yun, you've come at the right time. Come and help out. Give him a new change of medicine." Yunsen smiled and nodded. "Yes, did you do something bad? To go back to Shisho City with He Yenjo, to his general's residence?" Yunsen was very happy and had no complaints about being dominated by Qin Jingda to change the medicine for the injured. Of course, even if he didn't go back, he would be more than happy for Qin Jingda to ask him to come and help. Qin Jingda asked him, "Then you're going back with the general? When will you depart?" Chow Chow said, "It is these 2 days. Yunsen replied. His hands nimbly removed the gauze to wash and sterilize the wound. "I don't like it here. Chow Chow is going back to the general's mansion. I'm sure I want to follow him together." Qin Jingda nodded, not surprised by this. Now that the war has subsided, there will surely be no war for a long time. It's good to go back. There's nothing to eat or play in the middle of nowhere, and it snows all the time in the winter. So if it weren't for the duty, no one would want to come here. Yunsen smiled and asked, "Dr. Qin, is there anything good to eat or play in West Head City?" "Yo, there's not too much fun, but there's too much delicious food then," Qin Jingda said with him. Although Shisho City is close to the border, it gathers businessmen from all over the world. You can not only eat northern delicacies in the city, but southern delicacies as well. Cloud Sam's eyes widened as he followed closely. What difference does it make? He only knew about the difference in temperature between north and south, and all after he came north, not food-wise. Qin Jingda laughed. "Of course there is a difference. I tell you," the two of them muttered as they changed the medicine for the injured. Qin Jingda was also a southerner, but after coming to the border for 3 years, he had a small understanding of this side. Yunsen's mouth watered as he listened. Secretion bubbled up non-stop. He wiped the saliva overflowing from the corners of his mouth, his stomach rumbling. "Is it really as delicious as you say?" Qin Jingda nodded. "Of course, As a personal recommendation, I suggest you go eat the Li Ji pot pork on the west side of the city. It's authentic and cheap. There is also Gwawazi hot pot. The owner is a northerner, married a southern daughter-in-law, specially for her to open a hot pot restaurant over here to coax her happy. For this purpose specially learned the craft of frying ingredients. The smell, 10 miles away. Whoever smells it drools. In fact, he had only eaten it once when he first came to the north 3 years ago, passing through West Head City. The flavor naturally can't catch up with the authentic old hot pots over in the south, but it's okay. After all, of the 6 hot pot stores in West First City, this is the only one with the best and most memorable flavor. Cloud Sam nodded in confusion. Melon child? What a strange name. Doesn't sound like anything good. Qin Zhengde laughed and said, yes, that's a strange name, isn't it? It's from the Yuzhou side. Yuzhou? Yunsen scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Where is this again? A mountainous city with a preponderance of food. A lot of good food has been passed down from Yuzhou. Senator Yun can go and have some fun in the future when he has the chance. Yunsen nodded vigorously. Go, must go. He wanted to eat all the food in the world. Dr. Qin had said that there were so many delicious things to eat in Yuzhou, so he must make a trip there in the future. And the Gwawazi hot pot that I just mentioned. When he and Xiao Qiao go to West Head City, let him take himself to eat there once. Remember back to him and repay him piece by piece. Yunsen listened to Qin Jingde talk about a bunch of delicious food, tickling his stomach so much that he couldn't stop rumbling and couldn't wait to go back to Shisho City right away to eat all those delicacies from the 5 lakes and the 4 corners of the world. By the time he left from Qin Jingde's place, he was so hungry that he was hitting the ground walking. So hungry. Woohoo! Blame it on Dr. Qin, said so many delicious, and now he cannot eat. Gluttony sen. Cloud Senator thought an aggravation as he rubbed his starving stomach and quickly walked over to the back kitchen to see what there was to eat. It wasn't mealtime yet and there wasn't a lot of food that was ready. He looked left and right, saw that everyone was busy and no one noticed him, and sneakily took a chicken leg and hid it in his sleeve and left. As he exited the tent, he bumped into Zhu Yuanjiang head-on. Senator Yun, so you're here. Zhu Yuanjiang happily greeted him. After winning the battle, Zhu Yuanjiang was in a high mood. He smiled at everyone for several days in a row and was so joyful that he didn't find Yunsen annoying when he saw him. So what if Yunsen is close to the general? The general just praised him to the skies. This is something that Cloud Ginseng could not possibly have. Zhu Yuanjiang's heart is happy. Yunsen, on the other hand, was startled by his sudden appearance. Zhu Yuanjiang, why are you here? He said as he put both hands behind his back and looked at him nervously. Of course I came to get food when I was hungry. Zhu Yuanjiang said with a straight face. Noticing Yunchen hiding, he narrowed his eyes. Did you do something bad? Cloud Sam backed up with an unnatural expression. I didn't. You're the one who did something bad. No, what are you hiding from? Zhu Yuanjiang didn't believe it. He came closer to Yunsen, watching him blink his eyes nervously. You shouldn't be. He said a few words not to say and tried to fry a cloud of ginseng. However, Cloud Sam looked at him in confusion. Shouldn't that be something? Can't he steal a chicken drumstick before dinner time? Zhu Yuanjiang didn't say anything. Quickly went around behind Yunsen, pinched his hand and took it up to take a look. Che, just a chicken leg you still hide. I thought you did something. Yunsen was very embarrassed to be caught by him stealing a chicken leg and pursed her lips without saying anything. Zhu Yuanjiang hooked over his neck. How can a chicken leg be able to? Are you too embarrassed to take it? Go, it just so happens that I'm also hungry. And go get something else. Yunsen squirmed and turned her head sideways. Zhu Yuanjiang, let go of me. I don't like it when you're so close to me. He's got oil on his hands. It's not good to push him. Zhu Yuanjiang sked. Originally wanted to choke him a few sentences but thought of He Yenzhou's warning just now in the tent. In the end, he still let go of the person and only walked on his side. Yunsen sighed in relief. He hadn't been this close to anyone except Xiao Qiao and Chi Chi, and Captain Zhu who had saved his life once, and Zhu Yuanjiang had just suddenly hooked up with him and made him old and uncomfortable. Anyway, stealing the chicken leg had already been discovered. So Cloud Senator broke the pot and went straight to his mouth to gnaw on it. Zhu Yuanjiang watched him eat with gusto, his cheeks bulging so much that he couldn't even stuff them anymore, still gnawing on the meat, and couldn't help but ask, is it that good? The chicken thighs looked average and didn't smell much. Yunsen chewed on the chicken and handed him the half-chewed drumstick. It's delicious. Do you want to try it? I don't want what you've eaten. Zhu Yuanjiang said with great disgust. Cloud Sam skimmed his lips, didn't say anything, and silently took his hand back and continued to nibble. The two went into the back kitchen again. Zhu Yuanjiang often come to steal food, directly walked to the front of the finished dishes, take some of the upper hand to take away. He has a large appetite, and finally turned his head to ask Yunsen, What else do you want to eat? Cloud Sam shook his head. Take it yourself. I'll eat it later. Zhou Yuanzhang then a mouthful of steamed bread and a mouthful of ham meat to eat. The two returned the same way out of the tent. Outside the cold wind whistling blowing. A little cold. Yunsen to hide behind him. When he almost reached He Yenjo's tent, Yunsen had already finished gnawing on his chicken leg and was wiping the oil on his hands with a handkerchief. 35 ginsengs. Chow chow. I'm a little scared. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his back and took a deep breath. Actually, I came to find you today because I have something to tell you. Cloud Sam twitched his ears and turned around. What? Zhu Yuanzhang was silent, and he stared wide-eyed for half a day before holding out a sentence. That is, you did not push me before to avoid the enemy's hidden arrows. I, well, suspect that you are a spy. There was another pause, and the tone was suddenly full. Even though you weren't there, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry. Cloud Sam blinked. Oh, he was present that day, but Zhu Yuanzhang didn't know. Only Chow Chow knew. This matter has been in the past several days. He long ago did not take it seriously. I did not think that Zhu Yuanzhang is still in the heart. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. You just owe? What does owe mean? You accepted my apology? The oil on his hands was too hard to wipe clean. Yunsen squatted down and grabbed a handful of snow to rub his hands, saying slowly, you said I wasn't there. I didn't even know about this, so why are you coming to apologize to me? This was also something he couldn't figure out. There was no need for Zhu Yuanzhang to apologize to him since he hated him. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly. Can't I do it at my pleasure? Just say whether you accept it or not. If he hadn't been told off by Zhu Rongyu, and felt justified when he thought about it, and felt guilty, he wouldn't have wanted to apologize to him. Yunchen muttered unhappily at his tone. You don't look like you're apologizing. Which one apologizes and speaks as fiercely as you do? Zhu Yuanzhang. How am I being mean? I'm not properly apologizing to you. Do you want me to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to you to beg Grandpa and Grandma to beg for your forgiveness? Yunsen washed his hands and stood up, glanced at him, looked away, then turned to look at him again, and suddenly grunted coldly at him across his face as he pushed him away, striding away. Originally not angry, Zhu Yuanzhang this tone of voice attitude instantly made Sin unhappy. He's going to give him a little FaceTime. Hello, Yun-san? Zhu Yuanzhang looked confused. Didn't I apologize to you? Why are you still angry? Ahem. Fong Yuan walked over at an unknown time, shook his head inside. Yuanzhang Duke Yun is delicate. You should speak more gently. Zhu Yuanzhang said. Wasn't I gentle enough? I didn't even draw my sword against his neck. Zhu Rongyu patted his shoulder from behind and said with a gentle smile. You're really hopeless. Panin gave him a silent look and strutted away. Zhu Yuanzhang stood in place, his face full of confusion. No, Vice General Fong, Captain Zhu, Vice General Pang. What do you three mean? I was right, wasn't I? He's apologizing to Cloud Sam. Zhu Rongyu and Fong Yuan glanced at each other without saying a word and walked off one after the other. He Yenjo was the last one to walk out of the tent. Seeing that he looked at the direction Zhu Rongyu left them and still hasn't left, Yunsen didn't take that day to heart. He wasn't angry. He was all pissed off by the tone of voice you just spoke in. Zhu Yuanzhang turned around at the sound. General, he commiserated, but I've been very soft-spoken. He Yenjo glanced at him. Then what else is there to say? Since you apologized, this matter is over. Duke Yun he's angry. Zhu Yuanzhang said. Unlike you, little Sam is angry and will soon forget about it. He Yenjo hit the nail on the head. You don't have to take it to heart either. If it were anyone else, he would have saved under the circumstances. Zhu Yuanzhang's face changed again and again, and finally hung his head and said okay, turning around and leaving like a lost puppy. How dare the general say he's angry? He's not angry at all. He that was clearly bad-mouthing people behind their backs, and realizing his mistake and not apologizing for not being comfortable in his heart is why he remembered it for so long. The time to return to West Head City was finally set for 3 days later. When the time comes, the 4 of them will follow Hyenjo back to Shisho City, leaving their men to take care of the barracks for the time being. When a countermeasure had been discussed for the rebellion, Pang Yin and the center general would rush back to the border to hold the fort. Waiting was the hardest part, and Yunsen was overjoyed to know that he could leave the barracks in 3 days. But the time passed too slowly. It was clearly only 3 days, and he felt like it had been 3 months. It was even harder than when he was in Misty Spirit Mountain as a little ginseng spirit buried in the earth to cultivate. I've been looking forward to this for 3 days. Early in the morning Cloud Sam was up, packing his little bag. Hyenjo bought him a few sets of clothes, folded neatly and placed in a cloth bag, and Shu Rongyu later gave him a piece of jade. I heard that it is worth a lot of money. Yunsen originally did not want to bring nothing to use, and then listened to Qin Jingda said that you can exchange money for food, then rested on the return of the mind. Finally he looked at the small flower pot. Chow chow, can I take this away too? Inside replaced the new soil. Soil quality is very good. He Yenjo also added something to the inside. Smells fragrant. He liked it. Nothing during the day will be planted in the soil to play. Sometimes nap will also be in the inside. He Yenjo nodded. You can bring it if you want. There's a place to put it. If you don't bring it, I'll ask someone to buy a new one when we go back. He Yenjo smiled lightly and touched his head. Have you packed everything? Is that all? Cloud Sam nodded vigorously. Aha! That's all. There was nothing when he arrived. And if it weren't for the fact that he had no clothes to wear after transforming into a human form, and He Yenjo had bought him clothes and a flower pot, he would be empty now. At the same time, Yunshin also sighed when people are really troublesome. Not only to wear clothes, move the place or go out to play but also bring a change of clothes apiece, or else you have to bring money to buy a new one. Unlike them demons, when their instants change, they neither need to wear clothes nor carry money. They are all relaxed and can go wherever they want. And human food is not a necessity for them, and may or may not be eaten. This time, only a few of them went back. Zhu Rongyu and the others had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing that Junsen had packed his things, He Yenjo took him out. There were only fiery horses in the barracks, no carriages, and Yunsen was assigned to ride the same horse as He Yenjo. Chow chow. I'm a little scared. He was carried onto the horse by He Yenjo and sat in front of him. The horse galloped up. The whole person is upside down. Yunsen has never ridden a horse. Scared straight to He Yenjo body. You grab the reins with me. He Yenjo split the reins halfway between him. Don't need to hold on too tightly. Don't be nervous. This horse is very docile. Cloud Sam leaned into his arms with her eyes closed and nodded her head in a muffled voice. He Yenjo wrapped one arm around his waist to prevent him from falling. The cold wind blew head on, cutting one's face like a knife, and Yunsen kept his head down, trying to shield his face from the wind and worrying that he would fall off his horse. Chow chow. How long until we get there? The North Realm wasn't too far away from West Head City. 3 hours to get there, 1 hour on a fast horse. They weren't in a hurry to rush back this time. He Yenjo then said, 3 hours. Okay. He'd thought it would be a long time. 36 ginsengs, chow chow. Why are you pinching me? I didn't think it would be this fast. Cloud Sam turned her head and buried her face into his chest. It's cold. He Yenjo paused for a moment and asked in a low voice, do you want to sit behind me? It can block some of the wind. Don't. Cloud Sam refused without even thinking. I'll fall. And then you won't even know I fell. It was because of this that he chose to sit in the front, not realizing it would be so cold up front. He wanted to change back to his original body to clutch into He Yenjo's clothes. But none of the people in the group except for him and Zhu Rongyu, Fang Yuan and the others knew that he was a ginseng spirit. If he didn't return to the mansion with Chow Chow in his physical form, and then suddenly appeared when he arrived at West Head City, he might be exposed and cause trouble for Chow Chow. Hey, it's hard to be a senator. He Yenjo let the horse slow down, pinched Yunshin's waist and turned him around to face himself, lifting the fox fur up to cover his body. This way you won't be cold. If you're still scared, hold me tight. Yunsen's small face was pressed against his chest, hearing the resounding heartbeat through the thick clothing. Aha! He reached out his hands to encircle He Yenjo's waist, his cheek rubbed against his clothes. Chow Chow's body smells so good, so warm, like it. With the fox fur behind him, the cold wind could not blow in, and in a short while the whole person was warm and cozy. Cloud Sam closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep as the horse lurched. He Yenjo looked down at the top of his dark hair. The little ginseng was motionless in his arms, about to sleep, and couldn't help but slow down so that the horse didn't run too fast and wake him up. Zhu Rongyu's 4 men had already run out some distance. Noticing that He Yenjo didn't follow him, he looked back and Zhu Yuanjian grunted. Petulant. A big man riding a horse is still afraid of falling. Zhu Rongyu had a smile on her face. Duke Yun was pampered and grew up. Isn't it normal to be petulant? Fang Yuan nodded approvingly. Yes, and Duke Yun is not willing to ride with us on the same horse, so the general can only lead him. Pang Yin didn't say anything, thinking the same as them. Zhu Yuanjian was so angry that his face turned red. Humph, you guys will just speak for him. Zhu Rongyu couldn't help but smile. What? You're still jealous of Mr. Yu? Being poked in the center, Zhu Yuanjiang became even more angry. He glared at Zhu Rongyu in chagrin and raised his whip to speed up, leaving them behind. Fang Yuan laughed out loud. How he even Yun Gongzi's vinegar are eaten. This if waiting for the general to marry a wife in the future shall not be vinegar not home. Pang Yin sked. Little brat. Among the few of them, only Zhu Yuanjiang is the youngest. Pang Yin is 26, a few years older than even He Yenjo, and in his eyes Zhu Yuanjiang is a brat who loves to compete for favor. Zhu Rongyu looked at the person and horse running away in front of him, but smiled without saying anything. Zhou Yuanjiang child temperament. 8 years old. Followed He Yenjo, the old general and the old lady of his extreme favor as a son to raise. In the general's house is also half a master. He naturally also clear in his heart. So Yun Sen's appearance. He Yenjo's good to him. Zhu Yuanjian will feel that he is no longer his only brother. Do not like Yun Sen. Afraid that he stole the general. However, he should say that day have said to Zhu Yuanjian. He himself cannot turn the corner. Cannot think of this above? To gas to eat this vinegar. That cannot be helped. We'll just have to wait until he finds out for himself later. And it'll be just the thing to sharpen his stinking temper. The crowd rushed for 3 hours and finally arrived at West Head City. Yun Sen woke up after only a short sleep. The road was bumpy. Not good at all. And sleepy, so sleepy eyes leaning in He Yenjo's arms wandering dazed. Sammy, we're here. The man's low voice came from overhead. Cloud Sam blinked back. Oh, are we there yet? He sat up, peeking his head out of He Yenjo's fox fur. The unseen little ginseng spirit looking around curiously. They were still at this moment by the stables at the entrance to the city at the western capital, and had not entered the city. Yun Sen saw from afar that there were people everywhere in the city, and smiles spread on everyone's faces as they heard the yells of the vendors in the city and the clapping and cheering of the spectators gathered around the sideshow. This is very similar to what those little demons of Misty Spirit Mountain came back from their trip down the mountain and told him. Just don't know if they sell that kind of painted candy and round candy. He saw the last time the mountain chicken demon eating the old flavor. Go. He Yenjo told Yun Sen to sit back down, rolled down, and extended his hand toward him again. Cloud Ginseng subconsciously jumped down, habitually thinking of himself as when he was still a small ginseng. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, He Yenjo quickly caught him. His heart was still pounding. He held Yunshen's arm tightly and couldn't help but scold him. Xiao Shun, from now on, don't jump like this. What if you fall? I know. Cloud Ginseng was picked up in his arms and looked back toward the city, full of excitement, her eyes shining brightly. Chow, are we going in now? He couldn't wait to go to the city and uhu those delicacies that Dr. Sheen had mentioned. He wanted to try every one of them. Well, it's okay. He Yenjo nodded and held his hand as he walked ahead. The city is crowded. It's your first time here. I'll hold you or you'll get separated. Little Sen's hands are so soft, white and tender, completely different from his hands that are rough and calloused from holding a sword and gun all year round. Those hands exposed to the people are pampered little young masters. He Yenjo thought in his heart and unconsciously pressed his hand holding the cloud ginseng with his fingertips. Yes, Yun Sen was very happy to be held by him. Even if He Yenjo didn't say anything, he himself would take the initiative to hold him and hug his arm as he walked. Only, Yun Sen looked down at their interlocked hands. Chow, why are you pinching me? He Yenjo said without changing his color and in a serious manner. There is a bug. I will help you drive it away. Cloud Counselor let out an oh so suspicious cry and continued to stare ahead. Zhu Rongyu and the others were waiting at the city gates, and the two of them walked over slowly. He Yenjo glanced at the sullen Zhu Yuanzhang and said in a faint voice, if you guys want to go back, then go back. I'll take little Sam around the city. Aside from Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Rongyu and the three of them all nodded their heads. The barracks bed is very hard, and injured. These days have not rested well. Running all the way back naturally want to first beautiful sleep, the next day and then go out to play. General, then we'll go back first. You and Mr. Yun have fun. Zhu Rongyu arched her hand in bow and cast a gentle smile towards Yun Sen. Aha! Zhu Rongyu and Feng Yuan and Pang Yin then lifted their feet and walked away. Seeing that none of them were waiting for him, Zhu Yuanjiang became anxious and hurriedly followed. Captain Zhu, why aren't you guys waiting for me as well? Are you still good brothers or not? Zhu Rongyu looked at him in surprise. I thought you were going to follow the general and the others. Feng Yuan, general is taking Dukyun to the city to have fun. Won't you follow? Pang Yin, you can't miss this village. Who's going to follow them? I don't want to go. Zhu Yuanjiang huffed. Try it. It's delicious. He Yenjo was coincidentally walking past him holding Yun Sen, raised his eyes at the words and took the initiative to inquire. Does Yuanjiang want to come along? Cloud Sam also eyed him over. He didn't say anything, his eyes filled with doubt, as if asking him if he wanted to go. Zhu Yuanjiang's heart is a little fluttering. The general came over and asked him if he wanted to go. Surely he still cares about him. Just now he has said he does not want to go, and now said he wants to go will not be very hit face. He Yenjo saw his tangled expression in his eyes. Zhu Yuanjiang was this kind of character when he was a child, obviously wanting to go but embarrassed to ask. So He Yenjo made the decision for him. Yuanjiang, come along. After a pause, he looked down at Cloud Sam and asked, what does little Sam think? Yun Sen nodded. Yes, I have no problem with that. One more person can eat more food. Just the two of them eating too much will arouse suspicion. After all, they are a bottomless pit. Chow Chow appetite is the normal amount of meals. Any more will not be able to eat. Zhu Yuanjiang is a rice bucket, is a very suitable candidate to cover for him. Only then did Zhu Yuanjiang nod his head in a different way, with a grudging look. Since the general has invited me along, I'll go with you. Xu Rongyu. Three people shook their heads. Let's just say it's a child who loves face. Look at this twisted look. A few people entered the city and then said their goodbyes. Zhu Rongyu and the others went back to the general's mansion, while Li Yanzhou took one person and one ginseng to stroll around the city. This time he came back wearing his regular clothes, but still a whole lot of people recognized him. From the moment he entered the city, he was constantly greeted by people. Most of them were just ordinary people, and there was gratitude and joy in their eyes when they looked at He Yanzhou. Yunsen was afraid of being found out that he was a demon, and was eager to hide away, but was again led by him, and only managed to borrow He Yanzhou's body to block himself, only revealing a head, staring at the people coming and going. Chow Chow, do they all know you? Zhu Yuanjiang proudly raised his chin, his tone triumphant. My general has won battles and saved countless people in Shishou City when he first arrived 3 years ago. It's only natural that they love and admire the general. He Yanzhou wrinkled his eyebrows and crossed his eyes. Zhu Yuanjiang immediately put away his expression and stood with a cold and serious face. Yunchen didn't pay attention to this small action. Listening to the words of Zhu Yuanjiang only felt that He Yanzhou whole person is taller. So Chow Chow not only saved himself, but also saved other people. No wonder when they came over to greet Chocho, there were stars and shimmering lights flying from them to him. If that's right, that's what Chi Chi said about merit. Right, because Chocho saved them and was grateful. And even though this favor had passed a long time ago, it was kept in their hearts. Yunsen looked happy, her eyes shining brightly as she looked over. Chow Chow, you're awesome. The little ginseng worship eyes are delightful, as if he had done something very great. But in reality it was only when he first came to the West Head City to save a group of people by hand. That was also within his duty should be done. He Yanzhou liked it when Yunsen looked at him with this kind of eyes. It was enjoyable. He held Yunsen's hand and pulled him in front of him. A show of hands, not as impressive as Shao Sun. He was referring to Yunsen pulling his life that was almost taken back from the brink of death. Yunsen obviously didn't think so and didn't think he was powerful. Frowning and saying, Chow Chow is the most powerful, saving so many people. I'm just returning a favor to Chow Chow. He Yanzhou did not argue with him, smiled faintly and touched his head, then followed his finger to the stall next to him. There are ice candy gourds. Want to eat? Cloud Ginseng was distracted and looked over. To be, Chow Chow, I want to eat. So this is what those little demons said about ice candy gourds. Round and red, and a layer of light. It looks appetizing. He Yanzhou touched the money pouch and felt empty, suddenly remembering that he seemed to have forgotten to bring it. He looked at Zhu Yuanjiang. Did you bring money? The latter guessed what he meant and, full of displeasure, muffled, brought it. He Yanzhou, I'll ask the butler to double it for you later. Zhu Yuanjiang reluctantly went up to pay. Buy 2 bunches. One for you and one for Sam. The general still has him in his heart. Zhu Yuanjiang was like a dog that had been left out by its master and was suddenly remembered by his master. If he had a tail, it would be wagging happily at this moment. He happily went up to pay and came back with 2 bunches of sugar gourds. Here you go. Yunchen arched her eyebrows and thanked him. Thank you, Zhu Yuanjiang. The little kid was happy to get a thank you for the money he spent, and grunted softly. You have to thank the general. It was bought with the general's money. I know. I was saying thank you first. You helped me bring it here well, and then say thank you to Chocho. Cloud Ginseng explained for himself. He wasn't a rude little ginseng. Zhu Yuanjiang rubbed his nose. Oh. Yunchen tore open the layer of transparent sugar paper wrapped around the outside, revealing the red hawthorn berries inside. Today there is the sun. Under the sun's rays wrapped in syrup ice sugar gourds looked more appetizing. Yunsen smelled. Sugar flavor is very strong. Smilingly passed to Yi Yanzhou lips. Chow Chow, you eat the first bite. Yi Yanzhou inclined his head. You eat it. I don't like it. Why don't you like it? Yunshen's eyes were full of puzzlement. This is very tasty. Just take a bite. Yi Yanzhou laughed at him. You know it's good even before you eat it? I just know. Yunsen passed forward again, looking at him with bated breath. Just a bite. You try it. Not good, and then spit it out. He Yanzhou had to take a bite on the candy cane he was holding up. For people who don't like acid, even if the outside of the ice candy gourd is wrapped in a thick layer of syrup that is still sour, He Yanzhou chewed the hawthorn pulp in his mouth, so sour that he couldn't maintain his facial expression. How is it? Is it good? Cloud Senator asked after him, his face full of anticipation. He Yanzhou stiffened and nodded. Aha. Then take 2 more bites and eat the first one. He Yanzhou for a moment actually do not know whether he does not want to eat the same with his own or intentionally play himself. He stared at the cloud ginseng for a while, The ginseng nature of the heart is simple. It should not intentionally play him right? Holding such speculative doubts, Yenjo ate most of the remaining hawthorn, so sour that he almost spit it out. But the little ginseng still tilted his head to look at him, waiting for a result. He tried his best to control his expression and commented, "Well, delicious." A flash of cunning flashed in the bottom of Cloud Cucumber's eyes before he withdrew his hand and opened his mouth to bite down. Yenjo's gaze followed him. "How does little Sam feel about eating it?" Yunsen's face did not change, smiling and nodding. "It's delicious, sweet and sour." As a goblin, Cloud Ginseng had the strongest perception in all aspects, and even more so in taste, but he hadn't eaten an icy candy cane, so he wouldn't find it unpalatable even if it was sour. In other words, nothing that gets into his mouth is bad, and except for the excipients, which he doesn't eat, he likes whatever he can eat. This answer caused Yenjo to be slightly disappointed that the little ginseng actually liked to eat acid. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were glazed over next to him. "General, you and Duke Yun eat a bunch? You want to eat I can buy again said to return the same way. "No need." Yenjo called out to him. "I don't like it. 38 ginsengs, you ate my ear." Eating it all and still saying that he doesn't like it, Zhu Yuanzhang skimmed his lips and glanced at Yunshin again. Seeing him eating with a satisfied face, he couldn't help but look at his own string skeptically. Was it really that good? Why did he feel like it tasted sour and had an average flavor? Chow chow. That. Yunsen suddenly saw something and pointed forward and excitedly tugged on Yenjo's clothes. "I want to eat that." Yenjo and Zhu Yuanzhang looked together and saw that it was an old man selling candy men, who was making them for a little child. "Well, buy." Yenjo opened his mouth and glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang, who received a look and asked over to buy too. "Mr. Yun, what kind do you want? Can we still choose?" Yunsen was curious. He broke away from Yenjo's hand and ran over. "What kind are there?" Seeing that they were going to buy it, the old uncle told him about the several styles that could be made, and Yunshin looked at the bunny he was drawing and asked excitedly, "Is it okay if I want one in the shape of a ginseng?" The old man froze, nodding his head even though he didn't know why he wanted this kind of payment. "It should be fine. I'll try it later." Yunshin got happy and tugged on Zhu Yuanzhang's sleeve. "What kind do you want?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him strangely. "Moncler, I want tiger." "Cloud ginseng, what ginseng do you want?" "How good the 12 zodiac signs are. Nice and tasty." Cloud ginseng grunted. "What's wrong with ginseng? Ginseng is the best." "You're not going to do that just because there's a Sam in your name, are you?" "I just love it." 2 meters away from the position, Yenjo quietly stood there, his face blandly looking at the cloud ginseng in front of the sugarman stall. His hand was broken away in the moment inexplicably want to grab, and now his hand is empty, calling people oddly unaccustomed to it, and always feel that there is something missing. He twisted his fingertips as if he could still feel the touch. Not long after the cloud ginseng will come back with the painted sugarman. Zhu Yuanzhang's one is not good still waiting. He smiled cheekily, offering treasure as if to get in front of Yenjo. "Chow chow. I want the ginseng sugarman. Good looking, right? That old man is so good at painting. He painted my ginseng so beautifully." He said a few more words of description while the old man was drawing, and the old man really drew the sugarman that looked exactly the same as his original body, and the 2 small green leaves on top of his head turned into golden sugar leaves, which Yunsen especially liked. "Well, good looking." Yenjo knew what he wanted to hear, so he picked up the good ones and told him, "It's very pretty, just like the little ginseng's original body." Cloud ginseng was satisfied and more smiles bloomed on her face. "Chow chow, want to eat? You can be allowed to eat me oh." He raised the sugarman to Yenjo's lips, and this time Yenjo didn't hesitate any longer, and directly bit down and ate Cloud Cucumber's favorite sugar leaf. Yenjo noticed that the little ginseng's smile froze and he asked, "What's wrong?" Yunsen couldn't laugh. He looked at the sugar leaf that only had 1 piece left. His mood sank, and he complained accusingly, "The little leaf was eaten by you." Yenjo was confused for a moment, unsure, his eyes puzzled. "Which part of you is Xiao Yi?" Yunsen grabbed his hand and put it on his left ear, where it was hot. He tilted his head up, his eyes wet and full of aggression. "It's my ear. You ate my ear. So cute." Yenjo was looking at him with a somewhat unnatural look, staggering away from Yunsen's eyes, subconsciously pinching his ears. "Soft and hot," Yenjo said. "It's still there." Cloud Sam grunted. "Not anymore." He took 2 steps back and rubbed his pinched left ear. "So strange. Is Chow Chow's hand electrified? How to pinch his ears crispy?" Yenjo raised his eyes, saw the little ginseng ears red to dripping blood, his heart itching to go up and touch a claw. Zhu Yuanzhang at this time with his tiger candy man came over, had to suppress this idea. The 3 of them walked along the busiest and most lively street in West Head City. All Yunsen want to eat went to buy 2 copies. A circle walked down, Zhu Yuanjiang bulging money bag also to the naked eye visible speed flat down. The little ginseng stomach is bottomless. It can't get full and it can keep on eating. Zhou Yuanjiang realized that he seemed to be able to eat very well and couldn't help but look over at his stomach towards him. Prince Yun, haven't you had enough to eat yet? They had all already eaten all the food from the stalls outside the street. He was feeling a little propped up. And Yunsen actually looked like he hadn't eaten enough. Was he a pig? Yunsen subconsciously looked at He Yanzhou. He Yanzhou gave him a soothing look and spoke. Little Sam has never eaten these before. And he can't help but eat more the first time. When Zhu Yuanjiang heard him say that, although he still felt strange, he didn't pursue the question. When Yunsen finished the lotus leaf chicken in his hand, He Yanzhou pulled his greasy hand over and wiped it with a handkerchief while asking him, "What else do you want to eat?" It was already noon in his time. The people on the street were less. Yunsen smelled the fragrance wafting in the air. Chow chow. Do you know what this smell is? It smells so good. Hot pot. He Yanzhou put down this hand and rubbed the other one for him. Does little Sam want to eat? Cloud Sam nodded vigorously. Yes. Of all the cuisines that Dr. Sheen had told him about, only the hot pot and the pot roast were the ones that he most highly recommended, and he had to go eat them. And this one smells really good. Then let's go. He Yanzhou threw away his handkerchief and pulled him towards the nearest store. Yunsen looked left and right. Dr. Sheen said that there is a hot pot that is the most delicious. Called doll hot pot? Is that the name? Why doesn't it feel like it? Zhu Yuanjiang snorted. It's a melon child, not a doll. Yes, that's what Dr. Sheen said. Yunsen glanced toward him. Zhu Yuanjiang, have you gone to eat there as well? Of course, we ate it 3 years ago when we first arrived in Shishou City. Zhu Yuanjiang proudly raised his chin. Our general invited us to eat there, but after eating that one time never ate a second time. Even the time to return to the city are very few. More than 300 days a year almost all in the border barracks live. No war also rarely return to the city. Yunshin didn't understand his proud and complacent showing off. He turned his head to He Yanzhou when he heard what Zhu Yuanjiang said. Chow chow. Let's go too. I want to eat this. Good. He Yanzhou was almost obliging to him. Then let's go. Zhu Yuanjiang looked at the small amount of money bag and sourly voiced out a reminder. General, there will be no more silver after this hot pot, so you can't eat anymore. Aha. He Yanzhou faintly answered. This place is close to the general's mansion. You go back to the housekeeper to get some silver. I'll go to the hot pot store with Xiao Sen and wait for you first. Zhu Yuanjiang felt that his heart was greatly hurt and was filled with sadness. General, He Yanzhou glanced at him, and Zhu Yuanjiang immediately shut up, threw the money bag into his arms, and hurriedly slipped away. He had a feeling that if he said one more word, he wouldn't even have a chance to get to the table later. Yunsen is really annoying. The general actually spoiled him so much. I think when the old lady was alive he also only had the honor to dip into the light to eat once the general to bring her snacks. Other times are to give silver to go to eat by themselves. This time the general but with the cloud ginseng back to the city to eat the whole street. Envious and jealous. He Yanzhou took Yunsen to the Guawazi hot pot store. The proprietor saw it was him to immediately smile, personally took them to the second floor of the largest box, and is serving tea and water and hush. Doggedly, even with the cloud senate are valued. The little ginseng had never been so warmly entertained. Before outside it was all Zhou Yuanjiang who went to buy and communicate with them, and he occasionally saw the ones he liked very much and followed them over to look at them, and he rarely communicated with the humans. The proprietor looked at him as if he was looking at something rare, and the curious prying in his eyes made Yunsen nervous, afraid that he knows a little bit of Taoism to see his own body out. Yunsen tried to hide behind He Yanzhou, whispered to him, Chow chow. 39 ginsengs. Saving my life with a ginseng is not repayment. He Yanzhou felt Yunsen's unnaturalness and spoke in a faint voice. You go down first, I still have someone here who hasn't come, so I'll order the food when he arrives. The proprietor had no choice but to nod his head. Alright, then general he will call little again if he needs anything. He Yanzhou nodded and watched him go out and close the door behind him before he turned his face to look at Yunsen. Scared? Well, Cloud Sam nodded softly. He keeps looking at me. He Yanzhou pulled him to sit down, touched his tender cheeks, smooth skin, and could not help but pinch a few times. Straight to the face pinched red before withdrawing. Do not be afraid, this proprietor is not bad. Just see you with me together some curiosity. Aha! Yunsen looked curiously at the recipe he was holding in his hand. Chow chow. Is everything on here edible? Aha! He Yanzhou handed him the recipe, then remembered that he couldn't read, took it back, picked up the brush and said, I'll tell you what's on offer, so see what you want to eat. Yes. He Yanzhou then reported to him a series of dish names. Yunsen simply do not know which one is delicious. Just listen to the name to choose dishes. and finally also selected 20 dishes. It seems a bit much. Yunsen came over to look at the recipes he had checked off, not recognizing the words but still being able to tell from the markings drawn by Hyenjo that the quantity was high. Not much. Little Sam's stomach isn't bottomless? Hyenjo laughed at him. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it. It's not that bad. Wow. Chow Chow, are you rich? Yunsen has no concept of money. Eyes brightly looked over. Saw Hyenjo nodded and then worried. Will I eat you to no money? I'm so able to eat. No. Hyenjo rubbed his head. I have some savings in my hand. Little Sam wants to eat as much as he can. No need to be concerned. Yunsen was happy and nodded her head joyfully. Aha, Chow Chow. Don't worry. I'll return it to you along with the repayment. Speaking of repaying kindness, Hyenjo suddenly remembered that Yunchen did not know that he had finished repaying kindness, and stubbornly believed that only saving his life did not count as repaying kindness, and he himself had not mentioned it in a bad way. At this time, when he heard Yunsen mention repaying kindness, Hyenjo couldn't help but ask, how does Little Sin want to repay kindness? The little ginseng spirit was stunned by the question and scratched his head, thinking hard. Let's see. Hyenjo nodded his head, his eyes diffused with a faint smile. Seeing his face full of serious expression and thinking about the method of repaying the favor, couldn't help but give birth to the meaning of teasing him. Only using the ginseng beard to save me is not considered to be repaying the favor. Aha! Cloud Sam scratched his ears. I'll have to think about it carefully then. However, he thought about it left and right, and couldn't come up with anything for half a day. Chow Chow is a great general, powerful and rich. He has no use for him except to be able to cure him, even if he saved Chow Chow that day, but also delayed for 3 years long. I can't think of. He raised his head pitifully towards Hyenjo. What does Chow Chow want? As long as I don't kill anyone, I can help you realize it. At least he is a small demon with some magic power. If Hyenjo needs something simple, he can still use his spells to help realize it. Of course, not if it kills. There isn't one. Hyenjo couldn't help but laugh as he watched his brows furrow in annoyance. He touched Yunsen's white and tender little face. A shimmering light flashed quickly under his eyes, and said in a gentle voice, there's no hurry anyway. Doesn't Littleson still have to play here for a while before going back? Why don't you take your time to think about it? Cloud Sam thought about it and nodded. Okay, that's all I can do if I can't think of anything at the moment. Chow Chow is right. You can take your time to think of something. It wasn't like he was in a hurry to go back. It was not easy to take a trip down the mountain, and there were still people who could shelter him, so he didn't want to go back so soon. Zhu Yuanjiang quickly arrived with a bag of silver money, and when he saw that Hyenjo and Yunsen were still waiting for him to order, the slight sour unpleasantness in his heart was immediately gone. He sat happily on the other side of the Cloud Senator and placed the money bag on the table. General, the lacquer butler still recites you to me, saying that he hasn't seen the general for a long time, wanting you to go back earlier in the evening. Hyenjo answered. Aha! Butler Lack is called Lack Shang, the son of the last old butler, who died together 3 years ago amidst the Yi family's decimation. Shi Sheng's mother is a doctor in a medical center in Shangjing. Shi Sheng is interested in medicinal herbs and has enjoyed following his mother to treat people in the medical center since he was a child. And when the Yi family was in trouble, the two of them saved the patients in the medical center. At that time on the capital circulated a new disease epidemic. The status of the doctor straight up, in front of the people of the city. Duga met and only just ascended to the throne. Not good in full view of the people to take away and kill, only to wait for the wind to pass. But Hyenjo hand also fast. Know that Chia Shang did not die on the mother and son of a piece of a way. These 3 years has been in the West First City of the general's residence as a housekeeper. His mother is in the West First City, opened a small medical clinic to people. Lack Shang's desire to avenge his father's death is strong. He and the old general he did not have deep feelings, but his father always recited to him how good the old general he was, and there were many valuables in the house that the old general had given him, and from 3 years ago when Hyenjo took their mother and son away, he said that he would avenge his father's death and return the old general's innocence. Xia Shan used to run outside a lot. In the Shangjing know a lot of people with good relations and reliable. Let Zhu Yuanjiang come to convey him these. It is estimated that the Shangjing side of the news. Zhu Yuanjiang sat down with a big smile and took the menu and ordered some more dishes. And just as his butt was warming up, he heard Hyenjo say to him, Yuanjiang, sit on my side. Does the general have something to tell me? Zhu Yuanjiang sat over with his eyes shining brightly, all smiles, ready for whatever task the general would send him. He knew he still had a place in the general's heart. However, Hyenjo just gave him a faint look. You're eating with too much movement. You'll get oil on Shao Sun. Zhu Yuanjiang instantly stopped being cheeky. He sure as hell didn't mean to the general. Soon the shopkeeper brought up the stove and the bottom of the pot. The bottom of the steaming pot was gurgling with hot bubbles, and with the cold wind blowing in through the window, the aroma of the hot pot spread to every corner of the box in a flash. Yunsen smelled the fragrance in the air and watched as the shopkeeper placed the pot on the stove, which showed two colors, one white and one red, and curiously moved over to look at it. Is this fondue? Well, little Sam, don't lean too close, beware of spilling out and burning you. Yenjo pulled him back, then picked up the dishes next to him and picked the few that Yunsen usually ate the most to cook down first. Yunsen kept swallowing at the smell. Chow chow. When can we eat it? I can't believe he has to cook it now. Oh, he can't even smell it without craving it. He can't wait to eat it now. Cook it before you eat it. It won't be long before you can wait. Okay. Yunsen then held his chopsticks and looked blearily into the pot. Zhu Yuanjian looked at him like this and couldn't help but choke him. Look at your unseen appearance. 40 ginsengs, I want to eat them all. Yenjo's eyes sank slightly as he glanced at him. Go back to the house if you don't want to eat. Zhu Yuanjian hurriedly closed his mouth, not daring to speak again. Yun-sun, however, didn't take his words to heart at all, or perhaps didn't care when he heard that little bit of malice in Zhu Yuanjian's words. He was a demon. He wasn't going to bother with silly human children. Zhu Yuanjiang is going to say whatever he wants to say. Anyway, he eats from Chow Chow and lives in Chow Chow. The little kid is just jealous of him before he gets sour. Thinking so, Yunsen was still a little happy, and when he saw that Yenjo was still cooking, he quickly looked up and made a face at Zhu Yuanjiang. Get mad at you. Zhu Yuanjiang clenched his chopsticks, really angry by him, the whole face red, but in the way of Yenjo and the dare not attack. Yunsen was in a better mood. He blinked his eyes and was full of innocence. Zhu Yuanjiang, why are you so red in the face? Who made you angry? Zhu Yuanjiang was so angry that he wanted to jump up and curse a few times, but he didn't dare to do so he could only lower his head and ruthlessly poke the rice in the bowl with his chopsticks. Yenjo's afterglow saw Yunsen's small action and smiled helplessly, not caring. Zhou Yuanjiang temperament is to grind a bit. Always rush to speak is not good. Easy to offend people. Shaosen has no heart and doesn't care and doesn't understand all the twists and turns. And Zhou Yuanjiang will only sulk when he goes up against him. It was already 2 hours later when the three of them went out after eating the hot pot. And for the first time, Cloud Sam felt like he was full. No, it's more accurate to say that he was satiated by the spice. His little mouth was red with spice, and he kept exhaling and shouting about the spice. Chow chow. Can we come back for more in a few days? Yenjo swept his mouth that was somewhat swollen from the spice. Not afraid of the spice anymore? Who just said he would never eat again? Cloud Ginseng red face. To eat? Just was spicy to well. You can come whenever you want to eat. Yenjo rubbed his head. However, I may not always be free to come with you every time. I will ask others to accompany you then. As he spoke he looked towards Zhu Yuanjiang. It was obvious that this other person was him. Zhu Yuanjiang's face was full of displeasure. He didn't want to accompany Yunsen here. Shishou City is not big, only 1/3 of Shangjing, but it also needs to play for 2 days to stroll around. Yenjo took Yunsen around the area near the general's residence in the afternoon, and bought him a few more sets of nice clothes, new flower pots and soil, and Zhu Yuanjiang became his free laborer, hanging on to everything he bought. It was all Cloud Ginseng stuff. None of it belonged to him, and Zhu Yuanjiang was sullen, his unhappy aura palpable from a few meters away. Passing by a sword casting store, Yunsen looked back. Zhu Yuanjiang was in a bad mood, walking very slowly, lowered his head and counted the number of steps as if slow. Yunsen tugged on Yenjo's sleeve. Chow chow. Let's go inside and take a stroll. You bought me a lot of things. Zhu Yuanjiang is not happy about it. Yenjo didn't refuse, but only glanced towards Yunsen, his eyes moving slightly as he followed him in. So when Zhu Yuanjiang caught up with a full load, he found that both Yenjo and Yunsen had disappeared. He pursed his lips, his mood so low that he didn't know if they had gone back to the mansion or elsewhere, and just had to stand in place and wait foolishly. Sword casting store. Yunsen excitedly looked at the display of the sword, all kinds of styles and sizes, although at a glance, do not know how to appreciate the people will feel that all the same. Just like when women buy rouge and powder, the men can't tell the difference. Yunsen circled around the store and finally pulled Yenjo to a corner, pointing at the raw gray sword on the ground and saying to him, Chow chow, buy this one. Zhu Yuanjiang will like it. This sword has been placed in this corner for I don't know how long. The sword body is full of dust. If Zhu Yuanjiang himself is here, he will definitely dislike him a few times. Buying this broken sword is not as good as he himself following the sword maker to cast one. Or just pick a good one. Yenjo trusted his vision and didn't ask much, holding the hilt of the sword and picking it up to look at it. It was indeed a good sword. It felt excellent in his hand and was light in weight. His fingers gently scraped the blade. It was sharp and could bleed with a little more force. He didn't know if it was forgotten here in the dust, or if it was deliberately kept. The store's sword maker immediately ran over when he saw the situation. I owe guests to buy a sword. We want better swords on our side. All of them have been made in recent days. Or not. Yunsen pointed to the one He Yenjo was holding. We'll take this one. The sword maker frowned. But this sword is a remnant from a few years ago. It's no match for the ones in the store. Aha! We'll take this. Cloud Sam blinked and held out the money bag. How much silver? That. I'll have to ask. Good. The sword maker then immediately ran inside. Is there any mystery? He Yenjo leaned over to his ear and inquired in a low voice. It looks a little different. Cloud Sam reached out and ran his finger over the sword, leaving a fingerprint. I suppose there is. I can't tell, but this is the only one here that is the best. Soon the sword maker came out to tell them the price, and finally bought it for the low price of 2 taels of silver. Yunsen held the sword and used the small handkerchief that He Yenjo had given him to wipe the sword, wiping away the dust on it to reveal its original appearance. The tip of the sword was engraved with several very strange symbols that he couldn't read, and he tilted his head and asked, Chow chow, what is this? He Yenjo looked down towards where he was pointing, and to his eyes was a string of familiar symbols. He froze slightly. His mind flashed back to the steel sword he found on Shisho Mountain last time, which also had a symbol similar to this on it, and the slightest hint of a smile floated underneath He Yenjo's eyes as he thought to himself that the little ginseng was really a piece of treasure. He pinched Yunsen's earlobe. I don't recognize it either. I'll have to wait until I return to the house and ask someone to take a look. Oh. Yunsen moved her head and didn't avoid his hand. Chow chow, don't pinch my ear. It's weird. It was even stranger than when I saw Chocho eat the sugar leaves. Again that tingly feeling like being electrified. Yeah. He Yenjo didn't listen and squeezed him a few more times before letting go under the little ginseng's round eyes. It's so soft. Look at the white round. Like a small dumplings. Call people look at want to eat a mouthful. Cloud Sam inexplicably felt a chill down his back. He looked around. Did not see where the wind rose. Fox fur also wrapped tightly. How can still feel cold? The two of them walked out and caught a glimpse of Zhu Yuanxiang, who was waiting dumbly and fuming at the same spot. Yunsen ran towards him happily with his sword in his arms. Zhu Yuanxiang, this is for you. The teenager looked over unhappily. Where did you and the general go? I waited for you for half a day. Hey, did the general buy this? His eyes widened with incredulity. Seeing Yunsen nodded and immediately took it from him, sizing it up for a moment before turning his head to look at He Yenjo, who came out a step later. General, was it given to me? 41 ginsengs. Take it if you like it. He Yenjo pulled over Yunsen's hand and wiped the dust off of him. Shaoxin helped you pick it out. It's a good sword. Hearing that it was picked by Yunsen, Zhu Yuanxiang's eyes changed when he looked at him. Mr. Yun, did you really pick this? The vision is too good. He knew when he got it in his hand that this sword was different from the ones he usually used. The patterns and symbols engraved on it looked like those steel swords he had seen on Shisho Mountain. At that time, he wanted to go away from Pangyin by a hand. Was found by him the two almost fought. Zhu Yuanxiang knew that the real fight cannot beat him, so he had to rest his mind. I didn't realize that he now possessed a sword that was not inferior to those steel swords. If it wasn't for the large and small things hanging from his body and the fact that he was still outside, Zhu Yuanxiang would have hated to unload his things and play a few sword moves on the spot. It was rare for Yunsen to say something good out of his mouth, and she raised her chin proudly. That's true. I've always had a good eye. Zhu Yuanxiang hugged the sword lovingly. The smile on his face couldn't be stopped. His heart was all over the precious sword. After buying almost everything, worrying that Yunsen will be tired. Anyway, there will be plenty of time to come out to play later. He Yenjo took the two of them to hit the road back home. General, then I will leave first. Zhu Yuanxiang smiled as he unloaded a bunch of things hanging from his body and placed them on the tabletop, holding his sword and going out cheerfully. The more he looked at this sword, the more he really liked it, and even Yunsen looked at it smoothly and didn't find him annoying anymore. Yunsen had been looking around and surveying since he entered the mansion, and as soon as Zhu Yuanxiang left, he touched here and there, curious to no end. Chow chow, do you live here? Their current location was in the small courtyard where He Yenjo lived in the mansion. He Yenjo nodded gently and walked over to the table, taking down the bag containing the clothes. Does little Sam want to live with me? Or should I ask someone to pack a room for you again? Of course it's to live together, Yunsen said without even thinking, then thumped over to him, hugging his arm and tilting his head up. Doesn't Chow Chow want me to sleep next to you? He Yenjo lowered his head to meet his eyes. The little ginseng opened a pair of big watery eyes blinking and blinking to look at him. A pathetic little look. The end of his speech trailed off, hooking very much. He raised his hand and pressed it to Cloud Sam's face, whispering, "Don't be a pussy." Cloud Senator puzzled face. What's a pussy? Hernandez. He grabbed the two dopey hairs that were floating up in the cloud ginseng and pressed them back down. Just talk like you just did. And in the future, don't just pussy out on other people. Why? Yunsen acted like a curious baby, wanting to break the mold. He also caught the words in the words of the future and other people. Cannot help but blah 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 asked. Then I will not be pampered to other people in the future. Can I be pampered with chow chow? Laxin had charcoal burned in the house ahead of time, and the house was warm and cozy. Yunsen's body was still wrapped in a fox fur that had not been taken off, and the heat went up to his face, and 2 light pink blushes fluttered on his white and tender cheeks. His trailing off was softer this time than it had been a moment ago, and his eyes fluttered as he looked over, looking like a bully. Yenjo withdrew his eyes after only one glance, and then looked again a few seconds later. It's so cute. Chow chow. Why don't you say something? Yunsen asked him. Yenjo felt that the little ginseng essence seemed to be a bit tempting. He secretly inhaled. Nothing. You can sleep next to me. But what? Sleep honestly at night and don't go back into my arms. A certain small ginseng mouth said, worried about his words. But at night when sleeping, but completely do not look worried about his appearance. A strong towards him to lean, or else in the arms, legs on his waist. Sleeping posture is really elegant. Oh, okay. Cloud Sam nodded. He didn't put this matter at ease. Completely perfunctory attitude. Let go of Yenjo's hand and went to get the clothes on the table. Chow chow. These clothes I can change into try it? Yenjo said. Well, that's fine. Cloud Sam then joyfully took the new clothes and went to the bed to change. A few days ago in the barracks he guarded Yenjo to dead. In addition to eating, drinking, pulling and not letting him out of bed, and taught him to put on clothes when he had nothing else to do. Cloud Sam has learned how to dress now. It's the process, the speed that can be slow. Yenjo put everything he bought in its place, and the snacks were all packed in a wooden basket, which was specially bought for Yunshin to put the snacks in. The new pots and soil were put in a pile, sprinkled with nutrient powder and watered, and put with the one I bought earlier. There is also a rabbit lamp and cloud ginseng entangled in the stall owner to give him a ginseng lamp. In fact, it looks inhuman ghost kind of. He did not say that no one will know what it is. Finally Yenjo held the clothes and walked inside, crossing the screen and catching a glimpse of Yunshin, who was still wondering how to put on the clothes with his naked upper body back to himself. The little ginseng's skin was so white that it glowed. It would redden with only a light high, and it was so delicate that it was evenly fattened and thin, with not an ounce of fat around the waist, and only a thin slice when viewed from the side. Yenjo felt that he would break off if he used a little bit of force. The knot in his throat rolled slightly, feeling inexplicably a little thirsty, and he lowered his eyelids, walking past as if he hadn't seen it. Yunsen heard the voice and immediately turned around, holding the clothes full of helplessness. Chow chow. It seems that I won't be able to wear this dress. He's not the same as the one you bought me before. Yenjo didn't want to look at him, but the afterglow of his eyes acted as if it had a mind of its own, and when he wasn't paying attention, he swept over toward Yunsen. The white, unclothed little ginseng hugged her clothes and looked at him. Just a lingering glance from head to toe. Yenjo instantly felt even more thirsty. He squeezed the bundle in his hand and slowly walked over. Yeah, let's see. Cloud Senator nodded and waited for him to walk over and hand the clothes over. Really, the clothes were different before. Yenjo hummed and took the clothes from his hands. His cold fingertips accidentally touched with him. Yenjo paused for 2 seconds before taking his hand back. He unfolded the dress and looked at it. It was an aqua blue dress. When he bought it, he only thought the embroidery and color was pretty, and the little ginseng had white skin, so it was perfect for wearing. He didn't even look closely at the inside, so Yenjo unfolded it before realizing that it appeared to be a set of female dresses. He thought back carefully. At that time the shopkeeper had asked him who he was buying for, and he pointed to the cloud ginseng, but then when he was choosing the clothes he saw a few sets. The shopkeeper wanted to remind him a few times, and he felt that the other person was really noisy, and shooed the person away. So it's his own problem. Yenjo was silent for a while and put the clothes away. I bought the wrong one. Don't try it. I'll buy you a new one later. Yunsen watched as he took the clothes away and couldn't help but ask, did you buy the wrong one? Isn't this what I'm wearing? Aha. Yenjo nodded his head and said with a bland face, this is what women wear. We can take a bath together. Can't I wear what the women wear? Aren't they all clothes? Cloud Sam didn't understand any of that. He ran over and hugged the clothes, a smile on his little face. Chow chow. Try it on for me. I like it. It's pretty. The distance between the two of them was instantly drawn closer, and more could be seen. Yenjo swept over his flat chest and landed on the belly band that had fallen off the ground at some point, also an aqua blue color, with a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it. His ears perked up, and his mind subconsciously conjured up images of Cloud Sam after he put it on. Chow chow. You have a nosebleed. Yunsen watched as 2 strings of blood flowed out of his nose. and her hands scrambled to wipe him with her hands. A touch of soft fragrance pounced in his arms, and Yenjo's entire body froze and did not move. His hands were holding the clothes and hadn't let go of them yet, and Cloud Sam had held the clothes a while ago as well. And now that he saw his nosebleed, he came up to wipe his nose, his skin resting against the back of his hand. Yenjo's face exploded red as he took a few steps back, pulling away from Yunsen, turning his head in a somewhat wretched manner. It's fine. It'll be fine in a moment. You put your clothes on first. With that, he hurried out the door, clutching his clothes. Yunsen lifted his foot to follow, then remembered that he was still not dressed. Humans can't walk naked. They have to wear clothes, so he had to return to put on the set of clothes he had before. By the time he put it on and chased it out again, Yenjo was long gone. Yunsen scratched his head. Not even waiting for me. Running so fast. How did Chow Chow get a nosebleed for good reason? And it didn't look like he was hurt. Not being able to figure it out, Yunsen didn't dare to leave the yard alone, so he had to crouch in the doorway and wait for him to come back. Yenjo went to the side yard to deal with the nosebleed, and on the way back, he ran into Qisheng, who had something to say to him, so the two of them went to the study to have a chat. It was 2 hours later when he came from the study again, and it was all dark. Yenjo thought of the cloud ginseng and accelerated his pace towards the small courtyard where he lived. From a long way away, he saw a blurry shadow sitting at the entrance of the small courtyard, his hands propped up on his chin, gazing into the distance in a daze. Why are you sitting outside? Several images flashed through Yenjo's mind and his breathing was a bit messy as he organized his emotions before walking over. Chow Chow, you're back. Yunsen immediately stood up when she heard the voice. Aha! I was waiting for you. Where have you been? Coming back so late? Yunsen jogged to him and tilted her face up to look at him. No more nosebleeds. What kind of injury did you just get? Yenjo pressed his shoulder to push him away a bit and whispered. Well, it's probably fire. Went to catch up with the lacquer butler and forgot to call someone back to tell you that you'd been waiting at the door? Yunsen nodded. Yeah, you were gone when I chased out, and I didn't dare to run around, so I had to wait for you here. Back to the house. Yenjo palmed the lamp, saw 2 red dots on his face, close to see. Maybe the bag of insect bites. Yenjo touched his face. A cold piece of ice. Next time, don't wait at the door. Aha! Yenjo held his hand again. It was equally cold and scary. He couldn't help but chide. Stupid. Aren't you the most afraid of the cold? Don't you know to go back inside when you can't wait? I am not stupid. Yunshin gasped and broke away, grunting. I'm still waiting for you. I wouldn't have waited if you came back earlier. Okay, it's my fault. Yenjo grabbed his hand again and held it in his palm to cover his hand. Tomorrow I'll take you around the mansion and introduce the people in the mansion to you. You have to remember Butler Lack. He is in charge of the house. In the future, if I am not in the house, if there is anything you need you can talk to him directly. Cloud Senator grunted lightly. Unremembered. Where are you going and why don't you take me with you? Yenjo explained to him. It's just a precautionary measure. The lacquer butler is very nice. The little senator will definitely get tired of staying with me, and it won't be too boring to get to know a few more people. Not at all. Yunsen pushed him away unhappily. We demons wouldn't be like you humans. Happy with the new and the old? The corner of Yenjo's mouth twitched, and he didn't know where he'd gone to learn it. So does little senator think I'm this kind of person? Well, Cloud Sam lifted his head to stare at him. No, that won't do. Just getting to know a few more people will be good for Sammy. Cloud Sam had to nod. Alright then. Chow Chow had other things to do too. He knew that. He couldn't always follow. Yenjo couldn't help but reach out and pinch his face and earlobes as he watched his obedient demeanor, earning an unhappy glare from Yunsen. Ahem. Little senator, go get your clothes. I'll take you to the hot springs. What's a spa? Soak. Cloud Senator gave an oh-so-subtle cry and turned to run inside to grab his new clothes, packing them up in a small bag and bringing a few snacks along with him, ready to be eaten while soaking in the bath. Yenjo pulled him towards the small hot spring in the backyard, a hot spring that he had specially asked to be built when he arrived in Shisho City 3 years ago. The weather in the north was bitterly cold, and when he first arrived he wouldn't be able to sleep at night without a bath in the winter. But then he got so used to the cold that he didn't need a bath. Laxon has regular care and the water in the spa is flowing in clean. Cloud Sam loves to bathe and is afraid of the cold, so take him to a hot spring and he'll love it. Yenjo thought, holding his hand couldn't help but tighten it a bit. In fact, he had a little selfishness in it. The two soon arrived at the hot springs, the water sparkling and hot with white smoke. Yunsen squatted and touched the water. It was lukewarm. He put his hand in the water and felt the temperature of the water. Seeing that it was not very hot, he immediately stood up. Chow Chow, can I go down now? Yenjo nodded. Aha. Yunsen then jumped directly into the water, not even taking off his clothes. The whole person was soaking wet. He dove in the water for a bit, swimming around like a fish, obviously happy with the place. Cloud Cucumber violently poked out of the water, her hair wet against her back, a few strands falling on her face. Her small white face hung with droplets of water, tilting her face up to look at the man standing on the shore. Chow Chow, won't you come down? We can take a bath together. Ah, it's so cozy. He liked the hot spring. The water was gentle and not hot at all. Yenjo looked at him. Soak yourself. I'll wait for you. You come along. Yunsen swam to the shore and reached out to grab the hem of his shirt. This hot spring is so big. We can totally soak together. Don't get cold. Good. Yenjo didn't push back this time. He pinched Yunsen's wet clothes, his voice deep. You don't need to wear clothes to take a bath. Little Sen has to take off her clothes. Oh. Cloud Sam nodded vigorously, releasing her grip on the hem of his shirt to undo her belt. Yenjo looked down for a while and stood up when Yunsen unbuckled her belt and took off her clothes, revealing her round white shoulders. You soak first. I'll go back and get my clothes. 43 ginsengs. I can't believe I'm thinking about the little ginseng. Yenjo turned around and walked away without waiting for Yunsen to respond. When Yunsen looked up, he only saw a fleeing back. He blinked and didn't understand what Yenjo was panicking about. It's not like he doesn't eat people. He's a good demon. Yunsen took off his clothes and threw them towards the shore, and his whole body sank under the water again, comfortable. If only he could turn back into a small ginseng. His human body was too big and bulky, not as light and fast as his original body. Just thought so. Yunsen felt the heat in his belly, and his eyes brightened slightly. This familiar feeling, that he was going to change back. Did it actually go so well this time? Just thinking about it changed it? Cloud Sam thought suspiciously, and wanted to verify his suspicions. But the water was so comfortable that he stomped his calves and paddled with both hands for fun, and soon put the idea of verifying the transformation behind him. So when Yenjo came back with his clothes, he found that the teenager in the hot spring had disappeared, and in its place was a small white ginseng swimming on its back. He walked to the shore and looked at the little ginseng who was happily playing in the water, and felt the restless fire in his body go out all at once. How did it change back? Yenjo asked in a calm tone, placing the clothes on a shelf to the side. The human body is too bulky to be fun. Yunsen replied, exercising her spells to leap up from the water and jumped on top of him. Chow Chow, come down and take a bath. Ah, this water is so warm. It's not cold at all when you soak in it. Yenjo originally had that little bit of abnormal mind, but the cloud ginseng turned back into a small ginseng, and instantly his heart was like water. He hummed, taking off his robe and stepping down the small staircase of the hot springs. Cloud Cucumber fell into the water and started swimming and diving again, with a lot of energy. Yenjo just leaned against the wall and quietly watched him play. The hot springs are comfortable to soak in and should not be used for long. One person and one ginseng soaked for half an hour before getting up from the water. The cloud ginseng landed on the human body, high and happy. Chow Chow. I've changed back again. Yenjo looked at his white body and tossed the soft towel he brought over. Wipe clean and put your clothes on. We should go back and rest. Oh, the cloud ginseng was covered by a soft scarf that covered his entire head, and it took half a day of pounding to successfully remove it. The cold wind blew, and the little ginseng shivered with cold. Yenjo turned his back to him and quickly put his clothes back on, turned around and found him still putting them on slowly, his hands shaking, and frowned as he walked over to him. Cold? Aha! It's cold to death, Sam. Cloud Ginseng nodded his head vigorously. If it wasn't for Chow Chow saying that soaking for a long time wasn't good for his health, he would have wanted to sleep in the water tonight. But isn't he a human being? And would it be bad for the ginseng body to soak it for too long? Yenjo reached out for his clothes and put them on Yunsen in 3 tries, leading the man back to the small courtyard. The house was very warm with charcoal burning. As soon as Yunsen went in, he felt as if he had returned to the springtime when he was sunbathing in Misty Spirit Mountain. It was also the same temperature. It was warm, not too cold, and not too hot either. Its body is in the earth, soaking up the spring sunshine while it cultivates, and Samson develops more and more. All of a sudden it's kind of like going back to Misty Mountains and thinking about Chi-Chi. Yenjo saw him standing there in a daze and asked out loud, "Little Sam, what's wrong?" Cloud Sam returned to his senses, shook his head without saying why, and happily ran towards the inner room, flopping down on the bed with a stomp of his shoes and cuddling up against the thick bedding. "Chocho, I'm so sleepy, let's go to bed." He looked over with bright eyes, just looking forward to him getting into bed and laying down, then cuddling in his arms. The first few days had been like this, and Cloud Sam had gotten into the habit of doing so. Lay on his collarbone if you turn back into a little ginseng. It's a great sleeping nook and very warm. Yenjo glanced at the paperwork on the case table. "You sleep first. I'll come later." Since a few days ago wrote a letter to tell the senator and the lieutenant general that he was coming back. The two people directly put down the burden of not caring about the paperwork in the house, waiting for him to come back. In a few days, it had piled up to a small 100 letters. Yenjo appeared to be only guarding the border, but in reality, Shisho City was also assigned to him to manage West First City before he came and know the county. People live free, no governor control, but also often have accidents. No restraint. The crime rate will become higher. Yenjo to the western capital of the city stationed for a month before going to the border, but also only a month's time will be the western capital of the city, half of the hearts and minds of the people to buy. Cloud Cucumber blinked. I'll wait for Chocho to sleep together. He rolled out of bed and ran to the case table, sitting on his butt on the futon next to Yenjo, and curiously patted over to look at it with him. See? Can't read. Yunsen scratched his cheeks and said shyly, Chow Chow, you look at you. Don't mind me. Aha. Yenjo then left him alone and concentrated on the paperwork. He hadn't planned to read it all tonight, with over 100 letters. There was no telling when he'd have to see them. In fact, it is also the people write some insignificant things, can be read or not read, can be managed or not. Yenjo slowly watched, occasionally picking up the brush to write a few lines on the instrument. Cloud Sam propped his chin up with one hand to watch him approve the paperwork. At first, he was looking at the paperwork with Yenjo, but the words on it were too complicated for Yunsen to recognize or read, and the writing wasn't pretty, so he slowly looked at his face. The little ginseng was looking at it while making a mental swoon. Oh, Chow Chow was so good looking, better looking than everyone he's seen since he came down the mountain. It's the bruise on the face that spoils the aesthetic. Well, I don't know if his ginseng will remove the scars. It won't look good if the wound heals and leaves a scar. Try tomorrow. Cloud Senator watched and thought, his eyes slowly closing, his head falling to the side a little, with a weight on his shoulders. Yenjo paused for a moment and turned his head, realizing that Yunsen had already fallen asleep. He put down his paperwork and quill and carried Cloud Sam to his bed, pulling the covers over him. Yunsen opened his eyes in a daze and saw that he was going to leave, and quickly grabbed him. Chow Chow, you still do not sleep? He yawned, sat up and wrapped his arms around the man's waist, burying his face in his chest and rubbing it down, muttering, those books can be read tomorrow. It's so late. Yenjo looked down at his sleepy appearance. His fingertips moved slightly, stroking his white cheeks, and answered, good. Anyway, he would stay in West Head City in recent days and would not return to the barracks, so there was no harm in looking at it tomorrow. Yenjo blew out the candlelight and lay down. Yunsen was very self-disciplined and rolled over to hug his arm, leaning his head against his shoulder, and soon fell asleep again. Yenjo, however, did not succeed in falling asleep for half a day, and when he closed his eyes, he would think of the images he saw in the house in the evening. The women's dresses he didn't throw away, but hid them in a secret compartment in his study, fantasizing about what Yunsen would look like in a light blue bib and a woman's dress. Yenjo was vaguely a little too excited to sleep. He's really fiendish. In the past, how many young ladies and young masters of famous families in Shangjing had no feelings for him, but now he even had that kind of heart for a little ginseng spirit. 44 ginsengs, storybooks and moisturizing oils. Yenjo sighed. Cannot sleep, hard to open his eyes to see the cloud ginseng to see the second half of the night. It was hard to get a little sleepy, and with his eyes closed and still asleep, Cloud Sam suddenly let go of his arm again and rolled into his arms again. The two of them were close together, the sight of Cloud Sam's face buried in his chest, and all it took was a lowered head to kiss him. The image of fantasizing about the other person wearing a woman's dress flashed through his mind once again, and with that person in his arms, Yenjo's throat tightened, and this was a complete sleepless night. The next day, Yunsen woke up 100 times more energetic, looked at Yenjo's confabulated appearance, full of worry. Chow Chow, your face is so bad. Is it not a good night's sleep? Ah? How could he sleep when he rolled into his arms in the middle of the night? Hiranju glanced at him. Aha, how come you didn't sleep well? Yunsen asked while pressing him back into bed. You can sleep for a little while longer and get up when you've had enough sleep. What about you? Chow Chow want me to sleep with you? Yunsen asked, looking at his silent expression like he was saying yes, so he hastily laid back down again. Then I'll sleep with you for a while longer. In the daytime, Yunsen honestly laid down in the place where he slept, and did not roll into his arms like he did in the middle of the night, so Yenjo did not have those strange images in his mind anymore, and quickly fell asleep with his eyes closed. Yunsen lay down but couldn't sleep. He looked blearily at Yenjo to fall asleep, then quietly got up and put on his clothes and went outside. Just as he walked out of the small courtyard, he saw Zhu Rongyu walking this way. Yunsen happily waved his hand to him. Captain Zhu, good morning. Are you here to look for Chow Chow? Zhu Rongyu nodded and looked behind him. General hasn't gotten up yet? Yunsen sighed with a heartbroken expression. Yeah, he didn't sleep well last night, so I let him sleep some more. He's only just fallen asleep. Didn't sleep well last night? Xu Rongyu raised his eyebrows and sized him up for a few moments. He couldn't help but think in his heart. This night has passed. Duke Yun looks like alive and kicking. Could it be that he guessed wrong and is actually the one below the general? Captain Zhu, do you know where there is hot water? I want to wash up. Yun Sen's voice interrupted Xu Rongyu's floating thoughts. He looked back and turned around while making a gesture of invitation at Cloud Sam. This way. Yunshin then followed him and walked behind him, peeking around a few times from left to right. Seeing that there was no one else, he hurriedly lowered his voice towards Xu Rongyu and asked, Captain Zhu, do you still have the storybook of the little fox repaying his kindness here? I want to read it. Xu Rongyu froze for a moment. General allowed you to read it? Cloud Sam shook his head. No, but I can sneak a peek. If I don't say anything, if you don't say anything, Cao Cao won't know. The little fox's storybook had been reflected in his mind, and when he had gone to Xu Rongyu before, he had said that there were no more in the barracks, but only in Shishou City. Now that they're in West Head City, that storybook must be there too. Xu Rongyu looked at him with great interest, thinking that he might have experienced something with He Yanzhou last night. She smiled and said, there is, but Duke Yun has to be sneaky. Don't ever betray me. Yunshin patted his chest and assured, definitely not. Don't worry about it, Captain Zhu. I'll hide it from Cao Cao. Then you come with me. Yunsin followed Xu Rongyu to his place and scavenged 2 storybooks that Xu Rongyu found nice. Is this the same as the little fox repaying the favor? He flipped it over to read a page, and it felt different from the last time he'd seen it. Xu Rongyu had a serious face. It's the same. This one is an upgraded version. Upgraded? Cloud Sam was confused for a moment. What does that mean? It's just a lot better looking than the last one. It looks more interesting and it's to die for. Yun Sen nodded. I know. Thank you, Captain Zhu. He held the storybook and was about to leave when Xu Rongyu suddenly remembered something and called out to him. Mr. Yun, wait a little longer. Xu Rongyu turned around and flew back to the house. Not long after he came out again, holding a small white porcelain vase in his hand. This is for you. Cloud Sam took it and examined it curiously. What is this? This is. Xu Rongyu paused for a moment. This is a kind of medicine that is good for the general's body. You take it back and give it to the general tonight when you go to bed. The general will naturally know how to use it. It's really hard to see that their general, who looks so majestic, is actually the one down there. I didn't sleep well last night. I can't get up today, and I'm still in bed. So what is this if I didn't have an in-depth conversation with Cloud Sam last night? Xu Rongyu sked inside, the smile on her face becoming more and more sincere. Anyway, it's just good stuff. Mr. Yun, take it. Yunsen only felt that his smile was strange and didn't know what was strange about it. Nodded. Okay, I'll give it to Cao Cao tonight. Then I'll go first. Goodbye, Captain Zhu. Xu Rongyu smiled as she watched him leave and stretched her back. He can really be a sweet lieutenant. The general shall not be touched to death when he sees run oil at night. I'll be able to ask for some more rewards. So think about what you're going to order this time. Cloud Sam remembers the way he came and returns the way he came, clutching his storybook and medicine bottle. Before entering the small courtyard, he purposely hid both items in his clothes so they wouldn't be discovered. He Yanzhou was still sleeping, and on the table was the breakfast that the housekeeper had sent half a candle's worth of incense ago. Yunsen smelled the past. Breakfast is a 2-person, evenly distributed. He took one of the eat-up, is wontons and big meat buns. Yunsen eat or feel hungry. See, Yanzhou a moment and a half did not want to wake up the meaning of his share of a piece of food as well. Then he walked to the peach tree in the courtyard, took out the 2 storybooks he had brought from Xu Rongyu, and sat on the stone bench to read them. It's true that it's not the same as the last time the little fox repaid the favor, but it's even funnier than that one. This time it's the little snake that repaid the favor. The storybook had words and pictures. Yunsen couldn't read the words and only looked at the pictures with great interest, while not forgetting to stay alert to listen to the movements in the room. Near noon, He Yanzhou finally woke up, found that Yunshin is not in the house, hurried out. A glimpse of the peach tree under the back of the people sitting. He walked over and called out, Little Sam, why are you sitting outside? Isn't it cold? Yunsen hid the storybook as early as the moment he woke up, propped his hands on the jade desktop and pretended to be lost in thought, only turning back when he heard He Yanzhou ask him. It's not cold. The sun came out today. The weather is warm. He Yanzhou came in front of him, looked down at his white and red face, reached out and touched it. Did you catch wind cold? Why is your face so hot? No. Cloud Cucumber's eyes dodged and drifted to look elsewhere, just not daring to look at him. He Yanzhou's heart was clear. There must be something he is hiding from himself, but he didn't pursue. Are you hungry? It's noon. Why don't you go in and call me? Well, I had breakfast. I don't know who sent it. There were 2 servings, And I saw you were still asleep, so I ate your share too. 45 Ginseng, Zhu Rongyu is sick in the head. Stay away from him. He Yenjo nodded. Well, come on, let's go have lunch. Cloud Sam then hurriedly stood up and followed him. Just he is not good at lying. The heart panicked. Along with the rise of the movement becomes larger. Hidden in the sleeve of the small porcelain bottle fell to the ground. Along the thick snow full of rolled down to the feet of He Yenjo. Yunsen stared at the small porcelain vase with wide eyes and wanted to pick it up, but He Yenjo had already picked it up a step ahead of him. He held it in his hand and surveyed it, not seeing what it was. He Yenjo lowered his eyes and looked at Yunsen. Where did it come from? He Yenjo was serious when he wasn't smiling, with a stern face that looked like someone owed him money, and with the scar that fell on his forehead from the war the other day. He looked a little scary. Yunsen was inexplicably a little nervous when he looked at him like this and asked, squeezing his sleeves tightly, thinking of Zhu Rongyu's words about not betraying him. He said, I went out in the morning and picked it up on the road. Yeah. Every courtyard and every pathway of the general's mansion was cleaned by someone, and the number of people in the mansion was not large. Counting the few they had returned from the barracks, there were only a dozen or so people, and not many of the dozen or so would have these little bottles. Cloud Sam is obviously lying. He looked nervous, like he was covering for someone, so the vase was given to him by someone. Cloud Sam nodded vigorously. Yes. He reached over. Chow chow. Give it to me first. I haven't looked at what's in it yet. I'll give it to you when I do. Captain Zhu said it would be night before he could give it to Chow Chow, and he had to get it back now. He Yenjo avoided his hand, opened the cork and brought it to the tip of his nose to sniff. Colorless and odorless. It's not medicine or any kind of fragrance. He tilted the porcelain bottle and poured some out ready to see what it was, just in case it was something harmful. A layer of shiny oil poured down the mouth of the bottle onto his palm. He Yenjo's face darkened as he looked at Yunshin. Zhu Rongyu gave you this? Other than Zhu Rongyu, He Yenjo really couldn't think of anyone else who would give something like this to Yun Ginseng. He was the only one out of several Minders who knew that Cloud Ginseng was a ginseng spirit and that he had sent a bunch of messed up word books over last time. Yunsen still wanted to hide it for Zhu Rongyu. It's not Captain Zhu. I picked it up myself. He Yenjo sneered. Looks like it's him. As soon as Yunsen heard it, he knew that He Yenjo was sure that Zhu Rongyu had given it to him, and obediently stood there without saying anything, but was puzzled that Zhu Duwei had said that he had given it to Chacho at night, and that it would be good for his body. So why did Chacho's look not look like he was grateful and happy, but instead he was still angry? He Yenjo put the cork back. Did he say anything else when he gave this to you? Yunsen's little eyes looked at him, then at him again. Chow chow. Are you angry? He Yenjo looked at him without saying a word. Yunsen said in his heart, Judo Lieutenant is sorry. I don't want Chow Chow to be angry. So he told him Zhu Rongyu's original words at that time. Captain Zhu said that this is a kind of medicine that is good for your body, and told me to bring it back and give it to you at night when you go to bed, saying that you know how to use it. He Yenjo's back teeth were about to be clenched. Zhu Rongyu, just give it. It's just a bottle of moisturizing oil. It's not harmful. But Zhu Rongyu said it's for him? Does he look like that? Does he? Yunsen shrunk his neck and took a few steps back. Chow chow. What's wrong with this thing? No problem. He Yenjo took a deep breath and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Zhu Rongyu is sick in the head. Xiao Shun will stay away from him in the future. Don't be brought down. But Captain Zhu looks normal, and has a long life ahead of him. But if Chow Chow said that, then he must have his reasons. Cloud Sam nodded in confusion. Oh, good. He Yenjo then put it behind him and led him to the front hall. Fang Yuan. Several people have long been sitting around the round table. He Yenjo on the etiquette of subordinates or master and servant have different does not care. Xia Shang also sat in it. The woman sitting next to him is his mother. Seeing He Yenjo come, Lak Shang immediately got up. General. Mr. Yun. He Yenjo nodded faintly. Aha. He looked around and didn't see anyone he wanted to see. Where's Zhu Rongyu? Fang Yuan said. It's probably still on its way here. Zhu Yuan Jiang said cheerfully. I know. The captain said that he was used to staying in the barracks, and that he was a bit disoriented back in Shisho City, and that he didn't have an appetite, so he didn't come to eat at noon. He Yenjo sneered. I'm afraid I don't dare to come. Pang Yin looked at him all fired up and pondered for a moment and asked, I wonder what General is looking for Rongyu for, but did he do something bad to make you angry? He Yenjo naturally did not want too many people to know about this matter. Sniffing to collect some emotions, pulling Yunsen walked to the empty seat to sit down. Nothing much, just some things to ask him, and since he's not there forget it. After He Yenjo finished speaking, he introduced Yunsen. This is Lak Shang Lak Butler. Next to him is his mother. You can call Aunt Lu. Yunsen obediently called out. Paint Butler, Aunt Willow. Aunt Lu nodded her head with a smile. Good day Duke Yun. In the future, If you have any problems in the mansion, just look for Xiao Shang. If you are sick you can come to the medical center to look for me in the daytime, and I will go back to the mansion at night. Okay. Cloud Cucumber nodded curtly. The He family didn't have that many rules for eating. What with the food and the bed, the crowd ate and chatted in a friendly atmosphere. Yunsen is still not very skillful with chopsticks, but he can already clip things by himself, and the shrimp is still peeled by He Yenjo for him. After the meal, He Yenjo and Fang Yuan they have something to say. Originally wanted to send Zhu Yuanzhang to accompany Yunsen to stroll around the mansion. See his reluctant expression, then called Aunt Lu to accompany. Follow Aunt Lu well. Don't run around. He Yenjo instructed him, taking advantage of the lack of attention to whisper in Yunsen's ear again. There are Taoist priests in the city. Running around is something that will be discovered and arrested. The little ginseng was really frightened. Her body trembled and her face went white. I know. Don't worry Chow Chow. I won't run around. He Yenjo felt guilty and shouldn't have scared him so much, but what he said wasn't unreasonable. Although Shishou City is only a small city, not as crowded as Shangjing, there are still 200,000 people. Many people from all over the world are traveling and settling here, and it is guaranteed that there are Taoist priests. He Yenjo touched Yunsen's scared pale cheeks and pressed down the guilt in his heart. Alright, go play. Yunshen was so said by him or a little afraid to go, but He Yenjo told Aunt Lu to accompany him. Must have important things to say to Fang Yuan and them, only to support their own. He cannot be so unintelligent to want to follow. He sighed, grasping the sleeve of He Yenjo's shirt and tilted his head. Pitiful. Then when Chow Chow is done with his work, will he come to find me and play with me? Will, He Yenjo said, take you to the theater tonight, okay? Only then did Cloud Sam let go of his heart as he reluctantly let go of his hand and turned to walk next to Aunt Willow. Chow Chow. Then Aunt Willow and I are leaving. 46 ginsengs, it's not good to have a big belly. You have to keep it in. He Yenjo nodded his head and watched Yunsen and Aunt Lu leave before he went to the study with Fang Yuan and the others. Xu Rongyu had been waiting inside for a long time, and when she saw He Yenjo come in, she deliberately stood behind Pang Yin. A cold line of sight sweeps over. Pang Yin looks up, sees that it's He Yenjo, remembers the antechamber where he inquired about Xu Rongyu's failure to show up, and immediately walks away towards the side. Xu Rongyu had caused his own trouble. He wouldn't cover for him. Without a cover, Xu Rongyu had no choice but to harden her head and reveal a smile. General, He Yenjo gave him a cool look and said in a faint voice, since Captain Zhu likes to give things away so much, I'll send someone to buy 100 bottles to send to you. Xu Rongyu's smile froze and she couldn't laugh anymore. Only Fang Yuan and the others were filled with curiosity. Giving something away? 100 bottles? What exactly did Xu Rongyu send over that made He Yenjo so angry? Aunt Lu took Yunsen around the general's residence and told him about the interesting things that had happened in the general's residence over the past 3 years. In fact, there is nothing to talk about. He Yenjo they camped at the border. Seldom come back. There are only 2 cooking cooks in the mansion. Chixing and her, and the senator and the Zhenglong general. The 2 of them also often leave early and return late. West First City of this general's house is not big. Live in the whole house together only 13 rooms. Enough for them to live, and not far from each other. Aunt Lu also deliberately slowed down her pace. Walking slowly, still only took an incense stick of time to finish. She looked at Yunsen looking around. Born handsome, big eyes and white skin, looking very good. Couldn't help but ask him, does Prince Yun want to go out of the house to play? My medical center is opened over on East Street. There are many snacks around. If Mr. Yun wants to go, I'll go to Lak Sheng's place to get some silver. And let's go eat some delicious food. Just now at the dinner table she has observed. Yunshin eat food is not picky. What all eat, if not the table on the dishes do not have much left, are some with soup. He Yenjo do not let him eat. He can also continue to eat. Then he thought of what Vice Admiral Fong had told her in Chia Shang last night, that the boy was old Vice Admiral Yang's son who had been lost for many years, and he thought that he had suffered outside, not being able to wear warm clothes or eat enough. Aunt Willow was instantly distraught. Cloud Cucumber was dumbfounded to hear that he could go out of the house to eat. He wasn't even full. There were too many people. Chow Chow didn't even dare to let him eat too much. His stomach was still empty at this moment. Although his stomach was bottomless and he could eat a lot, he was also satiated. Is it really okay? He looked at Aunt Willow with one bright eye, but Chow Chow said he couldn't go out. Of course, Aunt Lu affirmed. The general is afraid that you'll wander out and get lost. Shishou City is still a bit uneasy. If someone accompanies you out, the general won't be so worried. Cloud Sam was definitely convinced and nodded vigorously. Aha, I'm going out then. Aunt Willow then went to the Laksheng house to get some silver and took Yunsen out of the house. An old man and a young man didn't go far. They just turned around near the general's house. There are more food over here. and it's also close to the East Street Medical Center. Yunshin wanted to buy whatever food he saw and try it, so Aunt Willow bought him a little of each, until he bought everything he could near the general's residence and looked at the stomach that was still flat even after Yunshin ate it. Aunt Lu couldn't help but ask him, "Yun Gongzi, are you full now?" Each food item was bought in small quantities, but the total added up to the amount of food a person would eat for a meal, and Cloud Cucumber's stomach still looked so flat, as if she hadn't eaten. Well, eat full. Yunsun noticed Aunt Lu's eyes and secretly used her mana to make her stomach a little bigger, pretending to exhale. "It's not nice to have a big stomach, you have to put it away." Aunt Lu looked at his slightly protruding stomach, then she let go of her heart and pointed ahead. "Over there is my medical center. Does Prince Yun want to go and take a look? It's just the right time to prescribe you some elimination food to eat, otherwise you'll be uncomfortable if you're too propped up." Yunsun didn't refuse and followed her to the medical center. As a result of this trip, he was stuck in the medical center and couldn't leave. The weather in the north is cold. Every day people come to the clinic with cold and fever to get medicine. Today it is more like stabbing a patient's nest. When they went there, it was busy inside. Aunt Lu, as the head of the medical center, naturally had to go and help, so she arranged Yunsun next to him, said a few words to him and went to busy herself. Yunsun had wanted to help, but what he had learned from following Qin Zhengda in the barracks only applied to bandaging the injuries of the generals and didn't know how to do that, so he had to sit there and watch them get busy. It was boring just sitting there again, and Cloud, seeing that Aunt Willow hadn't noticed him, stood up and headed out. "Mr. Yun, are you going out to play?" Aunt Lu saw him with sharp eyes. "Don't run around, just hang around the neighborhood. I'll come find you later." Saying that, he came up and gave him the money bag. "If you see anything you like, buy it yourself, and come back to me if you don't have enough." "Aha, okay." Cloud Senator took the money bag, and when he saw that Aunt Willow had gone back to her work, he turned around and headed out the door. The cold wind whistled and blew, mixed with small snowflakes, and Yunsun wrapped his fox fur tightly and dove headlong into the crowd. Chow Chow can only take him out to play in the evening. Auntie Lu is busy. He is embarrassed to call someone to accompany him, only around the neighborhood, not go anywhere else, not counting the mess. Thinking so, Yunsun used the money bag given by Aunt Lu to buy something hot to hold in her hand. Looking around while eating, he hadn't detected a demonic aura in the city, and the scent of a Taoist priest was safe. The west head of the city can be really big. Is that the houses where the people live are not as good looking as the ones he saw on the road when he came from the Misty Spirit Mountain. Even the general's mansion in Chow Chow was still close, but Chow Chow was relegated to this side of the world. That what the dog emperor this not give that not give. Living poorly is also considered reasonable. After wandering around for a short while, the sky slowly turned from the light snow that fell when he left the medical center to goosefeather snow. Pedestrians on the street gradually reduced, everyone hurried back to their homes. Even the small stalls selling snacks are cleaned up and gone. Yunsun pulled the fox fur over his head to block the snow, also turned around and prepared to walk back. However, once he turned around he was actually a bit confused as to which way the road was. There were only a few snow dodgers still running in the streets, and unlike the crowds when they came, and with almost a similar view of houses in all directions, it was easy to call for ahead. Cloud Senator stood confused and looked at the same spot for a while, still unable to distinguish the direction. So he had to use his spells to seek Aunt Willow's scent, and then followed the direction where Aunt Willow was. Passing in front of a stall selling tofu, Cloud Sam suddenly stopped and turned his head towards the stall. The stalls were erected by the vendors themselves, and after the snowfall the tops were removed, leaving only a very quaint shelf like a table cabinet sitting there with a cloth over it. Cloud Sam felt the scent of a living being behind the stall, underneath the cloth. "I'm not a bad guy. Don't be afraid." He hesitated for a moment but went around and looked down inside. "I saw a dirty child huddled under a cloth, his clothes torn and full of holes, his hands and feet exposed, shivering in the cold snowy day." Cloud Sam froze for a moment, then bent down, his hand reaching for the child to try to carry him out. Staying here in such a cold day and wearing so little, how cold must it be? He still feels chilled even if he wears so much. The child also sensed someone, half opened one eye, saw a pair of hands toward him. Defensive vigilance came up, snapped on the back of the hand of the Cloud Ginseng. "Go away!" Cloud Sam was confused by his punch. The back of his hand hurt a little, and hearing his fierce repulsion, he guessed that he was probably misunderstood as a bad guy. He pursed his lips and uttered, "I'm not a bad person, don't be afraid." The one eye the child had opened lifted to look at him, and then quickly retracted, looking down around him for anything that could be used as a tool of defense. However, the stall owner took everything away, leaving such a nothing store here. "You're hiding out here in this cold. Do you have no home? Do you want to come with me?" Cloud Sam asked again, reaching out to try and hug him once more. Scram! Once again, the child rejected his kindness and shook his hand away, glaring at Cloud Sam with a fierce look on his face and a hostile look in his eyes. Cloud Sam touched the tip of his nose, pondering that he didn't look like a bad guy. Right. So it must be that this child's vigilance was too strong. This is a good thing. So he said again, I'm really not a bad person. You can wear new clothes, eat hot meals, and have a warm bed if you come with me. This is really tempting. The child raised his head. His eyes stared straight at the Cloud Ginseng, opened his mouth, but the words were shocking. Ginseng? Cloud Sam's eyes widened and his outstretched hand whooshed back. Are you a goblin or a Taoist priest? The little Ginseng was so frightened that he stuttered in his speech, his heart puffing wildly. He just was feeling the breath of a stranger. How could? The kid sneered. Not to take me away? He got out from under the cloth, and just as he stood up his body gave a false start and fell towards the ground. Yunsen caught him with a quick eye and helped him up to stand on his feet before quickly letting go and taking a few steps back, now full of wariness in his place. The child looked at him and hung his head. People. Cloud Sam blinked. Not a demon or a Taoist priest? Aha. The kid got a little impatient. Taking me or not? Hurry up. It's freezing. Why so fierce? Yunsen muttered, secretly feeling it with his spells to make sure it was really a human being, before walking over again. Didn't you just not want to come with me? Why are you willing now? The child didn't say a word, and when he came up to him he threw himself headlong into his arms, and then he didn't move. Cloud Sam froze in place. Hey, I don't like it when someone gets this close to me, but the other person was a small child, so he couldn't just push away. After a long time without hearing a response, Yunsen looked down. The child's eyes were closed tightly, his breathing was shallow, his face carried 2 piles of abnormal redness, and he had obviously fainted. He reached out to feel the child's head, which was hot, and hurriedly picked him up and headed for Aunt Willow's medical center. Io Yun Gongzi, where are you running off to? It's snowing so heavily. Didn't you say you'd only go around the neighborhood? Aunt Lu stood at the entrance of the medical center looking around. She just went out to look for 2 times, did not find people. Anxious. See the Cloud Ginseng back hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Who is this child's family? How were you brought back? Yunsen walked quickly into the medical center and shoved the child into Aunt Lu's arms. Picked him up on the road. He's sick. His body is so hot. Aunt Lu, you give him a look. Okay. You quickly come in. I boiled ginger tea. For you. Aunt Lu held the child and walked inside while greeting him. It's not hot anymore. You can drink it directly. Go to the cold. Good. Thank you, Aunt Willow. Yunsen picked up the ginger tea and took a sip. It was hot and hard to drink. He frowned and was just about to put it down when he heard Aunt Willow. You'll catch a cold if you're drenched in the snow and don't drink the ginger tea. The general will be worried if he knows about it. Moving out of Hiranchu is much better. All right. Yunsen reluctantly responded, enduring the discomfort to drink the ginger tea. It's so hard to drink. Obviously the hot pot he ate that day was also spicy and he could eat it all. Putting down his teacup, he ran inside. Auntie Lu, I'm done. How's the kid? Wind chill. Got a fever. It's fine. Aunt Willow said to him, picking up the nearby souffle and throwing it towards him. Take it. Warm your hands. Find a stool and sit over here by the fire. Good. Knowing that Aunt Willow was doing it for her own good, Cloud Cucumber obeyed, looked left and right, went and took the stool under the medicine counter and sat on the edge of the charcoal basin. With the fire roasting, and the soup girl in her arms, her snow-drenched body soon warmed up. Over there, Aunt Lu also placed the child, turned back to see him obediently sitting there, couldn't help but smile. Really obedient, what he said. She found a clean soft towel and went over to Yunsen to wipe Yunsen's slightly wet hair. Does Mr. Yun want to go inside and take a hot bath? I still have Xiaoxing's clothes here. They are all washed and clean. This set on you is a bit wet. Don't. Cloud Sam shook his head. I like this one. It was bought for him by Chow Chow. It's still his favorite color. If it's wet, it's wet. He was a ginseng spirit. How could he be as weak as a mortal body? Aunt Willow then didn't say anything else, turned back to get him some food, and went back to her work. Cloud Ginseng lying on the small wooden table. I do not know whether it is drenched in snow or out of an afternoon some tired. Not a moment will feel dizzy. Eyelids also sleepy. He yawned and put the soup girl in his arms to cover her up, his eyes closing as he quickly drifted off to sleep. Yenjo came over to pick up when Yunsen woke up once. See as his sticky shouted Chow Chow, did not last to respond to fall asleep again. Yenjo and Aunt Lu greeted each other and left with a big stride, carrying the person in his arms. Not long after returning to the general's mansion, Yunsen suddenly started a high fever, rolling all over his body, so uncomfortable that he rolled on the bed and grunted. Yenjo heard the sound and came in from outside, and saw him ripping his clothes off, muttering something under his breath. He walked over to look before realizing that Yunsen's little face was red, and when he touched his forehead, he was feverish. Yenjo's face immediately sank, letting Qixing go and ask the doctor, while he himself first took a handkerchief and soaked it to wipe his body to lower the temperature. Yunsen, burned in a daze, felt someone approaching, immediately grabbed the other person's hand, laboriously opened his eyes to see who it was and then let go. Chow chow. I'm so hot. It's so hard. Now you know it's hard. Go out and play in the snow and don't go back when you don't think about it? Yenjo said in a deep voice. 48 ginsengs, you're mean to me. I hate you. Go away. The little ginseng looked at him accusingly, her eyes watery, her white cheeks reddened, and she said accusingly, you're mean to me. Chow chow is mean to me. Chow chow doesn't like me anymore. Yenjo coldly didn't say anything, just silently soaked the handkerchief that was scorched by his temperature into the cool water again and replaced it with another one for him to wipe. Yunsen didn't hear him speak, more aggrieved, opened his outstretched hand. Hate you. You go away. Don't want you. He half sat up, clutching the covers as he backed away. Yenjo's face was ugly. Kneeling on the bed, his long hand reached out to fetch the person over, firmly confined in his arms. I'm mean to you? I just spoke a little heavier. I didn't scold you. What kind of fierce? Yunsen doesn't care about this, wriggling around in his arms, humming, it's just mean. It's just mean. You weren't even like this before. Yenjo held him down. Don't move. Lak Shang went to call the doctor and will be here soon. Yunchen could not listen to him, had to go against him, just twisting and twisting, obviously all feverish and difficult. Looks like the spirit is okay very much, just not good for a long time. His entire body suddenly wilted bar up, breathless fell on Yenjo, speaking exhale breath are hot, oh so hot. Chow I'm hard to. Head or dizziness. Yenjo sighed and flattened him, removing another piece of clothing for him, leaving only his middle garment. The doctor will be here soon. Don't go out on a snowy day. It's cold outside. You've been in the south before. You've only been in the north for a short time. You can't adapt to such temperatures. And it's easy to catch a cold and contract wind chill when you get caught in the snow and blow the wind. Cloud Cucumber grunted and didn't say anything, fooling around for a short while before falling back asleep. Lak Shang quickly came in with a man. General, the doctor has arrived. Yenjo then got up and made room for someone. Lak Shang curiously looked at Yunshin, who was lying on Yenjo's bed. He has followed his mother to learn medicine since he was a child. The general said that Duke Yun had a fever and asked him to go and get a doctor. He recommended himself that he could do it, but the general said that Duke Yun's physique was different from everyone else's, and that a normal doctor might not be able to cure him. La Cheng does not understand. What is different? Not all are human. Should have everyone. That doctor wasn't really a doctor, just a commoner who was good at growing medicinal herbs. Could he really cure Prince Yun? This gentleman just drenched in snow blowing wind and cold caused by fever. Other than that there is nothing wrong. I decide to give him some medicine to eat. Wait for the temperature to come down. Rest for a day or two will be good. Yenjo nodded. Trouble you to make a trip. I'll go back then. Will the general go with me to get the medicine? Or, Lak Shang. Yenjo shouted. You go with the old gentleman to get the medicine and come back as soon as possible. Yes. Following the old gentleman out the door, Qi Shang looked left and right, but didn't see anything special about him. It wasn't until I went with the old gentleman to his house and watched the other man pull a small wooden box out of a pile of flowers and plants. What's this? The old gentleman glanced at him. Medicine. Chuck Shang looked at what he took out. Not any of the medicines from his mother's medical center that could cure wind and cold, but instead medicines for plants. Sure there's no mistake? Pain Shang was a bit skeptical. The old gentleman calmly said. The old man has been planting herbs for decades. It's impossible to be wrong. Just take it back and give it to your family's general. He'll know what to do. Qi Shang then took the medicine and left in a daze. This stuff can really cure wind chill? The cloud ginseng fever was so severe that it didn't wait for Qi Shang to bring back the medicine before it transformed back into its original form. Yenjo just changed the basin of water effort. Came back to find that the person lying on the bed is gone. With some suspicion in his mind, he lifted the covers and saw that it was true. The little white ginseng turned red, and the ginseng whiskers and the two green leaves at the top of the head were wilted and listless. It may have burned so badly that the full ginseng body, which had been seen several times before, was quite dry. Yenjo had just picked him up and hadn't even transferred him to the flower pot when he heard footsteps coming. General, the medicine is back. That old gentleman said you know how you use. The medicine he prescribed is not even human to eat. Got it. Yenjo's tone was light. You put it on the table and go out. Yes. After Qi Shang left, Yenjo hurried to the windowsill, took down the pot with the high-quality soil, peeled back the soil and poked a hole with his finger, and planted the little ginseng in it. Then he brought over the medicine that Qi Shang had retrieved. which hid a small note written by the old gentleman. He Yenjo read it and then threw the medicine into the flower pot according to the instructions on the note, and filled it with some water. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that just after the medicine was thrown in, the wilting little ginseng became a bit more energetic. He Yenjo pulled the window closed, leaving only a small gap, and closed the door to the outside of the house over, then returned the same way to the table, staring at the flower pot. The baby ginseng has been moved to a pot and fed medicine. When will it be ready? After all, it's a demon, so it should get better faster, right? But thinking about whether he is a demon or infected with wind chill and fever, He Yenjo is again a little uncertain. I just hope that Cloud Counselor gets better soon. At the same time there is some self-reproach. I should have known that the afternoon deliberations will bring him together. Before in the barracks with no reason to go back to the general's residence but cannot bring. But he was afraid that Yunsen knew about those. And the rebellion was not a joke. There were only two outcomes, win or lose. If he didn't know, when the time came the rebellion failed and he died, he would at best think that he was annoyed with him before abandoning him. And he would come back to life after a period of sadness. He Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows, suddenly regretting why he hadn't been more decisive 3 years ago. General, Zhu Rongyu's voice came from outside the door. I heard that Duke Yun is sick. How is he now? Is he alright? Has the doctor visited? He Yenjo got up and went to open the door. Zhu Rongyu stood outside holding a wooden box. He returned in a faint voice, well, fed the medicine. What did you take? He stared at the wooden box in Zhu Rongyu's hand. Oh, this it's a gift for Duke Yun. Zhu Rongyu smiled. Mr. Yun saved my life last time. It's not like I haven't returned his favor yet, and he doesn't know what to ask for. So I'll just give him what I think is good, he said and opened the lid, which contained the gold and silver jewels rewarded by the late emperor when he had previously made meritorious achievements in Shangjing, and picked the most valuable ones out of it. I see that Mr. Yun's body is empty. These are just right to take and wear. Mr. Yun has white skin and is born exquisitely handsome. It will definitely look better on him. Give it to me. He Yenjo reached out and took it away. I'll pass it on to him when he wakes up. But Zhu Rongyu's words reminded him. Shaoxin from the Misty Spirit Mountain to the north also has more than half a month. He in addition to food and clothing did not treat him harshly, but also did not treat him much better. Even these did not think to send over 49 ginsengs. The little ginseng is missing a valet. If Zhu Rongyu hadn't come over with the jewelry, she wouldn't have thought in that direction. Although little Sam didn't necessarily like needing these things, but his life was saved by little Sam. Whether he liked needing them or not, he had to show his attitude. He Yenjo thought and opened the wooden box again to look at it. These gold, silver and jewels he himself, the late emperor, and when he won every battle will get a lot of rewards. That year, in addition to a few merchants in the upper capital of the famous, the He family is the richest family. After a full house, many of the existing valuable treasures of the house were taken to flush the treasury, but there are still a lot of scattered throughout the country in small towns. In these 3 years the new emperor did not send troops and did not supply food, from which he took a lot to exchange silver bills for food, and still left some of the most valuable and unique. It's useless to keep them anyway, and it's not to the point where I have to trade those for food, so I might as well give them to little Sam. General? Seeing him staring blankly at the wooden box, Zhu Rongyu couldn't help but shout. Could it be that these he sent were not up to par? He Yenjo returned to his senses and closed the lid of the wooden box, raising his eyes to look over faintly. Anything else? Zhu Rongyu heard the meaning of expulsion in his words and coughed lightly, revealing a gentle smile. Can I go in to see Duke Yun? Listening to Qi Shang, the doctor He Yenjo called for Yun Sen is a commoner who grows herbs and prescribes medicines for plants, which are not at all edible for human beings. Zhu Rongyu guessed that perhaps the cloud ginseng had changed back to its original form. He had only seen the cloud ginseng's body twice, both of which were alive and healthy. This sick little ginseng had not seen, and his heart was quite curious. He Yenjo's eyes cast a cool look at him. 100 bottles of moisturizing oil will be delivered to the mansion in 3 days, so collect them yourself at that time. Zhu Rongyu instantly stopped being cheeky and backed up with a face full of panic. General, you're serious? He thought until now that He Yenjo said that 100 bottles were just to scare him and warn him, at most 10 or 20 bottles, and now he actually said that 100 bottles would be sent within 3 days. He Yenjo laughed coldly. The young senator is simple-minded. This is the first time to go down the mountain. A lot of do not understand. You just send those storybooks are enough to teach people bad, but also send lubricating oil. Speaking here, He Yenjo paused for a moment. I heard Shaoxin say that moisturizing oil is still for me, and it's good for my body? He walked over towards Zhu Rongyu. Now that I am here in person, Captain Zhu might as well say more about who that bottle of moisturizing oil is actually for? Killing aura to the face. Zhu Rongyu was afraid that he gas on the head to give himself a few palms. scared to fly to the courtyard. Injustice, general. How do I know that you do not have that? Is Yun Gongzi said that you are tired and did not sleep well? I just think of the wrong. Herman asked again. Do I look like the one down there? Xu Rongyu shook her head repeatedly. No, 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 you don't look like that. I'm the one who looks like that. I'm the one who looks like that. That. General. There's nothing else, I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Xu Rongyu turned around and was about to quickly slip away. No more little Sam? Don't look no more. Xu Rongyu shook his head. What's there to look at? If he looks at it again he's going to get punched. There's a child in Aunt Lou's medical center who was saved by little Sam. Go and see if he's awake. And if he is, bring him back. Little Sam likes a squire. Bring him back and you teach him well. 5 days at the latest. By the way, find out where that kid came from. Xu Rongyu had all but walked out of the small courtyard. When she heard the words, she returned. General wants to arrange a valet for Duke Yun. Isn't there a Qixing in the mansion? Even though he's a butler, he can also serve as a valet, right? Laksheng is too old to be suitable. He Yenjo said so. Xu Rongyu couldn't help but ask, how old is that child? He Yenjo thought for a moment about the words conveyed by the shadow guards he had arranged to covertly protect Yunshin. About 7 or 8 years old. Xu Rongyu's mouth twitched. Laksheng is about the same age as the general. And you, clearly don't want him to be Duke Yun's attendant. That child could be a valet because of his young age. But if the one Cloud Sam had taken was a 13 or 14, or 15 or 16-year-old teenager, surely he wouldn't have said that he would let someone be a valet. He Yenjo's chin was slightly raised, and he said indifferently and calmly, is there a problem? No, no problem. How dare he tell the truth? To tell the truth the general annoyed shall not give him a whole lot of work. Xu Rongyu arched his hand and cupped his fist. Don't worry, general. I will teach the child the rules within 5 days. Aha! He Yenjo answered and waved his hand. Go down. Xu Rongyu joyfully turned around, and heard a sentence from behind her. Remember to go fetch that 100 bottles of moisturizing oil. Late can be known all over the house. Xu Rongyu. How did the general become so petty and vindictive? He wasn't like this before. After Xu Rongyu left, He Yenjo closed the door and went back to the house, sat at the table and looked at the ginseng for a while, remembered to send him something, and went to rummage through the box to find those valuable things. It's just that the stuff here is ultimately incomplete, and there's a mansion next door in Hills that puts a lot of it. There was no telling when the young ginseng would get better from being sick, and now the whole ginseng was in a coma, so he might as well take advantage of the time to make a trip. Zishan is one round trip from Icheng in 3 days, and it may take 4 days in winter when the road is bad. But Yenjo and afraid of their own just go Cloud Senator woke up. When you cannot see others will be sad. A few times after thinking, or decided to send him in the existing pile of jewelry in the most valuable. When he saw a white jade hairpin, Yenjo suddenly thought that there was a store in the city that could make them ready-made. Yun Ginseng even wants a ginseng-shaped candy man. Why don't we ask the guys at that store to build him a ginseng-shaped hairpin? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Yenjo came to the desk and put up his pen to draw the body of the ginseng on the rice paper. But he's a drawing waste. Writing is nice. Drawing is hard for him. A series of drawing 3-4 unlike a small ginseng. Yenjo's success to their own anger. Tearing up the rice paper rubbed into a ball and thrown away. It would be better to directly describe to the guys to let people draw. He looked at where he felt unlike to put forward the views of the modification. Before leaving the door, he took another look at the small ginseng in the flower pot. The body of the ginseng was no longer as red as it was a moment ago. The color was slightly lighter, and the fever should be subsiding. Yenjo threw a little more medicine in, saw that the soil was a little dry. The moisture was drawn dry by the feverish little ginseng, added another tea of water to it, whispered a few words to him and went out. In the eyes of outsiders, the little ginseng was sick and feverish and fell into a coma. But in fact the ginseng's soul had drifted back to Misty Spirit Mountain long after it had fainted. Thinking he was dreaming, too, the cloud ginseng drifted back to its familiar surroundings and dove headfirst into the earth, drawing its nutrients. The Misty Spirit Mountain was a divine mountain, and there was plenty of aura here, and it didn't take long for Cloud Ginseng to plant himself into the soil before he felt less hot. Yunsen beautifully thought in his heart, or home is good even in the dream world can be eliminated heat. He likes the Misty Spirit Mountain, and so after repaying the grace and then touring under the mountain for a period of time to return. 50 ginsengs, I can't sleep worrying about you. Unfortunately, Cao Cao seems to have nothing to lose, and says that Samsui saving a life is not considered complete repayment. Yunsen thought carefully and felt that he was right. After all, if not Yenjo appeared to save him. He was eaten by the wolves and then no reincarnation possibility. The 1,000 years of cultivation is also ruined. And Yenjo as a mortal. There is reincarnation. Even if he did not have to send you to save him, he can be reincarnated as a human being again. So Samsa can't be considered repayment. He'll have to think of other ways to do so, or without abusing his spells. Yunsen rambled on for a while and suddenly realized that it was quiet today. He opened his eyes and looked around in a daze. Hey, where's Chi-Chi? Cloud Cucumber's eyes widened as he saw that the Lingji, which had stayed out of the ground all year, had disappeared, and his pit was empty, presenting a small nest. Chi-Chi? Cloud Ginseng Buzzer broke out of the ground and stepped on the green grass with a full ginseng of mud. Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi, where have you been? The large misty spirit mountain was so quiet that only his echo could be heard, and the place where that 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum always stayed was empty at this time. Chi-Chi only wanted to ascend, and neither in his dreams nor outside of them did Cloud Counselor ever see him leave the earth much, and the occasional times he did come out of the earth were to play with him, not to run very far, but now that he was here, Chi-Chi was gone. Strange, where would Chi-Chi go? The little ginseng walked around the misty spirit mountain with its little white short legs, and didn't find any Ganoderma lucidum, so it finally just plopped back into its pit. It was just a dream. Maybe this time he was dreaming only of his sick, feverish self, and Chi-Chi wasn't there. Thinking like this, Yunsen's head was drowsy and he quickly fell asleep with his eyes closed. Not knowing how long he had slept, Cloud Sam opened his eyes and realized that he was still in the misty spirit mountain without waking up. He yawned and turned his head to see that the Reishi's pit was still empty. Little Ginseng, why are you back? At that moment a sharp voice came, and Cloud Ginseng turned around, realizing that it was a cuckoo bird. Cuckoo squatted on the branch of the large tree behind him and tilted his head at him. Are you looking for Lingji? He seems to have gone to look for you, and went down the mountain a few days ago. Cloud Sam froze. Chi-Chi went looking for me? He blinked and thought to himself that Chi-Chi really was his best friend, having gone down the mountain to find him in his dreams. The cuckoo bird chirped a few times. Yeah, didn't you come back once a few days ago? Lingji packed his bag and went down the mountain as well not long after you left. I just happened to come back from foraging for food, and when I asked him where he was going, he said he was going to look for the little ginseng. A few days ago, came back once? Wow, this dream is so magical, but also can tamper with the dream. Even he dreamed once a few days ago to return to the misty mountains are. I don't talk to you. My kids are still waiting for me to go back to feed them. Let's go first. Lingji went looking for you, and you're back, and I don't know if he'll be taken by the bad guys. The cuckoo chirped and fluttered its wings and flew away. The little ginseng was left standing there in a daze. Cloud Sam scratched his head, not understanding why Cuckoo would say that. Could he be taken by bad people even in his dreams? He turned back to the pit of Lingji and squatted down again, his black bean eyes staring into the pit. Half a day passed and he didn't see a thing. How could Gigi leave the misty spirit mountain he wanted so much to ascend to immortality? This is a dream. Gigi just did not appear in this dream. Cloud Sam thought this and went back to his pit. There was no Chi-Chi in his dream, and he didn't like it one bit, so he'd better wake up soon. He likes the fact that Misty Mountains has Chi-Chi. Cloud Sam's fever lasted for 3 days, and he also slept for 3 days. His senatorial body also slowly cooled down from the shocking red to its original white appearance, and the 2 green leaves on top of his head were not as wilted as they had been when he first started to heat up, and regained some vigor, but he was still in a stupor. He has not woken up. Yenjo talked to him also did not respond. The mortal body and cannot do anything else, can only dry anxious. It was a good thing he hadn't had anything important to do in the last few days, so he stayed by the flower pot and waited for the little ginseng to wake up. Yunsen woke up in the middle of the night, into the darkness of the eyes. He saw a blurred shadow in front of him. Yenjo's breath was very close to him. Chow chow, he whispered, fighting his way up through the soil. The ginseng beard was soiled by the soil. He was very disgusted with the table jumped, trying to shake the soil down, and then the soil was only by Yenjo not long ago to add water. Fever is also good. The moisture was not absorbed. Sticky paste on his ginseng beard and ginseng body. Welp, that's dirty. The vibration and subtle rattle of the desktop woke the snooze. Yenjo opened his eyes and saw through the dull moonlight outside the window that the flower pot was empty and a small ginseng was bouncing around on the table. Little ginseng. Yenjo reached out his hand and picked up the little ginseng and placed it in his palm. When did you wake up? Why didn't you call me? Just now. Yunsen replied, bouncing in his palm again. Chow chow, I want to take a bath. It's so dirty. I can't stand it. As a clean little ginseng, one cannot stand to be so dirty oneself. Yenjo palmed the lamp. The house immediately bright. See the appearance of the small ginseng. Ginseng body and ginseng whiskers are all dirty soil. He couldn't help but squeeze both of the little ginseng's short hands, wiping the dirt off the ginseng with a handkerchief and placing it on the tabletop. Wait then. I'll go get you some hot water. Hot springs. Chocho, I'm going to the hot springs. The little ginseng built up her strength and jumped onto the lapel of his chest. Good. He Yenjo turned toward the outside with him and stopped again when he reached the door, asking him in a low voice, "Want to transform? I'll get you clothes." "Yes, yes, yes." The little ginseng nodded vigorously. "I want the one in green." He Yenjo then took the green set of robes and took him to the small hot spring in the backyard. The water was hot, a temperature that the little ginseng could accept. Just after placing the cloud ginseng on the shore, he plunged himself headlong into the water and swam merrily through it. "Chow chow. I passed out for a few days off." "Chow chow, why are you sleeping on the table and not going to the bed to lie down and sleep?" "Chow chow, I'm so hungry. I want to eat a chicken drumstick. Are there any more chicken drumsticks tonight?" The little ginseng soaked in the hot springs, the warm water washing away any remaining dirt, chattering as they played in the water. He Yenjo squatted at the edge to look at him and answered him word for word. 3 days. Worried about you. Couldn't sleep. There's chicken legs. I'll take you to eat them when you're cleaned up. A separate portion of the kitchenette's meals were set aside each night just for him, just in case he woke up in the middle of the night and wanted something to eat and didn't have it readily available. "Wow. I'm going to have to wash faster then," Cloud Ginseng said as he dove back into the water, his little hands rubbing all over the ginseng in various places. When he came out of the water again, he had already transformed from a small ginseng into a human form, and he stretched out his hand towards He Yenjo. "Chow chow, I'm done washing. 51 ginsengs, chow chow. Are you growing grass?" After transforming, the little ginseng stood in the hot spring water without an inch of hair, a head of black hair wetly sticking to the back, tilting his head, clear watery eyes looking over. The 2 arms that stretched out were still dripping with water droplets falling down one by one. He Yenjo lowered his eyes and didn't go to hug him in the first place. A long time passed. Yunsen's 2 hands were raised softly, still did not see him make a move. The breeze blew in through the half-lifted window and he winced, hastily retracting his arms and sinking himself into the water. "Chow chow. What's wrong with you?" Yunsen spoke cautiously. Why was Chow looking at him and not saying anything? It was all fine just now. He Yenjo wanted to say a few words to tell him to remember, but he could not say a word when he looked down into the bright eyes of the little ginseng. Yunshin fever that day he spoke but slightly louder than usual. Said he was fearsome, really want to say the heavy words, do not know what kind of aggravation. But we cannot say nothing. This time just wet snow infected with wind cold fever sleep for 3 days. Do not let him learn a lesson. The next time I think it will be committed. If he is a human being, ask Aunt Lu to give him medical treatment and medicine to boil a few days will be fine. But it is a demon. Really sick, he cannot do anything. Cannot do anything. He Yenjo sighed and held out a hand towards him. "Give me your hand." Still looking at him with cautious eyes, Yunshin didn't dare to move, her body immersed in the water, only showing a head on top, and asked in a small voice, "Chow chow, are you angry?" He recalled what He Yenjo had said to him 3 days ago when he had a fever, and at that time, he was so burnt out that his brain was confused, and now he thought about it and knew that he was being unreasonable. "Chow chow, don't be angry. I won't go out from now on, that's it. I'll be good in the mansion. I won't go anywhere. I'm sure I won't get sick again," he said, leaning towards the shore with a pleasing smile on his small face. "Chow chow, don't get angry, okay?" He Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows, looking at the smile on his face unpleasantly. "Also do not know where to learn." Reached out and pinched Yunsen's cheeks. "Not allowed to smile at me like this." Yunsen was pinched by him and her face hurt. Tears flooded her eyes. "Chow chow." He Yenjo, pinch is a little heavy. Heavy words cannot say. Pinch the face a little heavier is able to. He sullen faced to Yunsen said, "You also know that I'm angry. The snow is still outside to stay, not early to go home. If there is an umbrella is just. You umbrella did not bring. And is not an ordinary person. Sick once to 3 days to get well. If something really happened, you let me do? If I didn't know that there is an old gentleman in Shisho City who is extremely familiar with herbs, and asked Chisheng to invite him with the intention of trying, the little ginseng would probably still be in a coma at this moment." Yunsen blinked. "Chow chow. My face hurts." "Then it hurts." He Yenjo's voice was cold and clear. "I won't let you learn from your mistakes and get wet in the snow next time. And not on purpose." Yunsen skimmed his mouth. "Snow, I also went back. That is not a bit unable to find the direction well. Moreover, I also brought a small child to Aunt Lu's medical center." Speaking of which, Yunsen couldn't help but ask, "Chow chow, how's that kid doing? Is he dead?" The other party was burning at that moment, hot, dressed in rags, and there are injuries on the body. Aunt Lu at that time only said that it was a fever. This is 3 days past. I do not know how it is. Oh yes. Aunt Lu even asked him at that time if he wanted to take a hot water bath to drive away the cold and avoid contracting wind chill, but he didn't think so. Didn't think he would be as fragile as a human being, catching a cold just from getting wet in a little bit of snow. After all, he used to be fine with daily rain in the winter in Misty Spirit Mountain. Now it seems that even demons can't avoid wind chills in humans. Dead. Hyenjo said expressionlessly, rubbing his face again. Next time don't go out on a snowy day. Go out with an umbrella as well. You can't get wet in the snow. Wear thicker clothes. Got it. Yunsen was hurt by his face. Couldn't help but reach out to push him. Chow, you hate. Don't pinch my face anymore. Is that child really dead? Aha. Why don't I believe it? Yunsen blinked. Chow is lying to me, right? He hadn't detected the child's smell of someone who was going to die that day, so it must have been Chow who had lied to him. Do you want to eat a chicken leg? Hyenjo didn't answer him. If you want to eat it, get up and put your clothes on, or you won't have anything to eat later. To eat. Yunshin moved his head. Then you let go of me. How can I get up like this? Hyenjo ravaged his face for a while, rubbing the little ginseng's face until it was red. I'll hold you? Yunsen covered her face and shook her head. Don't. Chow is bad. I'll come out by myself. But touching your face, that's bad? Yunsen pointed to the red face. Chow, you can't speak in good conscience. Look, are you touching it? It's definitely red. He felt the face-old pain. Do not need to look in the mirror, no is red. Chow actually said that just touch a little which will be so painful. Hyenjo said faintly. Long memory. Grown up long. Yunsen nodded heavily. Her little eyes pitiful. Grew a lot of memory. Chow is not angry now, right? Hyenjo grunted and reached toward him again. Give me your hand. Knowing that he's not angry anymore, Yunsen busily stretched out her arms. Thank you Chow. Hyenjo picked him up from the water with a slight push, took the soft towel and put it on him, turning his back. Put it on yourself, I'll wait for you outside. Oh, Yunsen wiped a messy wipe, quickly put the clothes on. In a hurry to go to eat chicken legs also did not wear good. Messy and loose to go out. The belt is not tied. Chow, I'm done. Let's get out of here. I'm starving. He complained, rubbing his hungry little stomach. In fact, as a demon is not to feel much hunger, but I do not know if it is not recently eat human food eat habit. Always feel not eat a little bit of good hungry. Eat and cannot eat enough. The stomach is bottomless pit. Hyenjo turned to look at him, his breath catching as he stared at Yunsan's exposed chest and asked, Are you sure you're dressed? Cloud Sam looked down. It's dressed. Hyenjo secretly inhaled a breath and went over to undo his clothes and redress him, his hand avoiding touching his skin. The little ginseng body shivered and jumped into his arms, shaking his head and laughing. Chow is so itchy. You don't touch me. Hyenjo pushed him away. Stand still. Itchy. Yunsen tilted his head and looked at him with body eyes, suddenly discovering something like a new continent, pointing at his chin in surprise. Chow, are you growing grass? Long grass? Hyenjo was confused by his question for a moment, and it wasn't until Yunshin put his hand on his chin that he realized what he was talking about, and immediately cried and laughed a little. He let Cloud Sam's hand run over his chin, concentrating on dressing him before taking his hand. It's not grass. It's scruff. 52 ginsengs. Okay, I was wrong. What's a scruff? Does everyone grow it? Yunsen curiously pursued the question and touched his chin again. Why don't I have it? You didn't grow it before either. Hyenjo said. It's only long if you don't have a good night's rest. Yunsen instantly thought of his 3 days in a coma. Just woke up when Hyenjo also said that he was worried about him not being able to sleep. He looked at him tightly. Chow did not sleep for 3 days. Hyenjo hummed lightly in response. Yunsen's small face wrinkled into a ball, muttering unhappily. Even if you're worried about me, you can't not sleep. You still have injuries on your body. You need to rest properly. He didn't sleep for 3 days, so the days he spent guarding him in the barracks wouldn't have been in vain. Hyenjo stroked his head. First take you to eat, after eating we'll go back and sleep together. It should be that he had recently gotten used to sleeping with Cloud Sam. Since his second transformation the two had been sleeping in the same bed, and they were not honest in their sleep, always rolling into his arms in the middle of the night. These 3 days to the little ginseng sick turned back to the body to sleep in the flower pot. Hyenjo lying alone in bed always feel empty, not accustomed to, cannot sleep, and worried about him, it is even more sleepless. But now that Cloud Sam had woken up, it was about time for a good night's sleep tonight. Wow! Cloud Sam nodded and obediently followed him to the kitchenette. Stove simmering fire. Vegetables in the pot is not cold, just not as good as the hot aroma of freshly baked delicious. Yunsen is not picky about these. There is food no matter whether it is good or not he ate. There's a yam and rib soup, stir-fried shredded beef, a plate of prawns, and a chicken thigh. They say they're reserved for him, but they're all redone a whole new one, untouched. Hyenjo used his chopsticks to try the temperature first and felt that it wasn't very hot, so he added some firewood in to heat it up and waited for the dish to get piping hot before he brought it out for Yunsen to eat. After 3 days of not eating human food, Yunsen was like a beggar on the street who hadn't had a full meal for a long time, hugging the bowl and taking a big mouthful of food, and even not bothering to use chopsticks, directly grabbing it with his hands. Cloud ginseng. Yenjo frowned and called his name with a serious face, his voice deep. No grabbing with your hands. Use chopsticks. The little ginseng was so scared that his hands shook and the bowl almost fell on the floor. He raised his head and looked over, his face full of aggression. Chow chow. You scared me. Yenjo. He really just had a heavier tone. Cloud Sam also denounced him. You used to call me Little Sam. The clear, watery eyes looked over with a resigned meaning, an expression written on her face that said I'll get angry if you don't coax me. Yenjo was speechless for a while, and after staring at him for a long time in defeat, he said in a low voice, okay, it's my fault. From now on, I'll call them all Little Sam. Yunsen sniffled. You also promised me that you wouldn't be mean to me, and you just did it again. Chow Chow is a liar and hates Chow Chow. He grunted, hugging the bowl and turning his back, continuing to scratch with his hands. When Yenjo went around, he turned around again, insisting on not facing him. Angry? No. Cloud Sam grunted. I'm not as petty as Chocho. Yenjo was all pissed off at him. I'm petty? Aha. Yunshin nodded vigorously and said in a serious manner, if I use my hands to grab you, you'll be mean to me. But it's not your hands that are dirty, it's also my hands that are dirty. Yenjo then stopped talking and quietly watched him eat. Yunshin perked up his ears, not hearing him come to coax himself, and couldn't help but turn around to peek, all of a sudden colliding with Yenjo's eyes gazing at him. He sat up straight sheepishly, and with another grunt, said fiercely, what are you looking at? Did I allow you to look? Lovely. Yenjo looked at his pretense of fierceness and only felt a softness in the tip of his heart. He touched Yunshin's face that was rubbed with oil. Well, Shaoshan didn't let me look. It was me who peeked. Cloud Sam heard him say that and drifted a bit. Then you're wrong. Well, wrong. Yunsen then looked at him with anticipation. And Yenjo said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been mean to you. Yunsen was happy, and went up and jumped into his arms, rubbing her cheek against his chest and rubbing it, her flowery little face showing a smile. Oh, I knew Chow Chow was the best. Yenjo. I also don't know who just said he's a bad person and hates him. This change of face became faster than anyone else. Yenjo picked up his collar and pulled the man away, looking at the dirty mess on his chest. You wiped your face on my clothes? Cloud Sam just hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Yenjo also could not get angry. Retaliation to pinch his face, managed to pinch a hand of oil, and then rubbed it on his clothes. Yunsen's entire body froze. He looked down at the small oil stain on his clothes, then looked at Yenjo, then at the clothes, then at him again, and the curved arc of his mouth skimmed down. Chow, you soiled my clothes. Yenjo's expression was bland. You also soiled my clothes. Yunshin was full of displeasure. This is my favorite dress. He and I are the same color. How can you get it dirty? The green leaves were Yunsen's ears and his favorite color, and the clothes were equally green, which was usually Yunsen's favorite and most cherished set. He sulked and pushed Yenjo's hand away. You're so annoying. Didn't you just say I was the best? Hate you now. Yunsen tried to wipe clean the one with oil stains, but the result was that there was oil on his hands. The more he wiped, the dirtier it got, and he was so angry that he stomped his feet. It's all because of you. The clothes are dirty. Yenjo looked at his back and said, tomorrow I'll buy you 10 sets of new green clothes. The little ginseng, who had been so angry in the last second, turned around, her watery eyes looking up at him as she tilted her head. Really? Really? Yenjo nodded. Eat quickly. It will get cold later. Aha. Cloud Sam wasn't sad again. Chow Chow, don't lie to me. Good. Cloud Senator quickly finished all the food. Even the marinade in the plate containing chicken thighs was rolled into his stomach. Delicious. Love it. And he will eat it again tomorrow. Chow Chow. I want to eat chicken thighs tomorrow too. He started thinking about what he would eat the next day. And prawns. And crabs too. Good. Yenjo pulled him over to the wooden basin to wash his hands. The water was boiled when the dishes were warmed up. The fire hadn't been completely extinguished and was still hot. He took the soap horn and smeared it on Cloud Sam's small white hands, gently rubbing out the lather and washing the oil stains away. Yunsen kinda liked this slippery feeling, and intentionally slipped out when Yenjo rubbed his hands together, laughing at him. Chow Chow, you're so stupid. You can't even catch me here. Well, it's me who's stupid. Yenjo complied with him, rinsed off and then took a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and finally led the man back to the small courtyard. The house was burning charcoal and it wasn't cold. Does little Sam want to sleep now or later? He asked as he stood in front of the desk. I'll teach you to recognize words if you're not sleepy. 53 ginsengs, Chow Chow. Come to bed. Of course it's sleeping. Yunsen pulled him to the bedside. You haven't slept for 3 days. I would be heartbroken. Yunsen pushed Yenjo to sit down and bent down to take off his shoes, but he pulled back. I'll do it myself. Oh, okay. Yunsen nodded and sat down, not being able to remove his shoes for him, but instead his own shoes were removed by him, and stupidly asked towards Yenjo, Chow Chow, why can't I take off my shoes for you, but you can take them off for me? This is a question that any other person would have asked. Yenjo would have felt that it was a knowing question, but it was asked from the mouth of the little ginseng. That is, he really didn't know before he asked it. He took hold of Cloud Sam's ankle and removed the shoe, saying in a light tone, dirty. Cloud Sam blinked, but you're dirty even if you take it off for me. Yours is not dirty. Yenjo looked down at his skinny white feet. The shape of the feet and toes are beautiful, round and full. No strange shape, is very standard and beautiful. Cloud ginseng was white by nature, the cleanest strain of ginseng Yenjo had ever seen. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he was a demon. After the transformation of the whole body is also white and tender, and the skin is soft and sticky, like the tender tofu sold in the market. It feels that a little force will make it crumble, but if you really try hard, you will find that it won't break, and you will squeeze it harder because it is so soft and nice, which makes you love it. Thinking of this, Yenjo was suddenly a bit curious. Is the ginseng beard your foot? Cloud ginseng no ginseng whiskers are hair. My original body has hands and feet. Yenjo remembered his small hands and feet that were too pocket-sized to be pocket-sized, and was silent for a moment. Well, that's cute too, but the ginseng beard is hair makes sense. After all, ginseng beard is more. Cloud ginseng hair is also more black and shiny, with a light medicinal fragrance. Chow Chow, you can let go of me now. Yunsen moved his feet uncomfortably. Yenjo's palm was hot, and his grip on his ankle was also hot. Aha! Yenjo answered and let go of his hand. Yunsen then rolled to the inner side of the bed in a single bound, holding the bedding ready to cover, and then remembered that he hadn't yet taken off his clothes, and hurriedly got out of bed to do so, eyes full of heartache looking at the clothes soiled by Yenjo. Yunsen couldn't help but glare at the culprit. It's all because of Chojo, dirtying his favorite clothes. But the thought of him saying that he would buy himself 10 new sets of green clothes tomorrow made Cloud Sam happy again. Without this set can have 10 new sets. How to look at it is he earned awe. And the only reason he liked the green outfit so much was simply because the color was the same as his greens. Or Chow Chow bought it. Cloud Sam thought prettily, placing his clothes on the wooden chair to set them down, and going back to the bed to lie down and cover himself with bedding. Chow Chow, come to bed. He turned on his side and patted the empty space next to him, his eyes looking straight at the man in front of the bed. Yenjo's eyelids lifted and glanced towards him. The little ginseng invited him to bed with a face of innocence, speaking in a light and soft tone with an upturned tail, looking particularly seductive. Yet all he said about sleeping was really just sleeping. Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows, feeling so beastly, always thinking in crooked places, really shouldn't. Chow Chow. Seeing that he didn't respond, Yunsen spoke out again. Aren't you sleepy? Come on up. Is killing me really. Yenjo sighed deeply. Come at once. He turned and went outside to fetch water to wash his hands, and when he returned, he blew out the candle flame and stripped off his robe to lie down on the little ginseng side. Yunsen moved a little closer to him and whispered, Good night Chow Chow. Well, good night. Yenjo is indeed 3 days have not slept, has been worried about the cloud ginseng, the few times to doze off or quickly woke up, has long been sleepy. It's not the same as once fighting a war without sleep for days and nights. After the room was plunged into darkness, Yenjo closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Cloud Sam, however, tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He was sick and slept for 3 days. How could he sleep when he woke up so easily? He was so full of energy that it was not a problem for him to go out and run a few laps, but it is impossible to go to find Zhu Yuanzhang to play in the middle of the night. Grumpy Zhu Yuanzhang will definitely chase after him and scold him, and the little ginseng can't do this kind of bad thing of disturbing people's sleep, so he can only lie on the bed and count the lambs. When he counted to the 324th sheep, he suddenly smelled a unique fragrance. Yunsen sniffed and realized that it came from Yenjo. He carefully moved toward Yenjo, a little closer, and finally directly into his arms, buried his face in his chest, and inhaled deeply. It smells so good. It's Chocho's flavor. Suddenly I'm a little sleepy, Cloud Sam thought and wrapped her hands around his waist as well, her cheek rubbing against her chest as she closed her eyes to brew sleep. As he drifted off to sleep he thought in a daze that it wasn't that he couldn't sleep, it was the fact that he wasn't in Chocho's arms and didn't smell the scent that reassured him. In the end, he slept enough when he was unconscious, and Yunsen woke up at the dawn of the second day. Yenjo was still asleep, and he didn't wake him up. Carefully removing his hands from his waist, climbing up and crossing over him to get out of bed, Going to the closet to rummage for the clothes he was going to wear today. My favorite green dress is dirty and I have to wear other colors, but every set looks good. Which one is better to wear? Yunsun looked tangled at the flowery and green clothes in the cabinet, and finally took a random set with his eyes closed, and found that it was second only to green, his favorite white, with a crane embroidered on the hemline, and a belt of the kind that tied nicely, with a small hidden button to hang things on it. He thought of the jade pendant Shu-Ron you had given him last time and hurriedly went to pick it out and put it on himself, then looked down and nodded in satisfaction. He won't mess with his hair. And Yenjo is sleeping. He was helping him comb it before, so he took the wooden comb and casually combed it a few times, and once the hair tie was tied, he went out. Using spells in order to comb his hair wasn't quite worth it, it would drain his strength, and he wasn't going out today anyway, so he didn't need to comb it so nicely. Yunsun gently closed the door and turned around. Last night it snowed again. The ground was thick. Stepping on it was a pit. He didn't mind the cold, and hopped off to the kitchenette to find something to eat. Chow Chow had said he could come and eat as much as he wanted, and he could talk to the cook about anything he wanted to eat. Chow Chow has spoken, so he's not polite. When he was almost at the small kitchen, he suddenly bumped into Zhu Yuanjiang, who also woke up early. Yunsun greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Zhu Yuanjiang. Ha! Zhu Yuanjiang was also stunned when he saw him. He had not seen Cloud Sam for the past 3 days. The general said he was ill and should not go out, and he had wanted to visit him halfway through the day, but the general would not allow it. At this moment, seeing him appear before him alive and well, with a rosy, joyful face, not at all like a person who has recovered from a serious illness, Zhu Yuanjiang couldn't help but ask, Yun-sun, are you well? Well, Cloud Sam nodded gently. It'll be ready in the middle of the night. Oh, Zhu Yuanjiang nodded. Has the general not risen yet? Well, Chow Chow is still sleeping, Yunsun said as the smile on his face grew wider. Chow Chow was worried that he hadn't rested well for 3 days, so he naturally wouldn't bother. 54 ginsengs, Cloud ginsengs, you have no shame. Disgusting. Yunsun stared at Zhu Yuanjiang's face and snapped to his eyes, blinking his dark eyes and asking, Zhu Yuanjiang, did you sleep well last night? Zhu Yuanjiang was startled by his fierce approach. The white, soft face was close at hand, the clear, watery eyes blinking, the eyelashes curled and long and rooted, too pretty for words. He watched as his heartbeat inexplicably messed up the beat, poofing wildly. His face heated up and he stammered, What are you doing so close to me? Zhu Yuanjiang felt like his face was going to burn. Yun-sun, this annoying spirit, how come she looked better than those ladies of the world's families he had seen in Shangjing? Especially these eyes. Where did they look like men had them? But his skin was so dark that Cloud Counselor didn't even see that he was blushing, and just cocked his head in curiosity at his face full of nervousness. Zhu Yuanjiang, you're so nervous. The teenager glared over and cursed. It's not because of you. Did I do something? Yunsun looked confused and scratched his head. Don't you slander me. Zhu Yuanjiang opened his mouth, half a long time did not say anything. What should he say? Say that he was shy because Yunsun was suddenly so close to him? Just kidding. How could he admit it? But Yunsen's skin is really good, and white. No acne pits. Unlike him, the weather is hot on the breakout of acne, but also fortunately now winter. Otherwise his ugliest look are going to be seen by Yunsen. Zhu Yuanjiang touched his face and sighed. Did you sleep well last night? Cloud Sam asked again. Zhu Yuanjiang gave him a strange look. What for? Just tell me if you slept well. Zhou Yuanjiang felt his ears crumble as he took a few steps back, pointing at Yunsen and cursing. Yunsen, you don't know how to be ashamed. I'm a man, and you're spilling your guts to me. He was so annoyed and anxious that he half expressed the word. Disgusting. The little ginseng looks like hearing what shocking big thing. Full of unbelievable face, pointing at himself. I am disgusting? He's such a white and clean little ginseng. Where it's disgusting. He had been in the hot springs last night, and he had used fragrant soap scents, and he was all smelling good. Zhu Yuanjiang, you've gone too far. Yunsen was so angry that she blushed, her eyes heavy with a thin layer of water vapor. I'm going to talk to Chow Chow. You scolded me. Humph. You only know how to sue. Go ahead. Zhu Yuanjiang stretched his neck and said, You were the one who first pouted at me. I don't believe the general can still blame me. When did I ever pander to you? When you asked me if I slept well. Cloud Senator was dumbfounded, carefully recalled what he had just said, and shook his head back and forth. I'm not pampering myself with you. I'm just asking you normally. Zhu Yuanjiang couldn't help but say, Then why did you bring in a well? Don't you know that you speak in a soft voice? And with that intonation auxiliary it sounds like you're being pampered? I don't know. Cloud Sam shook his head blankly. That's how I talk to Chocho. Zhu Yuanjiang. He was instantly speechless and didn't know what to say. He was the only one who had made a fool of himself, and it was just unusual for people to ask him questions. Zhu Yuanzhang coughed lightly. Then why are you asking me if I slept well? Cloud Senator grunted lightly at him. Don't want to talk to you. Angry, he said and turned towards the small kitchen. Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly followed suit. Why are you so petty? It's just a misunderstanding. You're not allowed to be mad at me even though you just got mad? Cloud Sam thought he was so strange. Zhu Yuanzhang rubbed his nose. Okay. The breakfast in the small kitchen is still being made. The cook is a 30-year-old fat uncle, honest and simple looking. When he saw the two of them come in, his chubby face squeezed out a smile. Breakfast will still be ready for a little while. Duke Yun and Benefactor Gio will need to wait for a little while longer. Cloud Sam looked around. What's all the food this morning? Buns and white cake with noodles and wontons are all available. What would Mr. Yun like to eat? The fat uncle asked. Cloud Sam thought for a moment. Ravioli? I want 50 of them, with lots and lots of chili. He likes to eat spicy food, and the only way to feel very full is to eat spicy food. The corner of Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth twitched. Are you a pig? Eating so much? Yunsen snorted coldly. It's up to you. The fat uncle smiled and said yes, taking an oversized bowl for him to beat the dressing. I'll have 3 buns, a small bowl of wontons and 2 white cakes. Zhu Yuanzhang followed suit and reported what he wanted to eat. Okay. Why don't you guys go wait in the front room and I'll bring it to you when it's done. Thank you, uncle. Yunsen politely thanked him and turned to walk out. Zhu Yuanzhang followed suit. The two men walked out of the small kitchen to the large round table in the front room and sat down, waiting for breakfast in silence. And for a while no one spoke. I don't know how long it took, but Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly spoke out to break this silence. Senator Yun, I heard that you brought someone back from outside 3 days ago, and Brother Rongyu is teaching him the rules. Yun Sen's ears twitched and asked in surprise, isn't he dead? That's what he said when he asked Cao Cao last night. Who told you about dying? Cao Cao. Zhu Yuanzhang was confused. People's children live well. The general why to say that people are dead is not like it. Do not like why and allowed to bring back to the house, but also let Zhu Rongyu teach him the rules. It's really good and strange, but adults always have strange ideas. It's normal for him to not be able to figure it out. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't continue to dwell on that question. He just said, Brother Rongyu said to let that kid be your attendant, to take care of your food and living. His tone was sour when he said this. The general is so good to you. The little ginseng raised her chin with a proud face. I'm so cute. It's only natural that Cao Cao treats me well. Indeed, since the arrival of Cloud Senator, the general has been talking a lot more than before, and laughing a bit more. Thinking about it, Zhou Yuanzhan was even more depressed. He stared at the Cloud Senator up and down, looked and didn't think he had anything special, not just a little whiter than himself. He's been following the general for 7 whole years. Soon the fat uncle brought up their breakfast. Yunsen asked for a big bowl full of 50 wontons. Large, chili oil floated a full layer, full of flavor. The smell of the hook people cannot stop. He picked up a spoon and couldn't wait to scoop one up and blow on it, and ate it in one bite, still so hot that his face turned red and he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. So he gave it to him. Zhu Yuanzhan laughed at him. You're so stupid. Don't you know that you threw up? Humph. You're the one who's stupid. Yunsen said unhappily. I don't want to waste food. It was bought with Cao Cao's money. Zhu Yuanzhan froze, couldn't laugh anymore, shamefully felt so excessive, lowered his head to eat quietly and didn't speak. Yunsen looked at him. His afterglow caught a glimpse of someone coming through the door. Feeling a bit familiar, he turned to look and his eyes lit up. Cao Cao, why are you here? 55 ginsengs, Cao Cao, give me a rub. General. Zhu Yuanzhan hurriedly stood up and turned around to salute He Yanzhou. He Yanzhou saw that he was full of seriousness. The slackness he had felt when he was with Yunshin just now instantly disappeared when he learned of his arrival, and he couldn't help but say, there's no need for Yuanzhang to be so restrained in the mansion. Yes, General. The words were answered. The man was still restrained. Yunshin is not like Zhu Yuanzhang. When he saw He Yanzhou, he dropped the wooden spoon in his hand and ran over to him cheerfully, holding He Yanzhou's arm and looking up at him. Cao Cao, how come you woke up so early? Don't you sleep a little more? Couldn't sleep, so I got up. In fact, it was a certain ginseng that was missing from his arms, and it was empty, a little cold, and unaccustomed, so he got up early. With that, He Yanzhou walked over to the side where Yunsen had just sat and asked him, what did little Sen eat this morning? It's ravioli. Yunsen hurriedly loosened her grip on his arm and pulled him instead, quickly walking over to the table and sitting down, pushing the large bowl of ravioli all the way in front of him. Cao Cao, you eat. I just ate one. There are so many more. He Yanzhou looked at the red oil floating in front of him. What about you? I'll ask that fat uncle to cook me another bowl. Yunsen said without thinking. You eat first. I'm not hungry yet. The little ginseng had just finished speaking when his stomach rumbled a few times in a very disrespectful manner. He was dumbfounded and patted his stomach down, his eyes grimacing as if to say, thanks to me treating you so well in the past, how can you be so disrespectful at a time like this? Yenjo looked at his chagrined appearance and couldn't help himself. Not hungry? Then whose stomach is growling? The little ginseng made a red face, buried her head low, and replied in a whisper. Mine. You eat. I asked someone to make a new one. Yenjo rubbed the top of his hair. Did little Sam comb his own hair today? Yeah. Yoon-sun nodded vigorously, her hand reaching for the bowl of wontons. If Chow Chow doesn't eat, then I'll eat first. Aha. Yenjo stood up and walked behind him, removing the hairband and readying his hair. Zhu Yuanjiang sat across from Yoon-sun, seemingly gnawing on his bun earnestly, but in fact his afterglow was always aware of the front, and when he saw Yenjo combing his hair, his back teeth were about to be clenched. He endured and endured, but he still couldn't hold back and said, General, why are you even combing Dukyun's hair? This will spoil him. Yoon-sun sniffed and immediately retorted. No way. He's a salvation ginseng with a good heart. How can he be spoiled just because Chow Chow brushes his hair? Yenjo lightly glanced at Zhu Yuanjiang. He doesn't know how. I won't comb it for him, so you do it? Zhu Yuanjiang squeezed the bun tightly and shook his head repeatedly. No. If he was to brush Cloud Sam's hair, he might as well be punished for running a few laps around town. Yoon-sun looks delicate. His hands did not light and heavy, hurt not only by his dislike, but also may be killed by the general's eyes. No, he is not hate Cloud Senator. Thing should not be killed, him will not comb hair with him. How would want to think of his own heavy hand to hurt him? Terrible. Yoon-sun not only put the general under the spell, but also invisibly put him under the spell. Zhu Yuanjiang thought, secretly glaring at Yoon-sun before quickly retracting his eyes, and then slipped away after eating his breakfast in 3 tries. Cloud Sam was still eating his ravioli slowly. The cook's homemade chili sauce was sickly hot, and he asked for more chili, so he didn't eat much before sweat broke out on the tip of his nose and forehead. He sucked in his breath, twisted his head to look at the man behind him, and said miserably, Chow Chow, I want to drink water. So spicy. The breath exhaled was hot. Yenjo lowered his head. His eyes fell on his spicy red lips. His heart moved slightly, and in the next second his hand had reached out and pressed on it. Cloud Sam froze. Chow Chow. Yenjo returned to his senses before realizing what he had done, but he didn't withdraw his hand at first. He very calmly and subduedly pressed his finger gently against the little ginseng's reddened lips. It's so soft. Yenjo thought in his heart and turned to pour him water. Eat my share if it's spicy. No, I'm going to eat the spicy one. Yoon-sun sniffled, sweating and sniffling from the spiciness while continuing to eat, and in the end managed to spice himself up to the point that he almost cried with 2 tears in his eyes. Drink a whole jug of water. No. It didn't take long to eat before he covered his chest, his little face pale and white. Chow Chow, I'm in pain here. Yenjo looked over. Will you eat spicy food next time? Cloud Senator nodded his head again in pain. Yes, spicy is good. Serves you right for the pain. Yenjo nodded the little ginseng's head and poured water for him again. Drink it and go back to lie down. I'll tell Qixing to go to the medical center to get medicine. Yoon-sun looked at him pitifully. I can't walk. Chow Chow, you carry me back. Letting you not eat and still eating. Yenjo couldn't help but say that he still put down the dishes and picked him up to walk towards the small courtyard. I woke up in the middle of the night. The wind cold is just right. Early in the morning to eat perverted spicy. Said and did not listen. Spicy still continue to eat. Not pain is strange. Yoon-sun was in so much pain that her little face was buried in his arms and she grunted. It hurts so much. Yenjo walked even faster upon hearing this. Cloud Sam covered his stomach and rubbed it up himself, realizing it would be better. When he returned to the small courtyard, Yenjo put him on the bed and was about to go find Qixing. He pulled him back and wouldn't let him go. Chow Chow. It seems like it won't hurt as much if you rub it. He tilted his face and looked over pitifully. Chow Chow, will you rub it for me? Said again, pulled over Yenjo's hand on his stomach, eyes filled with tears. Aggrieved, shouted, Chow Chow. Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows as he sat on the bed. You need to take medicine for a stomachache to get better. Rubbing your stomach is useless. It works. Yoon-sun pressed his hand towards his stomach. Try it. Rub it. It won't hurt anymore soon. The little ginseng insisted on rubbing his stomach, and Yenjo had to listen to him. I don't know if it's psychological or really effective. After rubbing for not a while, Yoon-sun didn't cry out in pain anymore. He grunted comfortably. His hand grasped the bedding and squeezed it as if it was very comfortable. Does it still hurt now? Yenjo saw that his face wasn't as ugly as just now. Cloud Sam shook his head. Only a little bit more. After a pause, he grinned and said, I told you the belly rubs helped. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that the little ginseng wouldn't lie, Yenjo would have suspected that he was pretending just to get his stomach rubbed, lying down all the time. Full of food and drink and a little sleepy, Cloud Sam simply moved to the inside of the bed, patting the place where he had just laid down to extend an invitation. Cho, let's sleep a little longer. It's still early. Yenjo also complied with him and lay down with his clothes. Yunsun rolled very consciously, headfirst into his arms, and was about to rub his chest out of habit when he suddenly realized that Yenjo's clothes were bulging. Curious, he peeled off his shirt and fished something out of it. Chow. What's this? Hairpin. Cloud Sam knew this. His hair was pulled back with a hairpin before. He took the hairpin in his hand and scrutinized it. It looked new. It was made of white jade. It was comfortable to the touch. It was different from the one he used before. Then realizing something, Cloud Senator said with wide eyes full of joy. It's in the shape of a ginseng, eh? I'll just go out and blow off some steam. Chow. Is this for me? He looked over towards Yenjo, his eyes shining brightly. Aha. Yenjo nodded. A gift for you. Do you like it? Love it. Yunsun held the hairpin lovingly. Yenjo gave a vivid description to the fellow who made the hairpin, although he had never seen this kind of ginseng he talked about. But the ginseng hairpin made with his rich imagination looked exactly the same as the cloud ginseng's body. The two little green leaves were most beautifully done and edged with a bit of gold. Looking golden. Oh, I love it so much. The little ginseng was so excited. Lovingly kissed the hairpin, and then felt that it was not enough. Tilted his head and barfed a kiss on the closest knot of his throat. Thank you, Chow. I especially love this gift. Yenjo all of a sudden stiffened. The hand on his back tightened. Shao Sen. You. He pulled away from the little ginseng who was happily rubbing against his neck, his ears reddening. Lie still and don't move. Oh, okay. Yunsun responded obediently, not realizing that something was wrong with him, and picked up the hairpin again to look at it, itching to stare out a flower. Chow's gift to him was a hairpin. Chi had said that in the human world gifts needed to come and go, so what would be a good thing for him to give to Chow? He has no money, and if he buys anything outside, he can only ask Chow for money to buy it. But using Chow's money to buy a gift for him, can it still be from him? He did not have other valuable things. Sen ginseng beard words Chow now cannot be used. Too complementary to his mortal body cannot withstand. Although it could be stored for a long time and used later when needed. Cloud Sam felt that he wouldn't want the gift. A favor unreturned. A gift owed. The little ginseng sighed quietly. It seemed that he could only stay with Chow for a little longer. Think about how to send back the gift, repay the favor, and return to Misty Spirit Mountain later. Well, home time has been delayed again, but think about how it makes me so happy. Yenjo took a deep breath, pulled the bedding over his body, and turned his head sideways to not look at the small ginseng next to him. The warm softness on the knot of his throat was a touch away, and it had been a while in the past, yet he could still feel it, as if the little ginseng's lips were still pressed to that spot. Yet the more he willfully ignored it, the more pronounced and forgettable the feeling became. Yenjo suddenly sat up in shock and lifted the bedding to get out of bed. Yunsun looked over in confusion. Chow, what's wrong with you? Yenjo's figure stiffened slightly, pursed his lips, and said with an unnatural look, hot. Go out for air. It's not hot at all. I'm still cold. Yunsun asked him caringly. Chow, are you sick? Like I was the other day? He followed him down. I'll get the lacquer butler. No. Hiranjo rebuffed. Don't come over here. Chow. Yunsun obediently stopped his pace, his eyes still looking at him. What the hell is wrong with you? When you're sick, you need to see a doctor and take medicine. Not. We have different symptoms. It was meant to say he wasn't sick, but the status quo told him it seemed like he didn't believe himself when he said he wasn't sick. Who wouldn't be sick enough to get a kiss on the knot in their throat from a little ginseng? Yenjo said. I'll just go out and blow off some steam. Okay. Cloud Sam reluctantly believed what he said. Then you must remember to seek out the lacquer butler if you blow a gasket and it's still not healed. Aha. Yenjo nodded coldly, lifting his feet and almost falling away to run outside. The cold wind outside the house, blowing in the face, seems to blow out a lot of fire in the body. But Yenjo still feels hot. He looked down at his lower body with a complex, one-dimensional expression, and stood and blew the cold air for a while, but still not well, so he had to go to the next room. Yenjo did not allow to follow, so Yunsen did not chase out. He returned to his bed and hugged the bedding for a while, his eyes sleepy and sniffing the familiar smells. He soon fell asleep. An hour later, Yenjo returned from the compartment, entering the house and seeing the little ginseng sleeping soundly. He didn't bother to wake him up, but just gently went over to pick up the bedding that was about to fall to the floor, patting the dust and recovering it for him. Yenjo then went to the desk and meditated by putting up his pen to copy the scriptures. Just copying and copying. I don't know when it started. The latter character with the word cloud was naturally written as sen by him. When Yenjo returned to his senses, he had already written 3 sen. He snapped his pen on the desk, ink splattering all over the paper. It was as if he was possessed. Even when he saw that word ginseng, the image of being kissed by cloud ginseng on the knot of his throat an hour ago came to his mind. The fire that had hardly been lowered rose up again, and Yenjo got up with an iron face and fled again. The culprit, the little ginseng, didn't even know that the one kiss he offered out of excitement after receiving the gift had caused Yenjo to run back and forth repeatedly in the ice and fire. He slept until noon, and it was Lak Sheng who came to call him. Yunsen opened his eyes and rubbed them, saw that no one was at his side, and Lak Sheng's voice came from outside the house, so he hurriedly put on his shoes and went out. Paint butler. The newly awakened little ginseng's voice was soft and all of a sudden nice, but not everyone likes the sound of that, like Paint Sheng. However, he didn't like it but didn't show his dislike either. Lak Sheng coughed lightly and revealed what he thought was an amiable smile. Mr. Yun, it's time to eat. Everyone is waiting for you in the front hall. Wow. Yunsen nodded and followed him. Butler Lak, where's Chow Chow? Chow. Cough. The general is also waiting for you over there. It is the general who asked me to call you. La Cheng said. The smile on his face froze. It was so close. I almost called General Chow Chow along with Duke Yun. Yunsen asked. When did he go? And why didn't he call me? Lak Sheng smiled and said. That's for Duke Yun to ask the general himself. How could he, a broken butler, know what was in the general's mind? Oh, okay. When the two arrived in the front room, the crowd was talking and laughing, and no one had yet moved their chopsticks. Zhu Yuanjian was so hungry that his stomach was running out of his throat, but Yenjo said that he would wait for Yunsen to come before eating. At this moment, seeing Yunsen and Lak Sheng come in one after the other, Zhu Yuanjiang was like seeing a savior. His eyes were glued to Yunsen, urging him to quickly take his seat, and when he did, he could eat. He did eat a lot in the morning, and after he ate and went back to lie down and consume his food for an hour or so, he was called up by the general to accompany him to practice. Inexplicably, Zhu Yuanjiang was thus forced to fight him in the freezing cold, and half of them were him being beaten to the point of not being able to return the favor kind of thing. Want to call a halt? But the general was in high spirits, and it was hard to find him, so he just had to carry on. It had been a painful and physically draining morning of fighting, and while he did get a kick out of it, he was also starving. Yunsen walked next to Yenjo and looked left and right. There were no empty seats left for him. On Yenjo's left was Fang Yuan, and on his right was Pang Yin. He arranged it, and he's not happy about it. Yunshin was not as familiar with them as Zhu Rongyu, so she was too embarrassed to open her mouth to change her seat. So she had to look at Yenjo. Chow Chow, where do I sit? Yenjo stared at the dishes on the table and said in a faint voice, there is a seat next to Rongyu. Yunsen looked toward Zhu Rongyu's side, and indeed saw the empty chair. As if it was purposely left for him, the left side of the empty chair was Zhu Rongyu, and the right side was a child. Yunsen blinked and stared at the other party's clean face for a while, recognizing that this was the child he had brought back from the street 3 days ago, and immediately sat over in high spirits. You really aren't dead. Who brought you back? Was it Aunt Lu? The kid was a little reluctant to talk to him, but thinking that he had to stay here, he managed to stifle his impatience and responded. Aha! Zhu Rongyu had instilled in him in the past few days that everything was Cloud Ginseng oriented, and his main task in the future would be to protect Cloud Ginseng, accompany him to eat, drink and play with him, and accompany him with anything else except sleeping. I didn't realize that the little ginseng had actually mixed it up well enough to hide it from these people. That was something that impressed him. What's your name? Cloud Sam asked again, in exchange for saying his name, and then looked at the child with an expectant face. No, the child's face was cold and perfunctory. Zhu Rongyu interjected from the side. Duke Yun. Otherwise you can give him a name. He'll follow you in the future anyway. Ah, with me? Cloud Sam looked at him blankly. Zhu Rongyu nodded her head with a smile. General said that you lacked a valet. So he left this child in the mansion and told me to carefully cultivate and teach him to be a valet for you. But he has no name. And afterward he follows you. And you are his master. Cloud Sam nodded in confusion. Oh, name it. What would be a good name? He got all his names from Chi Chi. He doesn't know how to name things. Yunsen subconsciously turned his head to ask Yenjo, but saw him and Pang Yin talking to the mouth of the question and could not speak. So he had to turn around again and lowered his head to think hard. My name is Yunsen. You or I met in the snowy sky. Or call you Snowsen. Cloud Senator said. Snow Senator. Oh, how to sound better than his name still advanced much. The child's face was full of disgust. It's hard to hear. Zhu Rongyu whacked him under the table, and the child's face stiffened as he rejoined. I like the word enlightenment. Cloud Sam blinked. Gnosis? Go. The child frowned. Go by the vertical heart. Yunsen couldn't understand and didn't know what that word was. He looked at Zhu Rongyu for help. Captain Zhu, what kind of word is this? Can I use it? The little ginseng looked confused and pitiful. Zhu Rongyu stifled a laugh and said, yes. Alright, then I'll call you Snow Gnosis. Cloud Ginseng reluctantly said, I think it's better to be called Snow Ginseng. What do you think? Yuki Goku sounds good. The child's name has been finalized ever since. Cloud Sam was curious about him, being able to tell what he was, and not being a Taoist priest, but just a simple human, and talking a lot. Shui Wu, do you want to eat this shrimp? It's delicious. My favorite thing to eat is shrimp. Yukigo, do you really have no family and why were you hiding there that day? Yuki Goku. The family table was not a place where food was not spoken, but the young ginseng was overly curious about Shuigo and kept talking to him, resulting in the loudest and most talkative voice in the room for him. He Yenjo had been talking to Pang Yin, heard Yunsen chirping like a bird and talking non-stop, not mentioning himself at all, and not as sad as before to see that he did not take care of him, and slowly also stopped talking. He turned his head towards Cloud Sam and Snow Gobbler to see him talking this and that to Snow Gobbler with a cheerful smile on his depressed face. Today's noon was the day he purposely arranged the seating in such a way that Yunsen sat next to that child. For one thing, he wanted them to get closer and more acquainted, and when the little ginseng had a friend, she wouldn't be so clingy to him, which was what he wanted to see. Secondly, thinking that they should keep some distance, a simple kiss from Yunsen had made him be up, and it wasn't the first time, which had never happened before. But now he was not happy to watch Yunsen smile at Yukigo and talk to Yukigo. He Yenjo was a little confused about himself. He watched as the little ginseng's white, soft face spread into a smile, those clear eyes reflecting the figure of Yukigo instead of shining as if adorned with stars as he looked at himself, mind-eating and uncomfortable. General? Fong Yuan shouted, following his line of sight. His eyes revealed realization. Do you want me to go and talk to Duke Yun and change the location? He Yenjo didn't say anything, just glanced towards him as if acquiescing. Fong Yuan then got up and went over to Yunsen's side to talk to him about switching positions. I thought that according to the degree of Yunsen sticky he Yenjo like him, surely will be a mouth to agree. Did not expect Yunsen said. No need to La Fong Vice General. I will sit here well. You guys are not in Chow Chow have something to say. Fong Yuan, we've finished. But I'm not done with Yukigo yet eh? Cloud Sam blinked, then waved his hand. Vice Admiral Fong you don't need to care about me la. Quickly go back. Fong Yuan rubbed the tip of his nose. Where is it that he wanted to manage? It was clearly that he saw that the general was distracted and wanted to solve his problems. He grayed out and went back to sit down, whispering to He Yenjo, General, Duke Yun is unwilling to change back, saying that he still has unfinished business with Shui Wu. He Yenjo coldly and faintly answered, Aha, I couldn't eat more than a few bites of a meal. He Yenjo put down his chopsticks and sat quietly watching Yunsen and Shui Wu talk. Mostly it was Yunsen who spoke, and Yukigo spoke very little, and was occasionally impatient. Cloud Sam was still talking vigorously, not at all upset by his impatience and lack of attention. As lunch ended, Fong Yuan and the others left one by one, and soon only He Yenjo and Yunshin, Shui Wu, and Zhu Rongyu remained. Zhu Rongyu was waiting for Shuigo while Shuigo was still gabbing to him after being called by Yunsen. Mr. Yun. Shuigo couldn't stand the way He Yenjo looked at him as if he was looking at a dead thing with his cold as ice eyes. He spoke. I still have to study in the afternoon. Mr. Zhu has been waiting for me for a long time. Cloud Sam, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. He looked at Zhu Rongyu. Captain Zhu, can I come with you? Zhu Rongyu smiled at him gently. Of course you can. Duke Yun is welcome anytime he wants to go, provided the general allows it. He Yenjo really sank his face. Little Sam, Rongyu is going to teach Shui Wu. You will disturb him if you follow. Is that so? Yunsen looked at Zhu Rongyu. The latter nodded stiffly under He Yenjo's cold gaze. Yes and no. Zhu Rongyu. He Yenjo looked at him. Those 100 bottles of moisturizing oil should arrive this afternoon. When the time comes, I'll have someone send you inside and find you some more men? 58 ginsengs, is it really that soft to kiss? Zhu Rongyu couldn't smile. Her face was white with fear. General, I haven't finished my words yet. What I mean is that by you accompanying him, of course Duke Yun can go along. He Yenjo sneered. Zhu Rongyu immediately tugged on Shui Wu's arm and ran outside. Go, 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 go. Mr. Zhu, I didn't expect you to like men. Shui Wu spoke quietly, shaking off his hand with a face full of disgust. Don't touch me. Disgusting. Shu Rongyu stifled her face. I was pissing the general off. He did it on purpose. He's got a normal orientation. Besides, what's wrong with liking men? It's not a crime like murder and arson and treason. Isn't the heart's desire what we all seek? And can love that is criticized by gender still be love? Unbelieving. Yukiko silently pulled away from him. Chow chow. Why are you trying to scare Captain Zhu? Yunsen turned to look at He Yenjo, who was still sitting on the wooden chair without moving in the slightest, and bristled with unhappiness. Shuewu all let him pull away. There were still so many questions he hadn't told Yukiko, and the things he wanted to know the most Yukiko hadn't told him. He Yenjo looked at him in silence for a long time. The unhappiness on the little ginseng's face almost turned into substance, and his heart also had 100 different tastes. The little ginseng is very fond of Shuewu? Cloud Sam shook his head and nodded again. A little bit like it. There was a very strange scent on Yukigoku's body that he had just smelled from being close to him and sitting for a long time, and he didn't reject that scent, but rather kinda liked it. He Yenjo cold face. A little like is also like. Small senator like others. He Yenjo endured and endured, but still couldn't help but say, you've only known him for how long, and this is what you like. You don't even know if he's good or bad, and you like him? His words were a bit punchy and his tone was bad, and Cloud Sam heard it. The little ginseng blinked a few times, observing his cold face, and asked cautiously, is Chow Chow upset? No, but Chocho just doesn't look happy right now. Yunsen ran towards him, half bending over to look at him. Why is Chocho upset? Is it because I have a little crush on Yukiko? It's all been said. There's no unhappiness. He Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows and tilted his body to the left, not letting him see his face. Yunsen tilted his head, looking at He Yenjo's taut jaw and reddened ears, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his earlobe. Noticing that his body froze and became extremely unnatural, Yunsen hurriedly withdrew his hand. He smiled and said, don't be upset La. My favorite is still Chow Chow. The gloom in his heart was cleared up because of these words from the little ginseng, and he was not as depressed as he was just now. He Yenjo looked chagrined. His right hand lifted to cover the earlobe he had touched and said in a disguised manner, there is no unhappiness. Cloud Sam didn't believe him. The emotion he had sensed earlier was that He Yenjo was in a bad mood, especially after he said that he had a slight liking for Shuego, but after just saying that he liked He Yenjo the most, his mood had clearly changed for the better. Yunsen thought for a moment and stretched out her arms to hug He Yenjo, her head rubbing against his chest. Good oh, Chow Chow is not unhappy. He Yenjo's face stank. The little ginseng must have sensed it to speak to him in a tone of hugging and coaxing a small child to comfort him. What a shame. He looked down at the top of Yunsen's hair. Is the jade hairpin on? Brought it. Yunsen stood up and took the jade hairpin out of the small bag and handed it to him. Chow Chow gave me a gift, I like it very much. Have a good care of it oh. Afraid that the jade hairpin would accidentally fall and break, he brought the small backpack he brought with him when he went down the mountain to put the jade hairpin in. There was a very strong smell of ginseng in it, and the jade hairpin had been sitting there for most of the day, and it was also smothered with all the ginseng flavor. Aha! He Yenjo took the jade pin. Come over here and bend over. Ha! Oh, good. Cloud Sam obeyed and did as she was told, but with a jolt she came up to his eyes, the tip of her nose bumping into his face. This distance is too close. He Yenjo clearly saw the fluffy hairs on his perfect alabaster-like face, and his big, round eyes reflected his figure, with a good face listening to him. He Yenjo's gaze was slightly downward, landing on his crimson lips, so close that it was just a bit misplaced, and he could have kissed it if he had lowered his head a bit more. He'd pressed his lips over the little senator's, and they were soft, too. Chow Chow. Seeing him staring at himself without saying anything, Cloud Sam called out to him, his dark eyes filled with confusion. I bent over. Then, He Yenjo returned to his senses, feeling ashamed of what he had just thought, but his eyes couldn't stop looking towards his red lips. This is how the knot of the throat is kissed by the little ginseng, warm and soft to the touch. Can it really be so soft when kissed? Chow Chow. Aha. He Yenjo lowered his eyelids and answered in a haphazard manner, picking up the jade hairpin. Little Sam is slightly farther away from me. Oh, Cloud looked at him blearily as he referred to doing so. Is this okay? It's fine. He Yenjo nodded and inserted the jade pin into his hair, adjusting the position. There. Cloud Sam stood up and reached out to touch her hair and jade hairpin, shaking her head happily. He smiled with arched eyebrows and cupped his face and came closer again. Chow Chow. Does it look good? Does it look good? The two small golden green leaves hanging from the jade pin swayed with his movements. In a trance, it was like seeing the cloud ginseng itself, with two small green leaves dancing around on top of its head. Well, good looking. Cloud Sam looked at him and giggled. Had ha. He Yenjo pushed him away and stood up, walking over to the outside. There's nothing to do today, so I'll teach the little senator to recognize words and read books. Yes, yes, yes. Yunsen happily chased after him and took his arm. Chow chow. Captain Zhu said that Xuewu will be my retainer from now on. So am I allowed to play with him? Yukigo said he's 15 years old this year. He's actually the same age as Juani A. When Yukigo is my retainer, can he recognize words and read books with me? Chow chow. Next time I go out of the house, can I bring Shuego with me? He knows the way. We surely won't. Left one, right one, Shuego. Yenjo's face became ugly with what Yunsen said, but he was supposed to be a smelly face when he was cold, and it wasn't that hard to tell. Only his pace slowed to a halt and he turned his head to look at the small ginseng that was still chattering. Yenjo's expression was cold. Shuewu said he was 15? Yeah. Yunsen nodded. You don't believe it either, right? I don't look like he's the same age as Zhu Yuanjian either. Yukigo says it's his physique and lack of food that makes him look much smaller than his age. Yenjo pursed his lips. Somewhat autistic. At this point, he couldn't wait to go back to 3 days ago to smack himself in the mouth. What did he tell Zhu Rongyu then? He said the kid looked about 7 or 8 years old. I don't want him to be Yunsen's retainer because I think he is too old. But in fact, it is my selfishness that I don't want Yunsen to have too much contact with Yunsen. Wanting him to be full of himself, he decides to make Yuki go his attendant. 59 ginsengs, why not be happy? I did not realize that the real age of Shuego has already been 15, and Zhu Yuanjiang general age. Today Yunsen is even more and he has endless words. At first it was his intention to arrange the seat, and that kiss from Yunshin in the morning made Yenjo feel that they should keep some distance, and he shouldn't have had that kind of mind for the little ginseng in the sense of reason. But looking at Yunsen and Shuewu have endless words, his heart cannot be said to be annoyed. Fang Yuan is presumed to be able to see past, and Yunsen said to change the position he did not change. Yenjo sank his face. He asked Zhu Rongyu to bring him back, and he also said that Yunshin lacked a retainer and asked Zhu Rongyu to teach him carefully. Now what is this? Lifting a stone and hitting your own foot? Chow chow. You're upset again. Yunsen looked over curiously with suspicion in her eyes. Why are you always upset today? Did I cause you to be? No. Yenjo denied it. He secretly took a breath, reorganized his facial expression, and said in a light tone, Shuewu's mind is impure. It's not quite appropriate for him to be your retainer. I'll let Zhu Rongyu go to the black market to redeem another person to come back to you as a retainer. Yunsen blinked and scratched his head with a puzzled look. Why do you say that Shuego's mind is impure? He didn't do anything to me. Are black persimmons and are they edible? Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows. How should he answer? Racking his brain half a day to come up with a sentence. He looked at you with impure eyes. The black market is where transactions take place, not food. Yunsen let out an oh-so-quiet cry. But I was basically the one talking to Shuego just now, and he didn't even look at me, so how is it that his eyes are impure? Yenjo was completely at a loss as to what to say by his rhetorical question, and even saying that Shuego's eyes were impure when she looked at him was a half-hearted thought. He rubbed his brow and was thinking of what other reason he could use to mix up the matter of Shuego being his attendant, when he heard Yunsen add, Chow chow, is it true that you don't like me and Shuego being together? Yunsen tilted her head to look at him, her eyes shining brightly. And without waiting for an answer she pressed on, is it because I was talking to Saigaku and didn't talk to you? Or are you upset that I didn't agree to switch seats when Vice Admiral Fong came over to me? But you were the one who wouldn't let me sit with you at noon, and you arranged the seats so that I would sit with Seol Go and Captain Zhu on purpose, so why should you be upset? Yenjo froze. He looked down at Yunsen, who was full of puzzlement and couldn't figure it out, and his heart was a little overwhelmed, so he knew it all, knowing that he had deliberately arranged it this way. But instead of asking him why at the first opportunity, he went along with it until he himself, upset and a little emotional over the arrangement, brought it to light. Seeing that he was silent and dumbfounded by his own question, Yoon saw him, and after thinking about it and thinking that he might have been frightened by himself, he stood on his tiptoes and touched Yenjo's head, and said very understandingly, I don't mean to blame you. Chow chow, just tell me if you don't want to sit with me. It's not like I'm going to disagree, but next time, don't just place me somewhere else without saying a word. Just tell me in advance, and I won't be upset by it. Yenjo, Shaosen. Alright, it's alright. Yunsen hugged him and rubbed against him dependently. I don't blame you, and don't be upset. My favorite is still you. Of the bunch of humans he knew, Yenjo was his favorite, not only because he had saved his life, but also because he had trusted him unconditionally to help him hide his identity. Zhu Duwei was second. He showed himself storybooks and gave him a jade pendant. He was a good person. Zhu Yuanjiang counted third. Although he spoke harshly and had a bad temper, he did not have bad intentions towards him. Vice Admiral Pang and Vice Admiral Fong were in the fourth. Shui Go and Aunt Lu, the lacquer housekeeper, were in the fifth, and the Lieutenant General and the Seneschal, who had never spoken to each other and were not familiar with each other, were at the end of the list? Hyenjo knew that what ginseng said about liking was not the kind of liking he understood, and his heart was a little happy and a little sad. He looked confused at the half-side of Cloud Senator's face that was showing as he pressed himself into his arms, and said half-heartedly, "I'm sorry, there won't be a next time." Yunsen patted him on the back. "Then will Chow Chow still sit with me at night?" "Aha." Hyenjo answered. "It's still the same as before." Yunshin didn't understand the emotional side of things. If he distanced himself from him and pushed him away just because of that kiss, although Yunshin didn't say anything, her heart would definitely be sad. This time it was his ill consideration, thinking that it was better for one person and one senator, but it turned out that he himself was the one who couldn't see him getting close to the others. Hyenjo reacquainted himself with a different version of himself. He didn't know if this was good or bad, but if he still made Cloud Sam sit next to Snow Gobbler at night, he would ironically be unhappy. It seems that in addition to teaching Yunshin to recognize words and read books, relationship matters should also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. "You're going to peel 20 shrimp for me that night. I was just so upset," Yunsen said accusingly. "I thought I had done something to make you angry, and I didn't even get a few shrimp for lunch." He was too embarrassed to let Zhu Rongyu and Xue Wu peel it for him, and after seeing that Hyenjo had deliberately arranged the position, he didn't dare to go to him, and he couldn't peel it but could only bite it with his own mouth. Cloud Cucumber tilted her face up and opened her mouth to show him. "Look, my tongue is bleeding from the sting of the shrimp shells." Hyenjo lowered his head and saw the small half of his tongue sticking out. The tip of his tongue looked to be some broken skin. "I'm sorry." Hyenjo apologized to him. "It won't happen again." Yunsen snorted lightly. "Next time you do that, I'll get really angry." "Good." Hyenjo held his hand. "There won't be a next time. Barely forgive you," Yunsen said with great mercy, and touched the jade hairpin on top of his head with a hefty smile. "But my fragile heart is wounded and it will take a new gift to heal me." His movement said it all. And Hyenjo nodded. "I'll have someone make you a new one." "Yes." Cloud Ginseng was all smiles. "And a jade pendant. And a jade pendant in the shape of a ginseng." "Good." Cloud Ginseng got the better of him. "The clothes have to be ginseng patterned as well. And they have to look exactly like my original body." Speaking of which he remembered. "Chow Chow. You said last night you'd buy me 10 new sets of clothes, and we haven't even gone out today." "Buy." Hyenjo stopped his pace and made a gesture to go out. "Buy it now." Yunsen thought about it and shook his head. "I won't go today. I'll go tomorrow. I want to recognize words now." "Okay." Hyenjo answered quickly. The two of them returned to the small courtyard, and Yunsen immediately let go of Hyenjo to look at his 2 flower pots. One of them was where he had lived for the past 3 days, and the soil of the other was a little dry. So he hurriedly poured some water in to moisten the intercalary soil, and checked the soil for worms. "You have to take it out and throw it away if you have it or you'll get bitten by bugs the next time you go in." A moment later, Yunsen came to the desk. "Chow Chow. I'm ready. 60 ginsengs, I don't want to go. Can Chow Chow carry me?" "Sit here." Hyenjo pointed in front of himself. "It's easy to see." The little ginseng didn't suspect a thing, and happily went over and sat down in front of him, half of her body leaning into his arms. "Do you remember the words you were taught the other day?" "Well, should remember." Cloud Sam nodded and gushed. "I remember how to write it." He lifted his pen and began to write on the paper, following what Hyenjo had taught him last time and writing it out on the paper in one stroke. The first name written was Hyenjo's, then his own. Hyenjo has too many strokes, and Yunsen writes poorly, but he writes his own name moderately well. Yunsen also found out, staring at the 3 words Hyenjo that he wrote for a few moments, then ached the paper into a ball and threw it to the ground. "It's too ugly to look at. Chow Chow might as well reteach me." His voice trailed off. "Unhappy?" Hyenjo sensed the change in his mood. "I'm so stupid. I can't write well." The little ginseng sulked. "How could it be? Xiaosen has only learned it once. How can he learn it so quickly?" Hyenjo comforted him, his voice low and soft. "Besides, it's okay if you don't know how to write. No one says you have to know how to write." "Really?" Cloud Sam looked at him. "Well, this is something only humans can learn. Little Sam is a demon, so you can learn or not. It's just that I want you to know a few more words and learn some human knowledge, so you can read books to pass the time when you're bored. If the little senator doesn't like it, he can also not learn it. Later on when he has a squire, let him read to you. You are responsible for listening." Cloud Sam seriously thought about it, but still picked up the pen. "Then it's better to learn. I also want to know a few more words, and can write our names, as beautiful as you write." Hyenjo's heart warmed as he held his right hand. "I'll teach you." "Aha!" The two sat at the table and wrote for an afternoon. From Hyenjo's name to a few beloved. Yunsen is playful. Write for a while and then play for a while. Yenjo did not urge him to wait for him to play enough and then continue to teach him. Before dark, I was finally able to write the 3 words Yenjo properly. Although the difference with Yenjo's writing is 100,000 miles, it is still better than Yunsen's first writing where every word is separated and leaks wind. Chow chow. I can write your name now. Yunsen happily picked up the rice paper and blew the ink on it dry, her face full of smiles. Little Sam is great. Yenjo looked at the still dog-eared name and praised him without mincing words, squeezing his shoulders as he did so. It was requested by Cloud Senator, who was tired of writing in the afternoon. He's tired of studying and his shoulders are sore, so he has to be squeezed or he won't write. The little ginseng has even learned to threaten people. Cloud Ginseng raised his chin with a proud face. I'm a little ginseng spirit that can write now. There's a great deal of good that comes out of it. When he returned to Misty Spirit Mountain, he must show off to the elves in the mountain. That's still what Chow Chow taught him. Little ginseng is the best little ginseng I've ever seen. Yenjo complimented him again. Then should this one be put away? Yes. This is the best writing I've ever done. I'm saving it. Cloud Sam said as she was about to get up from his arms to get her small backpack. As a result of sitting for an afternoon, sitting legs are not conscious. Stand up when okay. Move a little bit, feel legs like being pinched by a needle like a dense pain. He didn't hold back and fell on his but in Yenjo's arms. Feeling the pain coming from her leg, Yunsen's eyes reddened. Chow chow. My leg seems to be broken. He baited the piece of paper on the table and went to touch his leg. It's like a bug is biting me. It hurts. In fact, it is not pain. It is that kind of feeling is very difficult to Yunsen to describe words. A little bit like he used to just born spirit wisdom feel like there are bugs biting themselves. Yenjo knew what was going on as soon as he heard him say it. He moved back and wrapped his arms around Yunsen's waist to place him on his side, his legs falling onto his own knees. It's not bugs. It's just that his legs are numb after sitting for a long time without moving. I'll give you a massage? Yunsen looked at him accusingly. It won't hurt if you press it? It will get better. Yenjo hesitated. It won't hurt after a while. Okay. Cloud Sam stretched her leg toward his arms. You press me. Gently. Don't hurt. Aha. Yenjo fished up the hem of his skirt, revealing the midriff he was wearing underneath, and massaged his calves through his pants. His hands did not light or heavy. The first time to press down directly to the little ginseng, pain almost tears out. Pain. Chow chow, lighten up. Sorry. Iranju eased his force again. Is this appropriate? Cloud Sam felt it for a moment and nodded. It's okay. Yenjo then massaged him with such soothing force, from calf to thigh. Yunsen still felt as uncomfortable as an insect bite, but after being massaged by Yenjo's hands, it was already much better than the very beginning. His body was more delicate after his transformation, and Yenjo pressed him for half an incense stick of time before he finally got better. Outside the house, Laksheng came to call for the 3rd time. General, Duke Yun, it's time for dinner. Right away. Yenjo answered, looking down at Yunsen who had fallen asleep against his arms comforted by the massage. The house was warmed by a charcoal fire, and the little ginseng's cheeks were flushed with 2 flushes. And, not knowing what she had dreamed of, a string of crystallized saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yenjo took a handkerchief and wiped it off, and pinched his red face again. Little Sam, don't sleep, get up and eat. Cloud Senator was in a daze. His mind was confused, and he heard a voice and gave a random. He half opened his eyes to look at Yenjo, and then his hands stretched out, wrapped his arms around his neck and rubbed. Sleepy, don't want to go. Chow chow, hold me to go, okay. The warm, soft voice was close to his ear, and the breath he exhaled as he spoke was as flexible as a small snake in his ear. Even the neck was a little sore and limp. Yenjo stiffened his body, the strange feeling surging up again, but the words of refusal simply could not be uttered. Good. He pressed down on Cloud Sam's waist and stood up in that position, then adjusted it from a side hug to a front hug. Yunsen wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and buried her face into his neck and shoulder again. Thank you, Chow Chow. Laksheng's jaw dropped to the ground when he saw a man and a ginseng come out in shock. He raised his hand and slapped it hard, knocking his jaw back, his face full of shock. General, you and Duke Yun? You guys. He could see that Yenjo was a little different towards Yunchen, but didn't think about it at all. Fang Yuan they came back also did not say, coupled with the identity of the old Vice General Yang's son, only thought that Yenjo's different to the Cloud Ginseng is therefore the relationship. I didn't realize. Yenjo faintly threw a look at him. Be quiet. Laksheng misunderstood, and he didn't bother to explain. What he said in the moment he stayed with Cloud Counselor after lunch made him realize himself anew, and be willing to face up to his other self and his thoughts about Cloud Counselor that were a little different. 61 ginsengs, I want to strip him clean and eat him. The little ginseng is so well behaved and obedient. Who wouldn't love it? It's not normal for him to move the mind that he shouldn't have to Yunsen. After all, if someone else knew that ginseng had become a spirit, the first reaction was to cook him and eat him, and maybe even live forever. But he was trying to strip him clean and eat him for cloud ginseng. It's all about eating, just not in the same way. He does seem a bit perverted when you think about it that way. He Yenjo attributed it to 21 years of not liking anyone, much less on detaching himself from his physical needs. Lakshang lowered his head and stopped talking or looking at it more. No wonder the general asked him to come and call Duke Yun in the morning, and deliberately switched Duke Yun's position next to the child he brought back. Presumably the two of them had a falling out. Now that they are back together, they are so sticky again. He said that Duke Yun contracted a wind chill. How could the general be worried like that? It was no wonder that he didn't like the sound of Duke Yun's voice when he heard him get up, thinking it was too petite and unlike a man, girly and whiny. How can he find a soft and fragrant daughter-in-law with ideas like his? Not to mention a male daughter-in-law. He can't even find a female one, and a female one he finds even more whiny. When he was almost at the dining hall, Yenjo woke up Yunsen. You can come down now. Lakshang looked around in the back. General, you can just carry it in. Everyone is there. Just in time to announce the general's happy event. Yenjo ignored him. Yunshin lying on his shoulder muttering unwilling to come down. Yenjo persuaded him to wake up, eat and carry you back. Okay? The little ginseng struggled to keep his eyes open and meet his gaze for a long time, and nodded softly. Good. He was still so sleepy that he just answered a word and yawned again, letting go of his arms around Yenjo's neck and slowly sliding to the ground. Standing on the ground after numbing his legs was still a bit uncomfortable, and Cloud Senator's legs flashed and he almost fell to the ground. Yenjo pulled him back with a quick eye. Still hurting? Cloud Sam nodded and shook her head again, softening her voice. A little weak. I'll hold you. Aha. A man in a ginseng walked into the dining room. Only the wind-tossed Lakshang was left, staring dumbfounded at the backs of the two of them. Wait, what did he hear? Ouch. No strength? Is it like the folklore of a broken sleeve? That what it is? Or how else would you say it? The seating in the dining hall in the evening was back to the usual, and Yunsen was still sitting beside Yenjo. Shuego's position was arranged by Yenjo to be directly opposite Yunsen's, with a distance of 2 meters between them. In addition to that little misunderstanding at noon, Yunshin knew that Yenjo would be angry because he talked to Shuegu, and did not talk to him at the dinner table, not even a glance over. He sleepily leaned on Yenjo's shoulder, his eyes half squinted, pointing at the dishes he wanted to eat on the table for Yenjo to give him. Chow chow. 20 shrimp. He didn't forget what he said at noon and poked Yenjo's arm. I want it now. Good. Yenjo indulgently complied with him without a hint of impatience, acting as if the others didn't exist, and not caring about the looks they got. After staring across the room for a while, Shuego violently lowered his head, kicked Xu Rongyu under the table, and asked in a low voice, Yunsen also likes men? Xu Rongyu showed her teeth as he kicked her. This little kid looks skinny, but the strength is quite big, specializing in picking people's calves to kick. Xu Rongyu raised her head and looked across the room. Seeing that the two people who had a disagreement at noon were drinking well again, she couldn't help but laugh. This isn't something you should ask. Why, it's not my place to ask. Yukigo frowned, his face very hard. I hate broken sleeves, so you can put me with someone else as a squire. Xu Rongyu froze for a moment, didn't say yes or no, and only said, you were picked up by Duke Yun, and the general picked you up for his sake to serve him as a retainer. Yukigo then didn't say anything else, looking down and fiddling with the grains of rice in the bowl. Xu Rongyu's words had made it clear. If it wasn't for Yun Sen's lack of a retainer, Yenjo wouldn't have asked him to bring him back, give him good food and clothing, and teach him the rules. If he didn't want to serve as a retainer for Yun Sen, the odds were that he would be kicked out of the house and go back to his previous state of life. But Yukigo neither wanted to serve as a squire to Cloud Sam nor return to his old life. But he also knew that he was incapable, and leaving the general's house would just be a little beggar that no one wanted. Being able to serve as a squire for Yunsen in the mansion was already the best thing for him. After a meal, Yunsen dozed off. Good. Yenjo dragged the wooden chair toward him. He took Cloud Sam's arm in one hand and wrapped his waist around his arms before going to rub his stomach. The dining room was gone, and only the two of them remained. Yunsen lazily collapsed into his arms. Yenjo's force was not too light and not too heavy. Rubbing comfortably, he half squinted, looking a little drowsy again. Yenjo looked down at him and saw Yunshin's eyes emptying, looking like he was about to fall asleep again. He couldn't help but pinch his soft and tender cheeks. Is little Sam not feeling well? Why so sleepy? I don't know. Cloud Sam twisted her head to avoid his hand, before turning her face and jumping headfirst into his arms. Probably not rested, not uncomfortable. Yenjo didn't suspect anything and stroked his ear and said, well, sleep when you're sleepy. I'll carry you back. Yunsen fell asleep for 3 days, woke up in the middle of the night. He accompanied the bubble bath accompanied by food and drink. And then he couldn't hold himself up to fall asleep early. When Yunsen fell asleep he didn't know. Probably slept late. After all, I had eaten in the morning and gone back to the house for another nap before getting up at noon. Cloud Sam nodded as she buried herself in his arms. Her eyes closed as she quickly fell back asleep. He Yenjo sat and rubbed his stomach for a while, until Yunshin sensed the cold and shrank into his arms. And only then did he carry him back to the small courtyard. The next day, when Yunshin woke up, he was the only one on the couch. And He Yenjo was nowhere to be seen. He touched the side. Cold. And I do not know when He Yenjo got up. Look at the window, the sky is bright. It should be a while. Cloud Sam rubbed his eyes and got out of bed, and was just about to go find some clothes to put on when footsteps came from outside. Thinking it was He Yenjo, he turned around and lunged at the visitor. Chow chow. Why don't you wake me up, ah? When did you get up? The little ginseng two arms circled around the neck of the person who came. His voice unconsciously pampered. I'm not him. Shui Wu twisted a face to push him away and took a few steps back. Seeing that Yun Sen's confused eyes were not even open, he added, Yun Gongzi, I am Shui Wu. Yuki go? Yun Sen was a bit more energized and opened her eyes to look towards him. Why are you here? Didn't Chow Chow say that you followed Captain Zhu? Finished learning. Shui Wu interrupted him. Mr. Yun is getting up? I'll go fetch you water and serve you to dress and wash. With that, he turned and walked out. Don't speak for him. Yun Sen opened his mouth or didn't call out to him. It's good to have someone to serve. It's cold and he didn't want to run over to the kitchenette to fetch water. It's too far away. With Yukigo there, not only did he not have to go so far to wash up, but he had a hot breakfast brought over. However, the matter of wearing clothes, Yunsen still did not wait for Shuigo to come back to give him to wear. He found a set of his own out to put on. Just not very well. Loose and flimsy. Sleeping for 3 days seems to have degraded the skill of wearing clothes that he managed to follow Hiyenjo to learn. And he was clearly still able to wear it 3 days ago. Yunsen thought that next time he would never get wet in the snow again, and would listen to Hiyenjo's words and bring an umbrella even when he went out. He'd passed out for 3 days, eaten 3 less days of food, seen 3 less days of Chow Chow, and wasted so much time. Shui Wu soon returned with a basin of hot water and a food box hanging from his wrist. It was the breakfast he brought for Yunsen. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I asked the cook about your usual morning diet and brought you some. Yunsen happened to put her clothes back on, put on her belt and walked over, opened the food box and looked at it, smiling. I'm not picky about what I eat. I like what you brought. Thank you, Yukigo. Shuigo met his smiling face with arched eyebrows and was stunned, then hung his head and said expressionlessly, if you're not a ginseng spirit, how come you're living with a human? This was the first time that Snow Gobbler had taken the initiative to speak to Cloud Ginseng, and the first time that he had mentioned the fact that he was a ginseng spirit. Cloud Ginseng felt a little surprised, and answered honestly, because I'm here to repay my kindness. Pay back? Yeah, Chow Chow saved me before. I rushed over some time ago when I sensed that his life was in danger, but I haven't finished repaying the favor yet, so I'm staying with him for now, and I'll go home when I'm done repaying the favor. I see. Yukigo blushed slightly better. Where is your family from? Misty Spirit Mountain. It's a very far place, over in the south. Yunshin took the paddle handed by Shui Wu and wiped his face. He felt I poop and hurriedly wiped off the particles from the corner of his eyes with force and gave the paddle to Shui Wu again. You have to wash it again. It's quite clean. Shuigo thought. Misty Spirit Mountain? Is that the Misty Spirit Mountain on the edge of Golden Sand City? Cloud Ginseng's eyes widened and his face was full of joy. You know Misty Spirit Mountain? Yeah, it's that Misty Spirit Mountain on the edge of Golden Sand City. Shui Wu, how do you know about the Misty Spirit Mountain? And know that I'm a ginseng spirit. Are you really not a demon spirit? Cloud Cucumber was so happy that he couldn't help but come over to Shui Wu's side and lowered his head to sniff around on him. But he couldn't smell a trace of demonic aura. But I can't smell the demonic aura on you. Shuigo wrung out a dry hanky and gave it to him, saying in a faint voice, I'm not a demon. Then how did you know that I'm not human and that you know about the Misty Spirit Mountain? Yunsen didn't believe what he said. You definitely didn't want to tell me and hid it from me. Shuigo gave a laugh. If you know, why are you asking me? Cloud Sam bristled. Just asking. Curious? No? Without speaking, Yukigo picked up the wooden comb. Comb? To be. Yunshin carefully wiped his face clean, dropping his hanky and running over to sit down, poised, as Shuiga came up behind him and brushed his hair. When did you come over? Have you seen Chow Chow? Where did he go? Yunsen asked him. Shuigo, at 1 minute past the hour. Meet and confer. You're so cold, Cloud Sam said of him. Shuigo was non-committal. In fact, if it wasn't for Hiyenjo's pressure, he didn't even want to talk to Yunsen. Although he found out that Yunsen wasn't like those demons after getting along with them, it didn't stop him from hating Yunsen's identity as a demon. Ouch, pain, pain, pain. Shwe, will you lighten up? Pulled my scalp. Yunsen cried out as he covered his head in pain, his face pale. Oh. Yukiko eased up on the force. Sorry. There were footsteps coming from outside, walking in what seemed like a hurry. Before Yukiko could turn around, the wooden comb in his hand was taken away. When he looked over, it was He Yenjo, who was dressed in his regular clothes with a head full of white snow. He Yenjo looked at Shwego with a cold face, his eyes full of anger. He suppressed his anger and only said in a cold voice, "You get out." Yukiko hung his head, answered without humility, and turned to leave. Chow chow. Yunshin looked at him with delight. Miso stood up and zipped into his arms. Good morning, ah chow chow. Aha. He Yenjo took his shoulders. Low dial development top look. Did not see the scalp bleeding. Where does it hurt? Here. Yunsen pointed to the place. And then he felt He Yenjo rubbing his hand very gently on that spot. He dutifully put his head down and asked in a small voice. Chow chow, are you angry? Yukiko didn't mean it. He was distracted. No talking for him. He Yenjo's brows were indifferent. I didn't. Yunsen blinked and tilted her head slightly. Wanting to make a few more wisecracks, she changed her words after seeing that he didn't look good. Was Chow Chow worried about me just now? After asking, he noticed that there was white snow and melted snow water on top of He Yenjo's head. Yunshin hurriedly pushed him away and went to get a soft towel over to cover He Yenjo's head, saying unhappily, "You won't let me get wet in the snow." But you went to get wet in the snow too. He Yenjo explained. Cutting martial arts with Zhu Yuanzhang. Getting wet in the snow is inevitable. Can't we cut it in the house? Schadenfreude. Can't we spar some other time? Can't. Cloud Senator grunted lightly, patted to dry his hair with him and turned his back again. You'd better brush my hair. My breakfast is getting cold. Have you eaten? Chow chow. Want to eat together? No need. I've already eaten. He Yenjo said in a light voice, pulling him to the chair and sitting down, while standing behind him to comb his hair. Do you want to wear the jade hairpin? Yes. Yunsen nodded vigorously. Chow chow. Let's go out and buy clothes today. He was still thinking about those 10 new sets of clothes. He Yenjo hummed. Go after breakfast. Good. Cloud Sam sat obediently still, waiting for him to brush his hair, and hurriedly ran to the table for breakfast. I don't know if Yukiko has eaten yet. Cho, why don't we ask him to eat with us? He Yenjo looked at him with cool eyes. You care about him a lot? Yunsen saw the displeasure in the bottom of his eyes and shook her head repeatedly to deny it. No, eat by yourself. Don't mind him. Okay. Yunsen scratched his head. Why did it feel like Chow Chow was angry? Why? Did he just say the wrong thing? That's weird. It was close to noon when everything was packed and ready to go out. Yukiko followed the two. Just as he reached the entrance of the general's residence, He Yenjo turned back to him and said, I'm here. You don't need to follow. Go to Zhu Rongyu and he will arrange for you. Shuego glanced at Yunsen, and seeing that his attention was outside, he answered, yes. Cloud Sam's whole heart was focused on the matter of going out to play, and he didn't even notice that Snow Goggle had followed him. He cheerfully took He Yenjo's arm, his eyes bright and full of excitement. Chow chow. Can we go buy food first? I want to eat candy skewers. I'll do it. Stand over here a little more. Aha. He Yenjo naturally did everything according to Yunsen. Before leaving the house today, he also purposely looked for Lak Sheng to take 2 bags of silver, enough for Yunsen to eat and drink outside for an afternoon. Little Sam can get whatever he wants. Yunsen was waiting for his words and immediately pulled him joyfully to buy something to eat. Even though he'd only just finished breakfast, it didn't stop him from buying another bite to eat. Bottomless stomach. Capricious. Eat whatever you want without feeling stretched. Only when Yunshin had eaten all he could enjoy did He Yenjo take him to a ready-made clothes store to buy clothes. The same store they had bought on the day they returned to the city. Yunsen went in for a stroll. Lack of interest. Tugging at He Yenjo's sleeve, gently shaking. Chow chow. Change one for another. This is not good. There was no green color that he liked. He Yenjo nodded. Good. The two then went to the next ready-to-wear store. As luck would have it, Cloud Senator had his eye on 2 green outfits, both with similar height proportions. He happily held it up and compared it. Chow chow. Does this one look good? Or this one? You quickly help me see. He Yenjo looked over towards the 2 sets of clothes he was holding. Truth be told, he couldn't tell the difference. It all looked the same. Not only the color, but even the style is the same. Except one color is a little bit darker. But in order not to dampen Yunsen's interest, He Yenjo complimented against his conscience. The set held in the left hand looks good. The other set is also good. Both are very suitable for Xiaosen. Really? Aha. He Yenjo nodded his head, thinking about it and feeling that it was a bit too perfunctory. but he really couldn't think of anything to say to compliment someone. Just then the shopkeeper ran over, smilingly pointing inside the room and saying to Yunsen, "We can try on clothes inside. Do you want to go try on your upper body? You sure look good in this color. It goes well with your temperament." Hiranju sighed in relief. Complimenting people really wasn't his forte, and the store showed up just in time. Yunshin listened to the stupidity, raised his eyes to look at He Yenjo, eyes full of expectations. "Can it chow chow?" Of course. He Yenjo took one of the sets and put it on his arm, accompanying Yunsen over. "Go ahead and try. I'll meet you outside." Cloud Sam then happily went inside to try on the clothes. He Yenjo waited outside the door curtain without moving, standing straight like a door god. He was tall and had a handsome face. On the contrary, the unhealed scar at his eyebrow made his unsmiling face look a bit bluff. The men and women who went into the ready-to-wear store to buy clothes noticed him and couldn't help but throw him a look. He Yenjo sensed it and swept his eyes back with a bland expression, seeing someone staring at him with a focused gaze that couldn't be moved. He Yenjo frowned slightly and sidestepped to leave a backdrop. "Chow chow." Yunsen whispered to him as she grabbed her shirt. "What is it about human clothes that is so troublesome and has so many patterns and styles?" He had a hard time learning how to wear the last model to the last one, and this time he had a different kind of model. Yunsen sighed and said, "This dress is so hard to put on. I don't know how. Can you ask the shopkeeper to help me?" He Yenjo's frowning brow suddenly frowned even more tightly. "He's all here." And instead of asking him to help, Yunshin asked the shopkeeper to help? The shopkeeper is a woman. Doesn't he know the difference between men and women? But on second thought, thinking that Yunsen didn't know anything about this and no one had told him about it, the little bit of anger that had sprung up in his heart was extinguished again. He Yenjo walked to the door curtain and said in a deep voice, "Stand inside. I'll come in and take a look." Cloud Sam responded, hastily shrinking towards the corner. "I'll stand." He Yenjo looked back behind him and saw that there were still people looking at his side, and immediately his face sank, glaring a few times at those people, scaring them to the point where they didn't dare to look at them again. Before he lifted the curtain and went in, the little ginseng cowered in the corner naked, clutching his clothes. Seeing him come and his eyes lit up, he rushed over, held up the clothes and said, "This dress is too hard to wear, and it's not the same model as the ones at home. I've been wearing it for half a day." "Aha!" He Yenjo swept over Yunsen's slightly aggravated face. His remaining light collected into his pale skin, his obvious collarbone, and finally fell to his chest. He Yenjo lowered his eyes after only one look, his gaze falling on top of the clothes he was holding. "I will. You stand over some more." Cloud Senator nodded, unquestioning and unguarded, directly a forward rush into his arms. Another flash of white within the purposely avoided line of sight. With a calm face, He Yenjo took the clothes from his hands and looked at the style, then put them one by one on Yunsen. Arms up. "Good-o." Yunsen obediently opened her arms and let He Yenjo dress herself. While looking up at him, Hiranju lowered his head to meet his eyes. The little ginseng's eyes were clear and bright, not realizing at all that she was being looked at and taken advantage of. Still full of trusting dependence, he waited for him to dress him, his rouged lips curving into a smile. "Chow chow." Seeing that he didn't make a move, Yunsen couldn't help but urge out, "Hurry up. I'm so cold." "Aha." He Yenjo answered in a low voice, his eyes moving away from Yunsen's lips and holding his breath. Seemingly undistracted, he dressed Yunsen, but inwardly he was turbulent like a calm lake into which a large number of stones had been thrown to tumble up a raging splash. Rough fingertips occasionally grazed the white skin. The slightly hot touch caused Yunsen to subconsciously tremble, only to feel that the place that was accidentally touched by He Yenjo was like being struck by lightning. Tingling. Yunsen couldn't help but step back and frowned. "Chow chow. It tickles." "Sorry." He Yenjo moved closer to him. "I'll try not to touch you." It's just that even though the words were said, He Yenjo still touched Yunsen's skin several times. His arms, back waist, collarbone, and belly. It was as if He Yenjo was doing it on purpose. Every time he touched Ho Yunsen and shivered a little, he immediately said sorry with an apologetic expression. It was hard to get dressed, and the little ginseng was even reddening her neck. It's not like he knows what shyness is. He just rubs his face and mutters in a small voice, "I just felt cold. Why is it hot now? Even if it's hot, my heartbeat is still a bit irregular, fluttering and flopping." Cloud Sam touched his chest and felt the beating under his palm was very active, several times faster than usual. "What's wrong?" He Yenjo saw him move. "Not feeling well?" "No." Yunsen shook her head with a puzzled face. "Chow chow. Am I sick? My heart is beating so fast, it's like it's going to jump out." Cloud Sam pressed hard on his chest in an attempt to keep his beating heart down. It was jumping so fast he heard a thud. Cloud Sam felt a bit like when he was chased by a vicious wolf 3 years ago, and being scared was just like that. His heart racing as if it was going to jump out of his throat. But Chocho wasn't a wolf. And he wasn't frightened. So how could he be? 64 Ginseng, does your heart beat faster when it's hot? Yenjo pulled over Yunsen's hand and looked at his reddened neck and ears. And his cheeks were also red and pink. As if he had been made shy by his intentional touch. It's not like the little Ginseng knows anything about being shy. Yenjo held his hand and said in a serious manner, there is no sickness. It should be the heat. Does the heat make your heart race? Cloud Sam asked him. Aha. Yenjo nodded his head squarely. Seeing that his left hand was still covering his chest, his eyes flickered. I'll rub it for little Sam? Cloud Sam looked at him hesitantly, not saying yes as quickly as before this time. Yunsen always felt that it wasn't like what Yenjo said, but he was also very confident that Yenjo wouldn't lie to himself, and he also believed in his own intuition. Plants are all more perceptive than humans. But, Yenjo took in his expression and asked in a deep voice, what's the matter? Little Sam is suspecting that I'm lying to you? Yunsen hurriedly shook her head. No, I just don't feel as uncomfortable now as I did just now, so I don't need to rub it. Cloud Sam returned the call while remembering the last storybook he had read. I think the little fox in the book also rubbed his chest in return for a favor. Is it considered a favor if he lets Chao Chu rub it for him? Thinking in mind, Yunsen's mouth can't help but ask out of mouth, Chow Chow. Let you rub the words. It is considered to repay the favor? Yenjo froze slightly, then shook his head. Not really. Okay. Cloud Sam stood for a while longer, waiting for his heartbeat to calm down, before removing his hand. He lifted the curtain and went out, stood in front of the bronze mirror and took a look, always felt that there was a shortcoming, and went back to pick up the jade pendant on the clothes he was wearing before. Chow Chow, where's my jade pendant? Why can't I find it? Yenjo handed it to him. I almost dropped it on the floor just now. I picked it up for you. Wow. Thank you Chow Chow. Yunshin flew into a face-to-face with him to show her appreciation, then took the jade pendant and went out. Gauge it in the mirror and finally hang it around your waist. The small ginseng jade hairpin in his hair, the white jade given by Zhu Rongyu, and his favorite green clothes looked like they matched him perfectly. If only the jade pendant was also in the shape of a ginseng. Chow Chow promised to give it to him, and he didn't know when it would be ready. Your Excellency looks really good in this outfit. The shopkeeper's sharp eyes ran over to Yunsen was a burst of praise. It fits your temperament very well. I've never seen anyone who can wear this color so fairy. And you're the first. Yunsen held his chin high with a few moments of triumph. That's a must. How could he not look good in his favorite green, the color that matches him best? But what the shopkeeper said didn't count, and Yunsen was still most eager to hear what Yenjo had to say. He ran back again and asked Yenjo with a big smile on his face, Chow Chow, do I look good? Yenjo also knew what he wanted to hear the most, staring at the small ginseng seriously. Hair strands are not spared, and finally nodded his head under his expectant gaze and said, very good looking. Cloud Senator was satisfied, and his face could not hide his joy. He joyfully hugged Yenjo's arm. I want these 2 sets. Not trying? No more trying. Yunsen cheerfully picked up the outfit she wore before and folded it. I definitely look good in it. Chow Chow. I'll just wear this, okay? I don't want to change. Good. Yenjo took the clothes from him. I'll go pay. Wait for me. Aha. Yunsen followed behind Yenjo with his hands behind his back, watching him take out silver from his money bag with immense inner satisfaction. Yunsen couldn't help but pounce on Yenjo's back, her cheek gently rubbing against it. I like you so much Jojo. Buy him good food, nice clothes, and compliment him. Thinking about the fact that if you go back to Misty Spirit Mountain in the future, you won't be able to eat or wear anything, and you won't be able to see Yenjo. Yunshin suddenly didn't want to go back that much. He thought, in fact, it is not necessary to go back after repaying the favor. The Misty Spirit Mountain was his home. He was just going out to roam the mountains. He could go back anytime he wanted to. No demon rules that you can't go back, or that you have to go back, like the little demons that used to wander down the mountain. But if he doesn't go back, what about Chi-Chi? Yunshin couldn't leave his best friend alone in the mountains. He'd cried for a long time this time down because he couldn't bear to part with Chi-Chi, let alone not go back. Yenjo had gotten used to Yunshin saying I like you so much from time to time. He handed the clothes to the shopkeeper and watched as he packed them up and wrapped them, before he carried them and took Yunsen's hand in one hand and headed out the door. Little Sam said she liked it just because I bought Little Sam new clothes, right? Yenjo asked in a light voice, pinching Yunsen's soft and tender face. Ouch. It hurts. Chow Chow, don't pinch my face, law. Yunsen unhappily slapped him away. It's cold and pinching your face is going to hurt. Yunsen huffed. No one is allowed to pinch my face in the future, or I'll get angry. Oh, Yenjo responded, squeezing a few more times, completely ignoring the little ginseng's warning. Chow Chow, I'm really angry. Yunsen pretended to be fierce. Yenjo nodded. Well, you give birth. Cloud Sam deflated at once. He wouldn't be mad at Chocho, but pinching his face really hurt. Cloud Sam sighed and compromised. Well, it's not all about the clothes that I like you anymore. And you bought me food, flower pots, peeled my shrimp and slept with me. The more Yenjo listened, the more his face became grave. Looks like it's a long way to go if you want to eat dry and clean the little ginseng. All of what Cloud Sam said was different from what he thought he liked. But there's no harm in that. As long as he says he hasn't finished repaying the favor, the little ginseng won't just go away. Yunshin held his arm as she walked and looked around. Suddenly pointing ahead, she said, "Wow, it's so lively over there. Chow chow, let's go take a look." Good. He rushed over. His curiosity to see the scene was greater than anything else, and he directly let go of Yenjo and went through the sea of people to the front. Surrounded by the crowd is the broken child of the juggling seller that Cloud Sam Misty Spirit Mountain heard from the little demons, and Cloud Sam looked seriously. He watched the entire show with the crowd, listening to them clap and holler, and clapping along. Chow chow. Money. Yunsen saw someone throwing silver into a small porcelain bowl on the floor and hurriedly reached out as well. When there was no response for a long time, Yunsen turned his head to look, only to realize that Yenjo was outside the crowd and did not come in. He slapped his head, focusing on watching the run too quickly, forgetting about Chocho. Yunsen rushed out. "Chow chow, did you see that? That child's head really broke. It's amazing." Yenjo found it funny. "It's all fake. Can't you tell?" Cloud Sam muttered in dissatisfaction. "It would be amazing to see it too. You humans." He paused for a moment, came to Yenjo's ear, and whispered, "You humans are also very powerful when you can make such amazing spells." Cloud Sam treats this as a spell. Yenjo couldn't help but laugh, gently stroking his soft hair, and was about to speak when Yunsen suddenly turned his head sideways, his lips gently brushing over his. Then the little ginseng pointed at his face as if she had found a treasure. Her tone of voice couldn't stop the delight. "Chow chow. There's a mole on your nose, eh? 65 only ginseng, good understanding. Clothes?" Yenjo was stunned. The softness on his lips flickered, so fast that he couldn't catch it. He pursed his lips, and the hand that was originally stroking Yunsen's hair instantly fell on his waist. Cloud Ginseng was pressed into Yenjo's arms in one fell swoop, his cheek pressed against his chest, and the whole ginseng was still a bit confused and unsure. There was a resounding heartbeat in his ears, and Cloud Sam moved his head, tilting his head to look over with a bewildered expression. "Chow chow. What's wrong with you?" The 5 fingers clasped around his waist tightened slightly. Yenjo lowered his head to meet Yunsen, his expression complex and his eyes obscure. After a moment, Yenjo resumed, moving his gaze downward, landing on Yunsen's pale pink lips. It was here, kissing the knot of his throat and just now brushing past his lips. A short stay, yet it was enough to keep the heartbeat going for a long time. Yunsen felt that Yenjo's eyes were strange, looking at him a bit like a vicious wolf that wanted to eat him, but not so much. The scariest part was that his heartbeat had actually started to soldier on again. Yunsen hurriedly lowered his head, avoiding Yenjo's line of sight as he looked at him, his voice like a mosquito mumbling, "Chow chow. You, don't look at me like that. I'm scared." "Oh, scared the hell out of Sam." Yenjo's grip on Yunsen tightened, then released him and apologized. "I'm sorry, Shaosen, for scaring you. It's okay, just a little bit." As soon as Yenjo moved away from Yunsen, he couldn't help but chase after him and stick to him, while saying seriously, "You can't do this next time. It's really scary, Sen." Yenjo blinked and didn't say yes, turning to ask, "Not still buying clothes? So let's go to the next store." Cloud Sam was distracted and nodded. "Aha, yeah." A man and a ginseng played in the city for an afternoon. Back to the city that day did not go to the place. Yenjo took him to walk again. In the evening, Yunsen wanted to eat pot roast, so Yenjo found a store with authentic flavor and took him there. It was already an hour after eating and drinking. Yenjo recalled that 3 days ago, he said that he took Yunsen to the theater, and as a result, because Yunsen contracted a wind chill and fell into a coma and didn't go, he took him to the opera again. By the time they returned to the general's residence, it was the end of the 11th hour. The mansion is dark, and all of them like to kill in the battlefield, not interested in those on the street. Everyone went back to the house early to rest. It was the first time Cloud Sam had come back from playing so late. The opera he had just watched was still replaying in his mind, and Yunsen hadn't enjoyed it. They went late and only saw one play. If they had been there earlier they could have seen 2 more. "Chow chow. We'll go see it next time." Yunsen counted on her fingers. "Look at. Once a day. No, it's better to see it once every 3 days. Chacho had his own things to do, too, and he couldn't pester him every day." After finishing her speech, Yunsen didn't wait for Yenjo to reply and then said, "Once every 5 days, okay?" Yenjo raised his eyebrows. "Not once every 3 days?" Yunsen hummed heavily. I'm not stupid. You have big plans. I'm also very good at understanding people's clothes. Okay, Hyenjo asked in a meaningful tone. Good understanding. Clothes? The little ginseng didn't even realize he was wrong and nodded his head as a matter of course. Yes. He lifted his chin with a smug look. You won't find another little ginseng so understanding. Except for me. That little expression. Don't even get me started on how proud you are. Hyenjo was amused. He didn't bother correcting right or wrong. He only raised his hand and patted Yunsen's back, stifling a laugh and said, Go get your clothes. Let's go to the hot springs. He'd like to see how good the little ginseng was going to be at interpreting people's clothes. Wow. Yes. Cloud Sam ran into the house, dropped the day's loot in his hand, and went to the closet to find what he was going to wear. You can sleep in just a midriff at night, but the hot springs can get pretty cold walking all the way over here. Cloud Sam's clothes were well taken, and the fox furs were brought along. Hyenjo also grabbed his own clothes, seemingly intending to soak with him tonight. Yunsen happily walked side by side with him, and seeing the clothes in Hyenjo's hand, she curiously asked, Chow Chow, are you going to take a bath with me tonight? Hiranju gave a nonchalant Little Sam doesn't want to? Willing. Yunsen was all smiles as he danced around happily. I haven't taken a bath with Chow Chow yet. That time in the barracks when he transformed back into his original body and took a bath with Hyenjo doesn't even count. This time it was in human form. And Cloud Sam was inexplicably a little excited. He became immensely curious about the human body, especially the fact that the stick would get bigger, as drawn in the storybook. Yunsen remembered the change in Hyenjo's stick from the last time he took a bath. He didn't know what the principle was and wanted to find out what it was, and in the meantime see if his would. Hyenjo is completely unaware of what is going on in the little ginseng's head, not to mention the fact that the book of the little fox's retribution was finished being flipped through by Yunshin when he was at the barracks, and that he looked for Zhu Rongyu to take 2 new books to read a few days ago. He only caught Zhu Rongyu giving the cloud ginseng moisturizing oil, but not the book. Run the oil thing. Hyenjo no looked angry, not to mention the storybook. In the barracks Hyenjo will not let him see. So Yunshin found a place to hide the storybook, fearing that if Hyenjo found it, he wouldn't be able to read it later. In the rocky forest of the wigwam, the hot spring water was still miserably hot. The water was warm as always. By the time Hyenjo hung the clothes on a rack aside, Yunsen could not wait to jump into the water. Little Sam, the clothes are still on. Hyenjo stood on the shore and reminded him. Whoa, right away. Cloud Sam replied as he undressed and threw himself from the water swooshing up onto the shore. Soon naked and nothing left. The little ginseng does not know what shame is. Swimming happily around in the water. A moment on their backs. A moment of the whole person downward lying immersed in the bottom of the water. And not afraid of drowning. Yunsen actually kind of wanted to change back to his original body, which would be more refreshing and pleasurable. But he was really curious about why the stick was getting bigger. So he held back his patience and waited for Hyenjo to come down, and then moved over to observe him. However, Yunsen waited and waited. He was drowsy in the warm water, and Hyenjo still stood on the shore without coming down. He shot up, eyes wide open, and slowly swam to the shore. Yunsen tilted her face to look at Hyenjo and asked suspiciously, Chow Chow, why don't you come down? Aren't we going to take a bath together? It's much darker in the winter, and despite the candle lights around, it's still dim. Hyenjo lowered his head, and through the warm afterglow of the candlelight he saw the small ginseng's bright, uncomprehending eyes as he looked at himself. He squatted down, his hands slightly raised, caressing Cloud Cucumber's white and tender face, and gently pinched it. Probably because of the demon, Cloud Ginseng's skin was much better than humans, soft and smooth, endearing. Hyenjo's hands had been holding weapons for years and had long since worn out calluses on his hands. He moved a little roughly, his thin calluses grinding uncomfortably. Yunsen felt the pain in his face. He wanted to back away, but he was afraid that Hyenjo would be upset, so he had to tilt his face back and let him pinch it. It was only when she couldn't bear it anymore that she spoke in a resigned voice. Chow Chow, you're hurting me. 66 ginsengs, what's the difference between that and kissing him? The voice of the little ginseng accusing aggression rang out. Hyenjo returned to his senses, but did not receive back his hand, just shifted his position. He stroked Yunsen's slender chin and spoke with a smile. Didn't Xiaosen say that she would be the most understanding? I'm waiting for Xiaosen. It was Cloud Sam's turn to be confused. Full of confusion. What? Yunsen thought for half a day, but did not figure it out. He asked in a confused manner. What's the relationship between being a good interpreter of people's clothes and Chow Chow taking a bath? Aha. Hyenjo nodded without changing his face. Of course I have. Yunshin nervously asked. Do you need my help? What should I do? The little ginseng that doesn't understand the heart and mind of humans is silly and very good at tricking people into believing whatever they say. and Yenjo could barely hold back his laughter. He pursed his lips and tried his best to stifle his laughter, raised his hand and patted Yunsen's bare and rounded shoulders, and blandly said, "Widen my clothes for me." Ah? Yunsen was dumbfounded as he looked blearily at Yenjo. Is that what it means? Good understanding. Yenjo reminded him. Yunshin heard him emphasize the word clothes. Her pretty eyebrows slightly wrinkled, scratched her head and said, "Chow chow. I don't think that's what I meant." Can't figure out what good clothes have to do with Chow Chow needing him to undress. But it's not impossible if you want me to help you take it off, the little ginseng said before leaping out of the water and pouncing on him. He jumped up and brought up a large splash of water, and Yenjo's clothes were half wet with water. Yenjo was caught off guard and was pounced on the ground by Yunsen in one fell swoop. He was a bit stunned and watched as Yunsen smiled and came closer. "Chow chow. I realized that you look good from this angle as well." Their faces were pressed together and their breaths mingled. The tip of Yunshin's nose was pressed against the side of Yenjo's face, and at this close distance, one could almost clearly see the fuzz on his skin. Yenjo's eyes were deep and dark, like a bottomless lake, as if they contained some unseen treasure, attracting fear and curiosity, wanting to find out what was hidden. The bone deep wound between his eyebrows had been repaired by Yunshin's mana, as well as the careful recuperation over the past few days, slowly growing new pink flesh, but the injury is so severe that it heals and leaves a scar that doesn't match this face. Searing hot, rolling breath poured out from Yenjo's nostrils and lips, spilling over Yunsen's bright eyes and side face. His eyes felt hot and itchy, and his stretched lashes fluttered gently. Yunsen blinked his eyes. Still itching, he reached out and rubbed them, his tone complaining. "Chow chow, don't you breathe. My eyes are uncomfortable." Hernandez. He stiffened, motionless, and looked at the small ginseng lying on top of him, nodding helplessly in response, then holding his breath when he did. Yenjo wanted to see what Yunshin was trying to do, with her eyes not being blown by the hot breath anymore. Yunsen was finally relieved, and with both hands pressed on Yenjo's shoulders, she looked down at him. "Chow chow. You look good. Just like." Yunsen wanted to praise him, but his vocabulary was barren. Half a day stifled a sentence. Just like a heavenly god to look good. In fact, Yunsen did not know what the heavenly god looked like. Even the heavenly god was told to him by Lingji. Whether it existed or not was an unknown. Yenjo had been quietly looking at him, and immediately frowned when he heard this. Who is the heavenly god? Searing breath met his face again, and Cloud Sam covered his mouth. "Don't you say anything." Yenjo blinked. "Oh, I don't know who the sky god is, but anyway, Chi-Chi said he's good looking," Cloud Sam muttered, staring into his eyes again before seeing his own clear reflection in his pupils. He had just come out of the hot springs, his hair wet and dripping down his back, his cheeks flushed from the hot water blast. Cloud had looked in the mirror a few times, not that he'd ever taken a close look at what he looked like. So this is what he looks like? He looks pretty good. What's with him being such a good-looking little ginseng? Cloud Senator was stinking with beautiful thoughts when he suddenly felt a kiss on his palm. He was stunned and looked stupidly at Yenjo, not understanding what was going on. There was another shallow, inconspicuous wetness coming from his palm. Yunsen only felt the palm of his right hand as if it had been struck by lightning from the thunder goddess. It was crispy. He withdrew his hand with a swoosh and didn't dare to cover Yenjo's mouth anymore. "Little Sam, what's wrong?" Yenjo asked, looking bland. Yunsen looked down at the palm of his hand. Wetness is what he felt, but look closely, not out there. He commissioned, "Your mouth electrified me." The corners of Yenjo's lips curved and he almost laughed out loud as he coughed lightly and pulled over Yunsen's hand. "Really? Let me take a look." "Don't you look." Cloud Sam pulled his hand back. "I thought I said I was electrocuted. I'll see if I'm electrocuted." No. Cloud Sam hid her hands behind her back, inexplicably just not wanting to show him. Little Sam. Seeing that Yenjo was still going to speak, Yunsen was a bit annoyed. "I've said no. Why are you talking so much?" He wanted to cover Yenjo's mouth again, but he was afraid of the crunchy, electric feeling and frowned unhappily. Abruptly, Yunsen lowered her head toward Yenjo's lips that curved out in a smile and bit it, muttering vaguely, "Let you electrocute me. Bite you to death." Yenjo froze, looking as if dumbfounded at Yunshin, who was biting his lips close at hand. The little ginseng was still muttering and talking, but Yenjo couldn't hear anything anymore. It was as if fireworks were blooming in my head, and as if all was silent. "Sammy bit him? What's the difference between kissing him and having your mouths pressed together?" Yenjo was silent for only a moment before his breath sank in, rolling and burning like it was about to spew fire. His hand lifted to mid-air, where the back of Cloud Sam's head was, and hesitated to press down, then put it back down a moment later. Cloud Sam didn't even realize what he had done that was unthinkable. Nibbling messily on his lips, venting as if he was biting and muttering at the same time. Until Cloud Sam felt a strange sensation coming from his abdomen. His eyes brightened slightly, wanting to find out what was going on, but the next moment he was thrown backward by Hyenjo's waist and landed in the hot spring. The little ginseng was confused. Chow chow. He flailed several times before he could stand, tilting his head pitifully toward the shore. Hyenjo had turned his back, trying to calm his breathing, and said in a hoarse voice, "You soak here. I'll go outside to wash." "Why?" Cloud Sam asked suspiciously. "Didn't you say you wanted to take a bath with me?" Yunsen even touched his lips after asking, revealing a silly smile. "Chow chow. Your mouth is so soft. I wanted to just walk away, but when I heard Cloud Sam's words, I didn't want to." Hyenjo took a deep breath and looked back at Yunsen, his eyes blazing like fire. "Sammy, come here." Cloud Senator groped sparsely for the shore, and just as his hands were picking their way to a standing position, a hand cupped his chin and lifted it upward. With a black eye, Yunsen's lips were kissed. I'm not sure how many babies are reading, asterisk, I've been in a bad state lately, so I think you can be more active and give me a little bit of motivation, asterisk. 67 ginseng, chow chow, help me. Hyenjo kissed forcefully, not to be refused, without any rules and regulations. It was the first time he had done such a thing without skill, and his mind was full of the descriptions he had read in those books Shu Ronyu had given him when he was in the military camp. Hyenjo's memory is not superb, but he still remembers the descriptions in those books clearly, even though it has been more than half a month since he first saw them. He practiced as the book depicted. Breath taken away. Cloud Sam soon gasped for air. He looked blankly at Hyenjo's face that showed a few degrees of ferocity, his bright and clear eyes tinted with a thin layer of water vapor. The hand lifted slightly against Hyenjo's chest and pushed. Chow chow. The aggrieved and weak voice awakened Hyenjo's temporarily out of control reason. He snapped back to his senses, and after realizing what he was doing, his face instantly turned red and he let go. Hyenjo backed up a few steps, looking flustered and chagrined. How did he kiss up? He should have waited a little longer. Waited for the little senator to fall in love with him as well before. Chow chow. Why did you kiss me? Yunsen blankly touched her lips that were a little sore from the kiss, her face aggravated. You kissed me so much that it hurts. Mouth numb with tingling sensation. Sorry. Hyenjo apologized in a low voice, misplacing his gaze. Yunsen's gaze fell on his stubbed up, respect. Chow chow. You're again dash. Hyenjo suddenly turned around. I'm going to go calm down for a bit. Shaoshin, you soak first. I'll come pick you up later. He practically fell over himself and quickly rushed out. Yunsen did not even finish his words. Hyenjo ran out of sight. He stared blankly at Hyenjo's back as he left, and then looked down at himself, swollen and uncomfortable. The cloud ginseng frowned and sank into the water, still getting no relief, and finally changed back to the form of a small ginseng with a swoosh. But it's no good turning back into your body. The small ginseng that was originally skinny and small, only half the size of a palm, had now turned into a fat, rolling, white and tender little ginseng. It's like a big white long turnip growing in the ground. The little ginseng's entire ginseng turned red, just like the last time it had a fever. Cloud Cucumber stomped his limbs and swam around in the water. Why was it still so hot and uncomfortable? His very being actually got bigger. So strange. An hour later, Hyenjo lowered his fire and came to the hot springs wearing his middle coat, drenched in snow and chilled. But Hyenjo didn't see where the cloud senator was. Little ginseng? Hyenjo shouted, squatting on the bank to look into the water, which was crystal clear, and found no trace of the little ginseng. Instead, there was a rustling sound from behind him. Before Hyenjo could turn his head, he felt a warm body coming up against his back. Yunsen's glossy arms reached out from behind to hug his waist, her face pressed against Hyenjo's back, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. Chow chow, why did you just come up? I thought you didn't want me. He was so aggrieved that he didn't wait for Hyenjo to speak before he added, Chow chow, I'm so hard to bear. What should I do? The stick can't be changed back. I changed back into my body after you left, but my body got fat too, like I'd been bitten by a poisonous bug, and I didn't even get over the heat by rolling around in the snow. Cho cho, am I sick again? Hyenjo frowned as he listened, realizing that he seemed to have done a bad thing. He could detach himself. Yunshin did not. He turned around. Yunsen was still not in an inch, looking at him with an aggrieved face, her eyes crystal clear and glistening with tears. Hyenjo paused, breaking away Yunsen's hand that was holding him, and walked to the side to get clothes for him to put on, blaming himself. I'm sorry, Shaosen. It's my fault. Sammy's not sick. It's a normal physiological reaction. Hyenjo felt bashful even saying this out loud. Cloud Ginseng had been living in the Misty Spirit Mountain, and the surrounding goblins were probably all as simple-minded as he was, and hadn't been exposed to any of this. He hadn't experienced it to know this. but because of that kiss of his own, but thinking about it in another way, the fact that Yunshin reacted to just being kissed by him showed that he was different to Yunshin as well, only that Yunshin wasn't aware of such feelings. Yunsin didn't understand Yenjo's journey, he only knew that he was so uncomfortable and asked sadly, then there's no way he can recover? Chow chow. I'm really uncomfortable like this. Walking feels hard to grind. Yenjo pursed his lips. Yes. Yunsin immediately hugged him. Chow chow will. Chow chow help me. Okay? I don't want it to be so hard. The little ginseng pouted pitifully. Chow chow. Please. He do not want to become a big white fat ginseng. Not at all good looking. Swollen and fat like a ball. Ugly dead ginseng. Yenjo looked down at his watery eyes. His heart was full of emotions. His mind thought of several ways, but in the end, he only wanted to use one way to help him. Okay, I'll help you. Yenjo pulled the fox fur up and covered Yunshin's head to prevent him from getting wet in the snow again, then said in a mute voice, let's go back first. Aha. Cloud Sam nodded. The house was warm with charcoal burning. Cloud Sam entered the room and then ripped off the fox fur and placed it on a wooden chair aside. He jumped into Yenjo's arms, tilted his head, and softly shouted, Chow chow. I'll help you later. Yenjo swept him over to the bed and sat down, took a soft towel and wiped his hair. Dry your hair. You'll catch a cold if you sleep like this, and you'll get a headache. Oh, Cloud Sam sat there obediently, keeping her head down for him to rub, but after a while he couldn't sit still. Yunsin pulled on Yenjo's sleeve, her body twisting around, her cheeks flushed. Chow chow. I'm so hard. Don't rub your hair. Just help me now, okay? Oh, I'm going to die hard. The little ginseng prayed pitifully, so hard that tears fell from his eyes. Yenjo's hand gave a slight lurch, looking down at Yunsen's aggrieved and reddened eyes. His hand squeezing the soft towel tightened. Good. He pressed Cloud Sam's shoulder and said in a deep voice, little Sam sleeps inside. Cloud Sam didn't know how he was going to help himself, so he just listened to him and did as he was told, laying down and rolling over in a single bound to the innermost part of the bed. Yenjo looked at him from a distance of 2 meters, then turned around and blew out the candle flame, lying down after him. Chow chow. The little ginseng grunted, sticking to him again as soon as he lay down. Hard, 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 hard. You have to help me. Aha. Hiranju wrapped him in his arms and slipped his hand under the covers. Cloud Sam just felt like he was focusing his attention in one place, and the hard places were suddenly relieved. He opened his eyes wide, incredibly looking at Yenjo, his expression dumbfounded, his voice trembling. Chow chow. Is that how you help? Yenjo couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Yunsen's flushed cheeks, his voice raspy. Wait a little longer. It'll be fine soon. Yunsen only saw his lips open and close, couldn't hear what he was saying. The waves were surging, only knew that the bath he just took seemed to be in vain. Clean clothes were soaked with sweat. 68 ginseng, lovely, trying to. He clutched the lapel of Yenjo's coat, his cheeks flushed and his mouth grunted, until a white light flashed before his eyes and everything calmed down. Yunsen breathed heavily and murmured, calling out to him, Chow chow. Okay. Yenjo lifted the quilt. An ambiguous breath dispersed out from the quilt. Cloud Sam looked at him in disbelief. Yenjo walked towards the outside of the house and came in with a basin of hot water not long after. Picking up a soft towel and soaking it, he returned to the bed and wiped Yunsen. Cho, no, I seem to be having a hard time. Yunsen came back to his senses and hugged him happily. The little ginseng was full of joy, bearing a kiss on Yenjo's face. Thank you Chow chow for helping me, the culprit who caused all of this to happen. In the face of Yunsen's thanks, should not even dare to answer a word. Yenjo pushed him away. It's late, go to bed. You don't sleep. Yunshin braced herself to see him going out again. Chow chow. Where are you going? Yenjo turned his back to Yunsen. Sleep. I'll pour the water and come back. Okay. Cloud Senator nodded, pinching the covers over his body. Hurry up then. I'll wait for you to come back before I sleep. There's no need to wait for me. Sammy will sleep when he's sleepy. When he goes out this way, I'm afraid he won't be back so soon. Cloud Senator let out an oh-so-subtle cry, shrinking back under the covers to watch him go out without looking away. The sound of water pouring on the ground was very clear in the night. Yenjo poured the water and didn't come back the first time. His footsteps were getting farther and farther away, as if he went to the next house. Cloud Sam tried to chase him out to see what he was doing over there, but he wondered if the hard place had gotten unstuck and he was quickly getting sleepy. Half sitting up, his body lay back down again, and Cloud Senator yawned as he hugged the covers and slowly closed his eyes. Chow chow is coming back to bed. You don't have to follow me. Yenjo took another cool shower and stood outside drenched in snow and blowing wind until the fire went down before finally returning to the house. Cloud Sam is already asleep. Yenjo had just laid down. The little ginseng seemed to have sensed that he was back, and rolled over into his arms in one roll, very consciously finding a good position for himself. Yunsen leaned her sideways face against his chest and fell back asleep after muttering something about coming back late. Yenjo vainly took Yunsen's waist and pushed it away. He was very icy and was afraid of cold Yunsen. As a result, he just pushed him out. And before he could pull the quilt to wrap him individually, Yunsen rolled over again. Just now it was just his arms around him, but now both feet were hiked up as well, holding him as if he was afraid of being pushed away again. Hiranju pushed away all 3 times. Cloud Cucumber was pissed off in her sleep at his push and opened her mouth to take a bite at his pecs. Yenjo sucked in a breath and had to stop there, pulling the covers over him. Forget it, let's just hold it. If you get a cold or a fever, you'll have to ask that old man again. The next day Yunsen woke up, not by Yenjo cold, but feel refreshed, and even woke up earlier than usual. Yenjo just got up soon. He also woke up. After breakfast, Yenjo wanted to deliberate with Fang Yuan. Xiao Shen and I will go together. I thought that Yunsen wouldn't refuse, but he shook his head and said, Don't. I'll disturb you guys if I go. I'll go and play with Shui Wu. Yenjo sank his eyes, as if she could see how upset he was. Yunchen tiptoed over to touch the top of his hair and said in a comforting general manner, Chao isn't angry. I just want to ask Shuigo something. He could tell what I was, and that's why I was curious about him and wanted to know why. Without changing his color, Yenjo defended himself. I'm not angry. Aha, you're not mad. Cloud Senator nodded, his fingers gently brushing over his furrowed brow with a thievish grin. Chazu would lie to him, his brow furrowing every time he was upset, but he couldn't be fooled now. He already knew the secret. Fang Yuan over there came to urge, and Yenjo had no intention of going over yet. Yunsen thought about it and tilted her face up to his face again. Last night Yenjo kissed him fiercely and violently. Yunsen guessed that he would like it, so she gently kissed his lips. Chao, go quickly. Vice General Fang and the others are waiting for you. The knot in Yenjo's throat moved slightly, looking at the pure and clear eyes of the little ginseng, coaxing him. Apart from me, the little ginseng is not allowed to kiss anyone else. Understand? Cloud Senator nodded, acknowledged. Only after receiving the promise did Yenjo put his heart down. He pinched Yunsen's soft and tender face. His eyes swept over the pale pink lips, restrained the urge to press the person into his arms for a kiss, and said in a low voice, Don't run around. Go out and bring an umbrella. And don't be like last time again. Aha, I know. Cloud Cucumber nodded curtly. Lovely, trying to. Yenjo rubbed his head and turned to leave. After his figure disappeared, Yunsen immediately ran towards the courtyard where Zhu Rongyu lived, and just as he stepped in, he saw Shuiwu practicing outside the house with a wooden stick. Shuigo didn't know he was coming, and swung his stick over, almost hitting him, but luckily he realized in time and retreated, so he avoided hitting Cloud Sam, but he swung out with such force that it backfired, and the wooden stick slammed into Yuki Goku's face, landing a deep red mark and dropping him to the ground after a moment's inattention. Shuigo, are you alright? Cloud Sam was startled and rushed over to assist him. It's fine. Yuki Go avoided his hand. What brings you here? Chao and the others had something to do. I was bored and came to play with you. Yunsen was full of innocence and pointed to the red marks on his face. Your face is smashed. Do you want me to help you? A ball of white light gathered at his fingertips and was about to fly towards Yukigo's face. When Yuki-Go saw it, he immediately stepped back, his face showing disgust. No need. Why are you reacting so much? Cloud Sam saw his look and was a little hurt. It's not like I messed with you or used spells to do bad things. Yuki-Go pursed her lips at him and didn't say anything. Cloud Sam then looked at him with sad eyes. I'm sad, Yuki-Goku. After a moment, Yuki-Go lowered his head and his voice trailed off. I'm sorry. As soon as he apologized, Cloud Ginseng immediately stopped being sad and cheered up again. He ran to Shuigo. Shuigo, you still haven't told me how you know I'm a ginseng spirit. What are you really? Yunsen stood in front of Shuiwu with a curious face. I'm really curious. You're not a Taoist priest or a demon. How did you see it? Shuigo frowned and didn't answer his words, only saying, I still have to practice. You can go to Mr. Zhu's house to read a book if you're bored. He explained before he left that if you came, you could go to his house and look for a book to read. It's on the cabinet next to the bed. He said it was new. Cloud Sam shook his head, not looking. Storybooks couldn't hold his interest either. I want to know now how you knew who I was. Just tell me. I'm not a bad ginseng. I won't do anything to you. Cloud Ginseng patted his chest and assured, his snowy eyes staring straight at Shuiwu. I did see it the other day. You had so many injuries on your hands. It's not like they were recent. 69 ginsengs, mean. I hate you. Yunsen had to ask for a result. and Shuigo didn't want to tell him. That's the same as uncovering his scars. But Yunsen kept asking endless questions. Shuiwu was a bit angry. He violently turned back and glared at Yunsen. Do all of you demons like to force others like this? His eyes were too fierce, glaring at Cloud Sam as if he wanted to tear him apart and eat him. Yunsen was scared by him. Small broken steps backward. Dissatisfied muttered. What forced You do not want to say, just do not say it. Fierce, what fierce? I just want to know what happened to you. It's like those injuries of yours built up over the years and fell into scars, and I met you on the street again that day. Mean. Hate you, Cloud Sam said unhappily, grunting heavily and turning her back, but not walking away. He pricked up his ears for movement behind him, and it was silent. Cloud Sam waited for a few moments without hearing anything and was the first to break, unable to resist looking back. Unexpectedly, a glance crashed into Yukago's reddish, water-filled eyes. He was stunned and a bit overwhelmed all of a sudden. Shuigo, you, don't cry. Yunsen ran forward and took out the small pad that Yenjo had given him and handed it over. Shuiwu didn't answer, and yelled fiercely, who's crying? You're the one crying. You're the one crying. You're annoying. Stay away from me. Having his vulnerable side seen through by Yunsen, Shuigo was a bit tense as he pushed Yunsen away and took a big step forward. Cloud Sam wasn't paying attention and snapped and fell into a butt squat. His entire sin was confused, and he looked up at Yukago's back. Snow Goggles turned around at the sound and saw him fall to the ground, and then panicked a little bit, so he rushed over to pull Cloud Samson up and patted the snow on him. His expression was still vicious. Didn't fall, did you? It's fine. Cloud Ginseng didn't care and shook his hand. I'm a ginseng spirit. How can I be that brittle? Shuigo grunted and didn't say anything, letting go of him and walking to the side to pick up the wooden stick and start practicing again. He followed Zhu Rongyu to learn a lot in the past few days. Zhu Rongyu said that to stay in the general's residence, to stay in the side of Yunshin to take care of him, you have to practice martial arts and kung fu, and in the future, Yenjo will not be peaceful around. Shuigo wanted to leave, but he didn't know where he could go after leaving this place, and after Zhu Rongyu said that he stopped thinking about leaving, there seems to be no room for him in the sky. Cloud Ginseng was a surprise to him, because he was brought back to the mansion by Yenjo was even more than a surprise. He seemed to have a home, a place to stay. Although these people are good at breaking their sleeves, but in order to stay alive, it is not impossible to stay for the time being, so Shuiwu followed Zhu Rongyu to learn martial arts, so that it will be convenient to protect Yunsen in the future. He took the wooden stick and wooed up according to the sword technique Zhu Rongyu taught him in his memory, while Yunsen was squatting under the eaves of the house, his hands resting on his chin as he watched him dumbfounded. For some reason, Yunsen always felt an affinity for Shuigo, which was why he wanted to bring him back after meeting him that day. But Shuigo is not a Taoist priest or a demon, and when Yunsen asks him why he knows he is a demon, he refuses to say. Intuition told Cloud Sam that this might have something to do with those injuries on his hands. This person looks fierce, but just mentioning the injury on his hand, red eyes to cry, just angry to push him on the ground and panicked. The concern in his tone is not fake, shouldn't be a bad guy, just a kid who looks mean and cold on the outside. Cloud Sam was a bit confused about him. Shuigo didn't want him to ask more questions, and he didn't continue to pursue the matter, so he just watched him practicing. At lunchtime, Yenjo asked him where he had gone, and Yunshin answered honestly, to see Shuiwu practicing. Yenjo touched his cold hand, his brows unconsciously locked. You sat outside and watched? Cloud Senator nodded. Nah. Bring the soup granny with you in the afternoon to warm your hands. Yenjo didn't blame him, holding his hands to warm them up before letting go and picking up chopsticks to give him food. It's going to cool down again in the next few days, so be careful of catching a cold by being out in the wind less. Aha, got it. Cloud Sam smiled and nodded. After the meal, Yenjo and the others went back to the study to deliberate. Before leaving, Yunsen saw Zhu Rongyu gesture at himself and kept winking at him. The little ginseng, with a bewildered look on his face, also followed his gesture and then followed Shuiwu to Zhu Rongyu's small courtyard again. One look is an afternoon. The weather has gotten colder in recent days, and it snows every day. And despite the fact that someone clears it every day, the snow outside the house is still up to one's knees. Sweet butt, it's coming down too hard. Yunshin simply cannot leave the house. Once out of the cold, shivering, teeth chattering, all wrapped up into a ball or feel cold. Even tried to turn back into a small ginseng to hide and hibernate. It's too cold, too cold. Why is it so cold in the north? It's so cold that he wants to go back to Misty Spirit Mountain. Yunsen can't get up in the morning. Woke up also don't want to leave the warm nest. Good thing there is Shuiwu wait. Daily sleep to wake up is to send to the hands of the meal, and the bedside wash basin. Don't have to get out of bed. Yenjo has been going to the study with Fang Yuan and the others from time to time in the past few days. and a letter came from the Beijing side. Half a month ago, the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. A sudden influx of assassins to kill. The Empress Dowager suffered a shock bedridden. The Emperor Duguyu due to the negligence of the imperial guards. Was the assassin a sword through the chest? The sword on the poison. And the poison has no solution. The palace doctors cannot do anything about it. Can only think of ways to slow down the symptoms? The Duguyu is now dragging the body of the ill every day to the court. Looking like the look of the days are numbered. Does General feel that this news is reliable? Fang Yuan read the epistle carefully before handing it to Yi Yanzhou. Pang Yin mused. It's too much of a coincidence that the Empress Dowager hosted a banquet in the palace half a month ago precisely when our war with the Moon Kingdom ended. Wish Ronyu nodded with approval. This letter came too right on time. The north to the capital of the fastest carriages and horses need to travel a whole month. The speed of the carrier pigeon. There is always a time to stop. Hold up, the death is not more than a few days early too. But this letter? It is half a month from the upper capital to the west head of the city. The speed is directly halved. How to look at it is not like the real, but like someone to do the bureau. He Yanzhou looked at the letter. The lower left corner is his familiar person's pen. Handwriting looks to be written by Ji Shinshu. I grew up with him since childhood. Lifelong friendship. He will not lie to me. Zhu Yuanjiang could not help but retort in a small voice, but general, even more lifelong friendship. You have left Shangjing for 3 years. He is an official in Shangjing, and he meets with the Dog Emperor daily and the Emperor in the morning court. That was close. I almost told the Dog Emperor to the general's face. We naturally trust little Marquis Ji. Back when the He family was full of people, the first person to jump out and demand a thorough investigation into the matter was him. Pang Yin said. Shu Ronyu said gently, but what Yuan Jiang said is not unreasonable. Now that 3 long years have passed, everything changes. Whether the little Marquis is still the same as he was back then, we can't yet confirm. And this letter has come so coincidentally. He Yanzhou was silent and didn't say anything. This was something he agreed with. But he and Ji Shinshu deep friendship. That person has no heart. When he was bullied by other brothers into the water, is He Yanzhou jumped down to save him? Since then all day with He Yanzhou behind as a small follower. A heel is 15 years. He Yanzhou was actually very playful when he was a child, and often took Ji Shinshu to run around, causing problems or Ji Shinshu to take the bottom to their own body. The old Marquis son more. Not bad him this one. Hit up the people are not merciful. Ji Shinshu every time was hit to get out of bed, to lie down for 10 days and a half months to be good. He Yanzhou also said that he did not need to cover the bottom of a person to do a person to be, but Ji Shinshu felt that He Yanzhou saved him once, against the back of the countless times back pot. Based on this, He Yanzhou is naturally convinced that Ji Shinshu will not betray their friendship, but this speculation of Zhu Yuanjiang is not unreasonable. People change, not to mention that they have not seen each other for 3 years, and usually seldom write to each other. Just left the capital when Ji Shinshu every few days to write a letter, and then half a month, 3 months, half a year, and now since the last time I received a letter from Ji Shinshu worse than a month full of a year. He Yanzhou stared at the familiar handwriting for a moment, then folded it up and put it into the wooden box, which was full of letters that Ji Shinshu had sent to him. General, I believe him, He Yanzhou said in a faint voice. He raised his head to look at the few people in front of him. Ji Shinshu will habitually hook his pen when he writes and lands his pen. This is something that imitation writing is very difficult to do. Deliberate hooking of the pen and habitual hooking of the pen to write out the word is not the same. Fang Yuan several people looked at each other, then did not mention this again. Sometimes trust is better than suspicion of suspicion. Besides He Yanzhou and Ji Shinshu know each other since childhood. How the other person's behavior. He Yanzhou is the most clear. I sent people to inquire about the raw materials for that batch of steel swords, and I didn't find the whereabouts. Pang Yin said, the last time we recovered only about 4,000 of them. If we want to kill our way back to Shangjing, this amount is far from enough. There are still 70,000 men left in the He family's army. Not to say everyone has a handful of them, but at the very least 30,000. And the upper capital is now full of Duguyu's men, and there are still dead soldiers by his side. So we must be prepared for all eventualities. Although everyone held the heart of having a death just to die, but who does not want to win the battle and live a few more years? They killed back, just to give justice to the He family who died in vain. Fang Yuan asked, have all the neighboring countries gone looking for them? There's no whereabouts at all? No. The steel sword appeared very suddenly, when there were 2 groups of people on the west head of the mountain, both from small countries with no iconic flags. There was no way to know where they came from. Zhu Yuanjiang picked up the sword at hand, his tone slightly agitated. General, isn't this sword also made of steel? You got it at the sword forging store in the city. Let's follow it and find it. Won't we? This sword is a remnant, He Yanzhou said in a faint voice. It's still a few years old, They probably didn't know the sharpness of a steel sword, and threw it into a corner to let it rust and fall into dust. It was Yunshin who found it. Zhu Rongyu was originally still thinking about how to deal with the 100 bottles of moisturizing oil hidden in the house. These days Xue Wu mocked him every day. Zhu Rongyu felt that putting it in the house wasn't a problem. He had to hide it in a different place. When he heard He Yanzhou's words, he stood up fiercely. Duke Yun, Fang Yuan and the others were startled. What Duke Yun? He Yanzhou raised his eyes to Zhu Rongyu. Zhu Rongyu sat down and noticed He Yanzhou's eyes, so she nodded towards him. Zhu Yuanzhan looked at them with a puzzled expression. General, what riddle are you playing with Captain Zhu? What does this have to do with Duke Yun? Zhu Rongyu smiled and didn't say anything. Cloud ginseng is the ginseng essence of the matter, or he mistakenly know. Present in addition to him and He Yanzhou, other people do not know Cloud ginseng to save his life. Unless he said himself. Otherwise Zhu Rongyu will die to keep this secret. He Yanzhou was even more reluctant to reveal Yunsen's identity, and immediately changed the topic, intending to go back and ask Yunsen about it when later in the day. The Yun Gongzi himself, who had been mentioned by them, was currently leaning back in his recliner, his calf lamp swaying, so bored that his head was growing grass. He Yanzhou is busy these days, and Yunsen is not good to follow He Yanzhou to the study for fear of disturbing them, and he cannot help much. He just squatted and stood guard every day to watch Xue Wu practicing, holding Zhu Rongyu's newly purchased storybook in one hand to read the little people's drawings, holding an orange in one hand to eat it, and occasionally raising his head to look outside. Today the snow fell less. Xue Wu went outside to practice sword again. He is also not afraid of the cold day to wear a thin clothes outside to practice sword. Yunsen just look at the snow feel cold. He lays Zhu Rongyu's recliner, put 2 fire pots roasted by the feet, holding a soup in his arms, fox fur wrapped tightly, or feel the cold into the bones. Maybe this is the difference between north and south. As a small ginseng in the south, cloud ginseng can't adapt to the winter in the north in any case. Yunsen just thought of this and couldn't help but raise his voice and ask, Xue Go, have you always been in Shishou City? Or did you come from somewhere else? The person outside the room didn't answer, as if he didn't hear, still practicing his sword. It's a good thing that Cloud Sam is also used to Snow Goggle ignoring him. He had seen that if Snow Gnosis hadn't left here with no place to go, he would have left a long time ago and stayed here out of necessity. Xue Go, it's so cold outside. Do you want to come in and sit down for a while and have a cup of tea to warm up? Well, it's better to ignore him. Cloud Sam shrugged and went back down to continue looking at the sketchbook. This time it's the story of a little beggar on the street being redeemed. Not unlike the previous ones that had something to do with demons, but other than a different beginning, the rest is pretty much the same. Cloud Sam was still watching with great interest. He turned a page, took a bite of orange, and turned another page, when suddenly he heard footsteps coming and a cold air hit his face, and Cloud Sam looked up to see Shuego walking over to the wooden table. The cup of tea he'd poured wasn't completely cold, it was still steaming, and Yukiko drank it all in one go, sitting back and staring at the cup of tea in his hand. Want an orange? Cloud Sam handed him half. Yukiko looked at it and smoothly took it and threw it into his mouth, his face scrunching up at the sourness. So sour? It's not sour. I think it's quite sweet, Yunsen said and peeled another one. By the way, this is for you. A small bottle was thrown into Shuewu's arms. He picked it up and looked at it, realizing that it was the moisturizing oil bottle that Zhu Rongyu had carried back a few days ago. Shuewu stood up in a mischievous manner, his face reddening. Yun-san, you, how dare you be so shameless? Me? The little ginseng was confused by the scolding and looked over blankly. How am I shameless? Yukiko pointed to the moisturizing oil bottle. This, Cloud Ginseng looked over and explained. This is the ginseng powder I made from ginseng whiskers through the processing of spells. Ah, ha, your hands are old wounds, they won't heal. If you don't want a scar you can put some ginseng powder on them. It should heal. 70 ginseng, Yukiko is past. Ginseng powder is Cloud Ginseng these days in the house secretly pounding. He did not want a Yenjo's eyebrow bone to leave a scar. Magic low position. Cannot directly let Yenjo's injury to heal all also do not leave a scar? It can only think of other ways. Shuego was his first test subject, but this is something that Yunsen didn't dare to say, said Shuego must be unhappy to give him a face. However, he had been practicing for a long time, and even if he wouldn't return to his original appearance, he still had some efficacy, and it wouldn't harm anyone anyway is all. The Cloud Ginseng intends to wait for Shuewu here to do a good test, and then redo a bottle to take to Yenjo use. Yenjo cannot use up, will be distributed to Zhu Rongyu them. This bottle folded 2 ginseng, into a hair is 100 so much. Cloud Ginseng of course did not directly pull, with scissors to the bottom of the hair tip cut off. Do not look carefully if it is very difficult to see. He did it in secret, wanting to surprise Yenjo. Yukigo unscrewed the cork and sniffed it. It was really his misunderstanding. Scratching his head in embarrassment. Okay, sorry for misunderstanding you. Cloud Cucumber blinked. Try it, 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 try it. See if it's okay. Can't Welly turn around and work on it? Shuego sat back down and picked up the porcelain vase and looked at it for a long time without making the next move. Cloud Sam was about to urge again when he heard Shuego's lowered voice come through. I'm not a demon, nor am I considered a pure human. The little ginseng froze. So, then you are. My daddy is a human and my little daddy is a demon. Oh, so you're a human demon? Yunsen summarized. Shuego's hand shook. His sadness and grief almost too much to strain. He looked up and glared at Yunsen. What human demon? I just didn't continue my little father's demon bloodline. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the little ginseng kept his mouth shut and listened to him obediently. He is a fox spirit, born to understand love, good at compelling people. My father was cheated by him. My father was originally not a broken sleeve. He is the only son of the family. The family is very ordinary. Is the villagers under the misty spirit mountain? The fox spirit came down the mountain after transforming and met him. He was the first human the fox spirit had ever encountered. And although he was ordinary looking, he also had a fatal attraction for the fox spirit who had come down the mountain for the first time. He lied to my father that he had no father and no mother, was abducted by someone, not quite fell down the cliff. He was just transformed, no clothes on his body, also had injuries scraped out by the branches and stones. My father saw him pitiful, so he was soft and brought him back home. My father originally had a marriage to the daughter of the mayor of their village, and both of them were talking about marriage, waiting for a good day to get married. But the fox spirit used sorcery to compel my father to forget about the woman. He still doesn't like Foxglove and keeps his distance from Foxglove. And Foxglove doesn't allow his father, who has clearly forgotten all about that woman, to still not like him, so he drugs my father. The vixen got pregnant and he's a very responsible man, so he married the vixen. But a vixen is a vixen, a trifling one, has a husband and goes out and seduces other people. He looked in his eyes and could do nothing about it. The vixen was very beautiful, extraordinary temperament. And he was completely different from a world of people. He always felt that he had taken advantage of the vixen, and deserved to be responsible for it, not knowing that he was being counted by the vixen. When the vixen was 5 months pregnant, she took up with another widow in the village and was caught in adultery. He didn't have the slightest sense of shame and asked my father if he wanted to join him. Shuego said this with shame and anger, her hands clenched into fists, her eyes red. His stomach lurched and Yukigo felt a little like throwing up. And with a shaky hand he peeled an orange to stop the vomiting with acid. Those images could be clearly replayed in his mind to this day, and even after 10 years, he still remembered them clearly. Yunsen listened in a daze. He didn't know much about love in the first place. What Shuego said he could only understand through those little people's drawings in the storybook. But it didn't stop him from continuing to listen. And then what? Shuewu took a deep breath and continued. My father didn't say anything. Took him home and pretended that nothing had happened. The vixen became more and more wanton. And in addition to the widowed husband, he also got involved with many married men in the village. Things fell apart. The vixen has no shame, but also laughs at them even their own men cannot see. Those who have him deliberately compelled by sorcery, but also Ben is not a good person is willing to be good with him. My father for a time by the whole village scorn. All kinds of gossip into the ears. He's just an ordinary person. He doesn't know what to do in the face of all this. He can only beg the vixen not to go back to doing things like that. And it just so happened that it was close to the time of delivery. The vixen didn't make another demon. The birth period of a fox spirit is not the same as that of a human being. 7 months is enough. And at the time of the birth he could not bear the pain and changed back to his original form. And everyone present was frightened and cried out for the Taoist priests to be called to come and arrest him. Everyone was killed by him, disemboweled and eaten. Except my father. He didn't realize that the vixen was a demon. And the blow was so great that he went mad on the spot. The vixen wanted to kill him too. But seeing that the newborn child was still small and needed care, she kept him alive. The vixen disappeared and never appeared again. My father couldn't take care of himself after he went crazy, and I was picked up and raised by my wife next door until I was 3 years old, when he suddenly died one day, and when I rushed over there, all I could see was his cold, dead body. He killed himself. I guess he remembered everything in that moment of lucidity. Granny raised me until I was 5 years old and died too, and I took the money she left me and left there and never went back. Granny didn't have much money. Everything was expensive out there unlike in the village. It was quickly spent. I became a beggar. And the wounds on my hands were from being beaten while begging. Shuego finished wiping the corners of his eyes, his tone gradually calming down. I didn't manage to continue his demon's bloodline, but I'm not a pure human either. I can sense the demon and tell what it is. Cloud Ginseng came to a realization. That's why you know I'm a ginseng spirit. No wonder he couldn't feel Shuego's demonic aura or Taoist aura. Aha! A silence fell over the room as Yuki Goku finished his story. Yunsen scratched his ears. He understood everything except love and love. He wanted to comfort Shuego, but he didn't know where to start. He could sense that what Yukigo said had really happened, and because of that, Yunsen felt that anything he said would pale in comparison to the current Yukigo. He did not know how Shuego lived until now. Before the age of 5 years old and granny to raise him, after 5 years old left the village as a person, has been doing beggars wandering. Cloud Sam felt so sad just thinking about it. He had been living in the misty spirit mountain since he could remember, and except for this time, had never been down the mountain. His best friend being the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum that was less than half a meter away from his pit. The relationship with the other little demons wasn't much better, but they were all good to him. 71 ginsengs, I definitely like Chow Chow. Yunsen wanted to say something, but Shuewu was exhaling a deep breath, only to feel that the depression that had been pressed in the bottom of his heart for many years had all dissipated with his party's outburst to Yunsen. It wasn't his fault after all, but the vixen was his baby daddy, and with that connection, he'd been disgusted with himself for the last 10 years or so. Sometimes he wanted to just die, but when he was really on the verge of death, he couldn't help but think, why? Why was the person who died that person, not the vixen? I thought I was going to keep wandering, but that day you suddenly appeared and said you would take me home, and then General he asked Mr. Zhu to take me back to the mansion, wandering for 10 years before finally having a homecoming. Shuewu let out a bitter smile, then stood up and saluted Yunsen, his face still cold, but not as cold and detached as before. Earlier I had a bad attitude and was much offended. I hope you don't take it personally, because he is the offspring of a demon. Yukigo can sense everything that happens in the outside world when he is in the fox spirit stomach. He hates fox spirits and thinks that all demons are the same as he is. So when he first meets Yunsen and sees through to his true form, Yukigo resists. Later, when he saw him getting close to Yenjo, he knew that he was a broken sleeve and hated him even more. But after spending the last few days together, he realized again that Yunsen and that vixen seemed to be different. Yunshen is very simple. To love at all do not understand. He said like is very common like, even if the road encountered a beautiful good-looking stone, he saw will also say like. Rather, it was that general who looked like he had designs on Cloud Sam. Could there really be love between a human and a demon? Yukigo didn't believe it. It's fine. I'm not angry. Cloud Ginseng smiled and waved his hand, not taking it to heart at all, pointing to the porcelain bottle and saying, you quickly try my ginseng powder to see if it's effective. Yukigo hummed. Thanks. He poured out a little of the powder, which was moist, and smeared it over his hands, where it was cold and pleasant. Yunsen put down the storybook and curiously came over to stare at his arm. It seems to have a little effect. Shui Wu, look, did the scar fade a lot? You're not using me as a test subject, are you? Shuego suddenly narrowed his eyes as he thought of the injury on Yenjo's brow bone, which was so deep that it would definitely leave a scar. Yunsen, which thought that Shuego could guess, the smile on his face slightly stiffened, and then awkwardly scratched his head. No, I just care about you. How can I use you as a test subject? He bottomed out. Yukigo, I'm pissed off that you're doubting our friendship, the little ginseng said menacingly, grunting heavily and twisting his head, ears perked for movement. Yukigo knew by his reaction that he had guessed correctly. A test subject is a test subject, he thought, even if it's just this little bit of false goodness. It's enough to warm the wounds he suffered during his first 10 years of wandering. He should have a mature mind. He can't think all demons are bad just because of that vixen. People are also divided into good and bad, let alone demons. Begging and cold, tired and hungry, not enough to eat and wear. He looks several years younger than his peers, not at all like 15 years old. Go out to look for a job to work and no one wants him. Otherwise he would not have wandered until now. Zhu Rongyuyi had told him that as long as he was willing to stay and serve Yunsen and not move his crooked mind, no one would kick him out. Shuego knew that this was what Yenjo meant. Sorry. So Yukigo dryly admitted his mistake, then got a little confused. Friends? Are we friends? Of course. Yunsen turned around again. Seeing his bewildered look, he couldn't help but touch his head and pat his shoulder. We're friends if we know each other. Otherwise why would I take you away? Shui Wu, you don't worry. I'm not the kind of person your little father is. I'm a good demon. I'm definitely good to you. I won't let you go begging again. Shui Wu was a bit touched, his eyes abruptly red, but touched not for a few seconds. He reacted. But the general's residence you live in, eat and wear are all generals, and the money you use is all general he's. The little ginseng was confused. Yao. Yunsen pondered for a moment and quickly figured it out. He said with a calm face, but it doesn't matter. I owe Chow Chow a lot anyway. It's not that bad. Shuego was speechless. Yun-sun, you and General He, is, not that He could tell that Yun-sun didn't understand love, but looking at the way he and He Yenjo got along, it did seem like that. That one? Cloud Senator's puzzled face. Which one is that one? That's. Yukiko frowned. You like him and he likes you? This is for sure. Yun-sun said without thinking. I definitely like Chow Chow. I'm so cute. Chow Chow definitely likes me too. He said this with a tone expression that was still slightly smug and proud. That's not the like I'm talking about. Are there more kinds of likes? Aha. Shuego nodded vigorously, looked outside, and asked in a low voice. That is, you and General He, have you ever been? He nodded his two hands then together in a kissing gesture. Cloud Ginseng stared at his hand for a while, then suddenly said, Shui Wu, why don't you rub a little ginseng powder on your hand as well? My medicine is very strong. Yukiko's hands were swollen and red from all the frostbite, but that was clearly not his concern. Did you and General He kiss? Yun-sun touched his mouth and nodded his head rightfully. Kissed Shui Wu, I tell you, Chow Chow's mouth is so soft, kissing it is just like what I ate on the street that day. The back of the Cloud Ginseng also said what Shui Wu did not hear. He was full of thoughts. Finished. Simple little ginseng by He Yenjo that old man miss. To be eaten dry clean. Shui Wu looked at Yun-sen's happy hands when he talked about food. His eyes were full of heartache. And he went to get a bottle of moisturizing oil that Shu Rongyu had hidden and gave it to him. You'll need it later. Keep it for yourself. Hide it. Yun-sun looked at the familiar small porcelain bottle in surprise, opened it and smelled it. It was colorless and tasteless. Shui Wu, what is this? How did you get this? Well, you'll find out later. Oh, Yun-sun did not doubt it and happily accepted it. He still remembered what Zhu Rongyu said last time. This is for Chow Chow. Last time, Chow Chow found it, so he must hide it well this time. After dinner in the evening, He Yenjo pulled Yun-sun to leave, but he pushed him away. Chow Chow, you wait. I have something to say to Shui Wu. He Yenjo knew that he stayed with Shui Wu every day for the past few days, and although he didn't do anything, his heart was still a bit tasty. He watched with patience as Cloud Sam walked next to Yukiko. The two of them came together and muttered something, and from a distance, He Yenjo couldn't hear what they said, but he saw Yunshin holding Shuega's hand. 72 ginsengs, Chow Chow, bite me. He Yenjo's face instantly became unsightly, and low pressure continuously emanated from him. Zhu Rongyu was waiting for the snow to realize, sensing that He Yenjo's mood was not right, and following his line of sight, his eyelids could not help but jump fiercely. TSK, the little ginseng is really bold, shaking hands with Shui Wu in front of the general. Shui Wu too, didn't we all tell him to stay away from the Cloud Ginseng? The Cloud Ginseng is the general's treasure, how can he still? Chow Chow, let's go. Yun-sun quickly ran back with a happy smile on her face. He Yenjo nodded without moving and waited for him to take his arm before turning to leave the dining hall. All along the way Cloud Counselor was chattering away, not leaving Snow Gobbler in a few words. The more He Yenjo listens to the more sullen in his heart. He looks sideways at the Cloud Ginseng with curved eyebrows and small mouth blathering. Little Ginseng likes him a lot? Love it. Cloud Sam nodded without thinking. He Yenjo's heart sank. Immediately followed by Yun-sun said, Shui Wu is my friend. It's normal for me to like him. Just friends. He Yenjo grasped the point, and his mood seemed to improve with those few words. The corner of his lips slightly hooked, the ice and snow in his eyes melted, seeming to reveal a little bit of starry smile, then thought that he was now in the Cloud Senator's place is probably not much different from the Snow Goblin. Suddenly could not laugh. The expression on He Yenjo's face remained cold as he asked as if he was not thinking, what about me? Is little Senator's liking for me a friend as well? Of course not. Yun-sun tilted her head towards him. He Yenjo's silhouette reflected in her black and white eyes. Chow Chow is my benefactor, so I naturally have a benefactor's liking for you. He Yenjo thought, is this different from a friend's favorite? But the status is different. After Yun-sun finished speaking, he felt as if it wasn't right either. Frowned and thought for half a day. Then said, Chow Chow is a very important person. My favorite person. Yeah. He Yenjo's tone was light, with an air of disbelief. Aha! Cloud Sam nodded vigorously. He's a good senator. He never lies. But there are many people that little Sam likes. How can I be sure that I am the one you like the most? He Yenjo asked in a low voice, his dark and deep eyes looking straight at the frozen Yun-sun. How can you be sure Chow Chow is his favorite one? Do we need proof of this? Didn't you just say so? Yun-sun was a bit confused as he blankly locked eyes with He Yenjo, who had a burning gaze as if he must hear an accurate answer from him. He didn't respond for a long time and didn't say anything. He Yenjo sighed softly. It seems that Xiao Sen's favorite person isn't me. He Yenjo lowered his eyelids and looked hurt with a lost face. Yunsen looked at his heart, inexplicably flustered. He hurriedly defended himself. It's you. It's you. Of course it's you. My favorite person is only Chow Chow. Oh. Yenjo was unimpressed. But the little senator can't even prove it. I don't know how to prove it. Yunsen scratched his head and suddenly thought of something. Fishing up his sleeve and stretching his wrist to his mouth, his eyes shining brightly as he said, or else you can bite me and eat me. I'll only give it to you and no one else. The little ginseng racked his brain and still couldn't come up with anything more provable than that. Yunsen said is not a lie. He put Yenjo as a lifesaver. Yenjo want to do what he can, but change the person will not be able to. Take a bite out of him, or eat him, he can take it. Anyway, this life was saved by Yenjo. If he wanted to take it away, Yunsen thought, he would not complain except that he would feel pain when he was eaten. It's just a bit of a shame that you won't be able to eat good food again. The slender white wrist was right in front of her eyes, and further down was Yunsen's round, bright eyes, clear and unadulterated texture, and her pink lips were one in one, saying words that told him to take a bite and eat him. Just for his own sake he said he couldn't prove it and came up with this method to do so. How silly. How could there be such a silly little ginseng? What if it falls into the hands of someone who wants it? Surely the little ginseng said let's bite and eat, and just went straight to the mouth. Yenjo held his wrist and put it in front of him. I believe that what little senator said is true. There is no need to prove it in this way. Oh. Yunsen nodded in confusion, not understanding how Yenjo, who had just disbelieved him, suddenly believed him and said that he didn't need to prove it in this way, but that didn't stop him from returning the favor in this way. Yunsen then raised her hand again and said with a serious face, Chow Chow, you'd better bite me. I see that you don't have enough chi and blood, and you look very weak. Hernandez. The corners of his mouth tugged, full of breathlessness, as if he was angry to the point of being helpless. Yenjo waved Yunsen's hand away, and he relentlessly stretched his wrist to Yenjo's mouth again. His mouth perked up. Chow Chow, I still owe you a favor. It's not like I know what you want. You don't lack anything, and I can't think of anything else to repay you with. I have nothing but myself. It just so happens that you're not feeling well. Bite me. My medicine is very strong. One bite will cure your lack of chi and blood. The tone and expression looked very proud at this moment. He is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. The medicinal effect that is not normally strong. Yenjo really do not know where the cloud ginseng from sea out is false. Is these days by his frequent ruffled overheated? Cool water cannot lower the fire. Always with the hand to ease the lead? Anyway it couldn't be the cause of the wounds on his body. With the cloud senator's magic power to maintain his body's injuries as early as in the barracks when he has been healed a large part. Back to the western head of the city is also almost half a month. In addition to that day in the heart of the heart is not happy to look for Zhu Yuanjiang fought. The other times have not moved the martial arts. Chow Chow, just take a bite, take a bite. The little ginseng looked at him with bated breath and urged him on, deciding that he was just very weak and needed a tonic. Yenjo felt helpless and amused all of a sudden. He pulled Junsen's arm and lowered his head to bite the thin wrist. It was a very light touch, like lips against a wrist, and Cloud Sam didn't even feel his teeth land on his skin. He stared at his wrist suspiciously. There was no mark on it at all. Chow Chow, you didn't even bite. Cloud Sam bristled, looking less than pleased. Yenjo had to pinch his wrist and bite again. This time it was a real bite, but also very hard. Yunsen soon felt the pain. He shrunk his hand and complained miserably. Chow Chow, I'm in pain. Yenjo raised an eyebrow and didn't let go of him immediately, and only slowly let go of his mouth when he saw blood in his mouth. What had been white, glowing skin now had an extra teeth mark. Didn't you just say I didn't bite? Yunsen's face was white, muttered, just originally did not bite well, and now bite too hard. Pain to him. 73 ginsengs, a little ginseng's thanks. Just a kiss on the face? Yenjo grunted and laughed, lowering his head to kiss off the watermarks and blood on his wrists, then took out a handkerchief and wiped it off delicately. The little ginseng immediately ran to the side, staring at the wrist carefully for a moment. See, really bitten through the skin and flowed blood, then put down his heart. He turned around and hugged Yenjo's arm, smiling with arched eyebrows. Chow Chow, do you think I just did that as a favor? If it counted, he owed Chow Chow one less favor. Yenjo didn't think twice. It doesn't count. Cloud Sam froze. Why doesn't it count? Yenjo glanced at him, his voice ghostly. Because I'm not vain. Cloud Sam scratched his ears and looked a little anxious. But you bit me. Aha. Yenjo nodded. But I'm not vain enough to need this. You're the one who had to make me bite. So that wouldn't be repayment. Ha, that's so. The little ginseng said with disappointment. Then Chocho must tell me if you need anything. Yenjo paused and looked sideways toward him. Cloud ginseng incarnation after the person is very good looking. Features exquisite, skin white and beautiful. wearing beautiful clothes, head wearing a jade hairpin, waist hanging. Zhu Rongyu gave him that piece of jade pendant. Temperament elegant, properly a rich young master's disguise. He Yanzhou looked at the side of his face. A month had passed since the cloud ginseng had first taken form, and also since he had taken form, he had started a few human foods. He has a good appetite and can eat a lot, but it seems that how to eat cannot grow fat. His face is still the same as when we first met, looking thin, pinching, very needy. Let a person love. He Yanzhou gaze moved down, fell on his arched nose, rouge lips. Yun Sen's lips are tender and soft. He Yanzhou kissed once, naturally know the taste. His arm was held in Yun Sen's embrace. He Yanzhou moved. Does little Sen want to go home? Yun Sen froze. No. Why is Cao Cao asking that? He Yanzhou looked at his red lips, his eyes deep. Then why are you so eager to repay the favor? I owe you a lot. Yunshin didn't notice that his eyes were not right, and let go of He Yanzhou's arm, breaking his fingers to count with him as he walked away. I ate from you, lived in your house, and you bought me my clothes. Everything on my body was given to me by you. Yuki-go's words woke him up. I owe more. So I thought of paying back a little first, otherwise the more I owe, the more I don't know how to repay the favor. The little ginseng frowned, very distressed. He Yanzhou's eyes flickered slightly, not bothering to correct his words, not to mention that these were all voluntarily given by him, and that he could not be required to repay his kindness, which had already been repaid as early as a month ago when he had rescued him from the ghost gate. But Yunshin will have to go back after repaying the favor. He Yanzhou does not want Yunshin to go, can only say that he has not finished repaying the favor, so as to leave him. This approach is shameful, small-minded, and selfish. He Yanzhou cannot think of any other better way. The little ginseng is here to repay a favor, and after repaying a favor it is always time to go. But he had ruffled his feathers 3 times, ruffled his heart, even in ignorance, inadvertently. Now you want to return the favor and pat yourself on the back. How can it be so easy? He Yanzhou thought, pulling Yunsen into his arms, pinching his soft cheeks and touching his ears. Little Sen doesn't need to be in such a hurry. You can take your time to think about it and take your time to repay the favor. It's not like I'm going to rush you. Yunsen nodded her head, buried her face in He Yanzhou's chest and rubbed it, then said in a low voice, but I miss Ji. I used to be with Chi all the time, and this time I've been out for so long. I don't know how he's doing, if he'll miss me, if he's forgotten about me. At the mention of this cloud counselor was a little sad. More than 3 months after leaving the mountain, he dreamed of Misty Spirit Mountain twice. The first time Chi was in the dream, a ginseng and a Chi chatting and catching up, and the second time Chi was not there, and the pit was empty. Noticing that he was depressed, He Yanzhou patted his back and soothed him. Xiao Xin is so nice, and you've known each other for a long time. He definitely won't forget you. Yunsen sniffled, her eyes burning, and tilted her head up to look at him tearfully. Really? What if he forgets me? I've been gone so long. He might even forget what I look like. Cho, I don't want to lose Chi. There hadn't been much in the way of cloud ginseng, and there were misses for Misty Mountains and Chi, but they all felt like they'd be fine when they went back afterward. But when He Yanzhou gently talked to him and coaxed him, Yunshin suddenly wanted to go back to the mountain and miss Ji. Chi was his best friend. They had spent hundreds and thousands of years together, keeping each other company, and had long since gotten used to each other's presence. He'll be sad if Chi forgets him. Really? He Yanzhou wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Little Sam, don't cry. After a pause, He Yanzhou counted the time and said softly, when some more time passes, I'll take you back to him, okay? Aha! Good. Cloud Sam nodded vigorously, burying her face in his chest again and rubbing it clean of the tears on her face. He Yanzhou pinched his earlobe in amusement. Using my clothes as a handkerchief? Yunshin was not at all vain. Holding her neck straight, humph. That's how Cao Cao soiled my clothes last time. This is just tears. It will be clean after washing. He couldn't get his nice clothes out of the wash, and now he doesn't even know where they've gone. Probably thrown away. That arrogant little look on her face was completely devoid of the sadness she had just felt. He Yanzhou looked relieved. Fortunately, the little ginseng was good at coaxing. Otherwise he really cried and he didn't know how to comfort him. He Yanzhou rubbed his face again and said, okay, it's my fault. Humph. It would have been. Yunsen lightly hummed. Then the words changed. But Cao Cao all bought me new clothes later, so I forgave you a long time ago. After Yunsen finished, she tiptoed in front of He Yanzhou's face and kissed him again. Thank you Cao Cao. Thank you Cao Cao for comforting his emotions. Oh, Cao Cao is so nice. I love Cao Cao so much. He Yanzhou touched his face and looked at the little ginseng with obscure eyes. He inquired in a low voice, is the little senator's thanks just a kiss on the face? Ha? What else could it be? Yunsen was baffled and looked at He Yanzhou suspiciously. A moment later, he thought of the last time he Yenjo ferociously gnawed on his mouth, his cheeks inexplicably a little hot. Yunsen thought, Chow Chow seems to like it. So Yunsen kissed he Yenjo's lips again. The little ginseng's kiss left with a touch, bearing a quick retreat, but leaving behind a fresh and nice scent of plums. Tonight's dinner table has an extra plum flour cake, which he Yenjo specially asked the cook to make. Yunsen likes to eat sweet pastries, and it just so happens that the general's residence's plum blossoms are in full bloom. He Yenjo recalled the faint scent of plum blossoms on his lips, as well as the moment of warmth that lingered briefly. 74 ginsengs, Chow Chow. You're so annoying. Cloud Sam withdrew so quickly that he didn't even have time to hold him down before counter-kissing him back. He slipped away. But Cloud Sam's unsolicited kisses were better than the kisses he had done on purpose with selfishness. Although this was also a kiss that he deliberately induced to get. But after all, it was the little ginseng who took the initiative to kiss. He Yenjo was very satisfied. He looked at Yunsen, who ran ahead leaving only a back, and only felt a softness in the tip of his heart, and the idea that he didn't want Yunsen to return to the Misty Spirit Mountain grew stronger. He Yenjo couldn't help but think that if that good friend of Yunsen's, Ji, was also there, wouldn't there be no need to go back to Misty Spirit Mountain? Back in the small courtyard, one person and one senator sat together and read for a while, and taught Yunsen to recognize words for another hour. Cloud Sam's head got big when he saw the words. He didn't want to recognize the words at all. How in the world did humans manage to fit so many words into their tiny heads? He got a headache when he saw it. But he Yenjo said he wouldn't let him go to bed until he could read. Although Cloud Sam had 2 flower pots for him to sleep in, he was used to sleeping in a personal bed, and he Yenjo would hold him. The comforter and he Yenjo's embrace were both very warm. And Yunsen, who was used to sleeping in a bed, naturally couldn't let go of such a good place to sleep and return to his cold flower pot. So I had to learn to recognize words from him in a hard way. Until Yunsen looked at the eyelids cannot open play, cannot stop yawning, the corner of the eyes flooded out a little tears. He Yenjo this only let him go to wash. Today will first temporarily recognized here. Tomorrow and then continue. Yunsen collapsed. Chow Chow. It's really hard. I don't want to learn. He Yenjo nodded. Of course you can. It's okay if little Sam doesn't want to learn. A smile appeared on Yunsen's face, followed closely by his words. The flower pot was watered and loosened just this morning, and a little nutrient was thrown in. It's not impossible to sleep except that it's a little cold and there may be worms growing in the dirt. Yunsen clenched her fists and looked at him incredulously, as if she was recognizing him for the first time. Her eyes rounded. Chow Chow. You're so annoying. I hate it. He Yenjo let out a laugh and pulled him over. How am I annoying? You bully me. Yunsen was so angry that her little face turned red. I just don't want to recognize words. So you threaten me. Well, not bad. And knows that I threatened you. He Yenjo touched his head to praise him. Yunsen slapped his hand away. Humph. I'm not as stupid as you think. Yunsen stood up and huffed out the door. He never wanted to talk to Chow Chow again. He Yenjo leaned against the desk, his gaze faintly following him. The little ginseng huffed and puffed as he walked to the door, just pulling it open as the cold wind blew in his face. He winced with cold. So cold. Yunsen took 1 foot out, quickly retracted it again, closed the door behind her, turned her head to look at He Yenjo, and said in an aggravated manner, Chow Chow. It's so cold outside. Hiranju looked at him. Ha! Cloud Senator came thumping back and wrapped his arms around him. You carry me. He Yenjo said with a wry smile. You don't hate me anymore? The little ginseng shook its head fiercely and smiled with a flattering smile. Where would I dare to hate Chow Chow? I like Chow Chow the most. TSK. He Yenjo pinched his soft and tender face. Don't show this expression in the future. Yunsen immediately put away the smile, holding his arm softly pouting. Chow Chow. You carry me to go. Outside is too cold. Put my feet are frozen. Cannot walk. He Yenjo did not immediately respond. Yunsen thought he did not agree, and then softly coaxed for a while, only to hear him very cold sound. We won't go to the hot springs today. It's not good to soak every day, so we'll wash in the house. He Yenjo restrained the smile at the corner of his lips. Good oh. Cloud Sam nodded. The small side yard had a place to wash up in a bathtub that He Yenjo had given him when he first arrived in Shisho City, and had only been used once. Come here. He Yenjo opened his hand towards him, and Yunsen lunged over and crashed into him. He Yenjo took the fox fur with one hand and draped it over him, picking up Yunsen from the waist and walking towards the house. The cold wind whistled and blew. Yunsen was so cold that she buried her face in He Yenjo's neck and asked him in a small voice, Chow Chow, when are we going to Misty Spirit Mountain? The north is too cold. I'll never come here again. Completely forgetting who the Sin was who was playing with Jiu Yuanjiang in the snow like crazy when they first arrived at the barracks, He Yenjo wrapped his waist in back, one hand holding the little ginseng's soft ass, Some more time. How long is that? He droned on. Is it a few days? Or a month? 2 months? There was no way for this Yenjo to give him an exact time, only saying, I'll try to be as early as possible. Okay. The wash is in the adjacent hut. The water is flowing and you can tap into the tub automatically. Just remove the plug at the bottom. After entering the house, Yenjo put down the cloud ginseng and pulled out the plug that blocked the water spout, and immediately a steady stream of hot water flowed out. Although it has not been used for a long time, it has been cleaned and swept, and the tub is very clean. Yenjo moved another small ladder and waited for the water to fill up before blocking the spout. Little Sam, the water is done. Come over and wash. Cloud Cucumber then ran over there with his ass in the air. Yenjo watched him fiddle with the water with his hands and turned outward. I'll go get your clothes. Wow. Yes. There was no charcoal burning in the house and the air I breathed was cold. Yunsen took off his clothes 3 times and threw them on the ground, his body constantly shivering from the cold. Oh, cold, 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 cold. Nasty north. Why is it so cold? Ah, it's all because of that dog emperor. Otherwise Chow Chow wouldn't have come to the north, and he wouldn't have come here to repay the favor. It's all the dog emperor's fault. Cloud Counselor's heart angrily belched. His hand pulled at the edge of the tub, swooshing to transform back into his original form, then plunged headfirst into the water. Thud! A tiny little splash. The little ginseng sank straight to the bottom of the barrel. When Yenjo came over with the clothes in his arms, Yunsen had already quickly washed up and was about to come out to get dressed. Seeing that Yenjo came, Yunsen didn't rush to change into clothes. He planted back into the water to warm up his Senate body, and then lying on the side of the tub, he said, Chow Chow, I'm done washing. It's so cold here. You quickly take me back. He was now in ginseng form. He didn't need to wear clothes. He just tucked it back in, and even if he was blown by the wind, he was still more resistant to the cold than his transformed body. The human body is really too fragile to be afraid of the cold and catch cold easily. Good. Yenjo stretched out his hand, and the little ginseng leapt up and jumped in his palm, rolling around happily. Yenjo closed his 5 fingers together and sent him back to the next house in his arms. Yunsen landed on the bed and transformed, naked and nothing, and he did not know shame, fell on the bed and hugged the bedding, rubbed for a while, and then rolled to the innermost part of a bone. Chow Chow, you quickly go take a bath. I'll wait for you, he said as he patted the spot next to where Yenjo was sleeping. The bedding was only half covered, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. 75 ginsengs, Chow Chow. Pro. Yenjo man stood right in front of the bed, taking in the entirety of the naked little ginseng. He stared at Yunsen's white and polished shoulders. The tip of his nose was faintly scented with soapberry, and said in a mute voice, Littleson, put your clothes on quickly. Don't catch a cold. Yunsen cooed. But I don't want to wear clothes to sleep, so uncomfortable. Humans are such a pain in the ass. And the little ginseng says he's been trying to get used to it for over a month, and he still isn't comfortable sleeping with clothes on. Going out and wearing clothes to get out of the cold was something he was happy to accept. He couldn't stand it if it was too cold. But at night you have to wear clothes and a thick quilt to sleep under. And your head will be breathless and stuffy when it's smothered in the quilt. So you just have to show it outside. But then the quilt gets stuck there at the neck and it's uncomfortable, like it's bound. No. It must be worn. Yenjo wrinkled his eyebrows with a proper and serious face. If Yunsen sleeps like this without clothes, and then rolls into his arms in the middle of the night, touching and hugging and rubbing against him to tickle a fire, and doesn't dare to do anything to him, it's really killing him. And the sleeping Yunsen is very sticky. Holding people will not let go. Push and cannot be pushed. Then on the battlefield to kill the enemy is also called a person difficult. I don't want it. Cloud Ginseng rolled around and splashed around. Yenjo looked at him helplessly. You'll catch a cold if you kick the covers in the middle of the night. It's not burning charcoal. The house is warm. It won't be cold. Yunsen blinked her eyes and said reliantly, and you Chow Chow are also there. You will definitely cover me up. The last time he kicked the quilt in the middle of the night, it was Yenjo who covered him up, and Yunsen was confused and had an impression. Little Sam. Yenjo's voice changed tone. Cloud Sam heard it and grunted, reluctantly rolling from the corner to the edge of the bed. You wear it for me. Yenjo looked at him as he loudly lifted the bedding to reveal his white body. His gaze swiftly swept from top to bottom and finally landed on the little ginseng's innocent face. Cho Cho, why are you looking at me like that? Yunsen asked, her body already reacting in the most honest way, subconsciously pulling up the covers to block herself. Even though he didn't know why he was doing this, he just felt that the way Yenjo was looking at him was very wrong. It's nothing. Yenjo averted his eyes and turned to get a set of Chinese clothes. Get up. I'll put them on for you. Oh, Cloud Sam yawned, climbing to his feet and pouncing on him. Yenjo pressed his shoulders. Sit still. How can I dress you like this? Well, Yunsen shrunk backward, Feeling the shoulder he touched tingle a little again. Complaining. Chow chow. Your hand has electricity. It's electrocuting me again. What's electric or not? He Yenjo responded carelessly, withdrawing his hand from his shoulder. Hands up. Oh, the process of dressing will inevitably touch. Plus after he Yenjo knows his own heart, the chance of touching is even greater, because he does not deliberately avoid touching, and occasionally deliberately touch. Unfortunately, the little ginseng didn't know what he was thinking. It was hard to put on the centerpiece, and one of Cloud Sam's cheeks turned red. He felt like his whole ginseng was so hot it was going to smoke, just like the fever he had a few days before, but without that giddy feeling. It's so weird. Why is that? Chow Chow's hands seemed to be even more powerful than his spells. Just touching his waist would make his whole body go weak. Are humans hiding mysterious powers unknown to demons? He Yenjo looked at his flushed face, a pair of eyes filled with watery luster, the broken hair in front of his forehead flying in a messy manner, his expression confused and bewildered. Chow Chow, I'm so hot, can we not wear clothes? Yunsen tugged at his collar and felt his breath roll out. It's really hot, I'm going to be out of breath. No, He Yenjo said. Yunsen then grimaced in aggravation and turned her head away from him with a grunt. Very unhappy. He Yenjo couldn't help but pinch his flushed cheeks. It won't be hot later. Fine. Cloud Sam reluctantly responded, rolling back into the corner of the bed. Only then did He Yenjo take his clothes and go to wash up. By the time he returned, the little ginseng was already asleep. But the moment He Yenjo laid down, the cloud ginseng, which was cowering in the corner sleeping soundly, automatically rolled over. Yunsen buried a head into He Yenjo's arms. His hands tightly embraced him. His mouth muttered and complained. Chow chow. You wash so slow so late to come back. I fell asleep. He had wanted to wait for him to come back and sleep together, but he never did and fell asleep sleepily. My fault for keeping little Sam waiting. He Yenjo skillfully apologized to him, gently patted Yunsen's back, and whispered, go to sleep. Cloud Sam grunted a few times, opening his eyes to look at him in a daze. He Yenjo's hair was half wet, and his face was still covered with water droplets that had fallen from his hair. In the warm candlelight, even with the unhealed scars on his brow bone, his face looked softer than usual, less menacing, good-looking. Yunshin ghosted up from his arms and called out to him in a sticky voice. Chow chow. The little ginseng brought his face over, chin slightly raised, eyes closed. Kiss. He Yenjo was stunned, not knowing why he was suddenly like this, but still lowered his head and kissed him gently at the corner of his lips. Satisfied, Cloud Cucumber obediently lay back in his arms, found a comfortable sleeping position, and soon fell back to sleep. Even breathing sounds in the ears. He Yenjo but delayed sleep. Soft incense in the arms. The unique fragrance of the body of the little ginseng lingers on the tip of the nose, which have the will to sleep. He originally wanted to talk to Yunsen about the steel sword tonight, wanting to see if he could help. In fact, without having to ask, He Yenjo knew that if he brought up the matter, Yunsen would definitely help. Yunsen had never known what to use to repay the favor. How could he let go when he had the opportunity to repay the favor? But after the party so a mess, He Yenjo forgot to ask. Now that Yunsen is also asleep, He Yenjo can't possibly wake him up just to ask about this, so he can only wait until tomorrow to ask again. I didn't realize that I had to wait for another half a month for this tomorrow. The next morning, before dawn, Fong Yuan hurriedly ran to report. General, a letter from General Zhenglong. Another enemy army has invaded the northern border. He Yenjo was a light sleeper. He woke up before Fong Yuan came in. What's going on? Fong Yuan then handed him the bloodstained letter in his hand, while relaying to him what the person who delivered the letter said. The Moon Kingdom was defeated and killed and wounded, and remained undaunted, allied with a small army of nations, and fought in a night attack yesterday night. The Lieutenant General immediately wrote a letter flying pigeons. A series of several pigeons were shot dead, sent back to deliver the letter. The horse had not yet run a mile. The man died. This letter sent to the general's residence. After 15 people finally delivered to the hands of He Yenjo, the allied group of nations seemed to be the same group that had used steel swords on the West Head Mountain half a month ago, and with the unique hooked feathered arrows of the Moon Kingdom, the two nations had come in force, and now the mouth of the North Realm was in chaos. 76 ginsengs, wait for me to come back. The backbone of the camp is only the general and the army. The army cannot military, only a little bit of self-defense. On the battlefield to kill the enemy is not at all. The general cannot cope with one person. The enemy had come with 100,000 soldiers, and just one night had passed, and 10,000 of the Yi family's army had died. Cloud Cucumber was sleeping soundly, dreaming that He Yenjo had bought him an oversized chicken leg, bigger than his transformed human body, and smelling good. He hugged the chicken leg and gnawed happily, suddenly pushed away by He Yenjo. Yunsen woke up immediately. The whole senator is still confused. He sat up in a daze, yawning and rubbing his eyes as he listened to Feng Yuan's words. He Yanzhou quickly read the letter and got out of bed to get dressed and prepare to leave. Yunsen froze and looked at his back. Chow chow. Are you leaving? He Yanzhou, who had already reached the door, immediately turned around when he heard the sound and saw that Yunshin had been woken up by him and was looking over with misty eyes. He Yanzhou pursed his lips and returned to the bed the same way. His tone firm. Little Sam, I have to go. The Haijia army has followed me for many years, born and died together. They are my brothers on the battlefield, and must not be left unattended. 10,000 of his army died in one night. This number in time is the most horrible one in these 3 years. The country that owns the steel sword is even stronger than he imagined. The last time he sent out 5,000 soldiers and horses might just be a test for the He's army. If we can win this battle with them, the raw materials for the steel sword will be available, and we will have a better chance of winning the rebellion. You just stay obediently in the general's residence. I'll have Laksheng and Shuiwu follow you, and make sure to go out and play with them without moving an inch. West Head City may have been a bit chaotic in recent days, so don't run around. Wait for me to come back. He Yanzhou rubbed Yunsen's head, waiting for him to come back. The schedule to return to Shangjing was almost on the agenda. Shangjing is not far from Golden Sand City, and Misty Spirit Mountain is on the edge of Golden Sand City, so when the time comes, you can accompany little Ginseng back to Misty Spirit Mountain. Yunsen was homesick. He accompanied him back, but when he left, it was never him alone. He Yanzhou converged his eyes. His expression was light, and he couldn't see half of the difference. Can't I go with you? Yunshin grabbed the corner of his coat and pitifully introduced herself. I'm very useful. Chow chow. I have spells. I can help you if there are bad people. No, it's too dangerous. He Yanzhou broke his fingers and interrupted him. Chow chow. Yunshin looked at him with eyes full of aggression. Her eyes reddened when she heard the rejection, and she assured him, I'll hide myself well. There will be no danger. Never hold you back. He Yanzhou remained in an attitude of refusal. No. He avoided Cloud Sam's gaze and took a few steps back, saying after a moment of silence, I'm leaving. Cloud Sam looked at him silently without saying anything. His aggravation was about to materialize into words. He Yanzhou remembered the Yi family army and was so anxious that he didn't care to take care of the little Ginseng's emotions at this time, and turned around and left. His back gradually shrunk, and the sound of his footsteps faded away. Yunsen used his spells and clearly sensed that He Yanzhou and the few of them were moving away from the general's residence a little bit. He sat on the bed frozen in frustration and sadness. He obviously could have helped. Why didn't Chow Chow let him come along? Danger is danger. He's a demon. He has spells to defend himself. Accumulate merit as long as he doesn't kill with his own hands. Didn't say he won't lend his hand to others. And it's killing bad guys. It shouldn't be a problem. But Chow Chow and Captain Zhu, Vice Admiral Fong, they are all human beings. They are the most dangerous one. Even if their martial arts and swordsmanship are powerful, they are still only mortal. If they are injured they will hurt. If they are serious they will die. Compared to him, a ginseng spirit, no matter how you look at it, it's He Yanzhou and the others who are more dangerous. And with him following them, the danger factor will be much lower. 77 ginsengs, Chow Chow doesn't want me anymore. Yunsen didn't understand why He Yanzhou didn't bring him along. With him in the odds would definitely be greater. He sat straight for a long time, until Laksheng issued He Yanzhou's instructions to call him to have breakfast. Yun Gongzi, in these few days, Shuiwu and I will take care of you. Yunsen returned to her senses, looked at Laksheng, and said in a sad tone, Butler Lak, Chow Chow is gone. Didn't take him with me. Obviously promised he wouldn't leave him behind. The little ginseng spirit's eyes were red in color with glistening tears, as if it had suffered a great deal. Laksheng do not know why He Yanzhou gone clouds and why so sad. He a pure straight gentleman did not like who also do not understand. More will not coax people. Difficult to look at the clouds in half a day. Awkward to comfort him. Cloud son, you do not worry. General, they have been on the battlefield for many years to kill the enemy. Almost invincible without defeat. Surely they will be fine. Yunsen didn't say anything, silently hugged her knees and said in an aggravated voice, Chow Chow doesn't want me anymore. Lacrosse, I didn't say I didn't want him, did I? General just went to war. Not come back. Not take him naturally is afraid of him accident. How dangerous the battlefield. Swords and spears do not have eyes. The slightest attention will be dead. The general does not take him to go naturally because he is afraid of him getting hurt. How can Yun Gongzi even this cannot be rationalized? Hiss, why hasn't that Shuigo kid come yet? It's not like he could coax anyone, so he could only count on Shuigo. Just as Qi Sheng thought of this, he saw Shuigo coming from outside. Shuigo had obviously just woken up. His clothes weren't even ready yet. yawning as he walked. Mr. Yoon, do you want to wash up? Or will you wait a little longer? Shui Wu and Zhu Rong, you live in the same courtyard. When Zhu Rong you got up, he was woken up. Naturally he also knew what happened. In recent days, Yun Sen and Shuigo have been walking around a lot, although he was the one who was dead set on finding the past. But right now it was just him and Lak Shang. Yun Sen still knew what to choose. He rubbed his eyes. Paint butler, I'm fine. You can go out first. Shuigo will be fine here with me. Chilsong wanted to comfort him but couldn't speak. Yunshin looked in his eyes. And Shuiga couldn't comfort anyone, much less say nice things. But they had to be familiar with each other in the end. Yun Gongzi is not sad. Just as I also have nothing to do. Also stay here to accompany you. Qi Shang was a little uneasy. The general had specially instructed him when he left to keep an eye on Shui Wu. Don't wait for him to come back to the Cloud Senator disappeared. Cloud Sam looked over to him, blinking, and said pitifully, but I want to whisper to Yukigo, and I can't have anyone else present. Such a lame excuse. Of course, Qi Shang would not believe it. And with Yunshin's pleading gaze, Qi Shang nodded and agreed, okay. Lak Shang looked deeply towards Shuigo and gave him a warning look, then retreated, thoughtfully bringing the door over as well, standing in the doorway as if it were a statue and not moving at all, with his ears perked up to listen to the movements inside the house. General, he refuses to take you there? Without outsiders around. Shuigo immediately reverted back to the appearance he had when he was alone with Yunshin. His face calm and indifferent. He casually sat down towards the bed and surveyed the furnishings of the room, having come to this room countless times, but he hadn't looked at it closely. Yun-sen nodded, frustrated, and secretly used a spell to set up a boundary while talking back to him. Chow Chow said it was dangerous and didn't bring me. But I'm not human. I have spells that will protect me. TCH Yukigo raised an eyebrow and asked him, you didn't know you'd sneak along on your own if he didn't take you? Cloud Sam froze. Ha dash? But, it's not good, right? Chow Chow will be angry when he finds out. 78 ginsengs, is the heart sick? What's wrong with that? Shui Wu's tone was casual. Don't you want to go? Since General he is unwilling to take you. Yet he didn't say that you are not allowed to sneak along. Even if you sneak up on him and he finds out that you know, you can still use that loophole to hold him, can't you? Yunshin originally wanted to have this intention. The snow this is simply said to the heart, so that his hesitation of the heart ruthlessly moved. He immediately sat upright. Upright face nervous asked, that I want to set off now, while they did not go far? Or wait for them to go far so I quietly follow up? The casually babbling Yukigo sniffed and fell silent, determining that the little ginseng's serious expression wasn't a fake. Shuigo couldn't help but say, Cloud Ginseng, you're a little cutie. Are you? Are you really going to go if I tell you to? Can you grow a brain? Trusting others so easily. I've never seen a demon as stupid as you. Luckily, he encountered He Yenjo, did not have bad intentions towards him. If it were anyone else, knowing that he is a demon, absolutely immediately called for people to capture him to cook and eat or hand over to the demon hunter. Shui Wu because the body flowing with the fox demon father bloodline reason. It is easy to meet the demon race. This more than 10 years he has seen a lot of demons. Each are cunning, desire is greedy. Cloud seniors like this is really the first time to see. How in the world did he dare to come down the mountain? Didn't any other demons tell him that it was dangerous down there? His head was flicked with force, and he was also scolded. Yunsen let out a whimper and covered his head. His eyes were quite grudging and aggravated. Why are you hitting me? And also scolded me. Obviously you're the one who just said that and I'm the one who. Stupid. Shuigo hated the iron. What I say is what I say. I let you call my father, you call or not. Cloud Sam. Not allowed to go. Shui Wu said. He Yenjo specially instructed me when he left. Before he comes back, you'd better give me the best chance to stay honestly in the general's mansion. If you want to go out to play and talk to my lacquer housekeeper, we'll follow you. He has not yet enjoyed the glory and wealth of the general's residence. The master of the residence is not present. A lacquer victory is not enough to fear. This small ginseng even thought of running out. By the time the ginseng is gone, He Yenjo came back to give him skin. Fleeing to where to hide is not good. He hadn't had a few days of peace and quiet, and he didn't want to go back to his old life in hiding. Once a person has felt warmth, he will not be willing to be cold again. Yunsen grunted and mumbled. You were the one who just let me follow me over there, and now you're the one who won't let me go. I've never seen someone who changes his face so quickly. Yukigo said. Oh, so you've seen it now. Yukigo taunted him. Unlike you, I don't like to make a fool of myself. Misty Spirit Mountain is full of spiritual energy. Do not stay in the mountains to practice thinking about ascension, but is down to the mountains to suffer these crimes. Not only have to guard against being tricked, but also have to guard against demon hunters. Is not asking for trouble is what? Yunsen was not happy. You're the one asking for trouble. I'm here to repay the favor. I'll go back after repaying the favor. Now I'm not done, I'll stay for a while longer. What's wrong with that? Yukiko automatically ignored his first sentence. Pay back? Aha. Cloud Ginseng nodded vigorously. Of course. This ginseng is a good demon, so it naturally knows the truth of repaying favors. Oh. Seeing his calm face, Yunsen couldn't help but ask after him. Aren't you curious as to why I want to return the favor? Not curious. Shuigo picked up the customized small ginseng jade pin. Wear it or not? Why aren't you curious? To wear it, Yunsen replied quickly, then pointed to the clothes in the cabinet. I'm going to wear the blue one today. Shuigo looked over. Spare him, not the first time to see Yunsen's closet. Still will be inside the flowery pile of clothes. Shocked. Just look over, there are 10 sets. Not to mention the bottom of the box there are a bunch of. He had never seen any man's clothes with as much cloud ginseng as he had grown up with. Maybe a rich man's son had, but Shuiwu had never seen it. He Yenjo this is to treat him as what to raise it. Good food and drink to provide, but also asked people to wait for protection. Feelings? Like, can love really exist between humans and demons? Demons are cold and heartless. People are selfish and unfeeling. How can there be love for those who are heartless and unfeeling? He Yenjo is good to Yunsen, but because he does not know that Yunsen is a demon. When he knows, he will definitely stay away. Yuki Goku. Cloud Sam looked at him suspiciously. What are you thinking? Thinking of you. Yukigo said. Ha, it's stupid. Cloud Ginseng thought that Snowgoggle might actually be sick, and it was excessive to suddenly attack him with ginseng when he was fine. He grunted heavily, following Yenjo's usual pattern of treating other people, deliberately putting on an indifferent face and glancing faintly at Shuigo. The great samurai has plenty of time to spare you. Yuki Goku, what do you want to do today? Yunsen fiddled with the ginseng jade hairpin on top of his head. Shuigo's turn on this topic was raw, but it didn't stop him from being happy to think about what he was going to do today. He said joyfully, there are so many things I want to do. In the morning I recognize words and write and read books to learn how to be a good human being. In the afternoon I go to the street and buy good food and fun. And in the evening after dinner I go to the theater. Aha. Yuki-go answered. Then let's get started once we've washed up and had breakfast. He Yenjo specially invited a teacher. Later we'll come to the door to teach Yunshin recognize words. He can also listen to follow the learning. But, Yunshin's bright eyes grew dim with Shuegu's words, and his upright posture hunched over as he rested his face in a sullen manner. But Chao Cho isn't here. Yunsen just said those were accompanied by He Yenjo. Imagine that there is also his figure. But He Yenjo in a quarter of an hour ago to go. Yunsen thought of all these things can only be done by their own ascend. Cannot bring up much interest. This was the first time that one person and one senator had been separated since the last time they hadn't seen each other for 3 days at the military camp where the Moon Kingdom had attacked the He family army. More than a month's time. A person a ginseng in addition to the 3 days have not been separated for so long. The cloud ginseng has long been accustomed to the presence of He Yenjo, usually also sticky tight. Now he is not. Even if the talent is not gone for a while, always feel that the heart of the empty. Yunsen sighed at the thought as he touched his chest and asked with a frown. Shuigo, is it sick to have a bad heart? The cause of human illness is strange. He was only drenched in snow that day and caught a cold and fever. Yuki-go gave him a blank look. Yes, sick, with a brainless disease. Scolded him again. Yunsen coldly looked left and right, picked up the wooden comb in her hand and threw it at him. Get out. I don't want to see you anymore. Yo, still pissed? Cloud Sam didn't want to pay attention to him and turned his back sullenly. He was already in a bad mood because Chocho was gone, and when Yukigo said that, he didn't want to bother with Yukigo for a whole day. The main text of the small ginseng around the emergence of bad people will not have bad demon ha. Are good people good demon? Such as small bow, snow, so that the experience of the character of the back will change. Before I saw that there is a small bow. I do not know if I wrote a problem. He is a child who loves to face. Although the 15 but most of the time are followed by the general on the battlefield. There are no peers around, do not know how to get along with people of the same age. The general is affectionate. Admiration. He is a child who loves to show his face. Shuewu because of the body and the past experience of those who are wary of people and demons is very strong. The mouth cannot say good and bad words. After that will regret the guilt. The two in fact are good baby. I kinda like, so I don't know if it's a problem for me to write. Or to write too good everyone don't because to see that those angry. They are my children. Look at it is also difficult to see. Their appearance are to make the little senator understand affection and love. Later is Gigi to find. Back to the capital. Revenge, this may be a one-off. I'm not very good at writing, also afraid of writing bad. I will speed up the progress. I will write more on Sundays and Mondays when I have a break. And I will set up a regular daily update. Or I will get home from work too late to write. And I will try to finish before December. It's cold, everyone pay attention to keep warm. If you go out in the cold, you can wear a mask to prevent your face from being blown. Good morning everyone.